against RRQ.
Hello, good morning.
With my hopium for RRQ, but simply, I thought Gen.G really played up to their potential. I thought they performed what everyone wanted to see from this roster. And my expectation is I think on the flip side, I don't know if Paper X is going to be quite ready to face off against these players who are actually playing like in their own freedom, right? Texture. I mean, the likes of Texture, Meteor, I would say even Munchkin. The fact that they can now just go out and grab the way they wish to is not a form that we've seen from them in the past year.
Okay, Leos, what was the ACS on Texture again?
It was high. It was really, really high.
Yes.
But you were ridiculing me for giving Texture a 10 out of 10 for his performance.
Whoa,
so which side of the coin do you actually want to land on?
I saved my 10s for the MVP of the whole season. So.
I gave out 2, 1 to Governor, 1 to Texture. Those were my 2 10s for the last 2 days.
Listen,
your notification says VCT China is live now. I know. I mean, it's not really worth changing, is it?
We don't know enough where the standard is, right? Because like we don't know how much of that was also RQ maybe folding a little bit because Gen.G was looking so strong because they came out swinging.
Right. Let
time,
me
Gen.G did also
see
drop a map against RQ. It wasn't a clean 2-0.
if
so I think there's a
this
lot more to prove,
works.
but I just think stylistically, Gen.G's actually going to match up against Paper X quite well.
I do think the old habits are going to come in for Gen.G.
So we don't really have much of the veto to work with, but what we do is
Paper X do have that kind of like rougher starting point because we haven't seen them yet. They have to get back on stage. They have to get reacclimated to the environment. I could see this absolutely being very close. Gen.G absolutely has impressed so far. I'm expecting to almost no matter what, unless Paper X
so what do we actually have to work with on this one? That's also the other thing. Doesn't show on my screen. So I have to kind of like do it like, okay, then we can do it like this, I guess. For Gen.G, this was a veto against RRQ, so they banned bind, they picked splits. They did lose on split, which was kind of odd. So on their pick, they ended up losing. And then the second ban was Breeze, so the third map that they played was Lotus that they won. Because RQ picked Icebox, and that's the map that Gen.G won. And then it picked Split and lost, and then it was Sunset as a third map. And I think the main thing... Who was it that popped off again, actually? It's a good question. For Paper X, they haven't played yet, so everything's the same. So there is that. And this is going to freak out for a second because of that. Is there a keybind to full screen?
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see what kind of composition.
Surely there is.
Because if they're going to be running the Yoru quite a bit with Forsaken maybe picking that up, if not somebody else, then I could see the aggression.
Because I'm not too sure on how that would necessarily work.
Yoru, that sort of involvement, that could just come down to the map draft.
And also the question of a lot of people still seem to favor Raze on a lot of these maps, and something is obviously much more known for his Jet. We even saw him piling the Breach a couple times on Fracture in the past. Now Gecko on Sunset.
I'm gonna fill up my drink.
So
be right back.
A bit more. Is he gonna go into the Forsaken school of Valor, where he's just picking up every agent and firing his gun more than his utility?
I mean, that's the thing is you do have that guy that's right there that can teach you everything you need to know about playing an agent. Forsaken's got so much depth to him, so if you're going to have any kind of mentor, he's about the best person in the world that you possibly could. And for Paper X, building something into a bit of a Demon 1 where he can go overplay things like the Astra, play Breach, etc., would just further just embolden this team. So that's actually a really scary prospect. And if it's something that they have been working on since the AVL concluded, then this could be very scary for every single team.
I wouldn't know. Everything should be working. Everything should be good.
Basically, we're not sure what to expect at this point.
Happy birthday, Ryan. Thanks, Anders.
First game for Paper X, right? And they've been hiding it quite a bit during the offseason as well, even giving more chance for Jing to kind of show his stuff one last time on a couple of those games. And that was great to see.
I have the map CSV, but I don't actually have a article for it, which I probably should do.
And everyone's expecting, like you said, Mika, like
surely that is.
Like, are they flexing everybody because they have Mind Freak trying the Sova on a couple maps as well? It's just a mystery.
I think it's one of the biggest mysteries that
That's how they brought you the cake on the stage. Which one? Which time are we referring to here? How have you found Pacific so far?
qualify into playoffs and are that
They did it multiple
close
times. They
to
did it
Masters Madrid.
twice.
Obviously, want that.
There's the main time, and then they did it again during Istanbul. But it didn't really hit as hard that time. But I like the variation of comps. I would say all of them are great, but I think we're just seeing more variation than like the brief bits of America that I've seen.
I think for them, being able to kick off the year, get straight over, qualify for Masters Madrid, and then
No, I know, like yesterday they had like Brimstone and Icebox and stuff like that.
rectify the shortcomings of the past.
But Global had what was their comp? They didn't have a main controller on Bind, they just had a Viper, which was an option for sure. I don't think it was a good one. I don't think they played around it terribly, but it was just not the best idea, I don't think.
This is how Sentinels get the championship points. This is how they're gonna make it over there. If
We
they
should do
continue
that
going
to
down.
this board. We
There
should
you
do
go.
that to
Yeah,
this
we
board
should
one day.
Start
track of
writing
it.
all over this thing.
By the time kickoff ends, you're gonna see all of this covered in like our notes and everything. There's like some kind of string.
But,
happening on here.
It's inevitable. I mean, every single
Yeah,
time
there's
there
been
is
so
something
much
that they're
like
who are trying to
variation of what teams are running and trying. The best part is, I know for a fact, for China, I asked a lot of teams, like for Scrimbucks, and no China team is scrimming another China team.
Well, before we
They're
get
all
started,
hard
the
scrimming Pacific
entire year,
teams.
of course, we have PRX and a Gen G, and
Which
it's
would
so
explain
exciting to
why
welcome
Pacific
two
teams are
champions
so
last year,
different in how they're
champions
approaching
last
like
year,
comps and
over
ideas.
back to the Pacific League
Like
stage,
nobody
and
wants to
I feel
play
like
up
for
against
Gen
each
G,
other just in
it's
case
going
they
to
like
be
find
a
each other
tough
later in the
kind of, like,
tournament.
do the shortest straw, so to say. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
we're up against Paper Rex this time around, right?
I mean, Group of
So,
Death was all said. I think
the
everyone
like
agreed
variation of
that
like
it's our
comps and
jurisdiction.
stuff like that
Group of Death, no matter what. And
is
the
probably
biggest
going to be
thing
the
is,
same for
I don't know
China,
if Gen G necessarily
which is
has as
exciting
much of a hope
because I think
around
China's going to be
either,
even more
because
like
Paper Rex has gained a lot
fucking
of fans in
silly.
Korea over the years, especially after last year lifting that trophy over DRX and then going and representing Pacific all the way to the grand finals of champions. Even the Korean fans.
Is
are
Asia the most
super
important
excited
region for
that
Pro
right there,
Valorant?
reps
Videos coming full
Pacific.
circle
So
2 years
Gen G
later.
has a lot of work
Funnily enough,
No, they really do. But I mean
I think I was saying the same thing around that time, and I hadn't seen your video, I don't think. Because I always made the point of like APAC especially were just cherry picking from everywhere. Best melted pot of innovation, stolen ideas. Yeah, definitely. Like literally, they were so keen to watch like EMEA Americas, taking stuff from Korea, practicing against Korea, doing that. But I think that's one of the reasons why like China is gonna probably do well, more so and faster than people might anticipate.
Yes. Very
Hey,
right.
Gary and Fairy. And I guess the most important part of it is it's innovation and cherry picking without ego. It's a very humble
And the big thing
approach.
is, again, that's off the back of a lot of these new faces, right? Where we heard
Like
some hype
people
about some of them,
aren't
but the question always
married
is,
to the
how
idea of
often
like
against
meta,
other
you
T1
know?
teams and
The
players, right?
idea
Going against
that
other
teams
teams.
would
And
play
now,
Bind
someone like
without
Karen is like,
Viper,
wow, you're
even
going
me,
against
even for
Paper
me,
Rex
I feel.
out of all teams
Like I
in
remember for
the
Odd One Out,
very
like
first week of
people
debut
suggesting,
in
I even think I
VCT.
messaged Anders, been like, what
He's
do you
through
think?
some
Like, is this
plays
too
Isu
much?
has, just like
We'll be like, oh yeah, we're
Gomez
gonna
and
try and play
Armstrong
without
played,
Viper,
you know,
and me being
challengers as
like,
well, but
you
I
fucking
think I've been
what?
ready for this. I
You
think
can't do
this
that.
alongside
You can't
Kickoff.
play a
There's also
Bind
some merits
without
to it,
Viper.
because
That's
the DRX boys played a
stupid.
few
And then
times,
it actually
and
been
he
like,
has to hold his ground.
I love that these,
it's better for teams to not play
It's a
Viper
special
and play
seasoning
other
for
stuff that's a bit
series
more
that
interesting.
these teams
At the
that
very
we
least,
thought we knew.
if you're not going to play
Suddenly we have
Viper
new
properly
names coming forward,
anyway.
and Zeta is looking
Which I
incredible
would
right
say,
now.
for
We have,
these, like
you
tier
know,
1,
Alan, who suddenly
I'd
looks
say
like,
like
they could be
30-40% of teams
qualifying for
that
playoffs.
play Bind
Okay,
probably don't play the
for
Viper
sure,
very
Charlotte
well.
should be one of the strongest teams, but
Or
you
not
know,
as
kind of like
optimally
Lotus
as you
mentioned,
need
we have
to
erase
to
everything,
warrant the
and
pick in
we're
the
kind of
first
like
place.
all off the mark, but I feel like
Can't
it's
imagine
not
Anders
bad
not wanting
for
the
those
Viper.
names,
I guess it
those
depends what you
teams
put
that
in.
have that X factor this time
Yes,
around.
and that's so exciting, right? I think
Yeah.
that's
And
what
also,
Pacific as a
that
region was
was
starting
before
to
the
quite
Sky
quickly,
nerfs.
because there just wasn't
The
as
Sky
much
nerfs, I think, have
history
opened that
growing
up.
new talent in a game like Valorant. But just in the last 2 years,
And
we've seen
also,
a
I
surge coming
was
up. So, this is
very
exciting that it's not just
vocal,
one country
like
guys
during the
across
China
the
Watch
countries, whether
parties.
it's
I remember
academy
watching
players, whether it's challenger league players, whether it's unknown recruits. We're seeing teams scout out new
and
talent and bring them
Anders,
up to the big
Thinking
stage.
Man Valorant's video on Sky.
the expectations are concerned.
been very vocal
A lot
about
of
like
us, and I'd say most
it's
people in general, you'd think, okay, well, this team is
like
gonna
Sky
do
is a
so many
proponent
things
of
after probably gonna take some time to
like the
get
Viper
together. This
meta,
team
and I
really
was
have a
like very
specific
bullish on the fact that like it's not Sky's fault, but you know, I'll eat my words because I think that the Sky nerfs have done so much for the meta, and it's really affected Viper's stonks without actually nerfing Viper anymore.
Well, we're about to get right into it, so let's welcome back our
Bunch of
champions.
Thieves had some interesting Viper ideas the other day.
Their competitors.
On which one? Because naturally, I've not been watching a lot of Americas because of the time zone. It's better to play middle in perfectly executed comp than a perfect comp middle in. Yeah, it depends on like the players that you had. Like initially we had Reyna, who was a fantastic Viper. So like playing Viper everywhere I think made a lot more sense. But then when we got like Fluxy and stuff like that, it was just made more sense to play a lot more like Breach. Play more like Double Initiator.
Dream is stronger than last year, but we grew stronger as well. Don't forget that we're the champion last year. We are in the different league.
The only reason that the Sky nerfs hit Viper is because teams still don't have the skill set developed to play solo Initiator Fade. I would agree for... I'd say it's more map dependent than anything. For Lotus, yeah. I think it's telling that so many teams after the Sky nerfs were like, well, we're going to play Double Initiator on Lotus.
We have a great team this
Which
year. I'm very excited.
I never personally rated that much anyway. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad that people are moving to like Fade Breach, Sky Breach, Silver Breach. But then you just watch a Fade Viper team still on Lotus, especially with like the Viper wall on A and like just the ongoing pressure that you're having around.
The kickoff, they had a long
And you sit there and you go, yeah, this is still probably the best option.
We're gonna show you guys the new RRQ this
I
year.
anti-stratted a lot of teams and game changes that were running like
We can
Double Initiator,
not
like Silver Breach, or
play my own
I think it was always Silver Breach actually.
fun and timber.
And honestly, it was the easiest anti-strats of my life. Because it was, alright, if there's a Silver Recon and a stun in one place on attack, that's where they're gonna go.
내에서는 피지컬이 압도적으로 좋은 것 같고 다들 기대하고 보셔도 될 것 같습니다.
Now, even though the utility is on cooldown, the impact of a Recon and a stun is so much, you're not just going to use it willy-nilly.
I'm super excited to showcase myself in the Pacific Kickoff. I have no fear.
I spent a lot of time trying to make Breach Double Initiator work on that map. I imagine it's one of those comps that it probably was for game changes because people aren't really looking into it that much. I think that's why our Haven was so good, because we played Cypher on it and people just didn't look into what we did too much. A team that scared us the most, I remember, was Navi, because they actually like watched a lot of our VODs. They watched where Thikusa was dashing in onto site and like put nanoswarms on like the top of the C box when you like dash in.
And we don't care how hard
And I remember Thikusa being like, what do I do? And I'm like, what do you mean, what do you do? Like, this is just like step 2 in the whole like anti-strat thing. But because it's like game changers, it's like I've never had to deal with some team anti-stratting me. So I was just like, well, take it as a compliment, you know? They're that scared of you that they're going to spend like an hour watching your VODs to see what you do. It'll work to maybe even be in the top half of the franchise leagues, get an international team now and you'll get a run over. Yeah. I think my point is that the utilities are telegraphed, I guess. I thought that these were all the teams played today. Thankfully not. I think the only team that could really get the most out of it is probably something like Team Liquid. That's the one that springs to mind. Not only because of like the players on it and like how versatile that they are, but like the amount of stuff that Bacon could like pick up, and I think a lot of the stuff that Liquid would do and what Bacon would provide would be very anti-strat specific. At the highest levels, the amount donated in for such a shit show. Yeah, for me, it's like the teams realize that what they're doing is such a tell. But I think that for me is like the over focus, because that's the thing that I like. Like I know Gorilla's the same. I remember Gorilla was anti-stratting, I think, one of the Brazilian teams, like for FPX in like early point. No, well, it wasn't FPX, because FPX, it was for Reykjavik, but FPX didn't go to Reykjavik. He was trialing working for somebody else, but I won't name who because it didn't go anywhere. We could probably like guess. And I remember him be like, "Oh my god! Every time that they do this recon dart, they go B." Like he fucking like, Sherlocked it. And at that point, granted it is an anti-strat, and granted that teams can change it, it does feel like a checkmate. And it is really funny to be like, in the notes, they always go A. Oh my god, it reminded me of the game that we had against Foot Female, that they just kept going A on Pearl. Like, the only time that they went B is when they had like Reckoning on Harbor or Killjoy Lockdown. You know, like a big old Viper's Pit. I swear every single fucking round, every round they went A. And it was Mitch and Tom that was casting it. Oh my god, I got so angry because we did so poorly in the first map, and the second one, I just said to the team, like, they just didn't really do what we were supposed to after they got like a bit carried away. And I was like livid in the break. I was like, fucking, there's no point me doing this if you're just going to ignore what I'm saying. Like, we know what we need to do. We know what they're good at. We know what they're shit at. Why are we playing their game instead of ours? And then for Pearl, I was like, well, the anti-strat's easy to remember on this one. They just go fucking A. They only go B if they have ultimates. They always just execute A. Every single time. Just A. That's it. Just, there's no B site unless they have ultimates. Just stack A. And they kept going A. Granted, they were very good at going A, even though we knew that they liked to go there. And it went from there. And I think it was Mitch said something like, yeah, it really doesn't seem that Odd One Out have a plan for these A executes. And I was like, we do. We're just not fucking doing it, Mitchell. I could have strangled him.
Yeah, well, we'll get maybe a better idea as far as what they're going to be piloting, especially if Gen G has any kind of repeat maps.
Alright, so with Brick Span in Icebox, Gen G picking Breeze. They picked Split last time, it didn't really work. So Gen G cooking up some stuff on Breeze. Which would be both times for that Lotus allowed. And then you had fucking, what's his name? The NRG analyst taking the piss. And I was just like, come on, man. Like, we all know what it's like to be in that situation. God forbid if I was on a team and a camera was on me in the crowd watching this team, you know?
None of them really spring to mind, but Lotus coming in for Paper X, this just feels like maximum comfort. And overall, it is a map that
so Gen G showing 5 of their maps in their pool.
Could have, you know, and will have had done a lot of studying of that map.
Well, it looks like Gen G,
Split is a third map. Yeah, this is a good veto, I think, for Paper X, despite talking at my ass. We haven't seen him play any maps. I think it's more the fact of like having Split be the third map. So if it's take one map each, you go to Split, you know what they do, typically speaking. You know where they're like really weak. But it does mean that wait, sorry, Gen G banned Split. So Sunset's the third map. So Sunset's the third map again this time. So this is what the veto was for Gen G last time. They banned Bind and they picked Split. And then they second banned Breeze. But they picked Breeze this time. Banned Split. No Ascent? I mean, we're going to be happy. Oh, shit. Something on Euro. Triple controller. What is this? Hello? What is Paper? What is this? 1, 2, 3.
Some options for that Astra as well, especially because you have the Cypher to really anchor down one site. But the single duelist Euro for Paper X, I mean, we've seen it.
And yeah, like an Astra.
And triple control as well, right? And Moneta
Astra,
got
Viper, Cypher, Sky. I mean, this is gonna suck for Lakia. I think this is gonna be a struggle.
Both of them able to actually entry in very different angles.
I mean, the good news is flashing through walls and smokes is good on this map. The bad news, you only have 2. Triple controller.
Well, what says duelist better than no set
We're back to the 2021 Boast Overcooked timeline. The bottle. I mean, yeah.
Paper X versus Genji. Over to hey, I'm Quack, and hey, it's Azurai.
Hey, it's me
All right.
and with Quack. Man, time to bring your face masks. This is going to get a lot smoky here on Breeze. Triple controller, my man, on Paper X.
That is super
What are they
interesting. I mean,
doing?
we've never really seen this being pulled out from this team before. But apart from that, also something on the I think is a little bit worth mentioning. But of course, we have seen how
All right, okay.
it was yesterday.
I mean, it is Paper X. It is. I knew what I signed up for when I woke up at 6 a.m. to watch these teams. Skydog to get early information. Only gets information on 2 of them. And Paper X are not afraid to make noise towards A either. It's a good wall. You got a camera actually up here too. Good spot to have here. And they're even going to check it actually. Munchkin's going to have a look. I mean, you kind of have to with the amount of smokes that they have. Lotus did it for this. Morning Echo. I stayed up to see if the games were worth watching. Likely crashing shortly. We'll see. Like I think that there's like see how Genji fare. Because I think Genji have been very like map dependent on how they looked. I think everybody's looked really good other than Munchkin. But he started Munchkin was good towards the end of Sunset, so we'll get him on yet. I don't think he realized, but he managed to TP past the trip. So it actually was like a really nice like teleport. Devi. They get the flank. So 4 versus 3. I mean 2 players are low, so it kind of works out evenly. Sky flash out of the Omen one way. Good fight. And then you've got this late lurk from something. Is the door open? It is. And he's just going to TP back into A main. Great from Texture. Really good. They got Timeout on the defuse anyway. It was great how he took his time with that second kill. Texture did so well. Yeah, Texture and Meteor were both good. Lakia was also lacking. This is why I was fired, I think. Just little jokes like that. But and Karen at the moment for sure. Like Izu and Karen were, I think, fantastic pickups from like how their first game went. Too many puns, yeah. Too many bad puns specifically.
His teammates breaking and giving as much support as possible, and one gets down already.
I think the thing that makes this game exciting is like Genji are not a team that's not afraid to give it, I think.
So these guys, Paper X, they gotta be so careful.
And Divide just drinking whilst walking. Dema, thank you very much for the raid. Hopefully you had a good stream. You've just in time for like an actually insane game. Not only is it like Paper X, for the first time they played triple controller. Texture's just walking around the map.
Reloads, they know he's here. They don't really want to challenge him. It's way
Also, like, are you? I know that you're like, are you in Turkey? So you finished streaming at like, what, 8 a.m. How long have you been streaming for?
Maybe got a bit of breathing room, but
Oh, you're in the UK. That also, like, have you just like had a DJ night of playing? I woke up at 2 a.m. Why? What happened? Nice ace.
first map of this game.
Wow, that's just.
I saw this question on Reddit, and I think it does remain repeating. Why did Global Esports have this guy not on Jet?
I don't know what he's on, but this is.
I normally wake up at 10 p.m. to stream. You literally are like NA times. DGen is an understatement.
Couldn't really find anything, and that's a little bit surprising.
There's so many players, I think, in this 2024 Pacific League that is on their revenge.
Thank you for the...
Like
Oh,
Lenny,
good lord.
the chance to play for Team Secret,
I need to double check who this is, but I think I know. GKS, thank you for the 10, like, gifts.
His duelist, but here comes the dueling potential for something as
It's
close as
crazy
Orange.
silly.
Any tricky business? Spots one.
Hope you had a good weekend as well, GKS.
Flashes. He's still
I know you played
challenging
D&D.
something happened here.
I have a decision to make on Thursday whether I do D&D or whether I stream
Versus three, spike planted down.
EMEA.
You got the cascade up as
I
well, so
think
there's a lot
I
more
don't know
room
what
for
I'm gonna.
Secret
Wait,
to
EMEA
try
starts
to
today. What the
push
fuck am I gonna do about
Genji
that?
back. They wanna burn
You
down
gonna
the
trap
Dragon
some
Knight
raiders
for
here?
as long as possible.
Yeah, Munchkin's coming around the corner here.
I mean, hopefully the game traps him here.
Down already. Forsaken's right here for the first contact, but gets punished by Meteor. He's gonna be
They're gonna win the bonus. Well, 1v1. Devi is usually good in these.
Closer and closer. He might not even know about this. There it is. No more utilities for Meteor. So it's a straight up start of the defuse. Devi playing.
You got half.
Will be winning the gap.
But the games are so nice that they would stay, I
Yeah,
think.
you got the advantage of the spike. Might as well just hang back and play it loose and easy. And at the same time,
I've forgotten the name of the Turkish caster that his name is like one syllable. The Turkish caster that was coach of BBL for a bit. Vlad, yeah.
Kind of like what Will said on the desk. That secondary duelist instantly trading back and forth for the entire.
Vlad's super
And
nice.
with that, spike down. It's tough for Genji to retake in such situations.
I wasn't in Istanbul for long when I did Champions, but I know that like Vlad for the others that stayed longer. Oh no. So there's no flashes in hand for the rest of Genji. Charon is still here. Cascade. Ooh! I didn't. Okay. He just sits and like holds the cascade.
So quickly, I thought the cascade would at least mask Paper X's intentions for just a second, but he reacts just as quick.
Charon's just so fast at being able to just get these punishes.
Yeah, I'm glad that this game was worth waking up for. Texture's the operator too, so got upgrade for Meteor. No, he's too far away. No, he did get one. He probably got one from the flank actually. Yeah, I'm dumb.
Even though they have the triple controller, it doesn't seem like it's
Okay, all right.
Yeah, not yet. That's the thing.
This is always exciting to see though. Like a team like Genji that everybody's overlooked.
Charon was just popping off in that round. Round 5.
Like especially with teams like Paper X and DRX, you are going to see a lot of teams like play into them. Because the players are so desperate to beat the big teams. Like, they're so excited to play the big teams, and then they get so excited to beat them. Like, Genji right now are just, like, riding a high. They're on cloud 9. So you just know that the energy and the way that they're taking fights is just going to be a lot of fun. It could easily, like, dip off. Like, Paper X could just start to pull things back.
Yeah, the positioning that Genji has, that classic 2-on-2 split. Oh, actually, it's a 3.
You have Cosmic Divide.
3 stacked up.
Don't have Blade Storm.
It's
I
just
think
a
they
little
just
tougher
used
for
it.
Paper X to break
Because Tech's
through.
just, yeah, 10 and
You got the
1.
stars as well, and those are really, really annoying. So maybe trying to bait around it.
So no ultimates other than the Reckoning, but they're on an eco here for Paper X, so they're probably not going to use it. Actually, opening the door themselves to clear holes.
These set angles that they just break that. Paper X break that themselves. Anyways, hold on. There's gonna be
Two players being able to get in on the site, and Forsaken. Like, there's so many walls and so many smokes, and Genji are just disrespecting them all. Devi's got a kill, but he can't pick up the gun, so he's still on a Sheriff. And Texture is just destroying. I feel less bad for RRQ if Texture's doing this against Paper X as well.
Meteor, and that's going to be the 4-1 for Gen G.
And Gen G are feeling fired up, having won those rounds against Paper Rex. They're like, yo, you guys think you're the kings of
Now
Pacific?
Paper Rex have ultimates. I'm actually kind of surprised that there's not an Alex timeout at this point.
Texture on the up, Charon popping off with kills. They are able to play these anti-flash positions on the A site. No
These
matter
Paper
what
Rex are definitely playing very like disjointed.
going in for an execute
Oh no, there it is.
off of, you know, something on the
This game is less
Euro,
buzz
you've
today
got
though.
on yet on the Paranoia.
Yeah, DRX play
It's just not
tomorrow,
quite
I think.
landing as it needs to.
You know, I usually talk about win conditions and ideally what your team would want to, you know, use in these situations to actually make it effective. We're already seeing what was lacking, and it feels like they need that bit of information.
Yeah, Alex is
The dart's not
having to go of everything. It wouldn't sort of surprise me in this case that
he has the invulnerability and
essentially all of Paper Rex are a little bit nervous. Especially at this point. There's so much pressure on them. There is what was I saying? There's so much like pressure on them. They're playing a very different comp. They're going kind of hog wild on Breeze. They've got a really like hard way to play, I think, on attack. Like this could be a really rough first half. Like I believe the Paper X can still like come back, but for the first half of like on stage jitters, bit rusty because you've not played proper officials in however long. You got a new player obviously as well with Monyet. Go for the Kung Kung play. Didn't quite get him. Dimensional Drift and the Reckoning. I like the idea, but I'm just worried that there's no like real follow-up. You know that there's still one on site. Meteor's still alive, but he's 30 HP. It wasn't too far away from getting something. But Karen's found another one. Like just from bench. Aldron on site. You've got the sort of mid hold from Devi.
It's a 2-on-3 nonetheless. He can't use the Viper's Pit.
I think there's like snake back lineups here. There's obviously the one from here from Scary the other day. You bold as shit, I am. You're just stating facts at this point, my man, I know. Have I got the shine though? Thomas had a real bold shine on his head the other day. I don't quite have that. What language should I speak in Peeper Rex? Peeper Piper? I think it might be English.
How he pushed up all the way towards Orange, towards Bridge side, and from that point he was able to find that back.
Do you know if EMEA custom rights are open or if they release an official means to request them? If I was to guess, it would be like specifically asking. Like I went through Jim, who's our UK and Nordic like Riot person, so I imagine going for the NA one is probably the right play. I'd imagine the same as China. People keep asking me like, where do I get watch party rights? And I'm like, I don't know. I didn't even ask for them. I don't think they were just like, right, it's going to do China. Let's get him. Because I was asking like a lot, like, is there going to be an English broadcast? So I think they were like, well, there's no English broadcast, so I imagine he'll want watch party rights. Make sure that when we talk to him, we bring him some good news. So they've lost Meteor on site. They have a Cosmic Divide on the retake. Are they all going through tunnel with this? I guess with this wall, they kind of have to. We have to clear this player mid. That's a pretty good play, like with the Euro Flash too. It's a good post-plant hold. But the Harbor Wall. Who's your favorite player in the game? At the moment, probably Stu for GDG.
You can definitely feel the impact of Alex's timeouts already.
The guy's been so much fun to watch. He's also just a really nice guy. I think JDG might struggle a bit more this year than what people think.
So, wow. Counter timeout being called now by Gen G.
Yeah, they just, again, they're starting to lose grip from a 4-1 and already turns into a 4-3.
If I remember correctly, Karen's like previous team also had like a silly name.
It makes a lot of sense to, again, just take a step back first because they were putting a lot of emphasis on using texture as that big contact, but when he really can't find a contact, it feels like there's not a lot
of just on a team called No. But it was so long ago, like middle of March is when he last played, and then he signed for this team. Just because he like absolutely like destroyed
they're so flexible at just getting those kills
absolutely like destroyed in Trials, I think.
to block the sight lines of the players of Gen G.
Yes, right, and not just that too, right? I mean, apart from blocking off sidelines, I love how they're using this third.
You meant for this specific game? Ooh, for this specific game, I don't know. Probably somebody from Paper X, but
can get further information, try to cut off rotation.
I don't know. I have been enjoying watching Gen G, despite the beating RRQ, which I really liked.
And additionally, I mean, if anybody pushes through that, you know,
I'd say Monyet had some really good stuff last year for Global Esports that I'm really excited to see him play on this roster. Him being on Omen isn't too much of a surprise because that's like his main controller for Global, but not the best start so far. Oh, the flash out at the back of it is good. Stops Meteor from punishing. Oh, they're both vulnerable. There was definitely a world where Gen G could have like got 4 kills at this point. Great trade. Monyet just a bit more patient. But alright, Paper X have like steadied the ship. Pretty much after Alex's timeout, everything's looked better since. Forsaken is, yeah, great. Forsaken Harbor too. Like, I know people will like harp on about like Forsaken's Yoru, like the jeweler stuff he's done. I even think like his Killjoy and stuff on a lot of maps was really good. But the way that Forsaken plays Harbor is the way that Harbor should be played. Like, it's not just put Forsaken on any agent and he can be hyper aggressive and take a lot of fights. I think that on Harbor you have that luxury. For example, Forsaken will happily use his Cove to play around to take fights. Whereas a lot of teams will be like, wait, you can't do that. You need to save your Cove for the plan. Forsaken's like, nah, it's such a strong bit of utility. I'm going to use it to, like, take jewels.
Seems like because they spotted get texture on B, or an A, excuse me.
Like, that kind of aggression, I suppose, on an agent like that. Like, there is, like, the Cove is used as, like, a one-way to try and get in onto B. Ooh. Something was like a little bit panicked, I think, because of the Seekers coming in. Now that there's one wall, important fight to win. Oh my god, Karen. He's actually backed out too. I love this patience. He's like out fighting here, and now he's back in like McDonald's. And then the Jet's rotating. But actually, Texture's just flanking all the way around with an operator. Oh, the timing.
Yeah, that's the main thing. They gotta watch all exits, all entrances of this Viper's pit.
The cover so moment to do. Oh, true.
As a shot denied, Shorty's good. And look at this! Caron picks up the 4K, able to isolate, able to.
I'm not very good at listening to ultimates whilst talking, especially vague ults. Like, I didn't even hit an arrow theft. Maybe I need to turn it up. But yeah, I think that the way that Forsaken plays Harbor is like chef's kiss. And I think it's hard to like look at how Forsaken plays agents and go, that's what we should try to replicate, because it is just Forsaken. Like the way the Forsaken plays like Sentinel, would I recommend that to other Sentinel players? Not necessarily, other than just the sheer confidence to have. But I think Harbor, I can't think of another player, maybe somebody from Loud, on how they play this agent is worth like understanding.
Texture's blinded here. He's looking for a TP.
They built a Frankenstein jet smoke dash updraft. He also had the Euro TP backside too at the same time.
Texture's not going to find the Paper X Yoru. That's going to be a secure plant on the spike. Everyone else here for Gen G looking for the lurk all the way through A main. That is being
This is good.
Mindfreak.
Because they know that the Yoru's like TPing back to A main like late post plant.
Of course, Mindfreak wanting to play off the Hunter's Fury, but he knows that there's a potential play coming through.
Good read from Mindfreak.
Meteor gives himself a bit of space. Push left or right. What it's going to be? It's going to be the right. He wins.
He's
but
5 HP though.
Oh, this is going to be so bad, difficult even for him. That's going to be.
How you doing, Ender? Have you enjoyed back being on Americas? Been fun to watch. Like you and Mimi are like desk duos are kind of hard, right? Like because you have to be quite flexible working with other people. But I like you, Mimi, and Golden Boy. Like the vibe's nice.
They do. You got something gate crashing in. He's got the fake outs, and it's so confusing for Gen.
But granted, I haven't been watching that much Americas to see like everything. Just like the first like pre-show. All right, recon on top of the top wall to stop anybody from pushing elbow, which I don't think is anything that Gen G have realistically done. You got 4 players over towards here on an eco. Maybe expecting a reckoning. Maybe expecting like another B execute. Shocked that actually misses the trip because it's more like deep one. And yeah, the cove is needed for that. I can't remember who I saw that from, but somebody in Polaris was doing this too.
Trying to get a good read for the game right now. They've got these 4 players stacked up on B, so able to shoot through. And with the space now, Lakia pushed
And something clears it, and then it's just a rotation to an open A site.
Look at how they just left pieces of the Paper Rex players all
Gen G, I know, are on an eco, but there was a lot of like individual stuff there.
Actually working for them, especially that Gen G is on this weaker buy.
How does it feel to have the most fabulous hair in this entire chat? When this competition is me, I think it makes sense.
They're just saying, sure, thank you very much. Texture, though, this is the perfect chance for him to get some kind of information, some kind of impact.
You wanted to say something, didn't you?
I stopped myself mid-sentence already, all right? You didn't have to point it out.
I feel yes, right? I feel, no, I mean, it's just the name.
I can already
Even
feel
me.
the chat, you know? How is this caster,
Top 3, I
like
think.
this? No vocabulary? Use a thesaurus. Sorry, guys.
Sorry, it's not easy.
They're even going hunting. I mean, it's just Karen on a
I mean, he's gonna probably just
ghost.
wait till this event horizon engulfs him. Oh wow, he even finds Munyet.
Oh my god. That would be great if you could get even more or pick up a rifle at the very least. Look at how he's so careful jump peeking out, but up against Forsaken, of course.
It's not too bad taking a fight against Forsaken because Forsaken had his ultimate anyhow.
Again, it's just kind of what we saw in the first, right?
I mean, they were just being a bit careful of like, they want to give an orb, just dive to the spike if you can.
To the utility of something's Yoru. I mean, gate crashing back and forth.
Just the Karen against the world.
So easily. Sometimes Gen G has to catch up to it.
Good as quick catch.
It's been a good like fix, I suppose, along the way for Paper X. Really rough start, but ever since the timeout, they've looked so much better.
It is pretty close though. Gen G's
Right here.
able to get this 5-6.
Like Gen G were 5-1 up,
They play their cards right, but
a
with
4-1 up,
and Dimensional Drift
and then Paper X have won 5 out of the last 6 rounds.
already pushed up all the way through elbow.
Right, Euro, they're Reckoning.
But he whips. Thankfully enough, he has
Good adjustment. I think that this space has like been fairly free for Paper X, for Gen G to take.
something with the Odin. And he brings it right back. 3 versus 3. Plenty of walls. Can they calm themselves down to plant the spike?
This has also been a really like awkward fight to take. There's still a trap on site. Hunter's Fury going towards wall. I think it has tagged Karen. Oh, but it's just taking the focus and the attention away from Munyet, which is taking the attention and focus away from Munchkin. So flanks upon flanks. Munyet is 1-0 orb away from having his ultimate, but needs to get the orb. It's just TPing in. Ooh, he's not too far away from hitting that. I think all things considered, 6-6 at the half. Not really that bad for Paper X, considering you were like 4-1, 5-1 down.
First of all, we had, Mindfreak holding the angle with the Odin from window, but then afterwards, Munchkin coming back again from the same spot that Texture.
I really do wonder what was said to Paper X in that timeout. Probably nothing crazy.
truly was just either going for executes off of Monyet and something, or create a bit of noise, bait out that utility, and then rotate over thanks to their gate crash. Leave Devi on that lurk. It doesn't always work out. If Genji just goes in for, a bit of a flank, a bit of a retake, and that's the thing that you.
I wonder what Pipex is
a proper-ish sentinel. Yes,
like
Devi,
attack
you got five
side
rounds,
would
great, but
be,
no
or
traps,
defense
no
side sorry
info.
would be like.
And again, it takes them a lot of time to just fiddle with their abilities, right? To throw it into a site. You already see how quickly, and you were mentioning this, again, Texture is just...
Got Genji jerseys, bleeds.
Yeah. Much of a risk taker that he is.
Let me just double check what the order of today's games is. Blade versus Global, and then T1 versus Zeta. All are going to be actually really good games today. Blade versus Global, don't know what that's going to be like. And then T1 versus Zeta. I imagine T1 would win that, and I think they'd do it handedly, but you never really know.
That's the craziest thing. I mean, it's the W Gaming squad. We expect them to push out. Now they've got 3 controllers, and Devi's the one doing all the
So you got the retake wall on B.
Curious to see how this will play out. I mean,
You got the Omen and the Harbor for A main.
as a Viper either, right? Because then you can't really use.
Because you got this wall as well. Like that's the nicest wall that I've seen from Harbor. But you can just cascade this, paranoia it, fight it, or just Omen smoke it. Recode that is just all the way from halls. You got the Euro TP right in the back spawn.
Shock darts from Mind Freak to dissuade anybody pushing up onto the hall's position. The swing outs from Paper.
Why is it JJ playing? Jing? Like he's on military service, so like he's able to like stream and stuff, but he can't play throughout the year, I think is the main thing. He just walks out.
Down to 25, but his lethality is still very much felt. Thus settling.
I mean, all of the players are kind of stuck in holes, but they're like cutting noise and hiding. Like this is good from Texture.
He's very much unaware of it.
The rest of the team is running away, and like if he can get a kill and just keep both these players over here, he's doing it so well with Divide. Divide needs to respect this. This is fantastic though for Monyet. Like spotted the rotation, but Texture's just found a little bit of a gap. Like closing the door now there. You got the smoke there from the Astra onto bridge.
He opened the door again. Okay, so his positioning's already given. He's pushing out.
Still the Texture's like flanking too. The mind games, 25 seconds, so there's still a bit of time to work with. Gets a little bit awkward if Karen dies. Like if they're gonna like prioritize the spy plant, doing it safe is good.
He's so unaware, and you can see that with how he's moving up here. That he wants to get.
I think they heard him drop now, so they're able to now push stairs behind him. He's even clearing mid.
I mean, he's got a bit of time.
Like Devi is playing this well.
Look at Devi. I think he heard the drop down too.
Okay, now it's on. What a clutch! That is actually one of the best clutches I think I've seen.
Cool, calm, collected. My man is patient as can be.
Like Texture was low HP, but still, like how Devi like cleared this, he knew that there was like potentially a lurk at the flank.
Apart from being, keeping his composure.
He's streaming right now, so he could play right. I mean, he probably can't play like later in the year.
As long as I keep my sights right up around door, I should be okay. But the main thing is also knowing that.
So it's not like he could play now, but then at some point he would have to leave. I don't know.
He completely turned around W Gaming. It turned into an M.
I don't really know how military service works for like a lot of the APAC countries, like specifically.
But I mean, dude is
like he might not really be able to like travel to international events, right? Or like be in Korea.
He's not impatient, like you mentioned. He has a lot of time to make use of. Anyways, big contact.
I'll have to ask him actually. Because I don't know. I just
to peek that out.
I imagine he probably gets that question 100 times a minute in chat. Just why are you not playing? Why are you not playing? Why are you not playing?
I love this. And he actually challenges, but
Texture is destroying this
he
game.
re-challenges once again. He's the only one holding the site for the moment here, and he has to back away, wait for reinforcements as Mind Freak
I'm gonna create it as a clip just in case. But that clutch could maybe be something good. Maybe he could travel to Korea. Yeah, but like it's more like he probably couldn't travel to Madrid. Maybe he misses like the stage 1 or stage 2 later in the year.
Bunched up together. It's a full squad of classics and marshals. He hears the jump. Gets the first shot.
He gets away too. So no trade here for Meteor.
Recon Dart as well. I don't think it gets Meteor at all, but the timing is like
Okay, now he's home safe.
sort of
Genji
awkward.
really just wants to wait for more picks and
You got one
maybe
on
try
stairs, you got
something.
one
He
backside
might
sort of
try to
watching
sneak through,
across.
but at this point, only
One
30
heaven.
seconds left. They have to hightail it to B.
Meteor's
As long
finding
as
another
Meteor can
one.
do it, the same thing like
This
he
isn't
did
really a
now,
force
Genji
either.
has
It's just
better
two
time this round.
marshals. Two marshals, 3 kills.
Couldn't really do anything. And the rest
Texture is on
Genji
something.
gonna
He's
be
on a,
up
yeah,
to 10
vindication
seconds. It's all or
arc.
something. He's got a Guardian. The aim god. Okay, good at
Good
the first.
shots. Oh my god, good
Second one
shots.
instantaneously, but he's dropping in HP and bullets and everything. And it's down 1.
I feel to die here, otherwise it feels like another like crazy Paper X clutch.
I mean, even if Meteor drops down, you can already see Charon waiting.
They're both low. Oh, he does see him. He picks up a Marshall as well on the B site. Great eco.
The thrifty round work.
I'll tell you somehow, it was Meteor. All it took was a Marshal, and this guy's
Munchkin is 3 kills, Lucky is 4.
Maybe not on the Jet anymore, but
It
as soon
is
as he
like
pushes up
the
halls, look at
Meteor
the
texture
distance.
duo
It might not
is
always be headshots,
crazy good.
but just because he plays around the space that way,
Because the big question was like, who's going to be the main duelist?
and he's always able to chip
And go
away
from there.
Paper X bit by bit. That's, you know, something had some nice
I did not
market
expect this
kills
match
that
to
was
be
really
close.
classy, really fun to watch.
I think it is more like Paper X, like playing something crazy and nerves.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't surprise me if Lotus is a lot more one-sided towards Paper X.
Saying agreeing to the aim duel, and Genji was coaxing him to do
Alright.
that. There was
You want an aim duel?
exactly lesser.
Is it
reason
ADH
for
pills
Genji
or
to
is
do
it
that
cheats? I
because
guess we'll
it
never
was
know. Good morning, Orions.
Marshall's
Not implying
never even
anything.
committing to
No, I know you're not
purchases.
implying anything because I know that you're on
Actually
Vivance
gets
as well.
through The defense, the line of sight, doesn't even have to trigger the trap here. And does
Although it
get
does get boring
one
listening to
one
that
trade. I mean,
narrative.
I don't know how impactful that is going
Yeah,
to be,
people are
but
like exploiting
it goes to show how
ADHD
both teams
pills for like
very much
ultimate
willing to
focus.
take those off-angle
For me,
risks
it's like,
to
well,
try to get something.
sure, I
Both
get
of them are
energy
fight very
from
much so. 7-7
my
right
meds
now,
because
and
it's a
that's the big
stimulant,
thing.
but if anything, it chills me out. It doesn't
Definitely
make me
can't
like
underestimate
hyperfocused.
Paper
Well,
X too much, and I
it
think
doesn't
that's
make
why
me
Genji
like
are taking things
super
slowly.
hyperactive.
You know, maybe trying to suss out information, but we don't have that much in terms of gathering, right? You got to think about.
That's why I'm so great at Valorant.
light usage.
You're so great at Valorant because you don't play the game. Like that's how you win Valorant. It's like it's like playing the game. You know, we've all just lost the game now because of like I blame Geekess, but it's like Valorant. If you play Valorant, you lose. You win Valorant by not playing it. All right. Still like a bit of damage done. My Meteor and texture go down like early round, but this execute was
1
clean.
point in the lead. It was against
You have
Pistols,
a
but
Cosmic
got
Divide for
fired
Karen.
out.
Did they actually use it on defense or not? I can't remember.
Made sure that they were, you know, going to pre-fire some of these corners. They checked
Thanks,
some of
yeah.
it. Although
They
Meteor
put the
did
blame
die,
on
there
you.
was a bit of information that they could use to go up against, you know, Mind Freak up around halls.
First you dismissed
And,
me,
relatively
me lose the
clean
game for the
round
first time in
Genji, and
years.
that's what you would have wanted for Paper X in the previous. So, on to the next. Now, Tex just got enough for the Blade Storm. Doesn't need to buy up. Genji's economy starting to flow, Asarai.
Absolutely. They even
I
have
just realized that the
Charon's
game
Cosmic Divide.
is
Oh,
probably
Finding
a young
Meteor to
person's
push on
introduction
enemies
to
is what you
intrusive
want. They want to
thoughts.
stop these multiple angles of attack, go for a little bit of coverage, and the flashes is so
Oh.
All right, this is. Like,
Genji just had to rub their eyes and
I don't even know if it was realistically a bonus because I think everybody was on a full buy to Genji.
by himself, Forsaken devours, and that's gonna be a flawless
But
round for
considering the
Paper X.
money was like pretty much
I mean, that's
on the
another one
edge
of
for
those things
Paper
that
X,
because
winning
when you
that
think
round
about
cleanly
Paper
is
X,
great.
every single one of these guys
One
have
away from Hunter's Fury, you got Dimensional Drift, you got From the Shadows.
Monyet is
Still like Cosmic
single
Divide and Neural
handed
Theft, but there's
duels
not really.
outside of,
Like,
you know,
I'm curious on how it's going to be
you've got
used.
support from the team, you've got Forsaken watching mid, and it's just that much more difficult for Genji to really.
You got to make
pull
sure
off
that I
some of
lose the
these,
game. Well, now that I see you in
pushes
chat
that
each
they
time, you're
wanna
going to
go
make me do
forward.
it.
So they have to really rethink the strategies. You know, if this carries on, I could foresee a timeout.
You've
before
like
solo.
infested my mind now that every time I see you, I'm going to think of losing the game.
Feels like they have better grasp of what is
Which is actually
happening
really
right now.
cruel if you think
Yeah,
about it.
just goes to show how even it is
Maybe it'll
to
impact other
date.
people.
You know,
How's the
close
pickups
something
doing?
is also
I don't know
how
actually from
risky it is
the
to
Americas
a
games.
stray pop
I think
shot.
for Americas
Both
I've been
going
correct
up
so
for a pop
far,
shot. He's actually getting tagged. He might want to get away
but
right now.
I'm
Veto.
too wrong on Pacific.
He does have the dimensional drift. drift, so he can get
I went for RRQ. They lost to Genji. And I went Team Secret over Talon.
Definitely doing what he wants. I mean, just getting
A big cruelty, thanks.
Maybe pulling the attention away from Genji as they start to go back towards mid. Now the high tide invest.
This is what I'm worried about, though. Like, one Sky Flash left for Lakia. Didn't get anything. And there's so many smokes, too. So, so many of these flashes. I don't like that at all from something. I guess they were expecting, like, a late lurk. And now Forsaken's about to make the same exact play. Getting two, though. makes it a little bit easier. And it's not like, oh, you harvest down, so you don't have smokes. You're still 2 alive. You have a recon dart. Neurotheft has shown where these 2 defenders are on A, so it's just on B. Viper Wall is good for retake. It's just whether Devi's like 15 seconds left. I think this is the right play. Trying to be disruptive on site. Really good. And they know that the last play's on site. Alright, Meteor's been pinged. He's been watched. One on Nest as well. So he knows that he can maybe isolate this fight. The shock dart is just good enough, but Mind Freak is 5 HP. This is close. This is so close. 14 HP. Money is faking on the plant. Ooh, close. He did send lose to. Did they lose to 100 Thieves?
He knows he's low. All he's got to do is to go in for that burst. So very confident. You know, cool enough. He might be the youngest player, but
because it Sentinel's 100 Thieves in the losers bracket, right?
Might have been a global esports last year, but he has been.
But you guys said Sentinels over Loud, really? I mean, I'm no America stan. Like, it's the region I follow the least because I'm always super EP when the games are on.
Devi fishes in real life. He is patient, and he knows he turns that situation into a 2-on-1 for his team.
Yeah. He knows that sometimes all he has to do is
sure.
not do anything. That's already a lot because the stress on Gen G makes them try to peek out, makes them want to get as much
EP and
information
Sleepy
as they possibly can. Something. He's already nursing himself an operator.
Tom called it that way. Tom's an idiot. Respectfully. Like, don't get me wrong. I like. You've got to predict some upsets. If you want to do good pickups, you need to work out where those upsets are. You can't just go for the obvious result each time.
Especially because of those flashes, but the punishes from the Reckoning as well as the Hunter's Fury.
Alright, something comes out of the ultimate, gets traded though, which is important. 3 versus 2 on attack. Spike is in a really awkward spot in Nest, but there's no real chance to like hold this and punish it. Oh, that's not a good fight for texture. You know that the last one is like arches now.
But he's alone. They haven't picked up the spike. He can reposition into this, and he's got everything. Shrouded step, paranoia.
The smoke is really good to play around. And yeah, there's a paranoia, so both players are on the spike, so like doing it on the plant is good because that hits both of them, and he sees both of them. Yeah, he's had to run back to get another gun. Ooh, Munchkin wins the clutch. Wow, this has been a hell of a game.
I mean, just a bit of nerves on stage. Unfortunate that he ran out of ammo in his magazine right after, but still.
Almost had it. Almost. I mean, I think that Genji made a meal of that round a bit more. Especially with the word Detective did, but like losing the spike here. The awkward fight that happened backside with something, I think. Not something. Might be Karen. Alright, 9-9. Paper X, second timeout. I mean, Alex had so much of an impact with it last time. So maybe they're able to kind of like do the same thing here.
You know, Alex was talking about it. Solo back in the days, you know, he looks up to him, and he's communicating with his team as well.
It feels like the plan for Paper X.
The fact that Paper X, they don't have an analyst or an assistant coach or anything, right? It is just Alex.
Again, it's resulted in more of these riskier.
How? I guess you might be able to get some help from Jing.
Something like again, something that plays with with an operator, just gets
Alex and
close in with the
Fiends.
shorty.
Is Fiends on here?
Can't really reposition anymore, gets traded out.
Caffeine Fiend. Oh, the fucking... This is like embedded into my search now for the amount of times that we had to explain the circuit points. There is also a Liquipedia Dark mode coming, which is good. The Fiends is not on here at all. Speaking of Sleepy. EP.
Yeah, and plus, you know, FYI for people, if you only shoot one bullet at the outlaw and reload it, it's faster than, you know, the
Alex and Fiends. Oh, I thought you meant that there was an analyst called Fiends. I was like, who is this guy? Has he got a VLR page? I thought you're just describing the rest of the rabble. That's how tired I am.
Punished by Meteor, straight into the neural theft, and Peekaboo, I see you, whole map exposed.
There's like a big autism trait as well, when you take everything as like a matter of fact. That is so dumb of me, Orions, I'm sorry.
That's gonna be this one.
Monyet got the Marshall in hand, shooting through the smoke blindly. Wow. Meteor comes in for the pinch. He will.
Let's see, behave if you lost the game. Alright, alright. Like, it's more the fact that every time you talk, I lose it. You don't need to, like, remind it.
I was about to say the vibe, and then he's just by himself right now. Oh, he does not get the shot onto Meteor as well, and he's position exposed. Gets the heal. This might actually have to be a save from him.
I said that the anti-egos for Genji have actually been pretty clean.
Wait. He has a gate crash all the way at the end of halls.
Actually, that's a good point. Like, outside of... Genji haven't, like, they've had to eco once, I think, and then Paper X have had to eco, like, twice, 3 times.
Definitely trying to get an idea.
Like, the economy is, like, this game has been so good because everybody seems to have had a decent full buy.
First 30 seconds. Sometimes, you know, they're up around elbow, up around mid. And this time you can definitely feel that A presence.
Like, Paper X have sort of struggled to keep things in their favor. I mean, it was a lot better on the end of the first half. Every time you talk, I lose it. I lose the game. I don't, like, lose my metal. There's a lot of, like, Paper X died towards doors. Hey, Lion. Good morning. Good morning. Half armor too, so this is starting to look very like on the edge for Paper X. But considering the fact that like they have free smokes, like dying in double doors, not much excuse. But now we have Paper X, like just at the timeout, they just did the eco. This is what they've like Alex has spoken about. Having like the top mid control is good because this is something that Genji have done nothing with. And Genji's response to the timeout is to just go for a fast execute. Omen ultimate going to B. Wow. They think it's a fake. They really think it's a fake, even with this Cosmic Divide being used. And they won't hear this either. And the Viper's Pit. That's a strange call. Like, why have Paper X, like, rotated so hard towards B off the back of that?
And that's it, an uphill battle for Paper X, right? They might be able to surround this Viper's Pit. There is a trip on the other side. Meteor can make use of it.
Boaster said about, like, Boaster. Anders said about, like, the Fnatic Boaster overcooks of, like, 2022. This feels like one of them.
He is using that to actually get the one up. Viper's Pit, use the snake bite to get a little bit of damage.
Oh, they all just push through at once. So good from Munchkin.
Oh, this is going horribly wrong for Paper X. Someone's gonna have to start defusing it. Someone's gonna have to hold him.
Oh, they haven't got time. They haven't got time. They've done it. Wow. Munchkin's been like really quiet this map, and then he comes out with a round like that. I mean, Paper X made it a lot closer than I thought it was initially going to go, based off like how the middle of that round went.
I mean, the combination of, first of all, the Cosmic
Like the plant on A with everybody else rotating off, and then the Viper's Pit. You expect that to be done. Oh, it's a shame the Divine Monyet so it came out at the same time.
And it's just that much more difficult. Paper X, although we had Monyet, kind of like you mentioned, Asarai, with the
Oh, and they still bought here, and they have the operator. I have no idea what happened there, but very cool.
So much that Paper X has to work off, and now it's
I have a very like.
How do you climb up against that? And they have to make it happen.
I guess it. I have a lot of people here from like previous streams.
Thankfully enough, they do have
That, and I'm very blessed to have this. People here that don't really watch Valorant that much, that are still for the streams anyway.
A different word other than something. If you guys can just like
So I guess it means that we kind of have to be very beginner friendly, which I don't mind actually. Way to out me? Well, like, yeah, you, Lion, Nell, a little bit.
He is just holding that angle for the absolute longest time. He is hoping that someone
And then all of, like,
is just
the
go into his
Discord
fire's
trash
way,
can
but
crew.
unfortunately for the moment, Gen G, they have their eyes set up here on that A site, and it could actually be good. Monyet's cold in for that.
The one way hasn't
smoke
worked,
actually drops in
so
and
Divine
turns into
needs
a
to be
regular
very
smoke. It
careful
has a
here.
very big partial outside
You have
of
got
the
a
gate.
Lakia
It
flash,
actually
still has
bad
both of them.
Divine
Use the
will
Sky Dog
see how it
already.
works out, and he is trying to clear
Oh,
that.
Divine.
Attention points.
Oh, this is so risky.
So alone.
Oh,
he
that's
is
so
dead.
not worth
It's
it.
not looking too good for Paper Rex. Forsaken doing the same thing. No
This is what
flash.
this is what Paper X were doing at the start of last year as well.
Full flash, but the trades from Paper Rex are actually
One of the
working.
best Anthem streamers because there were no Anthem streamers. Thanks, Lion.
He even finds the lurking meteor.
How have Paper X managed to turn this one around? Oh, there's another one backside. I don't think he expects it.
Will plant the spike. Monya does not chase for him or tries to punish him. So it's the double up from the both of them. Something coming in for the white.
Nice from something.
He's had enough.
Oh, good lord.
Getting the
Never
final
played this
kill.
game in my life.
You know, there's something getting
Wait,
those
yeah,
kills
this
right
isn't
from
Borderlands 3.
those shock dart kills.
Also,
Something you
a
see
lot of
every
Borderlands
day, but
4
a full
rumors.
upside nonetheless. I mean, just getting the information off of Devi trying to play around.
So I'm in a very,
Start cover. That one feel
like, I guess if the
iffy,
watch
but
parties and
looking at how
VCT stuff doesn't go well, I could just go into
after they get that
Borderlands,
information, just
like
being
properly this time.
able to, you know, put out the tire traps. You got those caltrops, the shock darts. Genji can't really.
Guess we
walk
want to play
outside
Valorant
that
if I'm
room, so
wrong.
Paper Rex is
Maybe.
trying to play a little bit more patient this round, especially with something posted up with that operator. That was the cherry on top in this round.
They gotta go for these adaptive risks, I think, because Genji
Crazy
is so
stuff.
good at just. I don't know if I'm correct.
I don't know how excited I am for Borderlands 4. Yeah, I mean, Borderlands is an on and off thing for me. Alright, I mean, there's something Operator has done a lot already. He's only had it 2 rounds. Has the dimensional drift as well if he wants to get information. I imagine he has a shorty for the pistol. What kind of Euro would you be if you didn't, you know? Destiny, yeah.
Definitely slows down Gen G. They're always going to be thinking about what's next. But now, dimensional drift just to gain further information. 1 minute left on the clock.
The rumor is that Riot's MMO would be a... Oh, he's got the spike. Oh, and he's had to go. Getting out some knives stuff for texture, though, is good.
Alright. Mr. Risky here.
And now something like in mid, like watching it rotate.
Dude, they are living.
Karen might have heard the TP come in.
One blade storm.
I'll wait for the final shape to probably stop playing Destiny. Yeah, I wonder what Destiny's like future is like after that, to be fair.
If they were to cross in the risky way, most of
Yeah,
them have already
PvE
died,
games.
so some
I guess people are
will
eating good now at the moment with
What I'm
Helldivers.
excited about is Karen actually lurking up around mid.
That also, and well, there you go. He finds the one pick onto something here.
See you, Geekess. Thanks for tuning in. Oh, the Recon dad just on the top wall here. I mean, that's still Rahujan lineup, actually. 8 seconds. Texia has to get a kill here to make it even. Ooh. Oh, that's such a big kill onto Vi, and they actually get him onto 12. Texture just saves that round. He's almost got 30 kills.
What a monster! Dude, yesterday, I mean 2 days ago, he already had such an incredible stat line.
Good turnaround for Munchkin too. He was on like 3 kills at the half, I think. Overtaking Lakia now.
He got even more. But not just that, the blade storm, the aim off.
Great shots.
The way that he cut down Devi at his knees really blocks out Paper X, and now they've earned that match point. And remember, they are still.
Money is awful for Paper X here. They might lose this map. I'm afraid of a pushing holes. Oh, Lakia just sprayed for against Monyet. There's the recon dart. Surely the alarm bells are ringing that something's up. So yeah, great, like defaulting, just sitting back.
A signer for Lakia to, you know, it's kind of obvious. I'm just gonna pop shots. What am I gonna lose?
Silent jump down.
He gains the 1 kill for almost everything here. There is no money for Paper X right now.
Push him close. Are they gonna check for the one? They are. Mindfreak has picked up a gun now. Oh, was he the one that had a gun? Alright, nice from Munchkin. Last one alive. Probably going to assume it's the B player because it's the Viper.
He's got a Vandal, but he's so far from the situation on A.
If a big company does a tag off like game, well, that's what Marathon's meant to be, right? Because it's funny because Riot are making, supposedly, like this is not, I've not been told anything, just to be clear. Like, but the rumor is that the MMO that Riot's working on is a MMO shooter like Destiny. So I found it funny that Riot is making a Destiny-like game, and Bungie is making a ability-based tactical shooter, which I don't think is Marathon. I think it's something else. So Bungie's making a Valorant, and Riot's making a Bungie. It's the rumor. Riot's making a Destiny. Bungie is making a Valorant. Yeah.
He just has the weapon in the corners, and that spike is just
What's Bungie making? Supposedly they're making like an ability shooter. What's it called? I mean, it's like it's not got a name. It's in its like research and development stage, if anything. But I also don't know if that's been mixed up with Marathon. It's more just general rumors of what people are working on. Nothing to go off. Didn't know there were rumors of a Riot Lotus shoe. I wish it was real. Well, that's why, like, Ghostcrawler was on it, and then Ghostcrawler's now off of it doing another MMO with another studio. Ghostcrawler, by the way, was like one of the head honchos for World of Warcraft back in the day. Then he went over to Riot to work on an MMO for them, and now he's on another studio.
In the first half, they managed to tie things up, but even towards the end, just not quite able to defend against this.
I always appreciate how active you are and how you always answer. Yeah, well, I mean, I imagine it's nice for people like Sliggy to have, like, how many views does he have now, actually? On a game like this, could be like 6, 7k, 5k, that's pretty good. Jing is 10k viewers. It's actually a lot quieter. Like, the first day of Pacific was mental with viewership. Today's pretty good. Curry's streaming, he's got 7k viewers, that's cool. Crazy Raccoons, Zelsis is watching, Shanks is watching.
To win this breeze if they wanted to get a win, no matter if it's a 2-0
Oh,
or
Sideshow's on too.
This was the best shot. They had some tape on how P4X likes to play this.
So with all of those people, I appreciate that you guys have decided to hang out with me. Means a lot. I GG Map 1, I'm thinking about taking PaperX to come back. What do you guys think? I think that's more likely, especially with Lotus next. PaperX is pick. And then Split is the third map, which Genji picked against RQ, which they didn't look too good on. So, you know, think it's a tricky place to come back from. Also, sorry, YouTube people, I haven't really paid too much.
Performances that we've seen, our first outlaw ace globally in VCT. He picks that one up. It's just
how many kills does Texture have? I guess we're about to see in like a second. I think this is the key part for me. Like, Genji's anti-ecos were not only not broken, but they were also fairly clean. He had almost 30. I think he was on 20... He got 2 kills at the end, right? Oh no, that was like round 12. That was to go on to 12. But yeah, he's on like 28. But I don't know if he got any kills in the last round. I wasn't paying too much attention. Which is bad, but if we're doing 3 best of 3s, we have to shoot ourselves in. Yeah, it's just stayed on 28. Let's see what else, like what other information we can get. Rib.gg, because I think Rib's stats on the API are the best. 4 and 2, Lucky 4 and 5, Munchkin 0 and 3. Monya, tough like VCT debut for this team. Almost had a sick clutch, but outside of that, fairly quiet. Lucky had a rough time too. Texture only losing to Divine Jules. Him versus Forsaken was pretty one-sided and Mind Freak.
I don't know about that.
It could be. Hey, this is something that we're going to see develop all throughout Pacific, right?
I
But
was just talking about the score.
Devi actually went pretty good against like everybody.
I absolutely
your
love
finesse.
how close this map was, you know? It
Yeah.
came down to the micro.
He's the only one that had like a
Swung just a second earlier
plus
on
differential
one
in
second.
duels.
Somebody's angle was just a little bit wider, right?
Even for like
Honestly,
Gen G
the rest
players,
of the rest
Devi was the only one that was
Paper Rex
consistently
too.
winning
I mean,
fights.
we got all the highlights that we're used to getting from Paper Rex.
Gen G's
It's
looked pretty
just that
good.
Gen
I didn't
G
think they
had
would win
one
either. That's why I
that's
took them to win the
crazy.
first map.
If Paper Rex had looked
Worth a
just
shot.
lost
Oh,
like this,
right,
we
like-
would've chalked it up to, okay, they're still experimenting. This is classic Paper Rex kind of going back and forth onto things. But they had the same shots. They had some good
Did they
trades. It
have
seemed like
the
movement
team
around the
heat
map, the
maps?
speed
Yeah,
was all
yeah.
there, but
Yeah, we saw this
Gen G
before.
seemed
Sniper
just
kills,
one
like
step
Texture was
ahead
just
in most of
farming.
these rounds.
Something like got a couple
I
when he
thought
picked up
maybe
the
we
up
would
towards
see,
the end,
a
but
bit more
that's
of what we
about
had
it.
on that Breeze. I thought that maybe they were going to iterate on the composition that we saw from them
If we do it on
versus
attack,
but a change up, not going for the double duelist, going for the triple
like taking this
duel,
base
I
was
mean,
good. Like a lot of the fights that they won, yeah,
Paper Rex were
towards
good. I don't
like
think
Archers was
triple duel
solid.
is what necessarily caused
Like
them
good
to
aim
be
main control. Didn't play mid too much.
outdone, and also not necessarily checking angles that you very commonly should be. They were getting caught off guard.
But this was definitely like something that both teams I don't think utilized an awful lot. Especially with the harbor, like just trying to take this with this wall. I'm surprised that Genji didn't do that more. And then Genji on their defense, with A main control, poor at holding mid, like good at holding sight.
It was a little shaky when they had to go for these executes.
Yeah, like
It's just
Paper
a look
Rex
at
not really having much
It's
control
also
of it
the fact
here
that,
is
they didn't have
sort of a
Sentinel.
tell.
They had that, they didn't have that much information to work with. Whereas Genji on the other side, you did have Meteor with these amazing plays, and suddenly, he had all the information to feed to his team and everything. So
This
Paper
does
Rex
it
here,
all
perhaps
first
they
kills,
were still
no?
experimental. Perhaps they
I guess you
were
have to do it like
surprised
each
a little
time.
bit here, but given the reaction that we saw from Alex on stage a while ago, maybe not.
I guess it's. I know you could do it on heat
Honestly,
map.
if this was any other team, I think it could be very
Because you could just do
different,
first
right? I think this
kills
is where we
and
say credit to
then
Gen
attacking
G.
side.
Again,
But who's
yeah,
attacking
Paper Rex,
side?
they're
Both of
not gonna
them?
look to its maximum potential, but they were still fragging out. I mean, they were still clutching up. They had some great rounds. They had some good execution.
I imagine it's attacking. Like this could be better, I think.
Still finding good value. I mean,
The fact that you
we
could
saw
like
that
change
one
the gauge
round
of when they
Team
are
where
though is
somebody just pushes
great.
all the way out, finds even the spike and gets out. Things like that. Those are the styles of Paper Rex, but Gen G was ready.
I guess you could
for it.
just
That's
remove
what
all like
impresses me is
this.
that, sure, you
So
have
Gen
more
G on their
variance, but
attack,
when you
mostly
pair
towards
them
A main,
individually
towards
and
halls, also
versus
all
the
map.
team to say, I'm also ready
Mid.
for this style of
Paper Rex
WPT,
pushing here was
that's
pretty
a very
rough.
good sign.
Yeah, an incredibly good
And
one
then
from Gen G.
first
if that kind of
kills on
continues,
defense.
and maybe they can just take
Just
this
a
one
lot of
step
A
and
main
take it to the
fights.
playoffs very swiftly. I mean, with Lotus on the horizon, you do kind of lean.
They're on
you
their
go
attacking
for
side. They didn't
more
really fight for
trade
mid.
given their proficiency for that map in
Just
the
a couple
past.
A main, but not as many.
Also have to remember,
They
we
lost
have
like all of these
going
early
for
fights in
those
mid.
crazy blast pack setups. How much did he teach to whoever the
A
hell
lot of
was
like
gonna be
fights
playing
today
this
main
spot
won when they're playing a
with
bit further back, but
Yeah,
it's kind of it.
and also looking at the stats as well, of course, comparing some.
Yeah, they only actually won
The
3
other
fights
funny
in
thing
mid.
is
How
a
many
lot of
did they
Korean fans are always very
lose?
upset about something 'cause he always performs
Um,
even better last year when he was facing
not
against
that
Korean
many.
teams, right? He's
Like
just
a lot of
top
deaths
ranking,
indoors,
highlight reel
a
after
lot of
highlight
deaths
reel.
in
And
holes.
Texture's here to say, no, the buck stops here. We're back. The Korean duelists are here to stay.
A lot of the
And
fights
right
that
now,
Genji
he's
actually won
absolutely
were like on
performing
site.
above everybody else.
Very true. I mean, on the topic of Korean duelists, Governor.
And then
played
for
the
Paper X on their
Koreans,
defense, they're fighting a little bit more in the
fully
choke.
assimilated.
Yeah,
All right,
you
that's
can't
interesting.
make us out that he's from North America.
You can't deny what's in your blood.
Yeah, that movement, those headshots. That's
Why was
exactly
Texture on
what I
KG the entirety of last season? I said the same thing, Aaron. Like I was like,
Paper Rex, we did say that, like,
it makes Gen G look crazy.
But we do have to commend players like
Also, it's the two
But it's
old
just
like global
we
esports
just saw, right? When
players,
they're pushing out of that pit, it's
Monia
the
versus
team to get away
Texture,
with against other teams that weren't
and
ready
it's
for that
Texture that has the
but once
better
this
like
team is able to aim and get ready for it, that's pretty
intro.
haphazard. You're just hoping that you're going to get the first kill.
Yeah, and it just continued to happen.
Right, I'm gonna run ads because we're about to go into the next map, so I'll just quickly go to the toilet.
In your brain, you're saying they're
So
gonna get this
BRB, and then we got map 2.
Paper Rex have gotten away with this so many times in the past. It doesn't happen, but then they just continue to try it, and it just was not working out. But now we do have the agent comps ready to go here for Lotus.
That's right. We are stepping into our second map,
Spot
and it's
yet?
going to be Lotus, and this is going to be Paper Rex's pick. So I wonder if
Never mind,
we
we're
are
right
gonna
into
step
this one.
more
I thought we'd have a
forward
bit more
here,
of a
Will,
break.
especially since Gen G earlier, Breeze was their pick. So
Yeah.
Paper Rex, what do they have planned here for
I mean,
Gen
the
G?
composition hasn't changed, right? It's Monyet just picking up the raise, and we saw this during the offseason. It wasn't the same pace.
I got India
yesterday,
India
but
bias,
the
but I
fact
can
that
speak with all
Mini
honesty.
Sky were there, so I
G
don't
doesn't know
believe
what they're
that Paper
doing.
Rex is gonna come
I
back.
like
But
trust the
Breeze pushing the
staff. I trust Spin and I keep wanting to say Bambino, but it's big time.
part of the map.
Yeah, well, we're gonna find out indeed if Gen G can manage to do their homework exactly against Paper X, even on their map pick. So let's toss it on over to our cast.
They like firepower.
That's the sound of something being tossed and us catching it.
Okay, that's right.
Maybe. I don't know. I have to see more of them. Well, yesterday they looked way too, like, nervous and disjointed. Right, double duelists, something in Monya. This is what they played at the AVL, right? And then Gen G just running the old comp with the fade.
But apart from that, who is going to be the one supplementing Jing? Of course,
I like Gen G comp. I mean, it is the usual comp, right?
Feels like something might be back in his element now that he has.
A lot of teams have moved away from the Viper to do like double initiated, double duelist stuff. Paper X did this before the Sky nerfs, though.
He was just following some set guidelines. It wasn't the same.
I definitely prefer Gen G's comp more than Paper X's.
When he is on that more explosive duelist. In any case, I thought Gen G was going to commit on that C site, but no, just a bit of noise here and there. Maybe hoping to coax a bit of rotation from Paper
Although the
X,
one way and
which
just
has worked.
putting pressure here from Gen G is pulled over 4 players. You got the camera on B main, which I think is just on top of the roof, more for like post plant. And actually, they just go and fight this, so they lose Karen, they lose their smokes. Gen G forced to like open the door to see if they can try and clear this, but they opt not to. Yeah, the camera's still there. Bootbot's good. Good fight from Monya. Really good fights actually from Paper X.
This B site, there is no solid ground here. It is all quicksand. You gotta move.
And a fantastic flash from Devi. Even the dog too, just buying so much time, and then Forsaken just go for the fight.
Alright, excuse me. Actually, it wasn't Gen G playing Lotus. I think it was T1. But the composition, the ideas are rather similar, except for a few agents. And that
Easy mistake to make. I mean, especially with like the first day with T1 and
it's a little bit
Gen G all sort of blurs into one because it was so long.
Ah, there you go. And I do like how. Sorry, I was just getting caught by the replay real quick. I do like how Paper X realizes well that if you're gonna push on the B site as their opponents, right? Gen G, you do not want to let go control of C long on mount because doorway control.
Did Gen G win
so
both the
strong, especially
pistols?
now in Lotus, that the door opens very quickly and closes very slowly. So them realizing that.
No, they won the first one and then they lost the second.
To keep Gen G pinched into
1-1.
the B side, which allows them to.
So now Paper X have 2.
Again, that's something that Paper X uses very well in the.
Did I win the CT side one? Yes, he did.
Mindfreak just making a bit of noise. But look at how Gen G is playing defensively. I mean, that's one thing that a lot of teams have adapted to against Paper X, expecting or
Paper X push C, they opened the door. Gen G wisely waited. Need to put my chair up because I'm leaning back.
Now they walk on up to B.
They got the haunt, which I think goes on top of this. Yeah.
There's the haunt activator already.
So they have to clear it. And it actually works out great.
There's too many numbers
Gen G
here.
played up so well. And this is Paper X losing the round after their pistol win. Like they did on Lotus. Freeze.
All down to him. Thankfully not the rest of Paper X. They've done somewhat their jobs.
GG, it's done.
Lowered the meters, the life of all the
I mean, that's just a Fnatic play right there. I imagine Anders has fallen asleep, which is fair enough. But like the haunt on here is just so good. I mean, literally, if you play Fade on this map, you need 2 haunt lineups at the start. Well, maybe 3. One on top of this. One on top of here, I think it is. There is one on top of here. Like, one of these 4 is enough. I preferably like this one. Because people to break it, they need to be on the sight line, and then you got the Viper Wall anyway. And then for C, it's just on top of that. Like on top of the elephant, because it gets information on the player here, if there's a player mound. You can't break it if you're in here, because it's on top of the roof. And then obviously, you can just do a C's nade here too. Why is my Cypher in a 1-and-done position on second round? Yeah, especially against the Nico. It could actually be an anti-strat, to be honest.
going on to a different
Because
point here.
Paper X are playing the same comp that they did at
Lotus,
AVL.
they love to break that, mid lane
So maybe Gen G sort of knew that there might be like players doing that. Because they seem very prepared, very patient. Like holding this, wait for the door to open.
Gen G is doing the exact same thing, and it seems, at least for now, in these couple of rounds, it hasn't really paid dividends.
That's nice though. Like I like the jet pushing with the Cypher camera.
Thankfully enough,
Could have worked with a camera maybe. There might have been a camera that might have been like here. Like you could do one there, do one there. My guess would be is that it was broken.
Peter's not even going for the headshot there. And that's just unfortunate. Again, I mean, half armor.
Monyet's got a rifle. I'm saving it, I imagine. Because, like, I mean, Gen G are going to go hunting. They're one away from having the showstopper, so Texture very much is going to want to, like, get this kill if they can. But, like, getting fairly close to a Viper's Pit, considering it's round 3. Nightfall isn't too far away. The only one that's staying is Karen, because just to make sure that there's no ninja defuse, and also they're on a Bulldog, and also no point for them trying to farm an ult orb. They're going to clear him. So Texture now is his ultimate. And that's major. Actually, that final kill then is major. Stop him saving a gun. Monyet also has a showstopper too, actually. But he's on half armor.
Or yeah, is just enough to check out all the flags also.
Precisely.
Yes. Yes to your hub.
Also just Meteor being Meteor. I mean, he was that guy who always spot marshals in round 2 last year when he was the primary duelist for Gen G. Now onto the Sentinel. I was saying huh because I saw a double Odin.
I thought you were going to point out double showstopper available for both the duelists. Very
Crazy fight. Paranoia's come in. There's no dash. This Viper wall is just... That's why it's so good. That's why playing Viper on this map is still so good. Like, it's so good at just stopping the, like, aggression. Showstopper on both sides. 3v3. There's an Odin for the sky, like, which is so scary in this spot, to be honest, with all of the smokes. And they're going to reset and go over towards C. There's a camera here, but that's all that they have. The only trip that they have is on B. Shift to Meteor to Sentinel is such a masterclass move. I don't know if he was on Crazy Raccoon with that. Actually, was Meteor on DFM last year? I can't remember. My knowledge of, like, Japanese teams... I don't know what team Meteor was on last year.
Surprised that he caught it.
Not Meteor, not Japanese, sorry. Because Meteor was on... He was on a Japanese team, right?
There's the NT, not nice try, but the neural theft activated. Meteor still holding on, man. He is a
really well played. Just has it too. Hasn't had that much time to work with, but he does have it. So not a fantastic bonus for Gen G, right? 1 versus 1. 1 versus 1, and the money is kind of rough. Sorry, the casters are like distracting me. Quack is like...
We don't want to overdo it. We don't want to overstimulate our...
He's like me, he's getting distracted. Neural theft is actually major from Forsaken to get that information too. Me, I was on Gen G last year, but I mean like in the past. Also, hey, Havoc.
You've got this Odin, but Forsaken getting the heads-up duel, and just Meteor holding the angle.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that you're not the Havoc that was playing on... fuck, who was it? Furia, MIBR?
Now,
whichever one played NRG the other day.
Seems like we're back, you know, down to even. Door's been opened up, but no one wants to charge in on tree. I guess
No exception, that was it.
They know that Odin is available already for
I couldn't remember which one it was. But I remember it was the team that played like one of the first like Japanese like LANs. It had like so many like 30,000 people I think in the stadium or something stupid. Because Darion was on the team as well, right?
Let the rest of his team come in, or use it as bait. Force the rotation away.
Was I killed her there? I don't know. I wasn't watching.
that's the
Oh, they're
best
going
thing
for like a
has
B
going
split
for
now.
them
They've
right
broken the
now.
door. You got
Options
the
they have
Jet
been
right
clear
behind them
for
too.
still, but now committing over to B side, paint shells in, it buys Paper X a little bit of time.
And it's
for
the Judge,
something
and that's the
to come out with
spike.
the Judge.
He knows someone's right behind him, but since they haven't picked up that spike, he can just be as patient as possible. Hold for the rest.
Nade is great here. The rest of the team, like Paper X, giving that respect and making sure that they don't get caught out is major. There's 8 seconds now. Odin peak. They do get something. The texture's low. Nanoswarm is actually so big to stop Manfred from pushing this. And again, the fact it's more based on like the choke and not on the spike could have just meant nice little double peak. Great round from Genji.
That is such a difficult shot to land. I mean, the only time I've ever seen anyone pull off something like that was like maybe Sentinels a few years ago, but still.
Wow,
We had a fairly early timeout for Paper X on Breeze. They were 4-1 down. This is a little bit closer, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see like an Alex timeout soon.
You know, I think something kind of jumped around and fired off his Judge, thinking that maybe he would be able to buy the attention of
Maybe if they, well, they're on an econ now.
They stayed hard up on stairs, B stairs, up against you know, some of these players from Paper X like Mind Freak, and making sure that they wouldn't.
But also at the same time, I don't think the Paper X playing it badly. I think it's more Genji being very well prepared. Great trade. Massive actually for the gun. Oh, and the Blade Storm 2 behind. I don't think you can plant there. Karen. This could be very winnable for Paper X now. I don't think they realized that everybody was pushing behind them, but like maybe like going more towards CT is the play. But also like CT plants might not be as good now that you don't have it closer to that choke. Oh, he missed his knives. Never mind, clean. This is the Korean Super Team DRX is supposed to be. That's the scary thing. Genji versus Paper, Genji versus DRX actually would be a sick game. Could be a qualifying game at this rate. Like even here, I'm saying that okay, this could actually be like a rough round for Genji on an Antico, and they're still like only lose 2 players. There's the timeout.
Something's not going right for Paper X right now. Alex calls in the timeout.
There's a bit of a breather again here. Usually when that happens,
It's a good timeout. You could have maybe done it the round before because you're on an eco. Now if you're Genji, like Alex is going over like some of the things that he spotted that they want to make adjustments to, like where they might be going wrong. For Genji, you're literally just looking at this next round. Like what ultimates do they have? Where have they been playing? How have they been defaulting? Like the coach isn't talking because the players are talking about what they're going to do this round. Like, oh, they're 1 away from having this ultimate or that ultimate. They've been playing here, so let's maybe like go and fight for mid a bit more. Like fight for V, fight for C, like retake, etc.
Especially against the Genji that's feeling this confident. They're like, all right, you want to chase us? Come at us.
That's why you have so many teams do the like, timeout in an eco. Because like Genji are looking at it, they are from the shadows, they're not really that close to any ultimates. Something might get the operator, where does the operator typically play? It might play C, let's go A, right? Stuff like that might be what Genji have cooked up.
There you go. I changed my words already. Anyways, Monyet still hasn't really shown what he's got.
Just got here after watching map 1. Do you think Paper X is making more mistakes or is Genji going nuts? Column A, column B. I think Genji is playing fantastically well. I think Paper X ran a difficult comp. It wasn't their map pick, so maybe they just weren't that well versed in playing Breeze and went for something a little bit more crazy. But also, yeah, Paper X looked a little bit rusty, I'd say. Anything you did before an important cast to help you calm down? Not really, I just tried to prep. I know like Ender and stuff like read. I might listen to music, but for me, I just kind of just crack on, do as much work and prep as I can do. Much gets one before being traded. Meteor's playing this late. I think he can be a bit more passive there, but Omen ultimate to go backside, it's cancelled. It's just good at getting information because you know that the Raze is like CT. The Texture doesn't have a nade anymore. Now he has a nade. So the nade on the plant here is fantastic. Somehow, something wins that fight. Texture's hopped down. Ooh, did he get half? He did. Very close. I mean, Texture made that a lot closer than it might have even should have been. Maybe Lakia should win that fight against Something. But it is Something who is playing pretty well. Both duelists are doing good.
That's always fun to watch. But it all starts with Monyen. I think he was trying to create a little bit more space.
But like, Munchkin gets caught out because of the smoke dropping. And then Meteor like wide peeks to take a duel and just runs into too much. Even Devi was sort of expecting that he'd be around on that side. Devi is so good in clutches. Like, he reads them fantastically well. GG still have money. Have to Weeko, I think, if they lose this next round. And then Something having the operator over towards C. How does he do that shot in mid-air shooting? That is crazy. You guys are just too good at that kind of thing. But yeah, you got the operator on C. It feels like that's the call. Like, Paper X, like, do we get the operator online? Just try to fix some of these, like, rotation issues. Don't be caught in too deep. Because there's so much pressure going on there.
Yeah, Forsaken too. At least getting the frag onto Meteor, but now the hit comes through.
Devi holding the backside, anchoring it for the moment. Waiting again for Monyet to double up with him and try to
you can take my umbrella if you want. It should be just on the side. Like by the box on the like door.
He opens the door quickly, backs up. Something.
Devi is probably the most consistent player since 2022. Yeah, he's not the flashiest, but he is the guy that does all of the dirty work, I think, for this team.
Yeah, this is what we want to see from Paper X. This is the Paper X we need. The tempo at which they're going, not just, you know, going for those early aggressive kills, trying to find frags or chasing down Meteor. In fact, what they do is to kind of hold back. You've got Mind Freak, set up that one way. You know, you got hold your space. Make
the glue guy, yeah.
And they got Devi just kind of getting information off of stairs, jump peeking a little bit. Once they confirm that the hit's coming through, they have an idea of where Meteor could lurk in from.
I think it's one of those ones that I was never that keen on Devi.
Does a little bit more.
Speaking of,
like when it was rumored that when Paper X picked up Something during lock-in, I thought that they'd drop Devi and keep Benkai, but I think they made the right choice. Go on.
how they push up into a site is pretty huge. I will say though,
like Devi is heavily like underrated. Might even be like one of the most underrated players in the world, just because of how good Paper X is and how he doesn't really get his flowers. But I think especially last year, like with everything going on for like Paper X, playing with CGRS for stuff like Tokyo, like Devi's look good. Alexa, stop. It's because it's 7:30, so she gives the weather update. Luckily, I don't think that the lady on the desk is set for my address, so I'm not going to dox myself.
Look at this though, Genji can actually go for that link, and if something is too
oh, the peak. Like the double peak was fantastic too. Meteor going wide and then one going close. Shoots right between. Alright, Monyet as well. Been good, really good. Him with Forsaken. Alright, this is more like it. Like even though Genji is sort of finding those early kills, Paper X are still like biting back. And again, it's pretty much since the Paper X timeout that they've been looking a lot more in control. Like, I'll have to message Alex after this and ask what he said, because it has made such a difference.
You were absolutely right with the setup that Something had. I mean, I would have thought at least he would be able to secure at least one op kill, right? But the rest of the team reacting that quickly, Monyet knowing to go for the showstopper that soon, that was what Paper X needed, and that's why you got to have this setup from Paper X. That's why they're not pushing out all that much. It might not be, you know, full-blown W gaming, but this is also what Victoria was talking about before. That lateral
Timeout for Genji, which I think is a good one too.
that same Paper X, you've got Monjet now.
Whilst that's going on,
More control. Of course, though,
tell them to stop trolling, and that's what they did.
And if I can just add,
I want to see if any of the like the augment games have updated.
Because, you know, Southeast Asia and everything. Monjet's been there for a good chunk of time before.
Yeah, it's just all of the Pacific games are breaking.
Characteristics, I think,
All of the America games are fine.
They can adapt in these very tight-knit, very crunched-up situations, and you see that be translated.
I mean, these ones haven't been added in yet. Wait, was it just a one game yesterday with Genji and crew?
Adjust, but because he's been in that situation for
If I knew it was just one game, I probably would have just watched it.
See that translate into Pacific League 2024 with Paper
Must have been. All right.
Quicker.
That's right.
I mean, look at this, 9 kills for the man.
Back when he was an Onyx, you know, Abe had
Ah.
he was doing things such as neon plays.
I think I went for G2, so I didn't even check if I was right or not.
I believe he's like 10 years younger than me, too.
Good flash, but it only gets one. There's like 3 players there. I think Something's operator's been punished a little bit more.
Genji, on the other hand, it's more of a half-ish, force-ish, half by.
He asked them to stop making texture look like Jing. It's like, come on, guys, it's texture for Christ's sake.
Get a feel for how Paper X is defending this time, but Something's not gonna make it that easy.
Oh, that's
Don't make me think that we picked up the wrong global esport player here, Monjet. Monjet's like, I'm sorry.
He's gonna back away, retreat. Danger, alert.
In my head, I always imagine that Alex is just an awfully mean coach.
As that door keeps
Thoughts on the
closing,
Ascent come by Loud? Loud could do what they want, I think, compositionally.
how many players are still holding?
Phoenix is definitely massively impactful on Ascent.
Something.
That mixed in with the Viper stuff that they were doing before,
Teammates, if he wants to, there it is.
it's a little bit
Meteor opens up the
of an overcook, I think. Did he not pick up the rifle on the ground?
I mean, it's
They're
so
going for this.
interesting and off-putting how Genji
Oh,
is approaching
Caradoli has the
What's that
stinger and he's trying to
behind?
plant.
You just had this squad of stingers, but guess what? Here comes Forsaken, and the spike plant goes down.
Oh my god, like, Lakia is so far away. What is he doing?
Might not be the Guardians.
Nice shots from Meteor. Thanks for the help, Lakia.
4 kills for Meteor.
Did you watch the DRX DFM game? I did.
Guardian, man.
Great debut from Flashback and VCT.
Is tapping heads left and
The rest of the team, like, I don't... First map, it was looking iffy from DRX. It just didn't look amazing on Lotus. Second map was, like, a lot better. But DFM looked good. That's the crazy thing. Like, easily, they looked better than they did last year. But it looks like a team that isn't going to be bottom in the league this year, for sure.
Wasn't quite able to deal with him, and that's something that I definitely did not expect.
Lucky on the post-plant alert because, yeah, they seemed a lot. But I also think Paper X pushing the Killjoy ultimate is great. Because it wasn't well placed, and just Genji didn't expect that Paper X would be that crazy. But you made that mistake, it's Paper X. Of course they're that crazy. Genji have done nothing towards C, it feels like this map. Outside of the, like, eco round that they won. But I think that that is, like, the win condition, right? If you're Viper and they don't, keep going A. Like, this pressure towards A is too good. That could have been done a little bit better, now that you lose the wall. And you only have, like a Luckier Horn, Prowler, Seas. I heard the Sky Flash and I thought it was on the other side. That's a poor peek from Devi. But it's good that something gets a trade. Great kill from Karen. I mean, it's something. He's going to overpeak. I think that that's his only real play. Forsaken has been doing great to play this up. And such an important trade, actually, for Mindfreak there, too. Because Karen, I think in that clutch, could probably win it.
Holding off one more round, and as this announcer mentioned, we are here for the last round of the first half.
The fact that Forsaken is 11 and 8, despite the fact that most of his utility is on, like, B and C, when Genji is sort of just going A over and over again, says everything. Like, he's just rotating and, like, saving fights.
That's another thing. Forsaken playing this role.
Oh, the trade actually from Karen is unbelievable.
Going into him,
Could have been a lot more.
often see him popping off that way.
Yeah, I think Divide peeking here because his Sky Flash didn't get anything was rough. Paranoia goes into Secret, which is open, and Divide's been spotted. Forsaken is just great.
Munchkin, he's got himself a judge. I mean, long range, he got the Sheriff. If he can close the distance,
I mean, I don't think he's got this one.
Maybe there's a world where he can use that Viper Pit. But look at how many players of Paper X are just holding that angle right up in his face.
Yeah, look at the cones of vision on the minimap too.
Yeah. But they're getting closer. Hold on. Wait. Oh my god. Oh, the heart attack, man. Just think about it. But
3 players. All right.
Yeah.
Something wide swing. Okay, we got
Pretty good half for Paper X.
7-5 is not too bad for Paper X. Obviously,
I mean, 7-5 is great considering the fact that Genji picked to attack first. 5 attacking rounds isn't bad. I don't think the map is as attack-sided as it used to be. But now you're playing on defense on Lotus, which is kind of hard against double duelist.
absolutely. And again, you do see that.
I think so much of it is dependent on where Munchkin puts his wall. Single control against double duelist.
Lotus that's making any plays because it's the whole
Well, it's double control, right? For Genji, they have Omen Viper. So it's double controller against double duelist. They have an Omen? Genji do, yeah. They have Karen.
This one, I will say, Meteor was someone who kept showing up. He was the
I didn't notice one Omen smoke. Wait. No, no, it was Omen. I thought it was Astra for a second, but that was on Breeze. It's a good point, actually. I didn't see many like paranoias or much utility from Karen. Also, is it Karen or Charon?
Absolutely right. I will agree with that. And boy, oh boy, he's 13-9-3 here.
Lucky is 1-9. Wow, like the Lakia haters are living good. Karen would be wild. I mean, it's more like, can I just call it Karen? Because I'm Northern, so... Like, even British, I think, has that sort of problem with enunciation. Like, my last name is Horton. Horton. But I say Horton. Horton.
Because the thing about Lotus, at least in the pro scene that we've seen...
Right, I said, like, a lot of impact goes onto this wall. It allows everybody to scale up and push. You don't have a flash. It's not needed. And Texture is just deleting people. Whatever aim training Texture has been doing over the last, like, couple of months, I need to know.
He's alone. He's got dark cover to work for days,
but the 2-2 on pistols... Unless Mind Freak does something wild, which I don't know if it's likely. Meteor seems to know where he is too.
Meteor hears him. I wonder if there's a world where Meteor tries to stab Mind Freak here if he over pushes or doesn't even check the corner. But no. Play it safe.
Current teams no.
7-6.
No knife.
Wishful thinking, man. Wishful thinking.
But I mean, it's just how they play. You know, very controlled. They know
I think for ecos, Genji have 2 in the series, and Paper X have none.
This is definitely something that we want to go for, right? This
That wall was sick. I mean, it's the common wall. That's why it's so good, right? Like, it wasn't like if they had done a wall like this or a wall like this, Paper X's alarm bells would be ringing more.
Not to mention Lakia and Texture pushing in together, just throws Paper X off so much.
So that's why Paper X, like, they just see this wall go up and they're like, whatever, that's what happens. So 4 people pushing off the back of it is a nice pistol for Genji to have.
No, it's the danger for Rumble for you if you're trying to push that. Speaking of pushing though, is the C.
Intuition coming in, 2 players are gonna peek it. Great. Like the jump peek.
Yo, but they still got the shot, man.
I mean, Genji haven't lost an eco yet. 4 versus 2. 4 versus 3 versus 2. 3 versus 1.
3 versus 1. Makes it a quick 2-3-1. Okay.
Not bad first shot.
Spike.
There's another one. Oh, and he's dashed out.
But wait, does that angle actually
Ooh.
work for him? It's very risk, so he has to try to do something here. Oh my god.
Oh, he's gonna jump on the box. like the idea. If he had done that earlier, I think he might have got it. But lucky being able to get half and then take that duel was like the difference. That first shot though, that flick. I've missed watching something play.
Really close. I mean, at least had the right idea. The tailwind.
I didn't realize that was going on at the same time. Like that lurk kill is important one. Yeah, if something had did that earlier instead of trying to go for the jump classic shots. But I don't think he knew where the plant was, so that was him. Like his brain working in real time. Bonus: 3 Guardians, a Phantom, everybody in half armor. There is an outlaw for something, but it's on attack.
It's tagged up. Correct me if I'm wrong. We casted Lakia last year, right, on Ascension Pacific. Yeah.
So this does mean that like everybody needs to go careful. Like on A, they've just given up so much stuff passively. Right by the door here, I think it's a. If they try and go C, the turret will go off, the paranoia will come out. The fact that Karen hasn't, like, moved, he's just got the paranoia in hand. He's also on a ghost, so if he does die from B main, it's not like a gun upgrade. And he has 2 players somewhat supporting him. Even Prowler to check for the mid lurk. I think Secret is open.
Especially with the rest of Paper X holding.
Might not be. Might be a late rotation. I mean, this is why this gun was added into the game.
They don't really need to stay inside of the site. They can be proactive as much as they would want to.
Karen is the best like anti-ult player I've seen. Like this guy just knows the wall bangs. Such a good call to contact up A. Yeah, I mean, like, there is no way in hell that Gen G repeat this when they're all on half armor against an outlaw.
Just Karen still.
And you know, it's that nerd talk about line of sight. You get closer into a corner. You can see your opponent faster than they do. We're not going to get deep into that.
I think this whole idea, though, that they had with Karen with the flash off the turret, I think doing something like that, but for A, is probably better gain, like when you're on bonus.
Thank you, Asarai. Yeah. But yeah, still, a round picked up by Paper.
But I don't think that was necessarily a strat for Gen G that was like specifically just for bonus. It could be like an eco strategy. It could even be like a full buy, just default setup play.
So now buying back up, I mean, we saw how Gen G, you know, this round really just kind of playing it.
But this is one for like Gen G to like when they rewatch it going, yeah, us doing this play up against a potential outlaw runs this risk. Because there's no one to pick up that combo on C or connector.
I mean, did we come into this day thinking that it would...
I just wonder what it would be. I imagine it be an eco or something where you'd have like a stack of maybe like 2 players in C. Because Karen being by the door and paranoiaing out, I think Karen needs to be on a lower buy there. Like he needs to be on a sheriff just in case there's that late B lurk. And I also don't really like this call out for Gen G.
But I mean, still just thinking about it, right? We haven't seen too much.
Because we haven't, yeah, exactly. Like Quack has just said, like we haven't seen enough. I think this is way too early to make a call. Even if it's stuff that you're doing wrong. I don't like this timeout because it also gives Paper X the chance to focus on this upcoming round, which would break Gen G's economy. They have Bladestorm, they have Showstopper. They see that like textures won't orb away, so it might be like, okay, we're gonna fight for C because we want to make sure that they can't get the orb here. Then you've got the Cypher over here, like the Cypher lurk up. It's basically just watch the orbs and stop Texture getting his ultimate. That's what Paper X have called this round.
Which is why Paper X is trying to get a read for that off of Gen G's timeout. We've seen their A, we've seen a bit of their C. Haven't seen all too much.
They're still going for like the door play.
Newly formed Paper X with Monyet.
I'm just going fast C.
Kind of bypassed.
They open the door, Devi gets 1. Lucky actually gets 2. You do lose Texture's ultimate though, but Lucky now is a Nightfall. And the spike was actually left out in the open. Patient stuff here. This is good from Karen. Late rotation from Meteor. And the flank. It's definitely something that Gen G are worried about, but I don't think Forsaken is like lurked or flanked or anything. And in a player deficit, having everybody together, I think, is the right idea.
First on the pedestal. He's getting very close. I don't know who's gonna get this one.
Oh, it missed him. Oh no, it did catch him right on the corner. It looked like it was going to miss him. Forces out the showstopper from Monya, and now something has a gun upgrade after the judge. He still has the Blade Storm in hand. Yeah, Quack had the same as me. I don't think it's Quack, actually, it's the other caster. Like, he looked at the UI and saw that it was Lakia, but it was just lagging out. Yeah, I think that comes down to that Genji timeout. Something also does fantastic. Like, the judge gets a rifle, gets so much done from that point. And also, Monya isn't too, like... He doesn't really get much done with the ultimate, but he's still patient. You'll see some race players, like, miss with the ultimate, and then try to compensate for, like, whiffing the ult by overextending. The anti-ecos have not been clean from Paper X. Opening the door's good, stops Meteor from getting too silly. They're just going to clear a lot of these angles out. Karen gets a second, and the showstopper's now used, and it's dodged! That is wild from Mind Freak. But they're still going to lose! What is that? 450s now? These anti-ecos from Paper X are just not good enough.
I mean, all that utility, all those shots starting things off. We had the Sheriff.
Korea doesn't have many experience initiating mains, and I think Genji specifically wanted a Korean-speaking roster. You mean with like Lakia? I mean, I think for when it comes to experienced initiated players, yeah, I think like Lakia is a good pickup.
You know that Genji is on an eco, and you're like, I can take them. You start to walk out, and it just.
But I also think like if I'm Genji and I'm not too sold on the Lakia pick. There's a certain guy called Yeoman, who is an IGL and an initiated player, that is currently LFT. I mean, Yeoman would be a good fit for this team. Lucky is IGLing as well for this team too, right? PRX went anti-eco challenge. It's wild, Obsidian. Like, it's Paper X losing gun duels against Sheriffs. Like, is hell frozen over? They could have picked up Crystal. Munchkin is IGL, I think. Oh, I guess that's true. Isn't Crystal the Russian player, though? Or is that's another Crystal with a 1 in his name?
Getting to buy up onto the next now. You've got a Odin back on Forsaken. Something on that op again.
So it's a different one. That's not confusing at all. Especially two players called Crystal with a K. Alright, something attack op in.
Actually gave away the position there of something as well as Mind Freak. Nade did stop.
Russian player from Scars. Oh, so what? So yeah, it was the Crystal that went to LGD.
Not really the biggest,
but he just like we just said about like speaking a Korean speaking roster.
Spot, but look at the positioning that they have. Texture still up around. He could go up the ropes if he needed. And then you've got Munchkin just ready to welcome them with open arms on the other side.
Seekers is coming in. Texture is still just on site. Breaks it. Two people fighting here. I mean, the way that Genji took that fight wasn't great, but I think that was just the high tempo that Paper X were doing. Which might have been the call too from Alex. Is just disrespect this wall. We're two duelists. Like just go in. Yeah, but also like Yeoman's got a good amount of LAN experience now from all of the events happening in China. Could have picked Zest instead of Lakia. True.
A little bit expensive, man. Yeah, dying.
Sister RB.
When you got like, opening the door, hello, say hello, my little friend, and Forsaken's on the other side. But
sorry, I just wanted to say that's why a lot of teams on Lotus have now just been picking up the Odin.
Like I didn't really rate Yeoman's IGL in too much for Rare Atom, but Oh, the paranoia just missed. That's why, like, Monya got such a good timing there.
And it is such a huge, look at this. It's such a huge power.
No wonder the, like, fight looked awkward for Gen G to be taken there, because it looked kind of done. A bit both timeouts are used, though, for, like, all sides. The Odin spray and then just baiting for the operator. He gets Karen. Even if it didn't, they know that he's in Trey, right? Device used both his flashes just with this early fight. Meteor is one away from having a lockdown. Like, that's the only thing that... Ooh, he has his lockdown. It's tricky, yeah, just because of where the operator is. And I think it is planted for, like, open. Like, there's nobody stairs. Turret to drop. Haunt is good. You know that the operator's in tree. Oh, Forsaken saved his life there so badly.
Something now gets Meteor 2 versus 1. That box not really giving too many angles for him to have safety on. And if he gets
nice round from Paper X. I'll take JDT will go to Madrid. I don't think that's that hot of a hot take.
Making use of the Killjoy lockdown. Gen G got a bit of space, but the setup from Paper X was still just
like, I think that the addition of J. Kuro is a net buff, but I think it's going to be iffy to begin with. Because the team went from calling in English to now calling in Chinese. And so... like, I think Stu was telling me he speaks some Chinese, but like a 7th grader. And also, like, Val Analysis, the coach is Korean, so I think they have a translator too. Which just makes the whole process a little bit more complicated. So trip to just stop anybody like pushing out and flanking behind them.
See what happens. Wall has been called in a little bit closer into the
They put another trip here, now they're just fighting for this. It's again kind of like an antique of a Paper X here.
Very close into the opposition right now, but
they might be able to win this one though.
Oh my god. Again, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee for something.
A Meteor in a 1 versus 3 with a Marshall. Yeah, I don't think that that's necessarily a hot take.
Now they know. Meteor's position exposed. He's only got a Marshall in his hand here.
Oh, it wasn't split. It's the 3rd map. It's Sunset.
Truly is danger time for him. If he loses this, Paper X will be on map point. Wow. Okay. Okay. Meteor. Woo.
That's the same Meteor.
Some of the Marshall kills that we've seen in this map alone.
But still, I mean, when you think about it, Paper X definitely had this round in the books. Very close to it though. 2 kills with that Marshall. I mean, Gen G's whole game plan was to really try to find a way, pull off something unorthodox, right? Make use of that toxic screen to surprise that 3 players on the other side of it. That's it though.
Can't wait for something on Gecko on Sunset.
Game plans,
That's a sentence. I know that's what they had before, but yeah. I completely forgot about it until you mentioned it. The Gecko operator, the GOP. The Gecko. What's better, the GOP or the Gecko?
Great impact actions here from Gen G as something's been taken away from the board. Again, Gen G still threatening a lot of that control.
The GOP or the Goop, yeah.
This means that it's only down to really Monya to entry into the site.
Mio is sort of stuck. Nice kill onto Monya. He was vulnerable though. Killjoy's dream, it's chaotic, but this is what you live for. Just being on the C site. Ultimate's thrown at you. 5v3. Great adjustment for... Nobody's going to expect Meteor to be on this close corner, but they are about to skydog it. They do break it. The camera's broken too, so yeah, Meteor's like, alright, they know I'm here, I'm leaving. They seize it, they force out a bit more. Oh, sorry, Lakia seizes it just in case anybody walked in. Now they're walking in. Which gives it a good spot. There's one right underneath Lakia on the right-hand side. The Haunt is great on top of that box. Alright, clean. I mean, if you're going to have a flawless, this is a good round to have it on. I'm not trying to, like, term a phrase like I think Hypocapansi did with the Shiko. But I like the bonus up. I like the bop.
Rubble control. Paper X couldn't push up because of all the delay tactics that we saw from Gen G, and then Seaside, it was the same thing, but then Meteor was the one holding.
Yeah, it's all these tiny, slight bits of utility. You know, Meteor has the Nanostorm. It kind of slows down the rest of the team. They can't quite
Gen G
follow
fight
up
for this.
with
I think a lot of these fights have been going Paper X's way.
And keep in mind,
But now
Paper X
Texture has an operator, that's like a
out at this
difference.
point.
And it is a low buy actually for Paper
Veto,
X.
It's a bit of a half buy, but it's starting to bite them in the back.
Karen gets 2. They tried to like push him. I think he was on this box. Yeah.
There's the quick flash from Divide. Okay, hold on. Divide gets 2.
All right.
All right, I'll
This is now my initial reaction. I feel like my face is gonna freeze this way with just my eyes wide open with some of these plays. Oh my god, I have missed VCT for some of the rounds here.
I mean, that's another thing with the Paper X structure. You know, all of them are giving ideas as to how they want to approach the map or figure out ways to deal with Gen G.
Money's still good for Gingy. Everybody's on full armor. There's an operator still for Texture. Average reaction to a PRX run, yeah, just... I guess I was more surprised that a lot of those kind of reactions were against Paper X. They're on half armor, so this should be 11.
Fall back on for the moment too. This camera,
Texture and an off.
yeah, there you go. Does give away the position too of his opponent right in front of him. It's only Forsaken really just holding A main. He wants to be able
Prowler
to
to check mid.
anchor this by himself. From the looks of things, that will allow Paper Rex to.
This is the only like tricky thing when you're running like the Cypher.
So far back
I think if you're running no Viper, I think Cypher is better than Killjoy.
at all in this map.
But like this now gets really tricky, especially when you've got like Devi. He still has both his flashes, but there's no Skydog.
Being spent up around this one spot. And then, of course, you still got Munchkin available with that toxic screen.
So they're ready to go.
A is a very difficult spot
Karen's
to
going
hit
to
right
get
now.
out.
Trying to
Secret
make
is
something
broken,
off
so he
of,
can
the
manage to
Lotus
escape, and this
versus
is a great position for the op to be on.
Okay, they open the doorway into
Oh, and the
Trade.
wall dropping at a
Texture,
good time. I don't know if that was...
Smoke is going
That
to
might be
the
200
camera.
IQ from
Paper Rex
Munchkin.
are pushing blind into the site. They gotta just go for that big contact. Something finding
Because I don't know if he dropped the wall himself or he ran out of fumes. This is still like... Might be a loss. Oh, something got very lucky to not get killed there.
Gets hang by the rope side.
Such an important fight to take and win. And like something even jump peaks to see where Meteor is.
Like 2 versus 1 for Meteor, but Meteor has truly been a miracle worker at this point. They're back
Wow.
in the corner and something finds it with the 4K.
I thought Genji had that round there for a second.
I mean, in that last round,
I don't know if it would have resulted in the map win, but that round in particular would have been
the rage that something had seething
potentially
behind him.
major.
Having had enough from those previous rounds, he pushes.
But alright,
them off one by one.
we got to a map 3, we got to Sunset.
A brilliant idea, you know,
This does remind me
off
that
of
there
Karen,
is
Texture,
something I want to cook
Karen
up.
playing a bit of a distraction to try to step away. Texture holding the off angle with the operator. But
Is this
it
going
leaves them
to
with not
give it
much of an escape
away?
route.
It might
And
do.
something is able to take them down that way.
And now we're just going to pass it on to our panel to discuss things a whole lot better.
Oh no, it doesn't actually. No, this might. No, it doesn't. Nice.
1-1, and it seems like,
This is
Paper
in the
Rex
wrong
here, they are being
folder, so that's
challenged by
fine.
Genji. We did see in the coach's interview that Genji did prepare specifically for Paper Rex, and it looks like they are showing they did their research very well.
No, they very much did, but this was a much better effort from the side of Paper Rex. I mean, you can see 14 first kills there for the side of Gen G, only able to get those 10-round wins.
Wow,
Another 13,
that's
10,
yeah, that's
9,
telling.
Now we go to map number 3. So we're gonna
Two
get a
50s this one.
nice little
Wait, it said 0 50s, I think,
sunset,
on
see
the
how
last
they
map, which
prepare
wasn't
for that
true.
map, and whether or not they're actually gonna be able to close this
'Cause there was at least
This one's
one.
still similar to, you know, it's one of those series that one of these maps that just doesn't
Good
really
post
tell the whole
plants.
picture by looking at the score lines here, 'cause it was so
And then
much
good
closer.
retakes.
13
One was a
already
pistol.
went to a close match.
Yeah,
And like, I think this was a close clutch. This was a close one. Yeah, this was like Devi. One of these two was like Devi on the A site. 1v2. The Russian Overlord has shown up. Yeah, you got to capitalize this a little bit more. Even like the last round, they got the first kill onto Forsaken.
That's a weakness that absolutely needs to be shored up. I'm sure Alex has written.
But I think there's a really like nice idea for a play there with the Viper wall, because the Viper wall goes right onto the doorway to stop people from going in onto the A site. Like, imagine this is the door. So as soon as you hear that the switch has been activated and it started to open, you have a couple of people run in, then you drop the wall, and then the player on secret has a good sightline on to the people running in. And either with an operator or an Odin being able to like spray that, I think it's hard to know when it happens because there's no UI to show you that the Viper's turned off a wall as opposed to it running out. Outside of being on her POV. Monya got killed too. Yeah, early, yeah. But I think the first kill was Forsaken, right? And then they got second. And then just something saved the day. On this graphic too long.
This could have been a lot faster. This could have been a lot easier for them. But we saw so many times where they were like, there's hesitation.
Is this gonna break? That's the only problem with like running back is the last couple of days it's been a little bit sluggish.
Yeah,
Like,
it's not. And I think that this is still the hive mind assimilating for them. Right now, we're not seeing that just consistent ebb and flow between all 5 players in the lobby at the moment. And we knew that this was going to take some time to develop. Obviously, when you have a core that sticks together for a very long time, if you change one of those pieces, it's going to take a while for that.
Whoever's uploading these VODs from Pacific is killing it. Not in a good way. I mean, he's like actually killing the pages. So there's nothing that we can actually see or learn from this, which is annoying. Yep, there's the internal server error. What is a 500 internal server? What's that mean?
Towards the end there, Texture as well putting up significant numbers. That continues here with this trend from
What I'm trying to work out is that on my side or is that on their side?
I really don't know what to expect because I need to see what Gen G is going to be bringing to the table on that map, and I need to see if Paper X has been able to improve what we saw from them.
Considering it's not loading for me on another page, probably on another browser, it's probably the site. Right, so this is what I wanted to check. Meteor did well. Like Meteor and Texture have been crazy good. Like the way that they're getting the most out of these two players. Like Texture's addition and how these two are playing. Caron has been a great pickup. Munchkin has his moments. Been a bit better, I think, than on Breeze. And then Lakia is just... If you're IGLing... Well, if you're not IGLing, there's no excuse. Like, this is just not good enough. If he's IGLing, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Yeah. Anyway, one thing that I wanted to show before I go for like a quick toilet break and run ads. Is this going to work? I don't think so. So for Sunset, we do have it to be... Is this going to work actually? I don't know if it's going to work. No, because it's in editor mode. So we got this. There we go. So we don't actually have any stats of like what Paper X are running on Sunset. But for Gen G, they're running the Cypher Viper. It puts a lot of pressure onto Lakia being that solo Sky, but I don't think that mattered too much. And yeah, just some of the rounds I think that they had overall. Yep. Running back is broken. What's the point? And then for Gen G, what they were running on Sunset, I need to find a way to like attach it to names this and go from there. But it was Texture with a 350 ACS on the raise. New data updates or something? Yeah, but I mean, if the website breaks when new data is added, when people are going to check it out, that's kind of ass, isn't it? But yeah, so like these were the stats from the last time that Gen G played. So like Texture did really well, 7-2. Lakia actually did quite a lot. Karen was quiet, and I think seeing Karen do well in this map, I think is really important for Gen G's chances. But there wasn't too much that went wrong. A lot of like retakes, a lot of diffuses. So I don't know what side teams are starting on. I thought that might give it away, but I can't remember what it was. But it was Gen G that got to pick the side.
Something very different compared to running something behind the scenes.
So now, obviously, we go to Sunset, and that's the big question: is that when they played at AVL,
So that's a good one.
coming in to play
Is Rib updated now? I mean, it was fine when the first map came in, but it did this last time. Like yesterday, it was the same. I went on Rib for the first map, tried to load for the second, and it was just timing out. So yeah, interesting one. I'm gonna go to the toilet. I'm gonna run some ads so people don't get them in the middle of the game. And yeah, thanks for tuning in. This is a fantastic Fed map to finish on, so let's finish strong. Yeah, that's a bad optimization. I mean, it's rough around the edges, I guess. Yeah, bait.
continue onward with that one going in towards sunset. My biggest question is there, as you just mentioned, the Gecko. Is that still going to be something that is played here for the side of Paper Rex, or have they decided, okay, you know what, we showed this during the tournament, this is what they'll likely expect us to run, let's go, you know, double duelist, something like that, we'll have something just continue on the jet, or do they even have something else up their sleeves?
Yeah, and that's what's scary with Paper Rex, because again, we're dealing with a team that is very, very flexible, right? And what they showed during the off-season tournaments may not be exactly what they have planned specifically for Gen G. And as for Gen G, I do believe that there's no information on their sunset just yet, which could be a very, very good thing for them, especially since, as we saw in the coach's interview, like these two have been studying each other for quite a long while. And I do think that, you know, for Gen G, they're riding on a lot of momentum right now. Yes, they did lose that previous map, but it didn't feel like, you know, that it was a very close scoreline. It's been 13-10 for both maps so far.
Yes, so I think the biggest thing for Gen G is obviously, it's not necessarily that you're getting like run over through firepower.
Yeah.
They've been having a lot of pride about, we know that we're very strong mechanically, we know we can fight back individually. Okay, they've proven that time and time again so far in both matches, and especially if you are keeping up with Paper Rex here in Pacific in that regard, that is very good news. Now, when it comes to Sunset, sure, there's not much to go off of, but they did show what they've prepared coming into Kickoff now, and I can't imagine that it's going to change too drastically. So the question is at Gen G, do they have some more in the bank, or is Paper Rex just going to be able to read right through it?
Yeah, and looking at these map highlights that we have, right? You know, you see these rounds come down to very individual performances here, and you know, I do have to single out Caron, who was just so amazing. And Achilles, we were pointing out how, like, you know, this kid, he's definitely making his mark. He's so consistent as well.
Yeah, he really is, and it's been so very impressive because, again, you know, a little bit of a slow start in the RQ series, but then just ramps up. This time he started at an 11 when he came into today, and that was a big reason why they were able to take away Breeze, and that continued going in towards Lotus as well. His timings and just decision-making as well as his aim have all been very much on point here, and having a solid controller, I mean, we know how important that is. It's one of the most important roles that you could have, you know, a star player in for any team. That's why Mako is so reveled and has been for many, many years. So I think that this is such a bright start there for Caron, but we'll see if that's going to be maintained as we go into Sunset.
Yes, and speaking of that Sunset,
Done that well.
Caron, when they played it against RQ in that map 3, that's
Well, company playing JG on the same as last time. Something is still on the Gecko. They've got the Vi on the Sage. No Duelist. Double Initiator, Viper, Sage, Omen. They're on defense first. I wonder if this is that kind of like adjustment. But Gen G chose to attack. Hey, Martin. So Gen G did get to choose to side last time. They chose attack.
But I actually kind of like this, especially because
I wonder if that's a fit, like, obviously there's not too much data on Sunset. I'll have to double check a lot of the tournaments so far with Sunset, but what is the most common, like, the people choose to attack or defend?
Between Paper Rex and Gen G. Quack and Asarai, over to you guys.
Thanks for that, our amazing desk. And
All right.
yeah, I was actually
Hype. Gen G look crazy good in comparison to last year. Paper X are doing some crazy shit as per usual. Didn't they play with Jing though when they played Sunset at AVL? I'm pretty sure they did. So yeah, this is crazy. Gen G and think of Genji, yeah. Generation Gaming. There's one of the Sky Flashes out for Gen G, so that's not good. Did Gen G have a new coach? Good question. Yes. Yeah, because it used to be Alma Puddy, and Alma went to Fnatic. I can't remember who's the coach of Gen G now. Good question, though. I actually don't know. I should know. Alright, Gen G is sort of trying to push in through, like, headshot. And yeah, they awkward fights. All of the players are low, and the flank isn't being expected. Now they know he's there. Really good fight. I mean, Monya knows he's low, so he just right-clicks it. So that's 3 pistols to 2. But the 2 pistols that Paper X have won so far, they've lost against the Eco straight afterwards. So this has to be a little bit cleaner. And also, Gen G picked this side. They picked to attack first.
blocks off market, and now it allows for the rest of them just to...
Let me answer your question though about the coach for Genji.
We can just hold our ground and start picking them off bit by bit. Mind Freak with that ghost shot, picking up the double kill, and that's the Paper X that we see.
At least for these next
Oh yeah,
rounds,
Solo is the
before
coach.
Genji gets
How
those
did I forget
rifles,
that?
The Sage Wall is going to be somewhat
Yeah, so
hard to break
he's a new
down,
coach. He was
so
on
there
New
should
Turn
be a
before.
lot more safer position for Paper X to drop it in. Don't worry about
Oh no,
that.
that's as a player. He was on New
For
Turn,
a good chunk of
but he was
the
on D+
round
as a
and be
coach.
safe. Anyways, Forsaken, Outlaw,
If Mindfreak could play Viper on Sunset, why not Breeze?
success. Actually, very successful.
Because,
3 kills
well,
for the price of 2 bullets. Very, very good start here for Forsaken.
That's, what, 300% success?
I don't know actually.
That's terrible math.
I was gonna say because of Monyet, but Monyet was on Omen too.
You know, we're supposed to be good at math.
All right, they win in Antico. They only lose 1, so
Because we have phones
That-
that have calculators, and you can check it.
I can definitely feel like Paper X win the bonus here, and this could definitely start to just roll into a very one-sided map for Paper X.
Forsaken getting a lot of those frags, and it's immediately putting a door stopper to anything that Genji throws at them. Not to mention Mind Freak on
Marshall's
the
doing
alert,
what though?
Also towards the last kill on towards Karen. They kind of knew that this would be where Genji was approaching from, and it's just a good check from Forsaken nonetheless. So interestingly enough, we're swapping around roles so much from the Cypher.
Or you could draw money that's to suddenly flex this over for a single map. I mean, it's Paper X. If you think about it too much, you're gonna give yourself a headache.
Yeah. A lot of the elevation, man. I told
But
you.
bonus on the defense, 2 players within alley. The Munchkid has to go really careful here. I'm quite surprised that they've gone for a default like this, knowing that they're up against low buys. So the Omen's baiting for something a little bit here.
Which, as you can see, forces Genji to
I keep wanting to say Mind Freak on the Omen, but it's not, so I have to stop myself. I'll just say the Omen.
You know, pushing up into these certain
Monyet something over towards here.
Meteor.
Forsaken does a flash in mid, on top of the Sage Wall as well.
They don't want to lose their
They're pinging it.
all that quick, right? They don't want to give the bonus over to Paper X, and so just trying to be very careful off of it, cut noise, and then the execution through.
Tries to get a peek.
After getting this
Good
first
utility.
frag,
Not
plus
gonna actually go over here.
They have more options, not to mention
The KO knife misses. I don't know if that was a response that they backed up to avoid the KO knife preemptively,
Market, though? That's still open, isn't it?
or whether they were gonna cut noise, rotate back. They saw the KO knife, they saw that the KO knife missed, and then went, actually, let's just go B at this point.
Maybe waiting for
Forsaken misses the flash. Great reaction from Forsaken, because I think he actually does hit Texture as well. Like, legs him.
Outlaw, absolutely terrifying. Texture's already here in the front lines, and the damage, the aim, the lethality, absolutely.
Forsaken with this Outlaw is stupid. This is, no, this is a silly round from Forsaken. This is too much for me. The Gecko flash doesn't get anything either. The Wingman's gonna chase him down and pushes him straight into it, and he still misses. Okay. That went from being an insane round to being utter pants.
you could definitely see a slight bit of
Like, that was just spaghetti in the server.
towards the end of that round. Forsaken starts things off in
How did Karen win this? This was great. This was sick. And if Forsaken gets more, Karen doesn't actually get stunned there. And then something's just peeking out
and then executing in
with the classic.
just at the end of it. Although Forsaken picks
But
up
what
the
gun
frag,
did he have
like you mentioned,
before?
swapping
Because
weapons,
I didn't see him, like,
something I think wanted to take
spraying or
the
anything.
rifle and just, you know, wasn't quite
Like,
there
him
to
having to go into the classic in that situation is just odd.
So Karen just pops
Alright, it
off,
makes for it
now back
instantly.
Paper X
Karen is
one
TP'd
left.
into their spawn.
Again, that's
It is going to
talking
get
about
cleared, though.
now.
Look at this.
Karen,
The timing couldn't be worse.
Genji, already showing why.
Oh, and just as he takes a fight with a Viper, that's when something strikes.
This time, though, it will get
He picked up the Outlaw with no bullets in it. Oh no, that's like the worst situation.
Getting it spotted, so he will get some damage in, but Meteor somehow
I mean, the
manages to
spike
get
still
that
wasn't
back
planted, right? So there's like time.
Will not have the North up for the moment at least. Does he activate it? Paranoia, huge. Is he really gonna thrash for the overkill? I love this! And Lakia, welcome!
100% worth it, every time.
Okay, I was
Alright, good
about to
bounce back from
open it,
Paper X.
you know,
I mean, to be fair, like, they lose that round, which is super close, and it was a bonus for them.
even though it is Paper X.
So the fact that there's an instant response forces Genji back onto the eco, like, this is like fine for them still.
Whoa, LA, thank you.
Did Karen do that TP against RRQ? I can't remember.
You know, just securing the round.
It felt very much like Paper X were expecting it, so I'm going to assume that they did.
But it's mainly, you know, playing off of that Dizzy. They managed to pick up those kills as Genji tried to make a play through mid. So Paper Rex definitely adapting around it, getting a lot of good information because of their utility.
And again, you know, just to get in a different point, it felt...
You think Genji has potential to be number 2 in APAC? Also, yeah, he did once, I think. Yeah, definitely. I think second place behind Paper X is massivly open.
Deal with the headshot. It's all body shots for him.
DRX, T1. But talent is free with how they played yesterday. I mean, they could definitely scare DRX tomorrow. Mind Freak flashed almost. Takes a good amount of damage here. Antigos have been a little bit more clean for Bayprex, which is good. Bleed, Hopium. Well, they might be out after this next game. It could be an actual, like, Papaganus game coming up. Both of the MEA coaches, well, I just realized. We're ruining Pacific. Who is Bleed playing to play Global Esports? And it's the game after this one.
Okay, I was waiting for, like, something else for him to say, and he just said, guys...
Timeout, again, like, not a fan of Solo's timeouts here.
Change of graphic means that we are calling the timeout possibly from Genji. I don't think Paper X will, you know, with how much aggression and success they've had in these rounds, be the one. And I guess you're absolutely right, right? Outlaw, it's getting so much...
Is it Solo?
As of the moment. And
I don't know if that
it seems like
is Solo.
Can't really find that answer against it because they've just been slow creeping up into positions where...
To be fair, I don't know what Solo looks like, but I don't think Solo's that old. Might be like me, just looks older than he looks, but... There's no picture of Solo on Wikipedia either, on BLR.
Or something to reset the fight and put themselves in a position where they're more ready to go for the second encounter.
That's actually such, like,
but HSK is
because the initiators kind of double
a sub, and it says staff, so I don't know.
Ability.
It is Solo, okay. Solo's been a coach for like a year, and he's like age 10.
Really, you know,
HSK is assistant coach. Doesn't even say that on VLR. VLR's like slacking.
On the attack, we'll have to wait to see.
Might as well pack it up in tier 1 and join DSG again. All good, I guess. No, what is it that... Unlucky, really.
Showstopper, man.
Very much committed a lot of utility just to get into A main. They haven't even pushed...
If Genji played bad with Coach on Mapudi, do you think that will affect Fnatic's performance?
I'm scared about this.
Truly, but look at how many players...
Typical Ryan answer, but yes and no. I think my headset might have died.
He tucks himself in the corner. They might not be able to
No, it just like bugged out for a second. Wow, they just pushed up. Munchkin is here. Something forces a fight. The TikTok wall. But he's separated from the rest of his team. Alright, he saves it. 33 HP. Again, kind of a weird round. I thought the Vi was on the other side of the wall, potentially. What was I saying? With Elmer Putty, no, I don't think it would affect performance because I think Elmer Putty's dealing with language barriers a lot, whereas now he's on an English-speaking team as an English speaker. Yes, because I just don't think that Elmer Putty's really that tested for a team like Fnatic.
All right, same play here for Texture. No contact just yet, though. No, they're really pressing up into this. They're not slowing down compared to last round here, Quack. So
at least he has like tier 1 experience.
They want to get a quick start onto this post plant from the looks of things. They want to position for that for the good.
But I'm not necessarily too convinced with Elmer Putties as a coach.
For when Paper X tries to come into the site.
Yeah, right. Same thing coming through. They know that Paper X is...
But you have Mini there too, but that makes the dynamic even more weird. Anyhow, something as the operator. There's 2 players towards like upper. Lakia just awkwardly trying to take a fight. The wingman's about to clear into Ali as well, so it gets the stun. Really good utility. Good adjustment. There's no time.
And Texture's just so far.
There's no time for
He's just way far from stopping someone
like
from the
texture to do anything else.
Unbelievable.
The GOP is out, yeah.
I mean, maybe it was Genji overextending a little bit outside of the smoke. They wanted just to check for information, but
They didn't look the best. They almost lost to Cena, which is crazy. Yeah, I mean, they did practice. That was very early days.
Everyone else just coming in just as quick, and
Like, that was a very underprepared event for Fnatic.
the movement that they got, I mean, Monyet,
Whereas Cloud9 had been playing like a lot of off-season events at that point.
There's also that point where Lakia wanted to push out of his
Genji almost lost to a tier 2 Indian team called Tree Rippers. That's true, and look at them now.
How many players of Paper X deal with as he was holding that specific angle on A?
so
Like, I
opposite
don't
round now,
think you could look at... I didn't bother looking at, like, AVL for Paper X.
play things slow and careful.
Like, I just
They
didn't
don't
even
want
expect them to be picking up the
extra
same
targets.
agents.
So you want to make the most of what you have. Back towards A. And you can see
And this is a qualifying game too, actually, I forget. Like, this is like to get out of Group C in first seed. So whoever wins this, if they win the next series, they're at Madrid.
So you have an idea of what's about to happen. That is
It still
why
feels that we're in like the
well
start of the
as
tournament, but
back-
like we're
back on A side.
through the first round.
Full commit to, like,
It's an elimination game after this one, and then another qualifying game after that.
Slower from device is gonna stop them dead in their
Off-season
tracks.
isn't worth mentioning. For the most part, I'd agree.
Here for Genji, if they're not careful, thankfully enough, because of the smoke that they've had, it allows them to get access to the site. But
Well, this is a lot more like clinical from Paper X. Like, Ecos are not doing any damage for Genji now. This could be a very one-sided half. Genji have already taken a timeout, right? Paper X don't need to.
You're absolutely right. As
Very comfy. Very comfy.
for Genji, you know, they see that they don't really have any
Could change in a second, but I don't believe it would do.
this,
You know?
setup. First of all, Monyet in an elevated position, and then, like you mentioned, right, Divine, he could have thrown out the slow orbs, but he was also just in position to gun down anyone that tries to step through.
I also want to take this opportunity to say the Sunset's been a fantastic map to add to the game. It's probably the best map that they've added in since launch.
Genji needs a catalyst.
speaking of Genji, they're still going for it.
Because the variation on this map is crazy.
Doing the same thing over and over again.
Granted, I do think it is going to like homogenize into one or two comps. People are still experimenting.
You're absolutely right.
But the meta on Sunset right now is so much fun to watch. Fracture's better. Fracture's contentious though. I really like Fracture, but I know a lot of people that hate it.
Meteor is lurking. Maybe that's the difference.
It does buy a little bit of
But is it better than Icebox, Breeze, Fracture, Pearl, and Lotus? Yes.
Retake from Link.
Absolutely.
Thrash activated for the second time. Divine cuts
I do think Sunset will become still very quick. It depends on like what the meta lands on. I think Lotus is stale for me because the meta is effectively the same. Now it's a little bit different. It's more fun to watch. Lucky is like 18 bullets still, but he still hasn't planted. Oh, the late lurk. Meteor's, I think, managed to sneak past. The operator was watching CT. And Lucky is still just holding on for dear life. Because he's just holding on for this late lurk. But now these guys are backed off. Like, they're clearing CT. Like, they're worried about CT as a thing, but there's nobody here. Oh, he's gone safe. And you've lost the plant in, like, an open spot. Close. There's still another player alive. Yeah, mid-round there for Genji looked awkward. Especially when you have such a pivotal lurk. But I also think that that's Paper X dealing with this nicely. Yeah, the operator watching across. I don't know if the operator spotted them. But just how they all like gave up that space because they're unsure and like how they're playing from here.
However, Texture was just held on the other side. And if you look at the layout of the map, there's so much more space around alley, around elbow, and that's what Genji did. But yeah, as soon as
Another like half
things started to
buy
go
at most.
they had the pressure of the time against them.
And playing on the side itself.
Okay, knife for A main a little bit later. That's gonna get info on free.
Line of sight on any
Doesn't get the Viper though, so the wall stays up.
That's just very bad boo-boos here for Genji. Boo-boos. Now they're mixing up. For how many rounds was it? Like 4 or 5 rounds straight? They just.
I wonder why Genji are not breaking this
Now they're
wall.
gonna try to go hold their way onto B.
Look at the setup on B.
This is something with an op too. Oh wow, they might actually get collide here. If they're not careful. Into the corner.
Oh, and it
It's
just
also
pates
going
away from Mind Freak. The Dizzy as well off the back.
Come into the trap
And they seen the spike, maybe?
Come into the spider's web, as they said. They're gonna have to try to pick up this spike.
Great peek from something as well with the up.
Something's just denying it.
This is more like the paper X that you want to see. Like just how they play off of each other. Like, operator shot allows Mindfreak to peek. Mindfreak gets a kill. Dizzy comes in.
It is still just the first half, right? I still want to see how this composition works on the attacking side. But that said, I mean, this is such an incredible performance. You're talking
Yeah, the
about
defensive side for Gen G at least was good, but I think I'm just worried at the fact that Gen G wanted to play attack, and this is the half that they wanted to play.
Possibly have studied how PaperX played this before.
Bit of match trust, maybe. Yeah, it's really good server time.
Very different. They're not pushing out all that much.
I think server time for teams is a hard thing to like get right, because you just go into the server and just fuck about with stuff. Most teams would just be like, what's the point? But I think like PaperX is the team that probably gets the most out of server time. Like I genuinely, because all of the players are just nerds at the agents that they like to play. You just know that they all want to go into the server and be like, hey, I have an idea of a play. Can we try this? So they come up with some nice set plays that aren't really like part of maybe like Alex's macro like game plan. And yeah, it kind of makes it a little bit more fluid, I suppose. Because as PaperX, I feel like they're the kind of team that could just make up a play on the fly if they need to. They have the best drilled executes. Yeah, and they can come up with executes on the fly that probably look just as drilled because of the what they do. I don't know what it is, but what PaperX do is like server time and like in practice. Alex has to like hold on to that information, sell it for $1 million or something. Oh my god, Monya, like a great peek from Monya. Again, it's just how PaperX play off of each other. Like how everything that everybody's doing on PaperX here. Devi tries to go for a fight, has to back out. Monya peeks to protect him.
The whole game plan has just been thrown in for a loop. How do you recover?
It's like PaperX play this like game of hot potato. That when there's so much heat on one player, the rest of the team comes in to like support them, and then the heat might be on them, and then another player comes to support them.
Look at the sight lines that PaperX has covered. Something in case someone pushes out mid, you're gonna get fragged. If you go through market, maybe, but it's a full 5-on-3 retake. Uh-oh.
If that was a bait to get out the Razor, I don't think that was like a set plan necessarily. But that's what I mean, because the way that PaperX practice and communicate, and how confident they are in taking duels. Because if Monya peaks and he gets killed by the showstopper or he gets traded, Devi has just put down the slow, so he gives him something to play off. Like watch, slow up comes in, and Monya's just waiting on the box.
Just so interesting how this composition's actually so good against Gen G right now. Apart from that,
also, I think the other thing about server time is just like the angles that PaperX play on.
I mean, that wall,
like Mindfreak knowing what angles he has access to here, and like Devi knowing that if he peeks this a bit more, he doesn't have that support from Mon yet.
Dive right in with that rocket, but not now. Back off to this though. Last round of the first half, let's just rush into B. Why not?
Imagine if you actually didn't pick up the rifle there. That would have been
Thrash
very, very bad.
To get Seekers. Oh, and the Seekers does actually connect with the snake bite as well.
We'll call this the PaperX grinder.
Or the Mosh Flash. I mean, that's messy. Ooh, that was close. But there was still one other player alive with Mon yet. I said that this was looking like it could be a one-sided half. And I said that from like the pistol. Just how like PaperX looked the most comfortable. It's I think one thing from like my brief experience with coaching is like the psychology of the third map is just wild. Like if you go to that third map against, like especially if you win the first map as the underdog, you lose the second one in fairly like close fashion. I think it is so easy to just get blown out on the third map.
We've got enough love for every single one of these players
I think every time that we went to a third map with odd one out, we've lost it. And it's just purely psychology. Because there's only so much that you could do to plan for it. And either you win the first map, you lose the second, so you're a little bit unsure. You go into a map that you didn't really want to pick, but you didn't really want to ban, maybe. But also, if you lose the first map, you win the second, but then just have like a rough start to the third. Again, it's like can fall apart. I wonder if RRQ, with the amount that they've seen from Gen G like on these maps, because Gen G have shown their Lotus and their Breeze. So I wonder if RRQ, like, in this rematch, if Gen G end up losing, which is likely at this point, if they're going to be prepared for that.
Absolutely.
And that's why there's a little bit more pressure.
There's one team with a dexterity in depth and one team without it. Yeah, experience. In this case, it's like, if Paper X are playing the same comp with Divine instead of Jing, they might have been cooking up this comp for a while. We just didn't see it at AVL because they wanted to play with Jing instead of Devi. Which might have been a 200 IQ play for Paper X, right? Like, you're playing an off-season event. You get to show off part of your comp.
He's giving his life for Paper X at this point. There's the wall. Cross it up.
Sage wall like with Sky. Yeah, actually, Gen G putting the tripwire in CT is interesting. They were like, I guess they maybe watched the Paper X pistol from the AVL. Thought that there was going to be some mid play.
Crazy. Dizzy out as well.
Oh, okay, they're going to keep fighting this one. But look at how cleanly Paper X are just breaking them down. This wall is separating fights from Gen G. They can't even create these crossfires anymore. And now here's the number game. But Gen G strikes back, leaving Mind Freak by himself.
He's got one. This is still doable for Mind Freak. Not quite. Important pistol for Gen G to win. If there's going to be like a thrifty, I think it's going away at Paper X this time now.
Paper X pushed in and they counter, they strike back.
This might be a dated reference, but that's a no for me, dog. Dude, I mean,
great retake though from the cast, yeah.
You got Gecko, you got Wingman, little homie, getting the plant in for you. Nobody was there to really.
I'm not a fan of this wall.
Blocking off market that way, but
I don't like it on split either. Any wall that like bottlenecks you in like that, not a fan of. I understand why, but I would prefer like if you could do an execute like with a full buy, granted, like wall-less or even wall-less, or even like wall-less. Like don't bottleneck yourself in on the site.
We're talking about how it's not yet over just yet. Okay, Monyet finds it. Quick trivia, by the way. If you're gonna be a Cypher, playing outside of B, you want the tripwire on the floor because it's harder for the opponents to break it. But obviously they can jump over it. But just a quick FYI. Anyways, going back into this for Paper X.
Yeah, you can't do that with the B trip.
Munchkin hasn't even cleared this out just yet, and he is full blinded. Can he even find something with the judge now that Dizzy?
Like this B trip is so strong because you have to peek into it to break it, and especially when Paper X don't have a Sova.
Does force back everything, and then you can see Paper X trying to find a different angle at this point, coming up the top mid, but
3 versus 2. Forsaken as a judge, and both the players are in mid.
So there's
the focus with like mid, it makes me feel like Gen G have like anti-stratted Paper X a little bit here. Granted, I watched Paper X on this map, but I can't remember anything that they did. But it seems that like Gen G's like major focus is this.
They still know that any player of Paper X
not having the means to break it seems like a massive hole in the game plan though, similar to Crew. You could sort of do what Monyet does, but that has to be like part of your default.
They can always just do that.
Like every single round, the player needs to walk up to break it. Like there's a shock dart that you could do from here that like goes all the way up, bounces again, and then like lands here. You could do one from here as Silver as well. It's just no charge, double bounce, and it bounces off here and bounces again. You can aftershock it, obviously it's breach.
That could be a problem as Paper X seeks that match point round. So of course it's a little bit important for them to really
It's such a good trip.
Either
And like the psychology of like, for example, here, Genji are on a bonus. They have one trip. They put it across. They can obviously still make sure that the choke's okay, but they have read this really nicely. The Thrash doesn't get the trip. I'm pointing at the screen with my fucking... But there's no, like, you can't get a kill from market. That's the one good thing about this Sage, actually. Like, with these, like, kill trips on site, this Sage wall stops anybody from market being able to spray across. Or, like, in headshot.
Still, though, that fight across the pillars. As soon as Device stays back, can he get his ace?
Yeah, nice from Devi. 2 aces a series.
He was the sword, he was the shield, he was the healer.
Yeah, now that I'm thinking about that more, this wall might not be that bad. Because of, like, kill trips like that. You get caught, no, there's no player on market that can hit you. There's no player, like, in headshot that can hit you. Or up on this. Like, Meteor wanted to do something off the back of his trip activating. So he has to peek into that little gap where Devi was there. Hey, Geekess.
Put up, Meteor can't really do anything against it. He might have that tiny gap, and even if a trip does go off, it just gets blocked.
Yeah, I think like the Sage wall, just to help with those B execute, seems to be major.
Get that punish, right? Wanya is so far in front of this. That pop flash is
Great flash from Lakia.
blow up in his face. Lakia does get the
Got the
trade.
Cypher stuff over towards A. The camera right high up here.
Quickly into A main. Devi, because of that ace, also now has.
You got a trip on alley, and then you got a kill trip that goes like across here.
So they're looking for a trade.
I think it's like the one that... Oh, fuck, I got rid of my epic pen. It's like here, I think. Oh, no, actually, it's not on this box at all. It's like right on the floor. Gets a wingman. You can break it. Wasn't sent with the spike. Something baited this out. Really well played. So he didn't try to plant with a wingman, because if he did, the wingman would be on the floor. So something knows that he's got these, like, trips to play around. Granted that, like, Paper X still losed around. But, like, that's what I was talking to Tom about on, like, day one. Like, the psychology of, like, wingman is so much more than just a plant the spike bit of utility. Like, especially on this map, just throwing it out to break some of these trips. Because some of these trips might also be put a little bit lower than you might want to, so it catches the wingman. Because if you think about it this way, if this is a choke, you always want your trips to be like this level. And this level is where, as a character, you crouch. Like if you're a Cypher and you want to put a perfect trip, you crouch and you do it at head level. However, with Wingman, because if I just draw like Wingman a little bit, there you go, there he is. Even in yellow. Because he's lower, it might convince teams to do lower tripwires that would hit the Wingman, but that you might be able to jump over. Gecko and Sage, what the hell? I've been fucking singing Gecko's praises from day one. The Sage is really good though, Cray. Like, what they're doing is like they're Sage walling this, because with all of the kill trips on B, if they get activated, the players that may be like in a smoke here, or any of this side, you can't get the kill on the player that's activated a trip. So even though like Paper X don't have like a shock dart or anything to break trips on site, they're just like, well, we're just going to put a Sage wall up. Because if we actually hit any of them, you can't actually kill us, because there's a Sage wall in the way.
Of course, you've also got Karen, who's possibly going to position himself in an elevated angle up towards either site or link.
Wow, look at how both teams actually scramble from A main. Imagine if Paper X just pushed that.
I could see, yeah, a timing push though. If they throw that Dizzy past the bells,
and it's also Paper X.
Like, for that smoke to go off. There it is.
Paranoia onto shot is good. The Dizzy as well goes off too for info.
He's already out.
Meteor with, I think this is the like deeper trip. Like there's one that goes like that. And then is this just one across the site? This is another kill trip. How's the Sage playing on defense though? They walled this every single round. They walled that sometimes and then they walled short. But it was mostly CT. The VOD's definitely worth watching. Alright, Monya, 3 versus 2. And the 2 defenders are so far away. You want away from having Thrash.
Site taken. The numbers advantage for Paper
And then
Rex.
2 ult
As
orbs
well
for
as the
texture,
wall
so they don't really have any
rotation
ultimates
here
coming
for the
in.
rest of the Gen G players
Something's
to
just
go on.
going walkies.
Trade's good enough, but texture on the flank.
Oh, the smoke here. And then the wraparound.
Boom.
Munchkin just wasn't really expecting it.
That was quick. I was looking at
They each got
hoping
their one.
that maybe texture
Very,
something,
very
but
one-sided
you're
map.
absolutely right. Pop shot for pop shot, 12 to 5 in Paper Rex. They only need one more.
Did Sage ever stay on top of the wall to peek mid over the smoke? I can see that being a play.
Yeah, it does not do all
Yeah.
the against Karon. It gives them enough
They did some stuff where they were like on top of the wall here, for example.
They were able to execute into the site.
And then they had like the Omen on top of the box to like look over it if they needed to.
Having the player
But
really
outside
come
of
in
that,
and trade
honestly,
off for each
Genji,
other
like they
and
never
super
broke the
stuff.
wall. They never really smoked it either.
And also,
Also means that the Sage can like look over the top and break a Cypher cam if it's there. Like honestly, Genji just didn't do an awful lot mid. I don't think they ever broke it. They just waited for a late lurk.
Genji was trying to just get that heavy contact on B main, hoping that Paper Rex was huddled up. Not gonna happen this time. Paper Rex
Interesting.
immediately
Oh my god,
activated
they
that
destroyed
double
Munchkin.
attack.
All of that utility goes down.
Kills, steps into the direction of kills.
And you got the market wall. The Sky Flash utility dedicated to make sure that this lurking player is taken out.
For dear life, Thrash activated once again here by something. Devi holding
They
mid
cleared
control.
Devi.
Lakio wins that out.
I mean, it bought time and it bought a flash, which Lucky doesn't have anymore. Thrash. They did it deep so they can't pick it up. Dizzy's been thrown where that can't be picked up either. Showstopper's coming in to CT. Alright. Monya. They're lining up. They're lining up awkwardly. Oh, it's close. Ooh, very close.
Locks it in. 12 to 6 and Gen G hold on.
down to 5 H.
Explains a lot why it's 12-5 if they can break the wall in. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't think Gen G would ever expect this kind of comp.
Extra work, a little bit more difficult. Gen G stays in the game. I mean, the way the entire site hit breaks out.
But also, Gen G showed... Like, Gen G have played Sunset before. They beat RRQ. So I don't... They could be like Paper X saw that Gen G on attack don't do anything mid. Like, they have like a late... Like, they have a lurk that doesn't want to give up their position, like the Cypher. So walling this forces the Cypher to give up that he's lurking mid. But there's a lot of times where Meteor was there that he just didn't break the wall and just waited for it to go down and then try and lurk.
They called immediate down on this wall though. Texture's playing very close.
But I guess like Cypher plus Sage. Never mind, they're not playing the Cypher at all. Never mind. I mean, Cypher plus Sage. That could be better than the Viper, to be honest. But then what do you do as a solo initiator? Or do you not run a duelist? Like Sage, Cypher, Gecko, Breach? And then like Omen?
There's a whole lot of commitments of walls to just get that wingman in.
How do you feel about Viper on this map? I don't think it's... a lot of teams ran it like in China and stuff. Oh, let me watch this round. I mean, this is an Antico, so it should be fairly clean. There should be 7. I don't like that they're not really dealing with Mon yet. I mean, that could have gone really wrong for... I don't like that Meteor just sort of gave up the fight and just went for the defuse. But time was kind of getting awkward. But yeah, there was like a... I think this Viper wall on A is just way too good. It's like the Lotus A wall. Where I was saying this about Lotus before. I think Viper Fade is still like the better comp to run on Lotus. Double Initiator is better than it was because of the Sky nerfs. But the problem with a lot of teams on Lotus is that their utility with Double Initiator is just way too telegraphed. I remember playing up against like Nip last year when they played Lotus with Double Initiator and been like, if they stun here, that's where they go.
That Sky has not given away his position. So if he can play close enough, a guy like could actually be a punishing play.
So I think Viper Fade is still the better comp on Lotus. And for Sunset, I'm not too sure.
X, as these dust settles, as these fights come to a conclusion, is
I mean, there's no duelist, no like main initiator for Paper X. That was Jing, gonna be a double tap game over. Yeah. I'm thinking of my answer to Cray still. So I'm not really paying attention to the game, but I'm also just kind of rambling.
With this flag, because Texture is about to get sandwiched in. He's found himself that Phantom, as you were talking about.
All right, Paper X are in the semis. Probably to no surprise. I guess the biggest surprise was just how Genji made that close in a series.
From Genji, but of course Paper X dismantles it with gunplay and just moving up front bit by bit.
Like, unfortunately, a little bit one-sided towards the end. I like the dress. Look how like pretty it was. Glittery, like a magpie.
5 rounds on the defense, but still 10-2 in the first half.
I want to open my blinds, but the problem is that... Let me just check something real quick.
The Vi on the saves also has quite a bit to say.
And again, Paper X, they got
So they're starting scaffolding work near where I live. And so I just don't want to like open my blind and it's just to build it out like... What score is Global Esports? The vampire will burn. I am very pale. But I think my answer for like us, Cray, like odd one out. Talking about the like roster without changes, obviously. Like if you have a good, consistent Viper player, I think it's worth picking up. It is just like agent preference, but I think it's very similar to Split. If you could play like double initiator well, and you could play like the breach stuff off of like Cypher cameras and trips and those kind of things, that works out so well. It takes a lot more time to get coordinated, but I still think it's worth it. But if you like having like the late lurks and the Viper pushing up, it's good. So for us, I wouldn't have recommended it as a comp. But if we felt that like us doing any double initiator stuff wasn't working, or it was taking too much time to do it, like get coordinated. Same as Lotus. I think I said this about Lotus as well. Like if we do double initiator on this map, then if it doesn't work, we could just go back to doing Viper. Because you just put Jada on Viper and she could just lurk and find those timings. Would she cook or get cooked? I don't know.
VCT Pacific Kickoff Day 3's first win goes to PRX. Congratulations!
But Cray, I like Sova on this map. I'm a psychopath. Like Rare Atom on this map, the comp that I liked was Raze, Sova, Omen, Viper, Cypher. So no flashes really. But the Sova like setups that you could do on this map are crazy good. But I think you could probably just get rid of this and make it a breach. But it really depends on... Yeah, it depends on what the initiator wants to play. Will we replace someone with Breach and just got no smokes? Because you could replace this with Gecko. The thing that makes... The thing for me... Hold on, I want to actually make this a point, because I've said this before and I fundamentally believe it. I think Sunset's one of the best maps that Riot has added. And I think the reason why it is so good is because you can play any initiator on it. Like Sova, Fade, Gecko, Sky before she was nerfed, but you can still play her with another initiator breach. You can play like Astra and Omen. Cypher's really good on that map, but you can play Killjoy if you really want. It's more like all of the agents in some capacity have their pros and cons on this map. Whereas like Lotus, you can sort of play Sova, it's okay. You can still play Sky and all that kind of stuff. If I think of maps like Ascent, the reason why it's so bland and boring is Fade doesn't come close to the impact that Silver has. Breach doesn't come close to the impact that KO has. But on Sunset, it's much more like diverse, and Fade can be really good at doing certain things if you pair him with a Raze, for example. But Silver, the Eldron, the one that you could do into mid that goes really high up, some of the recon darts that you could do, the shock dart lineups that you could do to break the Cypher trips on B. Like, there's so much that you can do on this map that makes the meta really, like, diverse and interesting on it. And I imagine that the meta is going to get worse over time. Like, it's going to, like, homogenize into 1 or 2 comps, kind of like I said. But in the same way that it is for Split. So, like, Split is, like, 3 or 4 different comps that you can run. There could be different variations of what you'd prefer. And that's what makes Split one of the better maps in the game to watch in the pro scene, because there's so many different ideas that you can have to kind of rock, paper, scissors each other. And I think Sunset is exactly the same. It's also where I think Icebox has gone wrong. But it's a little bit better now because you have Gecko being more of like a valid option. But you wouldn't play Fade there. You wouldn't play it over Sova. You wouldn't really play Breach. There are some Japanese teams that were playing it, but I think like KO is best as a secondary initiator. I think Sky's also not as bad as a secondary initiator either, but not as good as KO. And then like you need the Sage or the Harbor or the Gecko to plant. You kind of want an open agent like Jet or Chamber. And then Killjoy is the better option. You can play Cypher, but like Killjoy's utility is just better. But yeah, I mean that's a one-sided map. That's a one-sided map, one-sided game. Not too much surprise. Paper X came in with some that Gen.G weren't expecting. Gen.G were clearly outthought by Paper X. Tricky one. Anywho, I have some things that I want to like prep. I need a command to get out of studio mode quickly.
Yeah, I mean this composition, we mentioned a couple things before we had to jump right into the game, but obviously first of all starting on that defensive side, so not even that.
And then I don't know what the maps would be necessarily.
But on top of that, so much combo as well. So many mollies on that squad.
I'm gonna do it like this, and then
still pushed out aggressively and just took over the entire map on most of those defensive rounds where Gen.G just felt corralled, even though the opponents were supposed to have
Bleed versus Global, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you can see just how brutalized Gen.G were on this one. 16 first kills to just 4 for Gen.G. That is a really rough
Didn't like that. Didn't like that either. Hello? Hello? Is it no? Oh, I'm looking in the wrong one. I'm just going to do it as this. Wedding. Wedding. Bleed. There we go. Anywho. Have we got this back? Are we back? Are we living? We are. One map we just finished. Gen.G Paper X. What was it like in like first kills? Actually, really close. Considering how one-sided Sunset was, like 17-4. Like here, Gen.G need to close this out. I really like rate first kill conversion. It doesn't really like account for ecos and stuff like that. However, yeah, I don't. I think if you have more first kills and you end up losing, something's going wrong. Something eclectic agent mix. Divided well, playing 3 different roles. Like this is a great performance for like a flex player. For first kills, what we like, something was 5-0, Forsaken 6-1. Who needs a duelist when you got something and Forsaken getting these entries? Munchkin got run over quite a lot. Texture just couldn't convert. Yeah, Munchkin had a really rough second map, a third map even. Oh, never mind, you can't actually see it. They're gonna fade. But that works fine. Tom's just messaged me. What's this? I'm trying to figure what other fucking shit Tom was involved in. We can see it. You can see it now, yeah.
Listen, the only other thing though is I want to point out, I think this was the best chance anyone had.
That was... I need some, like, command to turn it into studio mode and then another one to switch. That doesn't matter too much. I'm just rambling.
I don't know who's there to stop. I mean, yeah, you know, teams like T1 look good, Talon looks good, GRX looks revitalized as well, but Paper X looks like they've never lost a beat.
Well, we can't tell that. Now they have one of the cards in their hands revealed, right? They now, teams now know that they have something this crazy up their sleeves. Of course, I'm pretty sure Paper X has a lot in their playbook still, but I mean, the teams, it gives them a hint at least.
Yeah, it gives them a bit of a hint, but now for Paper X, I mean, because you already had the vibe being the champion, you have that advanced board side. One win is all it took for you to go to the playoffs. Now you get to sit back and watch the rest of your potential competition. This is such an innate advantage that really rewards Paper X for consistently remaining at the top.
Yeah, I mean,
11 hours instead of 8 hours of sleep. I mean, one could only hope for having that much sleep. I think I'm doing alright considering how low on sleep I am. But at least from tomorrow it should be easier. It's an 8 AM start tomorrow for me. And then 2 6 AMs, 1 7 AM. Maybe 2 7 AMs. Can't remember what it would be. Oh my god, the quality is gone to pot. You winning, Ryan? We got a good first series. Like, I'm happy with that. Well, we got to see Paper X win. We got to see Gen.G look good. Saw some interesting comps on Sunset. Anyway, what was I looking at? I wanted to look at... it wasn't Split, actually. We were looking at the wrong game entirely. For Lotus, BTR was 5-1. Texture was 5-2. Munchkin 2-4. Like, there's so many rounds, actually, where they get the first kill. Like, everybody's pretty much gone negative in first kill, first deaths. And yet, they still lose to Paper X. What's their, like, 4v5 conversion? Sniper kills, mostly for Paper X, mostly for... I mean, once something got the operator, that seemed to be it. So what, they won 4 out of the 5 times that they were in a 5v4? That's confusing. If they had the player disadvantage, they really won. In a 4v4, they were both like even. 4 versus 3, they actually lost 2. It's kind of wild. I guess the 3v3, this is like where it matters. Like when it was low amounts that Paper X were winning those rounds. So there's what, like 5 rounds there that Gen.G might have and maybe should have won. And 2v2s is even worse. Does that mean that was your first sub? I don't think you were my first sub. I don't know actually what it means. I think if you go to see your settings, you should be able to check it. Thank you for subbing, Mist. You're a founder, so I think you were one of the first few subs. But I don't think you were the first. Like maybe first 10, first 15. Not sure. But yeah, for this map, that's kind of tragic. I mean, we could look into it a little bit more. Is this going to be a mess? Might be. So Paper X got the first kill here. Paper X got the first kill here and lost. First kill and won. Can it stop doing that? First death and lost. First kill and won. First kill and won. First kill and lost. Munchkin got it. So round 7. Round 9 for Meteor. Round 12. 7, 9, and 12. Egg raid. Thank you, Sideshow. What time is it there for you now? Because I was like, wait, is he streaming? I thought he was on yesterday. And then it's just the typical like hotel, like webcam looking up view. Hello, we were just looking at how Gen.G managed to lose on Lotus. Because we were just looking at like like how many first kills that they had on this. Like everybody pretty much went minus differential, like first kills, first deaths for Paper X. So it's like, okay, what the hell went wrong? For some reason, this doesn't work on Lotus, which is kind of weird. But yeah, it was like 5v4s, they were pretty clinical. 4v4s, they were equal. It's when you get into like the 3v3s, when there's only like Paper X are winning out when it's 3 versus 3. 2 versus 2, it was even worse. It was just... You'd want, I guess, Gen.G to be a bit more clinical there, I suppose. But yeah, I was counting the rounds of like what ones they lost and how they lost them. But Gen.G, did they get the first kill here? They didn't. Did they get the first kill here? They didn't. Did they get the first kill here? They didn't. First kill, so round 19, round 20, and last round 23. So, round 19, Karen gets that kill onto Mind Freak. It gets traded by the operator. And then just... Yeah, Paper X just turned it on at this point. Yeah, just how quickly that sort of happens. So I think Monya just pulls out the ult straight after something gets his kill, and then Karen's stuck on her own. Round 20 was another one. It's like these A main fights that they're getting one, but then they're just getting traded. This was on an eco though, so I'm not really counting it. This last round though was kind of outrageous. Because you get a kill as they're going in, the Viper Wall drops, the operator gets one, Karen gets one fighting close, something trades, something also gets Munchkin as sort of on his own, just trying to fight when nobody else is with him. And yeah, something saves this round. Are you a Karen believer? I was very impressed with how they played today. Like, I think they looked very uncomfortable in some of those instances. Somebody raised a point as well, is like I can't remember like a good paranoia or a good smoke from Karen necessarily, but it's not really something I guess I'm looking for too much. But Munchkin had a bit of a rough one. Did you know he didn't follow you on Twitch? I mean, I've only just started streaming now, to be fair, Damien. Like, Nosa Sacho doesn't need to follow me on anything. Like, I'd like to consider us best friends. Well, I definitely like... We get on. Online for a minute only, yeah. But, hello everybody. So yeah, we were just looking at this. He's not supporting his fellow bald egg. We do it telepathically. But yeah, don't like guilt trip him into doing it. It's fine. I got to hang out with Sideshow on one of the China streams. I guess that's the only thing, like, less hair in the way, better reception. Yeah, exactly. And like we're both northern Englishmen bald men, where our spouses are called Beth. Which is a little bit creepy, I'll admit. I'm not married to my Beth. Not yet. But yeah. And in fact, Sideshow's more northern than I am. Like he lives an hour, 2 hours north of me. You guys are basically the same person, right? I wish I could grow out like the Eggman mustache. I guess I have glasses, that's my biggest difference. But man, the work ethic to go like casting some Americas and then coming home and streaming. But I guess if the first game is like Paper X Gen.G, and Gen.G look a little bit better than people anticipated, and it ended up being a banger series anyway, like that's not a bad thing. The villain mustache is kind of iconic. It's always Sideshow that like pulls out the iconic like body changes. That sounds weird. I think Achilles was talking about it in the 4.5 hour tech pause that we had in day one. Just like the no eyebrows, little bits of hair. What was the final score? It was like 13-6, I think. Body changes. Made bald cool. I think... actually, that's a good thing. Why has nobody put like a timeline together of when the bald people in VCT went bald? You know? Because I think I I made the plunge before Sideshow, I think. But Tom made the plunge before me. But I wonder who was bald first. Paperfin or Tom? Or Golden Boy? Or Sassy? He did go browless that one year? Yeah, he did. Didn't he do it for charity, though? He either did it for charity or he did it for subs. Which is funny, like, yeah, if he shaves off his eyebrows for charity, that's like a really, like, good thing to do. But the other one is, he did it for money. He did it for subs, of course. I've just made him look like Scrooge McDuck now. He lost a bracket bet. Oh, so even worse. I also really like the DRX jerseys this year. He offered to donate to charity instead. Chat literally spammed fuck charity. Christ. How much money did he make from the charity drive that he did recently? I think all of Platchat were doing it too, weren't they? 21k, wow. What did you look like with hair? Oh, do we really need to go down that direction? I can get a picture. I have to go into my Facebook, and I got... Let's find where I am. I mean, it wasn't too long ago that I had hair.
Stop to it again only after 2 matches. That's not going to feel good. So you got to imagine the players that are going to come out on stage, they're going to give it everything they got, even though it's just...
Where is it?
The question is, who's it going to be? Is it going to be the IGL Super Supreme team, or is it going to be our Ascension alumnus?
I had various haircuts.
They did have quite a powerful debut, right? I mean, like, sure, they were up against...
I'll, like, screenshot a couple and get them. Because I had really long hair at a point. Like, longish. Is this one? And then I dyed my hair red at a point, which... Do I have any good pictures of that? I don't know if I do. I did it black too. Trying to think. Man, I was super skinny. Oh, I forgot that I went for a night out wearing a fucking flat cap. Like an absolute dildo. Anything else? I don't think so. And these are the 3. We try and not, like, leak all of my data. There's one. I remember Overwatch, Ryan. That's how old I am. So there's one. You look like 2 different people. So there was that. Which isn't as bad. This is probably when it was at its longest. So I was 17, 18 here. What did you think of the Paper X jerseys? They're kind of similar to last year's, aren't they? What are you playing? I'm playing a guitar. It's the same guitar that's behind me, actually. I forgot I had an orange input thing. So there's one. The ass violin. There's another 2. All of these I'm not wearing glasses. I had to wear glasses before. And then... Did I... No, that was just one from earlier. I think that's about it. I don't think there's any major ones. Oh, there's this one. I mean, my hair, like, is quite long here. Me and my fucking tweed suit. I think, like, looking back, Ed Sheeran looked different in his teens. He looked 81 and 18 at the same time. Yeah, it's my Jeremy Corbyn suit, is what I call it. Day at the horse races, eh? I am Northern, and it was also like a Yorkshire wedding, so... I am convinced that you showed me 3 different people. Really?
If you can find it here today. But
Like, you think that, like,
a bit of an
these people are
nail biter,
different? Oh, I
think.
accidentally
Kind of
fucking
frame,
showed that. That wasn't the plan.
Global Esports, but there was nothing colored in. There was nothing built up around.
I remember on one of these nights out, the DJ was like, fucking, who's this Prince William looking ass? And I was like, oh, well.
Another thing that I'm gonna have my eyes on as we continue to talk about Yang, if he is gonna be
Why is there Ryan plus cute dog? It's Kai.
gonna be him versus
Kai's been on, like, old streams before, like when I still lived at home.
wasn't fully there for Global Esports.
Anyway, I'm getting distracted. One thing that I did want to do, I do want to run some ads so people look at them in the middle of the game. But this is what I've been cooking up for China, actually, because obviously China does no English broadcast. I basically said, like, fuck it, I am the China English broadcast now. So it means I've made some assets, and those assets include these cursed things. So, win and participate rate. Oh, is it like how many kills? That's interesting. Oh, is it like when Bleed win a round? Which players are alive? This terminology isn't necessarily clear. I think that it was explained by Chobra, but I wasn't really listening. But that's actually a sick stat, like, way to show it too. But I have my own. I want to look at the vetoes for the first 2 games that these guys played. For Bleed, they banned Ascent, which I don't like it when teams do that. Like, I think that you either need to... Like, you need to play it. You can't ban it, you can't pick it. That's my, like, mantra on it. They did pick Breeze, which they lost in overtime and with a long tick pause against T1. And then they second banned Sunset. For the side of Global Esports, they banned Lotus. They picked Bind, which they ran the no main controller with the Viper. And then they second banned Ascent. So we're not going to see Ascent today. We might see Bind again from Global. Maybe it's going to be like a... if there's no Ascent, I'm going to try and, like, guess this preemptively. Let me do this. And I'm also looking over at this monitor because that's where the graphic is. Cooking up some data, yeah. CSVs are my baby. So, probably no Lotus or Ascent. Was it GE? And then... No, this was GE. And then last one was Bleed. So, what was it? Bind and Breeze as picks. And then no Ascent. Anyway, so what does that leave? Icebox, Sunset, and Split. Is like potential third maps. But I guess we're going to have to sort of see on that front. But yeah, I also have like map stats, but depends on what map we get. I don't want to watch that band comp again. They made it look sort of playable though. Yeah, I mean, I saw like on Reddit that people were like super critical of it. Like, this is like the worst game that I've seen, and it's worse than like Challenger squads. Which I think with how messy it was, I sort of agree with, like, yeah, it wasn't clean. But considering how atrociously looking the comp is at face level for Global, I didn't hate it as much as I thought I would. Wait, he's cooking production? Yeah, I mean, I had some help from Geekess with it. But yeah, like, that's more of a thing, I think, for China. And also, like, we have one series for both these two teams, so we don't have much data. But as you can probably imagine, like, once we get to, like, qualifying games, or, like, even into Madrid or stage 1, once you start to, like, build these up, they start to, like, look pretty good. Because I used to do this for China because I like doing the Matt Vita stuff as a coach. Like, I'm not a kind of person that pretends I'm better than I am. I wouldn't say I'm necessarily, like, confident at stuff. But what I would say is, like, I am good at doing Matt Vitos, anti-strat Matt Vitos. Yeah, is a yay symbol? You mean this? It's El Diablo. He's the devil. Who started the El Diablo thing? That's like a good question. We got 2 AMEA coaches. We got Lakaja and Spin. So I'm curious on. I want to listen to this, and then I might run out to go to the toilet and get ready. Just missing the A. I see what you mean. Yeah, the TSM boys. Gotcha.
You had a match against T1, so what do you think about your first Pacific match? 이제 첫 매치로 T1을 만났는데요. 어떤 게임으로 인상이
You could probably turn this up a bit.
Obviously, we are not satisfied that we lost, and I think that we had better chances. It was a very tiring day, long day with many difficulties.
Yeah.
Unfortunate, but it happens. It's the same circumstances for them. I think if we would have won Breeze and closed it out earlier, I think the game would have had a different outcome. But yeah, it's okay. You learn from losing.
조금 안타까운 결과였습니다.
I guess it's unlucky for global esports that they ban out Lotus, because the Lotus for Bleed didn't look good at all.
하는 마음이 있는데요. 오늘은 좀 남다른 각오로 임해보겠다고 합니다. So about the match, did you see one with G and Zetas?
Yeah, I've watched the game obviously. I think it was a nice game. Maybe the scoreline was different that it should have been. I think G lost a few unfortunate rounds in my opinion, but yeah, I think
I'd 100% like if I was the coach here. I know that they've been respectful, but knowing spin, I'd be like, yeah, I saw bind. Don't know what the hell we're doing at comp. Interesting, to say the least.
정말 모두 다 열정적으로 임한 게임이었고 당연히 봤다고 답했는데요. 제타 모두가 모든 선수들이 탄탄한 팀이었고 G도 정말 잘하는 선수들이었기 때문에
Waddell and Sarosa started with the El Diablo thing. Yeah.
이제 그러면 스핀 감독에게도 질문을
feel like
해보도록
Waddell was
할게요.
involved in it
So, Coach
somewhere.
Spin, how was your first Pacific match?
This isn't China, no, this is Pacific.
Terrible.
Yeah, okay.
It sucks to lose on the stage. First big game for the boys, no one wants to lose. But today,
You'll know with the
nice.
um
첫 번째 무대에서는 져서 너무 정말
if it's like an English
속상하더라고요.
broadcast like this, it's Pacific, because there isn't anything like this for China. It's just going to be Chinese casters.
오늘은 좀 다를 거다라는 각오를 전했습니다. So the next question is, Bleed has Ye, so can you pinpoint one player from GE? 블린에서는 예이 선수가 두 가지 나타내고 있는데.
I mean, this is an interesting answer. Like, is he going to like hype up somebody?
I'm sticking with my man Polvi,
Oh yeah,
young
great.
Finnish god. I trust, I believe.
I
Today's the
will too.
day.
저는 폴비 선수를 믿는다고 말했는데요.
It's like he's trying to do like the wrestling like heel kind of thing.
확신한다는 말을 전했습니다. 그리고 이제
We have you for the English broadcast for China? Yeah, I mean,
탈락을 앞두고 있습니다. 어떤 마음?
I don't think I'll be able to do this part because I don't speak any Chinese.
물어보겠습니다. So, how are you feeling
You'll be
before
surprised to
heading
know
into,
it's a
like,
very
the
difficult
European
language to learn.
game?
I mean, not much changes really. You want to win every game, you will go with the same mindset in every game. So yeah, we will just focus on ourselves. We are very confident in ourselves. Practice went also good. The veto was actually very good for us also. We expected the maps kind of, so.
But yeah, I'm
we're very
excited for China
confident. We'll
with
just play our game
starting.
and see what the
I
outcome
guess it's also kind of like a blessing that it does clash with other regions a bit. Because I imagine everybody else is going to be focusing on Pacific, so me just doing China is like gives me like sole focus of that. I'm glad VCT is back. Me
Honestly,
too.
not really a lot to add. I think Ligia has answered it perfectly. It's the same as any other game. There's a lot of
Valorant
pressure,
E-Data's
of course,
language
but
is hella
it's something
tough. I'm not
they come
lying.
with.
Yeah, that's also true.
You
You communicate via barking. I know Yampi's fluent. He's there just in like game comms just going. "Urr."
Yes, I will be looking forward to the match soon.
I just remember the AVL thing where they recorded like
Last one.
content for it. Oh, I need to find that. Let me just get the link for it.
Sorry, say again?
For your players,
It
you
was
have
so
something to
funny.
say before the match?
Oh, everything should have been said already before the game, so everybody knows what they have to do. I believe in them. It's not their first tournament that they're playing, so yeah.
네, 지금 선수들한테 앞에 말했던 것까지 똑같이 정말 믿고
I'm
있기
trying to
때문에
see
잘
where
할
it
것이라는 아주
is.
깊은 마음 전했습니다. And for
Is it
Spin,
is it going to be under AVL?
Same thing really. We've discussed, we know what we have to do, so it's just to go out and do that.
네, 저희는 충분히 많이 소통을
Oh,
하고
where
있고
is it?
잘
Where
할
is
것이기
it?
때문에 앞전 답변들과 같다는 답변을 해줬습니다. Thank you both.
AVL EMP? I can't find it on Reddit now. I saw it the other day. I swear.
Thank you for the interview. 네, 지금까지
Africa Team
감독들과 함께
Liquid? I mean,
인터뷰를
that's not
나눠봤습니다.
that's vague enough.
데스크로 돌아가실게요. Bye. Back to the desk.
Well, the coaches did not mince words at all. You heard it. Neither were satisfied with their earlier performances. Legia mentioned that, like, Bleed can do a lot better.
See if this shows up.
Spin just mentioned it was outright terrible, like Kilios.
I mean, I think that's a perfectly fine way to approach that answer, because doing anything
Anyway,
else would probably just be
I'm like blinding myself with this light. I turned the light up yesterday and I didn't turn it down.
Obviously no one
I mean,
is
it's
going to
alright
be
actually,
happy about
levels.
how things went for either of those series.
Just stick to normal people lingo. I think that's probably the
both coaches
play.
Very confident the teams. They say, you know what, we know what we did wrong. We know what the assignment is. The
Right.
players know what they need to do. It's all going to come down to
I'm
who
just
executes
checking all of the
better.
messages, see if I missed any.
Especially is the fact that regardless of who they played against, both
I literally
coaches are
wrote one
recognizing
query,
that
Chill, you
what
did
they showed
this.
on stage was not what they've been
I mean, it
looking during
helps.
practice. So hopefully today, with both of them coming in,
It's fun to do. I need to do one for like maps, wins, and lost. I still need to make that, but I'll probably do it tomorrow. Tomorrow's a short day.
Is going to look like for this team. And if you go out without being able to showcase
He
your
did the
play,
Serbia greeting. Hey, Zesh.
Speaking of going out, this is our first
Annoyingly, I am going to run some
elimination
ads so people don't
match,
get them in the middle of the game. I'm going to go for a quick wee. I'll make a cup of tea as well, actually.
And I feel like, right now,
Everybody's gone bleed. Wow. I mean, I don't think that's too surprising. I'm happy to see this watch party. Thank you.
I think that, there's good reason to. I mean, obviously.
Just ping me on WhatsApp if you need me, will do.
Wow. We're going to go high.
Yeah, I'll run the ads. And then
Like I said, we
BRB
had
real
great
quick.
work from Global as far as what they wanted to do, but they weren't able to execute on it. They had to play yesterday. This is a really short turnaround period for them, and I think we just saw more from Bleed in general. That just gives me more confidence for them to be able to take this one down.
And I think that's why also Coach Spin was saying that it felt terrible. I think that's why it was more outspoken, because the way in which GE lost to Zeta, you could tell that they just couldn't showcase anything that they had really planned. Whereas Bleed, we saw some rounds and some methods where they could even take some of the maps. I mean, Lugia talked about it. If they had taken the breeze before it went into overtime, maybe they're able to carry that momentum forward. And they feel like maybe they lost a little bit because of that first set, and they're like, okay, now we've lost steam. So, I mean, you look at all of that, you look at the individual performances as well, and then you count just this wild card factor, like Scary, like Ye, these players who have throughout their entire careers been known to flip an entire match on its head. You have to remember, Scary's that guy that even Paper Rex back in the day was like, if he's the last one alive, do not push, he will clutch against us all.
That's absolutely right. He's scary for a reason, right?
Yes.
And like I don't know. I feel like for Bleed, there is that extra attention on them because they were that Ascension team, right? They are the guinea pig for all of this, happening and being new in Pacific. So there is that, aside from having Ye as well, there is that extra pressure on them to be able to succeed. For Global Esports, I feel like this was not at all what they wanted to show, as you mentioned, Will. But like I feel like it's just too early for them at this point in time. Perhaps later on during Pacific.
We'll have to wait and see, but I mean, it's multifaceted pressure, for both of these teams. For Bleed, it is because they're that Ascension squad. They dropped their opening series. They have these hype signings in the offseason and whatnot that everyone expects to just be dominant from the outset. And then
Hello,
from
I'm
the
gonna
other side,
probably
it's Global. You've been in this league. You have
like
players that are veterans that have been
actually,
over
that's a good
at international
point.
competition. Do
I
you
will.
want to lose to the new kid on the block, and then have them be the ones that send you out? Absolutely not. But for
Bye, everybody.
Global, what they really
Let's head to
need
the
do
watch
is
party.
have a nice,
Bye.
fast-paced start to this series. They
How
need
does that
to come
even
out
look on
swinging.
here?
They need to
Okay.
rack up some opening rounds and just sow that seed of doubt in the heads of Bleed, because as we're talking about, with elimination, if you start falling behind, those thoughts are going to start cycling around your
Share
head,
stream.
sowed in the flush
Now,
out. So if you can make
empty
them
space
constantly
stream.
thinking about like, oh god, are we about to get eliminated? Are we about to have this
Obviously,
break?
bad people
Not gonna be able to go to the playoffs.
going down the stairs.
That can
Sketch, yeah,
spiral
like the
out.
elevator.
So Global can get
Um,
that set up nice and early
Oh,
against
just
Bleed,
because
maybe
it's
they can close this.
the stream elements has put it. If people want an alarm, like a notification of when these watch parties start, notably for China, join the Discord. Like, it's sort of a mix of different stuff happening in the Discord, but I'm gonna try and get the like Western China esports fans in there as much as possible and build it up naturally. But yeah, it's like something that I think that people might be interested in. So I'll do it again. Exclamation point Discord. If people want to join, you don't have to, obviously, or you can just join and mute notifications. How's the coach life treating Sesh? I like it. It's rough in a good way. It is
And
challenging.
I do believe in experience pulling through. I do believe in the veteranship of
I think I
everybody
just
that's
spend
able
most of my
to
time with like any
but
form of
talking
coaching,
about
kicking
veteranship
myself
on the
because
side of Bleed,
I
we're crazy guys.
I turned
Have
down
been
an
playing for
assistant
quite a
coach
long
job
while.
like
The beast from the
for a
east, as
tier
he was,
1 team
once
like
known, and is now
first
here I do believe that, like, everybody on Bleed
Probably
has been
like
saying that, like, he's
September,
a great idea, we will follow
October
him, and
of 2020.
Even Ye, for example, that says something about the potential.
Because
of
I
this
wanted to
roster.
focus
This is only
primarily on like
kickoff.
casting,
So their journey here in
and then I was
Pacific
also doing a
holds
lot of hit scan
lot
stuff for Miska at
more
that point too.
to be discovered for this team.
Yeah, it really does.
But
I mean, just
hindsight, I wish I took it.
speculation on investment alone, as far as this roster is concerned, it's astronomical. It's what people are reporting.
The
And
tier
you
1
want-
team.
when
Yeah,
you're
they were
gonna be
quite
putting
good.
down money, you wanna be
The
able to
coach
get
that
that
offered
ROI.
it is
And for
on
Bleed,
a
come back out here,
like
they can
tier
take
1
down Global
team
Esports, keep themselves in
at the
this
moment
tournament,
that attends quite a few
maybe get a
international
crack, a
rounds.
rematch, whatever,
I won't
depending
say
on
who.
how other
I'm not
shows
saying
are
like
today.
the job was there
I
for
think they'd
me
be in a very strong
100%.
position
It
to
was like
already be in a playoffs in their
I
first split.
was like, if
Yeah,
you ever
I
need
think,
like an
everything
assist,
that
like
we
any
talked
help
about, it
with
all
teams,
comes
like
down
with
to the fact
scrims
that
or
for GE, they just
team
need to
stuff, let me
show
know. And he's like,
something.
I actually
They
need
need
an
to
assistant
show us
coach.
why
Like,
they collected these
could
veteran
you do
players,
it?
that they're able to
I was
kind of
like,
change their
no,
game plan
probably not.
on the fly and showcase something new every round, so that you have to keep guessing. Because
I,
that's the type of thing that's
I
gonna
had some
shake
stuff
up
as well
a new kid
for
on the block, like Bleed. Sure, individually
this
they have
year.
experience,
I
but
applied
while
for
they have
some
three as a
teams.
core,
Like
you've got these
I
two
applied to
members who might
be
not match the way that you're playing.
team
Obviously,
manager
Bleed
for
are a
Apex,
completely different
and I
region,
applied
and for the
for
longest time,
assistant
Blade
coach for
was a very
RRQ.
unique style of Valorant
And
back when he was an Optic as well.
I applied
So
for assistant coach for
GE, that's
Fnatic as well, but I didn't get very
for
far in
Bleed,
that. I got an
think the
interview
reason
over
they
it.
feel confident is if they're just firing
Which was, like,
well,
pretty
I think
good.
they feel that they should be able to stay just one step
Thank you for
ahead
gifted
the
a sub to
most part.
Not
Zest.
to mention,
UKS.
Lydia did mention as well that the map vetoes
Yes.
tend to favor
No more
them.
odds.
So I feel like, that confidence is already like, oh, okay, all right, global, let's see what
Wait,
you
that's
got,
not what
because
I
I
meant.
think this is ours.
Yeah, and that's the other thing.
It's just
that
way too
that
much
should
money
be to
available
me,
for
because we don't have
GKS.
that
More
much
money
tape on
than
Global Esports
sense.
roster either.
Like,
That
I've got
should mean that he's
131
going off of
subs.
these maps that are
She's
very
gifted
default heavy,
120.
very set play, execute heavy, and
Might
you
even be
probably
more.
expected GE to favor those. So whether
Like,
he's
it's
prepared for that or
silly.
ban those out, who knows? We'll have to wait and see. But whatever maps we have, GE has to say, no, we have different styles. Like you said it to us, we can push
yeah, we
up
ran
the
ads.
pace whenever we want.
Well, right now,
This
we have
feels like it's a bit of a
little
fill.
question for our audience,
I'm
right?
not- I'm not too
Teammate
keen on
with an
that.
operator, but no shield. What
I'm not
are you
against it
thinking?
from like a
Choices
time
are-
villain perspective, because I could talk shit for ages.
No, it seems. Whoa, okay, all right. It's like, do it for me. Go for it. I mean, you already gave that big investment. Like, you might as well go all the way.
But
if it's an overtime, then,
it's more that I've just played ads, hoping that we'd get into the game soon. So then I have to play ads again just before we get into game in order to do it.
61% for 1 second.
You play like mostly like Viper and Yoru when I'm with you, so not necessarily agents that are known for their operating prowess.
Fair. I will yield to that because I cannot deny my
I kind of
majesty.
see where the audience is
Like, I don't
coming
wanna-
from, though. It's like, you invested so
The Raiders
much.
vanished.
You go big or
A
you
lot
go
of the
home,
Raiders are
right?
still here.
So it's like, you might as well have
But
the
also, I
resources
imagine a
say,
lot of
okay,
the
sure,
people
if
that
it's a
were
rifle,
watching
if it's
were
a
probably
pistol,
NA
you're
as well,
safe. If it's
so
an operator, you go all in.
people are gonna, as soon as I said tech pause, everybody's like,
They're playing with somebody like that, they have faith in them. And I don't have that much faith when I'm playing online, especially like even if it's with my friends, I don't have that much.
I mean, we don't have trust in each other when this happens.
It's very true. But yeah, if it's with randoms, then I'm on the we lost this one side of that one.
Yeah,
so
yeah. We need a little bit more context
you make it
here,
40%
right?
and 60%.
Right? Who are you playing with in this teammate? But I don't know. It seems like fun. I do believe in that. If you got an operator, just go for it. But I think that if you're going to pose this question to like Bleed or to Global, for example.
Well, okay. If it's Bleed, absolutely, because it's most likely picking that up.
I say do it for me. Like would say do it.
I think anytime it's at the top level, it's
true.
perfectly fine and
Yes.
usually acceptable. You know, obviously you could just get out traded because the other person on the other side of the lobby is also just as cracked as you
There we
are.
go.
But I mean, we have some fantastic offers out here, so I'd say it's pretty safe if you're going to be going at the pro level.
I
Yeah, and
not only
obviously,
committed to the
probably
bit, I
you're
also
usually all in
made
sync as
sure
well.
I got my cup of
You're
tea too.
communicating, hopefully,
Of course.
I would assume very well. in
Maybe
a
I can
pro
like
match.
open this
But yeah,
blind.
I mean, listen, if they already
I don't know.
send it. Why not?
I mean,
Why
the
not put your
scaffolding's
face?
not going to be
Okay,
going
I'm
up today.
now converted onto that view.
I want to
I was
like
my teammate
open
is
up this a
Ye, so
little
it's like,
bit.
yeah, sure.
I'm going to survey out the
Some of
balcony
viewers
to
at home
see
know in case
how
they
it's
don't,
looking so
you
far. I'll be
can
right back.
refund weapons. You can
Yeah.
you can backpedal off your poor decisions.
There is that option, yes. It's a video game. You have second chances.
Yeah.
You have ways to remedy your mistakes.
Can't say like, oh well, I already have it, so.
You have second chances, but it's like, oh, it's getting late. This is supposed to be my last game of
But
Valorant.
what if they tried to drop it because it's a skin and they try to give it to their teammate
Oh.
now?
They're
Oh.
more scaling up with the scaffolding and going across to
With their
me.
skins.
If you are one of those people who asks for skins and refuse to play around without it, I
Yeah.
hate you.
Yeah, well,
Stop doing that. Your behavior is so incorrect.
I can tell you right now.
I love the
one of
plushies. I
best
definitely want the
bets
wingman
that
one. I might have to
Yeah,
message
what's up,
Timothy
Alright.
and be like, Jimothy's the UK Nordic like Riot community manager, I guess it would be.
So I'll separate myself from that. But yeah, nonetheless, I mean, listen, obviously the skins are great as well. So
Yeah, the wingman
I
is
get
cute.
it, but it's like, you only have 30 seconds.
I'm actually going to do it now. As soon as we're filling for time, whilst it's in memory. What do I say? I'm going to ask for your help, chat, to word this as nicely as possible.
The sound helps me, okay?
Because I am literally messaging somebody from Riot being like, hey, can I has one wingman plushie, please?
Seems to give me the supernatural power where it makes the bullets magnetic, you know? I'm just saying.
Faker doesn't need skins, you don't need skins. End of discussion. The man's the GOAT. If he doesn't need his skin, then no one needs skins. You should still buy them both.
Hey, he might have skins in Valorant. That's the thing. He
Just
might
don't
have
ask
skins
your
in
teammates
Valorant.
for it.
Oh, man, yeah. The other thing is like
I put, hey, Jim, very quick question. Let me know if there's any wingman plushies going in the future.
So please don't ask me for skins, because I just don't have time for that. I have to run from one side to the other.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly. Give
Yeah,
it up
thank
here.
you.
We're too busy.
We gotta
We're too
play for
busy,
wins.
okay?
We gotta play for wins.
Okay, I'm setting up my
It's not an
property.
email, I'm
setting
just
my
Discord
turret.
messaging
Please leave
him.
me alone, okay? But of course, you know, we have.
I mean, like all of the like,
elimination match.
Jim
Once
did so
again,
much for me
putting
to
my head back into
like
it
get
before I think
permissions for
about my
people.
ranked games and everything that this deserves.
For
We are
EMEA,
going to be
but
seeing
like with
Bleed
all of the
and
layoffs,
Global
it seemed that
Esports. And
EMEA
I
was
think
just
that
all over the
here,
place.
You know, for example, we're looking at very.
So I think I was asking like
individual
what
players here. We're looking at Ye, we're looking at
days
Kobe,
stuff
we're
start
looking at
on,
Spear,
and I
for example,
also
a lot of clutches,
another thing is
for
like
this round, especially
China
since,
Contenders
again,
is going to be a
the
thing,
pressure for this first
and
elimination match
if
of the
China
year.
Contenders doesn't clash with any VCT, I'll watch China Contenders as well. I'll try and get watch parties so I can do VCT China and China Contenders, because I think China Contenders is going to be cracked with some of the upcoming talent there, but also it's going to be fucking silly. If you thought VCT, like tier 1 VCT for China was bad, I imagine tier 2 is going to be like even worse. But I definitely just feel like that is just going to be a experience. Yeah, challenges. What did I say? Contenders? Oh, sorry, that's a very Valorant, Overwatch thing. Yeah, challenges.
A roster reshuffle, but Global Esports,
you're not supposed to say VCLs, are you?
Playing in that Challengers League for some time, so they need to.
They don't want people saying that, which is kind of weird.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they will be proving as we step into the second series.
Silly Valorant gives me headaches sometimes. I'm here for it. It's also harder to analyze, which makes it fun to watch.
Alumni over here, and especially since Bleed Esports, as we know, they
I'd say like Game Changers is quite easy to like analyze and watch because everything is basically in a vacuum. Like every team only has like one coach for them, and nobody really anti-strats opponents. Is this the team walkout? Must be.
Teams facing off for another chance. This is the first elimination match.
But yeah, like a lot of Game Changers teams didn't anti-strat because they had one coach they're focusing on what they're doing, which I think is why we did so well last year, like for Odd One Out, because like I just anti-stratted the opponent and like had a good idea on what they like to do. Hey, I know Bleed. El Diablo or L for Diablo? Oh my god. Quick, send that to Doug. I need to create like a notepad list of all of the cute wordplay, and then at the end of the year send them all to Doug, because I know Doug's gonna get the most out of them. Maybe I give them to Pavlos, but yeah, I don't know who'd be the worst. I think Doug is like the quintessential like montage caster. Like I still have like the video from last year. I can't remember what it was. It was like the Yay Aim Lab little thing that they had at the start of like lock-in. Is that Guild Rush? It is, yeah. Where it's like, yeah, you gotta see him. It's such like a that nobody else could do that. It's just Doug being that quintessential American play-by-play caster. That is Le Petit Bouffons, Russ. Lightning Fast is something else that you can do something with. Let's see if something springs to mind. I'm not a play-by-play caster, So there is that. However, yeah, I think that it's should be something to come up. But also, Blaze King is a Pokemon, right? It's not Blaze King, it's like Blaziken. It's Torchic's top evolvement from Gen 3. Blaziken, yeah, similar. That's how I remember his name, though. Ballsy Howl is a pal, Brit. Like, I have not played Pal World yet, so you might be trolling. I wouldn't know. You got Big Time there as well, assistant coach.
Alright, so we'll begin the map veto.
Right, what did we say for veto?
Map bans coming in right now for Bleed.
Don't talk over the police desk.
Right now, I feel like Bleed, they mentioned that, you know, they were confident with their map vetoes, but I feel like, you know, Global, you know, they're trying to be quiet and they're like,
So G picked Team B as well. I want to add these.
I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, anything you said in the interview could still
Oh,
be
no, pick Team A.
relayed over in those last couple huddles.
Oh
Now,
no,
both
Bleed
teams
got the
have
coin
banned out
toss, so they said
Ascent
for that
initially,
B.
and Global Esports, they're going to continue to ban Lotus as well. So
So
this
bans
part
are still the
shouldn't be
same.
surprising.
Global Esports have picked up Sunset instead of Bind. And then Bleed, are they still going to pick Breeze? I mean, I think they probably should still pick Breeze. The problem is that you've shown it. Are they going to go Icebox? Okay. So Global Esports, they won't ban Bind unless it went really, really badly.
I like that we're seeing these kinds of maps. I like that we're seeing a lot of Breeze, a lot of Sunsets, and a lot of Iceboxes here.
Yeah, and then the big question on Icebox, of course, once again, is that another map where Chamber can continue to see a lot of usage. Curious to see if Bleed's going to pull that one out.
Did they ban Breeze, so they don't want to play Epic, is it? You could pick Bind because you've not shown your Bind, and you've seen theirs with the no main controller.
Yeah, I believe so.
So are they banning Bind, so it's split? Ah, that's risky. I don't know. I think that this is a really odd veto.
It's hard to say without seeing a little bit more. I mean, for the
So Bleed picked this map in their first series. Global Esports picked this map in their first series. So they're both second banning the main pick last time, but they're both gone for new picks. So both teams are opted to show like 4 maps and not play on a map where they've shown what they do, but the opponent hasn't. Right, comps. I like this. I actually love Bleed's comp. Global Esports is also kind of cooking. No Sentinel, though, is kind of wild. Like, you've got the Viper Gecko Fade. I definitely prefer Bleed's comp.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, but the other thing is it's a very defensive composition. You got the Cypher
Global Esports sounds like a company name and a team name. It's, yeah, I mean, I think Nova's, like, company that owns Nova Esports is, like, Global Commerce Limited or something. Why Silver over Fade? Shock darts, which aren't really a factor for Global Esports because they're not running the Cypher. I think the recons allow you to just play more punchy. There's so many, like, good recons that you can do. Like, Fade Haunts are always sort of like close proximity to an extent, but I just think people aren't used to playing up against good Sovas on this map. And it is also, I like to play Sova. That's where it comes from.
Imagine they're going to go similar to how they played it at, you know, Convergence, where they're going to take space by space and then go for an
Isn't this your ideal Sunset comp? It is. I don't know if it's ideal. It's the one I like to watch the most when teams know what they're doing, because it's what Rare Atom ran on this map.
Global Esports as we step into Sunset. We're going to toss it on over to your casters.
Yeah, this is the comp I was talking about with Kraylon earlier. Kray's the head coach of Odd One Out. So him asking that was more of like a, oh, just general question on stream, but also like, you reckon we should be playing the Viper? I'm like, not really. Silver starting here is kind of weird. You could do a recon dart from here that like hits the back of this, which I think is what Bleed's about to do. But I think Silver starting here is better because you could do a recon that like bounces, it like bounces here and then twice, or you could do one from here that hits like A main. The problem with the A main one is that they're almost always past it.
Meanwhile, for Global
Yeah,
Esports,
there's just a recon there. Polvy's just peeked in and got scary.
Yeah, that door closes, but the
And then you got the camera.
does not.
I think that's above, but considering where it's placed, it could be like behind the safe point. And then there's the trip there, and then the trip just across there, like the kill trip. That's right across the ground.
Even though all the traps for Egoist is,
I mean, some damage has at least been done to Polvy, but not enough that you should be scared. Silver's now back in mid.
With the wingman to trigger a couple of those and allow them to clear.
Hey, Galv.
Even easier.
Yeah, you can definitely feel.
So you got the ones watching in B main. Obvious problem for Bleed is because you don't have the Cypher on B. You have to just keep watching it. The Viper Wall is scary enough to deal with. I don't think Global Esports has been here at all. So the fact that Global Esports haven't been anywhere near B, they don't know if there's trips here or not. They might assume because of the Viper Wall. Yeah, there's the trip on the ground. Camera's up high up in the air. Also, I guess that camera catches the wingman, but the plant has not been installed. Yeah, he used to be on Optic and then NRG. He was like he played a lot of NA tournaments. He's an American player. He was on C9 as well last year. He wasn't on NRG, sorry. He was on Optic before the rest of Optic went to NRG. Yeah, they didn't even enter the site. You're right. Like,
they chillin'. Bleed has to go in for that.
He was on Cloud9, but he wasn't on NRG, is what I mean.
And it's just post-plant delays for days.
Ooh. Lots of efforts here for both Egoist and Durian. Durian somehow making it work, but
Time, though.
Not his friend. It shall be his enemy.
I don't think that was a good pistol from Bleed.
It's taken by Global.
But I mean, Global Esports played it well, kind of like whoever said it in chat. They didn't even go onto the site. They just played like 5 people in alley with frenzies and just hid.
Polvy is an incredible duelist, and he just walks right up the door.
And Vox NB Optic C9 DSG, yeah. It's confusing. I said NRG because he was on Optic with like Finesse, Victor, Crashies, Marv. And then when Optic didn't get in for partnership,
especially the part where
the core of Optic went to NRG, and Ye went to C9.
They couldn't really figure out where Global was.
Crazy how people have forgotten Ye was the best FPS player 2022.
Wait for the stimuli and then react.
It's also crazy how much people are like praying for his downfall too.
Really like to take the advantage, especially with a composition that has no sentinels, so you really know that they're going to be banging.
Genuinely, like one of the.
Every time they actually make
sounds like he's. I wouldn't say pretentious, but it sounds like he's very like opinionated, which is needed to be a pro.
How much can they really pull off?
You need to have a strong sense of truth when you're like arguing with people about what comps to play, what people should be doing.
Has that star power.
Sometimes you can't be nice.
Shows us a glimpse of it.
But yeah, but like outside of that, Ye seems like I love that Ye was like the best, most recognized player in the scene in 2022 because he seemed like just a genuinely nice, authentic guy. No bells, no whistles, just good at clicking heads. Same with Tens though.
True, but that said, it's just one pick, and while they are moving forward into the A side, it's trampling, it's a lot of noises. Bleed are, well, not quite able to fight back.
Yeah.
Couple of kills at least.
Global Esports turning into this bald fist that will.
If Egoist can get one more, this is actually like.
Egoist. He's got a lot.
Is it Egoist or Egoist?
Even the safety to pick up that Spectre as well. 2 versus 1. He's
Making team voice comms without context was like a shitty move. Whoever did. Yeah, I mean.
As we can see, so he'll
yeah.
just take his sweet time.
Egoist, okay.
Him cooking like this is gonna allow him to win the round, but
I just sort of assumed that like the Pacific casters, especially because I think one of the casters in this did a lot of stuff like for like Ascension and stuff. But you know, good eco, very good eco, yeah, lots of damage done. Means that this bonus isn't amazing for global. Sorry for bleed. No, for global. I had bleed winning this one, but I'd again be happy if global win it. It'd be nice to see them like do a little bit better. But this could be a toilet bowl game for sure. There you got the silver here. This you could do a recon from here, but he didn't do a recon. Oh, he did.
Out of harm's way, though. He's alone
Did
on
it just
an island.
miss?
He's already brought out his classic.
I mean, I just got to mark it quickly. I'm not even paying attention to what's happening because I'm looking at where these fucking recon darts are going.
HP as he pushes through. He wanted to get that pinch so that his teammates could push up to B main, and when that fails, Global Esports now left scratching their heads, hoping that maybe their other lurker, Benkai, is going to find some contact and success.
Some damage at least done. Like, this is...
Okay, that's a little bit wishful thinking, you know?
It's like Borkum's TPs yesterday. Darion, ooh, does actually get taken out by the mosh.
No shot connected from Russ, but that mosh pit was enough.
If Russ is his ultimate, I also hate this. This is so risky.
I think I can jump over this.
Luckily, like, they're still tentatively watching it.
Here to jump and punish the transition. There it is.
And at least should hit a step, so yeah, Scary can peek off of it. But if they're like playing back here, they don't hear that jump.
To these changes. I mean, the calling on this side from Crazy Guy, as soon as they feel a bit of pressure towards A, they start to change things up. Global hasn't quite, you know, put one step ahead of that. So they instantly knew how to feel ready.
Is the swear filter thing? You haven't been caught by the auto mob.
Exactly towards market.
Again, leaving Polvi to push.
It pulled the link for me. Yeah, I don't know why it does that. I think that's a...
Is what he does best,
like, it's had a little bit.
But in Sunset,
I think that might be like a stream elements thing, but I need to turn it off.
There's so many traps that can really
Afraid that, yeah.
that kind of approach. He needs some backup from his teammates, right? Anyways, Russ, IGL.
Also, yeah, sorry, yay on Viper. I didn't even like pay attention to it.
So 1-2 right now. The adaptation's coming in.
So, what, Ye is on his, like, Chronicle era? Like, he's on the flex roll? I mean, that's not bad. I think, like,
what works well against, you know, a team
Ye kind of moving away from the duelist is not a bad thing. Because his most impactful thing was, like, AWPing and kind of, like, chamber and stuff. I don't think you go Viper up necessarily, but, you know.
It feels like Bleed, you know, is so fluid with how they move that it feels like
Crazy Guy's just closed the door. You got the Cypher trip over here.
Right? Like when you pick up,
You got a raise nade or a satchel that can at least break this, but you have to be a lot closer for it. And then Bleed of like 3 players over here. The Omen with the paranoia in hand when people peek off, but they've not seen anything. They've also broken the trip. So it forces 2 players to go and watch this. This is risky to just slow walk into this. It's even riskier to keep going. Ooh, Crazy Guy. Bleed are like sleeping in areas. Like there's like blind spots, I suppose.
Get the numbers in the favor of Global.
Did pull a little bit of attention away.
I feel like against better teams, those small things get punished. Like the trip in mid and then just Crazy Guy running away there.
Now it's just a bit of info. If anything, a bit of a tell for Bleed to actually reinforce the A side.
You got the duelist, not with the team lurking.
30 seconds. He's getting
from Polvi. Don't like that. That smoke kind of gives away this late lurk too.
That might be a big miss.
Crash is coming in for the second go. Smoke in. They get the kill on it. And Scary's position still great there. This is...
Global's calls pretty damn solid here, Quack. And again, like I mentioned, Egoist.
Tier 2 NA teams did beat franchised NA teams. Yeah, Oxygen looked good. I don't mean this to discredit like how good my Spotify and Oxygen looked, but it is an off-season event.
Pull the attention away, have Polvi to come up out of
Can't look into it too much.
And then at the same time, just the pushes coming out from Russ, Benkai, Lightning.
But also being like the best team in your region in Tier 2 is so good because you get consistent practice against the franchise teams. Like Apex and Ascend and EMEA would get to practice like Liquid, Fnatic. But that's kind of why I think that Pacific and China are going to do really well, like either this year or next year. Because I was talking to some of the China teams, to be like, are you scrimming other China teams? What are the scrim books? And all of them said, we're scrimming Pacific. And so Pacific are probably doing the same thing. Like Global Esports will be scrimming against your JDGs, your EDGs, Trace and stuff like that. So you've got two massive regions scrimming against each other consistently. And it's not like Apex and Ascend where they get the sort of fill of everybody. 60% of the players are from Tier 2 this year. Is that in globally international leagues? Or for like Americas, for Pacific? M8 your Oxygen, you got qualified next season? Oh, it's hard to say. For one, I haven't really watched as much of them, but also the meta, the map pool, that's all likely to change. Yeah, I mean, for China, it doesn't really work because there was no Tier 2. Yeah.
Because they already know he's there. He has a double satchel and the showstopper.
That's a Nightfall used up and wasted. No follow-up.
With a smoke that blots out their vision, this is going to be a big risk for Global here. But they have time right now.
Yeah, it's interesting. Just a Nightfall.
Nitro's back. Yeah, I liked watching Nitro as a player. I don't blame him going back to CS and getting the bag.
They did this in the previous round. Let's see if Bleed can
especially because he just had a kid at that point, I think, as well, right? So.
A with his life. Got Scary watching mid and able to rotate back, pivot towards A link. Whether or not
Recon Dart in mid doesn't get anything, so there's no mid lurk. It's just going to be an execute. What's the Dizzy liner? You're just over the top. Paranoia's high. So yeah, he's been missed by everything. Dizzy didn't get him because he's behind his box. Paranoia didn't hit too. He does have a snake bite. He has his poison cloud. I'm surprised they didn't put this on like default plan. And this should have been punished more, I think, from Bleed. There was so little time left. You had people on the site.
Scary is already at the site, but can't really
like everybody just backed out CT. I think I would have just preferred Ye to just hold his ground and fight. But I guess they wanted to play like retake.
They don't want to risk any more of the rounds. Paranoia activated here. Maybe try to brute their force
yeah, save now.
Loves, knows, is the definite
all right.
of brute force, and that's going to be Global with 4 rounds in this first game.
Gee, looking nice. Yeah, the plan on this map seems a lot more like cohesive for sure. But I mean, what, you're comparing it to what they did on Bind and then Icebox?
But that was it. They wanted to make use of that numbers advantage to come.
Did they get to ban
trades and also Darian's showstopper?
That's a good question, actually.
Onto
did they pick Bind because Sunset was banned out beforehand?
From Global Esports, who knew exactly how to block them off to prevent that retake from even happening. Very nice.
No, Zeta banned Breeze. Sunset was the 3rd map. So I don't think this they would consider this their best map. And they would have like prioritized Bind. But they didn't want to show their Bind again because it looked kind of off. Or maybe they showed Bind because it's like, oh, we have some like kooky comp that's not going to be expected. I mean, this is against the Eco, so this isn't too bad.
Makes it easy for Polvi to find the first pick. His teammates gets another, and you already know it's a secured A site. Firepower is definitely
the Gecko plant is just getting so much value. Like it's not.
The only thing I'm looking at that
it's not being delayed or stopped. And Bleed are just not in a position to really do anything with it. It feels like.
Global Esports very much in the driver's seat right now. Almost makes you question if Bleed looks really uncomfortable on Sunset. I mean, clearly they have the composition for it.
What fault for this map 1 win to only lose 2-1? It is Global's pick, to be fair.
But Global are decisively breaking.
Sorry, it wasn't.
At the end too.
Through the wall as well. No windows, only the wall.
What was Global's map? DO for Zeta.
Now Polvi has to.
Oh no, so.
And it's
okay.
Scary to think that this
Bleed picked Icebox, which they hadn't shown but had seen from Global against Zeta, which
absolutely out of their element, and it goes to show
was a lot more competitive in the first half, and then it was Global Esports' defensive side was kind of
I think
off.
this has been an issue with the Bleed in the past when they start to lose.
Could be just an overall defensive issue for Global. Like maybe their defense on this map is not going to be good. Because these executes are nice.
Is he gonna find Egoist? That's gonna be huge.
Oh, he didn't get him.
No way, it clips.
Egoist has managed to actually get
And that allows him to
2
break
more.
through. The traps right there, like fast can't get in quick enough, and this leaves Rush, the IGL, once again by himself in a position where he might as well just fall down, which he does.
Unlucky, I guess.
Esports gets obliterated.
Leaders a fight for map control early. They're literally just like Global Esports are like playing Radiant rank to just sending it every round. Especially towards A, like just ultimates.
Unlucky, but whatever it is, it favors Egoist so darn
It
much.
hit the step in front.
Guy who, you know, used to play on SMG. Now
Literally just spraying through smokes and able to get 4.
exactly what he's capable of. This is
I don't
why
think he
they
saw
put him on
any
the
of the
tempo
kills
rope,
that he got that round.
He can anchor.
He creates those tempo plays by himself. And one mistake from an opponent definitely unravels the rest of that offense. This is a
Trip got 1. Yeah, but he didn't see him because the smoke was up. He had 2 cages. The first one he was flashed. The second one it was for a smoke, like for a cyber cage. Third one was a trip for a cyber cage. Fourth one was for a smoke at the end.
As he spots no one as well, that coaxed the rest of Bleed to start getting some information here on mid. Crazy Guy activates the drone, spots out Polvi. Now they're aware Global is coming here on top mid.
And they're very much so ready to receive it too. Polvi. It's an op versus op, but Darian's got the other.
Do they know if
angle,
anybody's
takes down
crossed at
lightning
this point?
fast.
Surely they do.
As it happens, Crazy Guy comes back in around just to check.
Yikes. Polvi's on
At least they were watching it. They cut noise.
Deal with so many angles, slow pushing like that.
Recon dive for shot,
When
but you
no
got a
one is
trip
checking your
here,
six.
so
One at the corner here. Crazy Guy actually picks himself out the operator, wants the challenge, and they will get punished gloriously by Benkai. If he finds some opening here, maybe somehow, some way, there was
that
a
could
world
have
where he
been
could get into A and activate that ultimate and then put himself
could have been a
in
problem.
2v1 manageable situation. Not going to happen this time. And Bleed, no need to call for those timeouts. They're adjusting on the fly
sketchy.
here. And what
I think
looked like
all
a
of the
bit
rounds to an
strong
extent
start
have
for
looked
Global.
sketchy one way or the
Bleed
other.
starting to build things
Other than
back
like
up.
the anti-ecos that Global had.
Very curious as to
I
how
mean,
it
that
happens,
looked
too. I mean,
like pretty
getting
decent.
the information, just starting things off a little bit slow, but having an idea.
Bleed
It's
have
a bit
looked
of a-
sketchy every single
a
round, I'd
roadmap
say.
as to
Even the
how
rounds that they've won,
esports
they've
operates on
either
this
won
map.
just by like
Now they're
typical
starting to feel a little
BS
more
happening,
confident, holding the
but
right
the
areas.
egoist round that we just saw,
And at the same time, I mean,
Oh.
just a little bit of slicing the pie from
even
the
when they
right
look
now,
good,
cutting
they
back
found a
into
way
the
to like
off.
whiff it.
A bit of early aggression, but then punish right back.
Not a
Crazy
fan
guy
of that
punished.
ultimate either.
Yeah, making sure that his teammate is going to be safe. What's
And
the
Benkai's
trajectory
lurked all the
of
way
here?
up. He's got past. How has he got past?
Snuffed
How has he got
himself
here?
all the way up
Oh, because of the
to A.
wall? Has he managed to get past here? Has he got a poison cloud?
Egoist. Does he dare push A main right about now?
But this is not like, oh my god, please don't push this egoist.
Nobody.
Oh, and there's a thrash too, but that's going to go towards Ali. And then he just walks straight into Benkai.
With that, the punish from Benkai onto Ego.
Oh my god,
It's going
this
to be
is...
Darian with the showstopper to try to bring things back for his team. It starts things off with the op shot, and that does bring numbers back just by a bit.
Gecko plant right on the corner of the Viper's pit too.
Ooh, Crazy Guy. Thought he bit off more than he can chew.
I mean, is this still, like, this is still doable to an extent for Bleed. You're in a 3 versus 3 though. Never mind, it's probably worth saving now.
The showstopper.
No, because he has an operator.
The ROI isn't
Back
good
to
enough.
save.
Yeah.
Wanting to hold on to that operator. But, I mean, still, thinking about how the round plays out, it's a lot of weird... like,
How has he managed to get
individual
past that?
fights. Darian
That's what I
with a
don't
nice attempt
understand.
to try to deter them away from B at the very least, but then towards the end, like you mentioned, it was really just Benkai sneaking in. I think part of it is also how the map is laid out and Bleed not really able to watch everything. Right, you got this double controller.
Somebody
setup, you
pinged
got
it as
Egoist on
well.
the Cypher, but it's just not quite enough to
Oh, the
cover all
Viper.
the bases.
Oh,
They're
that's
always
nice. They did ping it
Benkai, for
though.
example, can use to sneak up
The camera
past alley,
only sees up until this part of the wall. When it's here, there's a
That's the
blind
strength that
spot, and it's
Benkai
allowed the
brings.
Viper to just sort of
It's
peek up
his
to
confidence,
this.
it's his
Managed to sneak past. It was pinged. Benkai pinged it, saying, hey, there might be somebody here.
And we saw that
And
happen
just
when he
what?
was-
Scary
well, we
isn't
did see it,
awake.
You know, come into fruition when he was trying to do that against Zeta because he was losing a lot of the fights against Laz. But here, we're seeing the polar opposite of that, which is in benefit
Ooh,
of Global
that's still
Esports.
like iffy, but at least it makes sense. Like that's a hell of a lurk from
Lovely to see how
Benkai.
Global Esports Esports are starting to move these puzzle pieces to make them all fit together. First of all, you got
I'm losing it. I
a
know.
wild card sometimes, but then Benkai, this proven entity.
Why is Ye on Viper? He's in his flex era.
Hides and strikes when the iron is hot.
Well, his iron is definitely scalding here, Quack.
Bring them down.
Why?
This is so different from the global that we've seen from a couple of from yesterday's matches. They're so controlled. They're so precise. These guys have truly woken up.
No operator. Darian has
I
it.
think they can continue this round.
Honestly, I have no clue.
GE fighting truly will turn into a GE winning.
Very, very careful. And look at how they're still maneuvering across. Still Benkai on the lurk. Carefully checking corners.
I mean, this isn't even like Ye's fault. I don't think. Like Ye's playing on B, where the rest of the team is on A. Like, I'm all for being unsure how he is as a player, but like,
Fast cannot get out. Shot and step.
gets a free K there. But I don't think that the way that this is looking for Bleed is Ye's fault at all.
Huge paranoia from Scary.
Yeah, that's exactly what it starts out. Scary. He's the guy who puts up that roadblock. Up around B, I mean, he just has that one paranoia, and it's just nice.
Like what exactly? I just lost.
He gets away with that one frag, and then the rest of the team.
Where's he going with these TPs?
Just to prevent them from going into sight easily. There's always that little opening around market, and the time.
Omen needs to make a play. Recon was actually really nice. Bit of Recon's just like on top of the pineapple. I am so surprised it's taken this long to see a timeout for either team, to be fair.
Oh no, actually it's a bleed timeout off of their win.
Of course it's a bleed timeout.
They is known for those.
Wait, they just won that round. I don't hate the fact that they're taking a timeout, even though they won.
Recuperate his team. It's more to try building what's
because,
already slowly
yeah,
built.
good lord. He might have also like queued a timeout the round before, and it was maybe a bit too late.
It's like he's just again trying to maneuver, probably figure out how to deal with Benkai's.
Oh, is this ominous?
Has been one of the biggest issues that they've been trying to figure out against Global here. Is just how much map control Benkai really brings to the table to his new team.
I think they're talking about his setup.
Yeah, we've seen those looks getting a little bit pesky for Bleed Esports now, but at the same time, I'm wondering what they're gonna do. You got this operator.
The hairdo on the GE coach. Yes, Finn he's rocking a look. I mean, I'm not going to be like throwing stones at glass houses, right? I'm not going to talk about somebody else's hair when I have none myself. But I wish I could grow hair like that.
Oh, but okay, we don't see anything too early.
The coaches are still inverted when production. Wait, they're on the wrong side. Or like, you mean like inverted as in like the camera's mirrored? Yeah, on the Soulcast roll is rough.
Egoist has placed.
If anything, it sort of highlights how good of a job Soulcast is doing for Apex on that role.
They're much more okay.
Leaders on the right. Oh, I see what you mean. I don't think it matters too much. Because the teams on the top depend on what side they start, right? So.
Does he have no money for the cages?
Not too sure, but at the very least, yeah, there's one up by elbow. He knows that this is a spot that Global has approached many times before and wants to counter it.
Oh, that's a huge hunt. Who's got the here's the party? That
nice from Darian.
Dunking it in the face of Benkai. And this is a bloody take here for Bleed. Somehow manages to get in. Durian throws out the nade. Can he find one? Lightning fast with the late lurk and the counter late lurk from Ye. It's 1-1, 2 versus 2.
Ye's got his Viper's pit. Darian is Ye's up.
Global Esports, they've doubled up.
Is this a snake bite for safe?
Right now, and Durian still holding this operator.
Oh, that's just such a bad peek.
Just runs into the side.
Like, you know that they're not safe. Like, they could be alley, they could be CT.
The embracing hands of Polvi and teammate happens twice now. Durian and GE really commanding the rounds here.
It's just Global Esports just again, like, we're just going to just rush A.
Especially when they get those setups. 1 second and you spot out, like, a foot and an arm, and you're like, okay, that's more than one person.
Scary has had an absolute mare this map.
Not going to be enough to win out the round. So it's a little bit odd for Ye to swing out like that. I don't know.
Yeah, it is really poor from Ye to just peek that on his own.
Say with absolute certainty, Global Esports are fighting.
You've grouped up with your teammate and then you rush out.
I love
I can't, man, I can't. Recon's going to get all of the info, I mean. Viper Spit's going to be used. Are they going to rush this? They're going to... Gotta get the showstopper. They're spraying through. He's one bullet. He's one bullet. They know roughly where he is. They somehow still miss, but they still get the kill anyway.
On the corner, doesn't matter. Still gets the kill. Man is on a tear here.
I mean, that was a fluff around.
To end this first half if they can. Still have to be very careful as they.
There's a trip now made, and there's a trip just outside of market. So the break market, it's still like good information for Bleed to have. It's a 4 versus 4, and they still have A main control. They have pinged this like danger, so they're worried about somebody still being here, or like walking up on alley. Please don't fuck this up, Darion. All of the EA fans are gonna be on your ass if you do. That's perfect. That would have been like the icing on the cake, but okay.
Polvi does shut him down very quickly. Damage be done. Has to pick up the spike. 30 seconds. His teammate, lightning fast, trying to get that clearance so that there is a lot more opportunity.
And I like the respect that Bleed are giving here. It's just very patient. Spike still hasn't been planted, so you got plenty of time.
Just gonna put it out there. Does Crazy Guy have some nasty little lineup for a default plant because he's got 2 shock darts? I don't know where. I don't know how.
They're even picking this. It feels like Bleed, because they've been so like passive and thinking it's going to be a B hit. They don't really have control over anything. And like Crazy Guy is on, like if he dies here, it's a 2 versus 2. Lucky, really. Recon actually pings lightning fast too. And then Crazy Guy just goes for it. Why not?
So him just being
all right, 5-7. I mean, it's a half, that's for sure.
But that said, you know, it also kind of works out because I don't know if it's like Polvi overheating a little bit, but peeking out over the box, I guess he just didn't quite expect Crazy Guy to be on the other side. Yeah. So we do end the first half, you know, not with a 6-6, but a 5-7, which again still isn't the worst thing in the world. That say, we shall see.
Good God. This has been kind of awful to watch in some instances. Gonna restart the match with Ye on Ye Agent. I wonder if it was his choice or whether that choice was like put on him.
So there's still so many unknown factors of how they've been truly controlling this. And of course, another one of those things is will not really have any Sentinel, I believe, coming into that second half. So
the Viper.
I mean, we're talking about how the Viper could play as a Sentinel, but doesn't
I was gonna stream at 720.
Play as a Sentinel, right? So
am I like streaming on this in 720? Oh, is my stream in 720? Because it shouldn't
be. That's
be.
The thing, right? You know, we were talking about it. You don't have quite the traps to really watch your back and control the map. So
your stream, shit,
a little bit
really?
Iffy sometimes, but you know, on a map as big as Sunset, does feel like it could be, you know, just enough. At the same time, because you're playing on defense.
Why is it so hard for me to get to my own stream?
Really, and as long as Benkai stays hidden well enough, you know, you can throw out those utilities, the snake bites, hold off for as much as possible,
you're right.
anchor down the sides. He should
what am I on YouTube? I'm 1080p on YouTube.
Comes down to map control.
So why am I being...
The way that they move together on this map, they move as a unit.
Crazy Guy committing all of his money for you.
Because yeah, like for...
What a total team player.
It's
okay,
Twitch
so
that's like
mid.
Stopping me.
He wants to check if anybody pushes up on triple with that recon dart, but doesn't find anything.
If I was an armchair analyst, I would have gone in on the chamber, especially on Sunset. If I was, I don't know if chamber's that good though on this map.
Decapitated there by Egoist, but decides otherwise. Here comes Benkai.
And I also don't. I think Ye is better than just being a one-trick on chamber or duelist.
Polvi here pulverizes Egoist. That's gonna leave Bleed trapped on A main. If Polvi decides to actually push the tempo right now,
Crazy Guy just pushing on his own. Yeah, like why is he on? Like nobody's with him to trade. Like at least there, if Darian dies, there's like 3 other players that can come fight that. And then Global, they've Paranoia. And Bleed have done well to like cut noise. They don't have a huge amount of time to work with. But you know that there's no like Cypher in this comp, so you can like go towards a B.
But if they go to B,
There's no Cypher there. The Viper wall is not only in mid, but the Viper's dead.
A bit of time waiting, checking, and then in a couple of seconds they have to rush.
Think of Scream. I don't think it's fair to compare Ye to Scream.
That's the most interesting thing, at least for this round.
I don't think that this is like some sort of KC moment.
They carry on the same statistics from last year in VCT Pacific. Having one of the
Like, I think what KC did last year was messy. Speaking of messy,
let
me work out why I'm not streaming in 1080p.
Huge upset there for Global. 5-8. Bleed also known to make those aggressive force buys. So we're going to see that from Bleed here. And of course, the best weapon against that, which I think Polvi might pick up. There
We need to log into restream. Maybe there's something I'm doing wrong there.
Weird thing, you know. Global Esports hasn't really called any timeouts yet. Bleed maybe called one after a round win, and the way that they're pushing up so slowly. When you got players like Blaze King, Polvi on the other side, the slight micro
distracted me now somewhat.
All of a sudden, sometimes Bleed just doesn't quite expect it. So it's a bit of revenge for Blaze King as well, right? Because this, you know, was him playing on Boom Esports versus Bleed at Ascension last year. Now finding his win with a new team, new roster on Global Esports.
You're absolutely right.
Was this streaming in 1080p
Here's
yesterday?
the thing, Bleed also coming off of that high with the pickup on Ye, but it feels like Ye is so out of his element here, whether it's because he's on a new team or he's on a role that he's not really truly familiar with. You can see him struggling. We were showing that scoreboard. He's at the bottom for Bleed as of this point. So you do see the struggles that Bleed are having to face, and Global are just eating that up. Oh, this wall.
Okay.
If it drops, Lightning Fast got a chance. Blaze King first on contact, has a siege.
Real much starts later, maybe.
Into the prison. If he pushes out, well, he doesn't need to because Lightning Fast is right there with him. That's going to be a quick cleanup.
Global are cleaning up now.
And they are
pretty good bonus to work with.
Control. It's not fast, but it's a slow burn here, and it is scorching Bleed little by little.
I don't know what Bleed needs, but they've got to kind of like
I don't know how I get into
or something, right? Right now, as it goes on, we're starting to lose out in terms of rounds. They get the buy back up in full this time, but the momentum definitely on the side of Global Esports. They're toying with them so much, controlling around the map. And again, you got Polvi on this Outlaw, and the amount of damage that they could potentially put out is deadly. However, in this round, it is a Bleed with full armor, full utility. Let's see what they can do.
And again, it's one of those games where it doesn't feel like there's anything explosive that's happening, but it is by design. Global Esports are playing at such a pace that I feel like Bleed can't really read them in this situation, even if Bleed has that capability to be able to do so.
Yeah, I know it's kind of like feels really slow at times, but then there are these tiny little moments where Global Esports just accelerates just by a little bit.
Yeah.
And right now, towards market, you've got a little bit of vision from Russ as well. They might have heard something towards B main, but that's about it. So the rotation's coming over. They don't see anything.
He spot him.
Might be Lightning Fast, yeah, getting the call over. The toxic screen at the very least is a tell. So now rotation's coming over.
Anyway, sorry. It's still 5v5. Still bonus for Global.
Blaze King as well with a haunt for info.
Yeah. I was actually just about to point that out. How much statistic do we have with how effective Blaze King
Paranoia comes through.
It's been giving away so much positioning
Safe.
right now. Look at Durion just dodging into
5
the
HP.
side
Is he able to
himself.
actually get out? No. Scary gets him, luckily.
Escape that one. Explosion from Bleed is here.
Time is fine, especially when in front of... Oh, the Dizzy is great. The plant still goes down, but this... Gonna be tricky for Polvi to actually win. Made it close, though. I don't agree with putting the Mosh on the safe, but I don't think they realized that they planted here.
A very messy fight, but Bleed comes out on top, at least for now.
Yeah, not being able to buy back up in full might hurt them
But yeah, that's weird.
But you can see it's a slightly better take, a slightly better approach towards the site. You know, being able to pull the attention back and forth. Despite Global Esports having a good read on things, the way that Bleed comes in, you've got Darion and then Scary to find the trades. They make sure that they can control the site safe enough. But again, that's just how Bleed operates. Everything so far in this entire map has been safe for both sides.
Polvi, though, pushing very far forward into the front of his opponents. His teammate giving him some leeway to pick up that orb and back away into A main. If he decides to push up, maybe he can find something, but it seems like Polvi might have overheated a little bit here, jiggling a little bit too much, and Crazy Guy capitalizing. And it's
Dizzy Molly combo was great. There's a lot of stuff like that that you could do with Wingman that is not really like well known. I think Ayang did a lot of it for FPX, but outside of that, I've not seen like the best use of tech, I guess, for Gecko.
Bad guy's huge. He gets another one. Will get shut down by Egoist. As dust settles, who's getting the advantage right now? Feels like it's Bleed.
Free backside. Ooh, sprayed in.
But the punishes and the quick trades for Global Esports are just too damn fast, and Bleed can't keep up.
As Blaze King approaches from behind, yeah, it's just too much going on in the round. And although Ye got some good picks early on, again, with how big the map is, Bleed loving to move together as a unit.
I need to check something real quick, sorry. I don't mean to be completely distracted, but...
Unless Scary can really block things off with his smokes, it sometimes just doesn't really work out all too well. And they need a little bit more fragging power right now. You got Crazy Guy who's always there to support. You got Darion who tries to rush in, but then apart from that, no one else is really there to help Darion follow up. So the site kind of falls apart as soon as they make their way in. 6-10 now will be the score, and it's going to be a Bleed that has to save.
I don't know
I don't know about you, Asteroid, but this map is starting to look like it's almost over.
I might be on the wrong email.
Yeah, I feel like I was about to say, you know, never say never, as is, of course, by my favorite movie, Karate Kid with Justin Bieber and Jaden Smith. Anyways.
And Justin Bieber.
Yeah.
And Justin Bieber again. Yeah. Durian, though. 6 shot on
KP resolution
here,
is there.
the thing is with Global Esports, right, is if you strike us, cut one head down, 2 will take its place. They are so quick at just reacting to the stimuli that Bleed is dishing out. And this hasn't been Bleed's
It says it's 1920 by 1080.
recontact at all. You can find something maybe for Ye here. Okay, never. As soon as I say that, Ye does something like this. And this makes it somewhat doable. You're absolutely right. El Diablo heating things up, right? Can they exercise it out of the sight? As the Nightfall used very haphazardly. No follow-up, just to
Seems to recognize you on stream not only 1080. So something's gone wrong. Let me sit down. I'm sorry.
What is happening here? Egoist, he just pops a couple of those shots. He can't find nobody, and Lightning Fast finds Ye left in a 2 versus 1. Yo, what?
A little bit awkward for Egoist in the moment. Coming out of the Viper's pit, I mean, you can see the idea that he had because he's already been spotted inside as Global Esports pushes into the pit. So he tried to do what he could, but just without the firepower, I guess. Kind of whiffing some shots, and Ye at the same time.
You get a lot of like stats and stuff from watching it this way.
Stay in the pit to keep it up, right? So Global Esports just knowing how to make it work, having that much more confidence to go in for some of these duels. They were decisive. They took things apart. And yeah, although it was a bit of glimmer of hope from star power of Ye, it's still not quite enough to bring Bleed to
it doesn't tell you. I think it is like I don't have.
Not going to be enough.
Like unless you have a pro plan, your default set to 720.
He decides to go on the other direction that might have been incorrect for him. Russ has pocketed himself onto the corner in the IGL, not falling behind. Let's go. Oh, what a control spray from Lightning Fast and Russ. Egoist now alone. Polvi might not have gotten any kills, but his teammates sure made use of the push outside of mid that he has just done. Neural Theft activated. That's going to expose the positioning.
Yeah, I mean, this has not been good from Bleed.
Egoist here, though, and he is looking for a kill rather than pick up the spike first because he does, even though he's exposed his opponents, he does not have the map control to really take advantage of that.
Well, let's think about this, right? You got 50 seconds left. You got full armor. Got a rifle. It's not entirely entirely impossible. So he could go in for the spike plant first, but then where do you go after that? You know the full
Your bit
force
rate is
might
well
be
above
Global
Twitch's
Esports, and
limit,
the
so they
last
might
three
remove
players
your
are definitely gonna come
source.
after you. Russ has the Thrasher. So you need to stay in a spot that's, you know, well concealed.
Oh, that might be
enough
it.
that
Maybe
Russ
this will
can't
fix
find
it.
you. I guess Market is away. Maybe you sneak back out to the top of mid, come back in with a big flank. That is an idea, but Bankai is watching the back.
Oh my God! No! Russ
The
absolutely
match to catch
showing
him.
what it means. Yeah, there it is. I mean, whether it's by sheer intuition
8,000,
or
sorry,
because the
not
meter for Thrash was
850.
running out, he found him, dude. He found him. That does
So
not
maybe
feel
I'm
good
just
as
streaming
Egoist.
at too high of a
He
bit
was
rate.
preparing himself for
Nah.
3v1.
Egoist is not having a good day. I mean, the whip from earlier on, and then now getting hit by the Thrasher like this, Egoist just does not feel good. But on the other side, for Global Esports, the way that they're coming out on this, first of all, I mean, the Thrasher just well-timed. The way that they're moving together, you've got Bankai watching the back. Every base is covered. This is the Global Esports that, you know, knows exactly
What is going on, man? I don't know. I mean, this feels it's just sort of like Global Esports. This is like a map pick that they're a lot more comfortable on.
Brandishing new roster, right? And there we go.
And like Bleed outside of that first map of the series with T1 just
in that round, you know,
looked
Polvi
lost.
always like kind of wild sometimes. This Finnish duelist rushes out, dies on his own. He gets information. Apart from that, Russ and Lightning Fast getting those sprays, that was something else. That truly brought the round back for them.
This is what I've been telling the desk as well, when I was with him as you know, a day ago or so, is Lightning Fast has been not put in a position where he can really shine. And now, with, I mean, him still being on the controller, sure, but he's now put into situations where he can be put into spots where he can actually try to do something else for his team. And he's been sick at it. I mean, he's 9-10-3, but those are impact
I
fragments.
don't know if that would have fixed the stream, but it was like from 2 days ago. It
Forgot
was
too, Blaze King actually leading the kill feed because he's picking up a lot of pistol kills and some nice cleanups as well. Now back into
oh no, wait, it was the stream then was
It's gonna be a bit
1080.
of contact play towards B main.
They're just running it down.
Do I have the option now?
I mean, everybody from Bleed was
No.
shot by the paranoia of Lightning Fast. Lightning Fast, though, holding inside his own smoke.
Did
That's
I have
going
it
to
yesterday?
dissipate pretty soon here as he pushes out and covers the entirety of the Bleed conspiracy.
I had it
on
yesterday
B main.
too, but I don't know if that was the stream or.
Man is clean. Benkai's by his lonesome, and that's going to be a quick clean round for Bleed here. Not the end of the world just yet. They got 5 rounds. If they can survive it, they can push it to overtime. But of course, GE always fighting.
Always, always. But of course, think about how that round turns out. I mean, it started from a timeout. Perhaps Legia just kind of anticipated such a push and having the players positioned right outside B main enabled them to go for such a fight. A little bit odd for Global Esports, you know, at the last final round.
You can spend 1,000 virtual hats. Are you talking about TF2?
Play
Sorry.
such as that, but whatever it is, it puts
One
you
other
down
game
on
would allow you to do that.
And resets their
Alright, Showstopper going in onto Ali.
Durian.
Players onto Blaze King. Hunter's Fury to clear anybody else, Ali. I mean, they feel like they've got to. They're on against an eco, but I don't think they've really like clocked it.
Secure the rounds. Might as well. Polvi. Is he going to stab him?
No way. He still wins the fight. Okay. Right. Everything was wrong with that. Nobody comes off looking good.
Brings out the classic, hits the alternate fire.
But that's going in a compilation, that's for sure.
Sure, let's go with that.
That's just. That's the esports scene in a nutshell.
This round, but somehow, some way, Bleed clears it up.
Yeah, very wacky all across the board. But again, it starts off with Darian and that commit with a showstopper into elbow. It kind of throws things in for a bit of a loop, and then maybe, you know, some positioning coming through with Polvi trying to sneak up behind. But nonetheless, once Bleed gains control
Oh my god, that's so close for Egoist to die. They're not even going to shut a knife again in the replay? What is production doing? There's only one play that you highlight in that moment.
Spirits up. Still got 4 more rounds to go, but you are very much in the game. You got Polvi on an op now, though, and I want to see what the idea is behind this.
It is to get kills with the sniper.
The mental damage, emotional
But the idea
damage.
will not be turned into their reality, as it's been pretty much snuffed out by crazy guys.
Please, like I'm happy to have watched enough Sunset from both these two squads. I was hopeful to begin with. Now not so much.
Anyways, Bleed clean on the take. They just waited a couple of seconds, able to get one. Blaze King trying to hold it back to the side, but will lose
A
control.
lot of global esports just taking fights on their own now.
Global esports
Like either just peeking into multiple fights or just peeking on your own.
with this trade game.
I'm actually suffering brain damage watching this. This is... I never really saw it with global esports and Zeta, but this map is definitely giving me like problems.
From the MYSG team.
Yeah, I mean, the reads are starting to feel a little bit off from both sides. Bleed starting things out. Not
Does it
so
actually
great,
say in my
but then
dashboard
now
what I'm
starting to
streaming at?
get
I think you can get that
idea for
information,
how
right?
Global Esports wants to play. I mean, going for that aggressive
My
peek up on
bitrate
Bleed,
is 7.8,
Polvi, that's what that op was for,
which is
but
fine.
Bleed knew exactly how to counter that, right? That's why they kind of played around a little bit more slowly. So getting these wins now slowly coming back
Is there a
into the
way
game
for me
once
to
they get
look
control
at
of the site.
other
That's
stuff
the
in here?
name of the game. Global Esports calls the timeout. And
Stream
again, they're
hell?
sitting at map point. As long
Does
as
it
they kind of play
say
safe. You know, maybe they don't want to allow for Bleed to execute.
view and Twitch
But
insights?
as long as they, you know, perhaps go in for a
Inspector?
bit of a retake, all it takes is just 1 round to bring
No,
them
it's
over
not
that finish
that. I
line.
don't need that.
I'd also just add
Bitrate's gone down because I
even
turned it
though
down.
we are seeing
Yeah, it's 60
the
FPS.
max loss bonus for global, right? Give them a lot more money to utilize.
My chat stream
Their
preview.
composition is damn expensive, especially with how they've been buying the operator for Polvi. That's gonna reset their economy somewhat here.
I'll turn off the stream and turn it back on to see if it's
Just one wrong step for Bleed, and that's it for game 1.
any better.
Polvi, is he gonna double satchel once again? I want to see what he does on mid though. Oh,
I think you have to restart. Yeah, makes
thought it
sense.
was like a tech pause.
We'll do it in the break.
No, they're actually just slow pushing on top mid. No sound done, so Bleed doesn't know this. There could be a huge.
Yeah, I'm not
fight
gonna do it
coming in,
now.
But all of the members of Bleed are just stacked outside B. If there's any kind of noise that they do on mid, or Bleed just decides to go B, there will be no resistance whatsoever here from GE.
This is what I meant, right? You got the timeout. All
Very
you
well,
need
they
is 1
changed by
round.
itself. What I
As soon
think
as
it
they
is I
play
upped my
along with
bitrate
advantage,
and
if they can come in for a big
I
flank,
upped it too
big
much
retake,
that
Bleed might not be able to hold
Twitch
off
can't
against
stream it in 1080p as well. Like server-wise, it'd just be too expensive, so they're like, no.
Step in the right direction right now for Global Esports. Oh no.
There you go. It's stuff like that. Stuff like that that the Gecko stuff is really good for. Like Wingman Dizzy at the same time, hard to clear.
Alive. Yay and scary. Controllers
That makes no sense, is probably right. Well, the higher the bitrate, the more it costs to do a stream, like on Twitch's side. So it might be like, if you set your bitrate too high, we're gonna reduce your resolution. Alright, Global Esports pick up a map. I think it's like pretty much what I thought from the first series for both these teams, where like Bleed play what's meta, but they don't play it well. And Global Esports have some really like kooky ideas that are well rehearsed, well drilled, but the ideas themselves could definitely be punished. But no fake comeback. Yeah, I could have done without that, I think too. Alright, let me stop the stream and see if that works for a second. Oh,
Because of that, we're just gonna pass it on to the desk to discuss things.
nuke the shit. Like, start it again. Have we...
Sunset belongs to Global
Yeah, there we go.
Esports, and I
1080p is
feel
back.
like, you know, we did mention that Bleed
So it was,
being
yeah, my
on
bitrate
the
was too high.
videos, but we did hear that Global was actually feeling very
Because it was 1080p on YouTube.
Yes, they absolutely
And it was
were. And I mean,
10,000 bitrate. It's not stupid, it's just not clear.
Looking like they were going to have a bit of a run back there at the very end after that final timeout coming through, but it's so difficult. I mean, Global already being
It's
up
like very
locked in,
very
which
odd.
means that all they have to do is get that last one. They finally managed to make it happen there with some nice setups at the end, some nice early picks coming through.
Yeah, and of course, as the cast just mentioned at the end as well, picking up those both pistols and then, of course, the anti-ecos to chain into that.
I can't remember what the website was, but there's a website that shows you how much a stream costs on Twitch's end.
So we have to always keep that in mind. Obviously, GE, they were very well known.
Like, Twitch lose money on allowing me to stream here. They probably lose a lot of money than what they gain.
Can they show us why they're picking these maps and compositions? And this time we saw
I'm
that
actually
chain of
kind
utility.
of
Maybe even in
hungry.
that last round, just throwing
What's the next
everything
map?
they got
Icebox?
to make sure
I
Egos
can
can
prep some stuff
focus
for
and
that
see
at
around
least.
the corner.
Yeah, and that was brilliant as well because, like, you're
Studio
distracting
mode.
everybody so much, and they're not exactly sure where to go, and suddenly they're lost. And once that hesitation kicks in, and then that's when they strike, right? But I do have to commend Blaze King.
Bleed
Had
don't
an
have
amazing
anything for
game. He was
Icebox, I
really
don't think.
carrying hard. He was really
So I guess I
pushing
can
it,
like
not
hide
afraid to
that.
be aggressive, even when it didn't call for it.
And then
Actually.
Global Esports for the
this was
Icebox.
very
And then the
much plays
third
we were
map
anticipating to
is
see yesterday on their opening series. It was a bit of a rougher time for him. Didn't
Split.
have the impact that we were looking for, that we have come to expect from him in his past
Icebox
run.
after this shit. Yeah,
But this was
yeah.
very much
It's about to get even wilder, I think.
Really great scoreline for him the whole way throughout. That presence was felt. He was getting those early picks as well. So even just getting involved as far as the first kills are concerned. But this is exactly what we wanted to see from GE and exactly what we said they needed to do. Come out swinging, get that lead nice and early, and start to run away with it. Sow that seed of doubt in the minds of Bleed. Because now they're saying, okay, we didn't close that out. Yes, we do have our
Okay.
map pick, but we're one map away
Alright,
from
everything
being
seems to be working a lot better
eliminated
now.
from Kickoff.
Sorry that sort of happened in the middle of the stream. I guess the problem with me as a person is like I'll just over-focus on it and try and fix it.
You want to have a bit of a longer showing in the very first week that you enter VCT.
Like, I definitely could have just done it after.
In the very next map. One of the biggest things I'm
But
noticing is, again,
I don't
with
know,
some of
I just
these
wanted to
roll
make sure
chains that
they
we're seeing
worked.
across, I know Darian used to be known for his duelist, but right now it doesn't seem to quite be there. Even himself, right, not being able to always check the right corners and then communicate that to the rest of his team to trade off of
I think
things
everything
like
works.
that. Things just seem not quite in step just yet for the Bleed Esports. So as we're going on to the next map, hopefully, because it's their pick, their composition, their set plays, their
There's
timings
not
are a little bit
if there was a
important
map to miss, I think it was that one. What is the error? Your bitrate settings is out of recommended for Twitch. Please set it as less than 6,000. But I think they say like 8,000 is the max. 8,500, but if it goes over, it drops to low resolution.
Yeah, this is
And it also, like, my title is broken.
So, these
Alright, so that's
concepts
fine.
around the
Thanks.
flexibility that they're trying to build up here on the side of Bleed.
What was my title
It's not
before?
finding the results that they want at the moment, and it really needs to. So I'm curious with Icebox getting ready to come through.
Create a
Are they going to continue with this? Are
dashboard,
we going to keep seeing
content.
EA on some new things? Are we going to keep flipping these rolls around a little bit, or are they going to go for something a little bit
do
different?
this.
Yeah, 24-11 KD for Blaze King. Like you said, Achilles, this is the type of player that we expect him to be. And that matters a lot because now that allows Povey to really just be the entry, creating space. Whether he's always getting the kill or not, he still puts up quite a few to his name. But
So
now
what are
he
we
has
on?
that
We're
confidence
also not
to
on
say,
day
I
2,
know
on day
someone's got my
3.
back. I know someone
Not
who can
day
trade. I know
23.
someone who can clutch. So I'm going to go in and really fulfill that role as the primary and this time
Bleed
the only duelist.
Esports
Blaze King says Ascension wasn't
versus
that long ago. I
Global
I still
Esports.
remember everything you guys are doing. And even with Ye on their side, you know, right now as controller, I do have to say he didn't look
There we go.
exactly as comfortable
That
as
should be
I
fixed
thought
now.
I would see him. And especially when you have Scary already.
Anyway, sorry, I'm looking at the... So... Darion did okay on the duelist, all things considered.
That we're seeing from Ye is okay. His just pure mechanics itself. We're seeing the same style that he had.
You couldn't do too much. Blaze King's fade was nice.
Pretty crispy, but not quite like you said in those situations that he's used to, right? It's very different than
And
what
Crazy
your
Guy
player
11 and
versus
18.
if it
Yeah,
was more
Crazy
your
Guy,
holding
like,
as a
just...
sentinel,
I didn't
you have
like
to be a
watching any of
little
that
bit more
sober that I
flexible, and
saw.
in some ways, a little bit more crafty.
I think it was quite easy for me to,
controllers.
like, focus
We're
on
not
fixing the
seeing
stream when we get a game
that
like that, to be honest. But,
we're not, and
you
I think
know,
it's just, you know,
it
one of
is
those cases
what it
where he
is.
needs more time on this, so you
Yes.
can't just really jump into this role that is fairly different from what you're used to playing. Yes, you know, lingering around, lurking. He's done plenty of that when it comes down to the chamber, but the Viper itself, very different as far as the util and what your capabilities are with that agent. So I think it's going
Is
to
it
take
just
some more
me, or
time,
is this
but
like...
time is not something that Bleed have a lot of.
This was like 30 frames a second.
Well, they could have plenty of time. They
It's very like sheltered. You are blessed with something else to focus on. Yeah, it seems that way.
You don't want the run to enter early just to buy time. You want to be able to extend it while you're on the stage. And Blaze King is here to say no. That's not going to happen this time. I will be the one.
I don't know
to
if
try
that's
to eliminate you,
for me.
one map away from doing so.
Like, if that's on my end or like the stream.
Thinking here, we're gonna be seeing a lot more
55, 14, 60.
We might be seeing Ye on the roll.
I mean, it's happening here too, so.
We're still waiting.
We're still waiting. I know, exactly. We're still waiting, and I feel like, you know, a lot of fans are like, oh, we shouldn't have to wait this long for that. But maybe it's a card that they want to keep close to them at the moment. But right now, for Kickoff, it's either
I know people are saying in chat.
Play that, they go hard, or
Probably not. They're probably just talking all craziness.
Continue to be on Blaze King going on to that icebox as well because his showing.
It's not as noticeable when it's like not full screen, but it's definitely there.
The timings alongside Russ for the KO was not
I'll just upload my stream on the other monitor and see if that's any better. Oh, it's gone now. It doesn't matter.
Maybe they have something a little bit different getting ready to come out here. Icebox.
Illumi, thank you very much for the sub. Thank you very much.
Different info gatherers coming out on this.
Hopefully you have been watching the games for Pacific so far. There's been some good ones. This wasn't really one of them.
Compared to where we saw them running it before. So if they do run
but you know,
that,
it happens.
it's going to be better placed.
Well, thank you so much. It means a lot.
I'm happy to see something a bit different. But for Bleed, I think it might be time. I think it might be time for Ye to play Jet.
Bring it out.
I'm ready to see him play Jet again. I think that would be good. If you're going to go out, at least give the fans what they want to see, you know?
Absolutely.
Did you see the Valor My Goat incident? No.
Especially since, you know,
I haven't seen anything that happened in the games yesterday. In fact, I don't even know what the score was. No, I haven't seen anything that happened yesterday.
But I feel like on the side of global esports, it's slowly coming into shape. We're seeing right now a lot of it is on
They're big crews, so my prediction was right. 13-9, lost on Sunset 13-9, won 13-11. And look at this, like just neck and neck.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's where we're always
He did well. Jonah P.
We have our expectations, but if they are going to be subverted, then that's never really a bad thing. It just means that the team is playing better than we had anticipated, and the higher the ceiling is.
Are they playing 8.02? I think they are, yeah.
For the viewers, for us as commentators, and just Valorant enjoyers in general. So if we're going to be surprised, that's always a positive.
I don't know if links will work.
Again, things like how you change
Let me
that utility
see.
and what value you're getting out of it. Global Esports, I mean, they talked about it a little bit themselves, but everyone agreed when you saw that roster, that's what it was built for. To show us these neat little tricks and how you're getting.
Yeah, I don't know why it does that. I don't know if that's a stream element thing, but I actually want to Google that whilst we have a second, actually.
Previous map, right? As you mentioned, the chain of utility from Global Esports, but I do have to say, you know, on the side of Bleed, you did have those stellar moments from Darion. Yes, the duelist looks a little bit rusty compared to, you know, his heyday all the way back in, you know, APAC or like C Challengers and everything, but right now we are seeing shades of it come back.
Oh, I have links turned off. I can probably fix that.
Yeah, I'm glad that you mentioned it has been a while, right? So while I did point out it looks a little rusty, the point is it's rusty. He used to be very well known as that primary.
Let me see how I fix this. Settings, moderation.
So obviously they've had to do a little bit of a shuffle in the offseason in terms of roles. As long as he's continuing to get used to it, we should see him come back alive. Of course, pretty
swearing, no filtering, aggression,
It always
bullying.
feels so bad. I mean, even with some of the teams we had
But that's like
earlier,
automod, that's not links.
there was enough respect. You know,
Block hyperlinks. There we go.
Just yesterday on Lotus, they went, we'll just shoot you.
All right, try it now.
Today, they know who they're playing up against. They know that they want to send a statement. Again, getting that fear of elimination in your opponent's heads, that can be driven in with a knife as well.
It looks like we are heading into Icebox
Ye's
right now.
Ye on Jet!
Finally, it's happened.
Get Ye on Jet, and he will be up against Polvi on a Jet. We're finally seeing that dogfight happening, right?
We get to see Chamber Buff in Madrid. The Chamber Buff isn't out yet, right? So
Esports Global sticking with what they showed last time as well, but it also works very well for Bleed.
needed to run ads. Sorry, some people don't get them. I'm going to run them now. Sorry.
So exciting indeed.
This has caught me out.
I cannot wait. Let's get right into it. Map number 2, Icebox, over to Quack and to Aserai.
Ye's got his moment, you know, moments, a couple that one game ago.
Watch the clip. I haven't seen you link it. Unless you messaged me. No.
Can this turn the tide?
Try it now. The link didn't work before.
If he does
Oh.
then, you know,
Oh, for fuck's sake. Stream Elements has now been a pain in the ass. Well, bye, Goblin.
Desk was hyping it up before the match started. Polvi versus Ye. It just didn't quite deliver on Sunset, excuse me, but onto Icebox. Surely it'll deliver.
This map is over. It's just started.
Where it felt like there was just
such a different
Chatbot, here we
pacing
go.
that we're not really used to. The tempo
Settings.
was everywhere on that first game, and it felt like Bleed also felt that as to how they just couldn't really outmaneuver Global Esports. That's not taking away Global Esports that had a phenomenal first game. Anyways, as the pistol starts to go here, contact will be at A site. Very low dart coming in from Blaze King. It might actually have hindered a lot more of the
Oh, it's because you're like not considered a regular.
by Global Esports. Bleed now starting to march
User
their
management.
way up into the push here. Benkai gets immediately spotted, not yet gutted, but he's getting pushed out, and his teammate is not gone. Lightning Fast is holding on. If he can reposition as well, has the spike plan not yet done. I thought they were pushing for that A site, but with all this happening, they could rotate to B.
I think that's the.
I don't know how I untime you out. I don't think I can.
They don't really want to stay. They're no longer welcome.
You don't need an auto mod when you have me. You never really know.
Just a bit of
Goblin God will be back in 5 minutes, I guess.
I mean, clearly, now that you've pushed up belt and cleared out the corners, you're anticipating that. They know.
Right, 2 versus 3, planting on B. Tried to fight on A from the looks of it. They're going to get flanked, but the alarm bot is down because they're far enough away. He just gets past.
Lightfast is aware, but Durion's too quick, and now Benkai, 27 HP.
Nice Benkai.
Man,
He still has lots to do. He doesn't know that there's 2 that have flanked him, to be fair, so...
His turret is up, so if he gets some breathing space, maybe he can actually close the distance and utilize it, but he just decides to go for those gunfights, which makes a lot of sense since Crazy Guy was already in the site itself. Not going to work out. And Bleed
Just my NA King.
First victory, or first round.
I mean, we could at least watch the video.
Trying to keep themselves warmed up in this chilly ice box. I mean, we saw how the pistol
Let me
round
just
goes
watch
off,
this real
and
quick.
It's just a better setup towards this site. You've got Scary watching as they push through. Global Esports can't really just dive in that freely anymore. They could do that a little bit more on Sunset. You know, they were set up around elbow, they had a get-go. This time, not so much.
Wait.
Wonderful.
Global Esports.
Well,
They've got
sir, you can go that way. Thank you so much.
I mean, it was an expensive round on both sides.
And that is why we don't have the sign.
That's so funny.
Valen is the goal. Valen
Alright, I want to see Outlaw country, baby. Because this Outlaw can really make some damage on either side.
Sir, you can go that way. Thank you so much for that one.
It's the like cartoon little chuckle he does when he's going in there.
Off of his KO, as was being pointed out a day ago by the desk.
So they have a Marshall and Polby, 2 Stingers, a Bulldog. So they forced up. Global did this yesterday as well. Not yesterday, day 1.
Blaze King. It's not gonna work. Fortunately, plant will commence.
Good damage done.
I mean, they've already got the numbers advantage, dwindling Global Esports as they try to push in. So despite this being a forced buy, it's not going to be an easy one. Good shot from Polby, though.
Oh, it's a big flash. There you go. That's what they were looking for. Blaze King throwing the utility inside the smoke. Gets himself an advantage here, repositions. They don't know where he is. And you're absolutely right. Polby's Outlaw is something to be feared about.
He's trying to disarm his ass. You're back, let's go. Yeah, sorry about that.
And making this force buy work out in their favor.
Wow, what a way to bring things back.
I'm your first Twitch result when you're typing in browser. I guess that's good news.
The Outlaw. Second of all, like the flashback that you just mentioned.
I wonder if that guy got kicked out. I don't think he would have done. Is that on Reddit? I would have thought I'd see that in the morning.
This, you know, just a few days ago, but I don't know. It feels almost as if it's not enough game tape for like he had to study up just yet. I mean, this retake completely throwing Bleed Esports for a bit of a loop.
You know what? It makes a lot of sense too for some force buys to contain or to have the
Oh, I see. Yeah, it was, but it was on the longer clip.
Both ways. Even if you win the pistol round, right? You're usually going to have half shield.
The auto mod might not be set up in the most flawless of ways, but we take it. It is set up, but it didn't for some reason count you as a regular. I don't know what constitutes being a regular, but yeah.
You're good enough to hit a couple of those shots. You're in for a very strong round where your weapons should be able to one-shot the team that just beat you a round ago.
That's precisely why this weapon is a deadly force. This is why they picked it up. And on the other side for Global, continuing to push forward now. Big damage. Can't just stop the spike plant happening.
Yeah, it's so messy. Look at this, Polvi. It's not only something that's got his elevation working in his favor. Ye and Ego is stuck at the back of the site. They were able to pick up a couple of weapons.
Close against the Eco.
So
I mean, the
well.
Force worked at least.
All the way on screens, and that's going to be a complete shutdown. Global Esports get themselves another round. And,
Oh man.
you know the weird pacing that we were feeling from that last game?
I feel like everything is just out of sync for me at the moment. I didn't go to the toilet. I didn't run ads in time.
Didn't even see that one.
I didn't even show like the assets thing that I got built.
Keep in mind, Bleed Esports are going to buy up in full. Definitely some adaptations coming in.
What I am going to do.
Global Esports changes things up.
Where's the last map split? Neither team split. Okay. When there's an eco, I'm going to go to the toilet, and I'm also going to make some cereal. But this is a sit back and enjoy series for what it's worth. Isn't going to be my most focused thing. It all kind of went to shit after I had my cup of tea, actually.
Anyways, you're absolutely right. They do have the strength in numbers now, great firepower, as well as the full buys, yada yada yada.
Yeah, this is why Global Esports is tapping the brakes for this this round at the very least. But at the same time, Global Esports isn't giving up too much. Darren committing the high tide, blocking off all of this vision. It's been obfuscated. Polvi can't see anything. The tide goes down.
Cascade has sort of allowed
No.
Global to actually push up and get closer. The Eldron hasn't spotted anybody either. So is somebody going to overextend and peek with a face?
They're just barely missing each other here. Ye's holding a different angle. It's just one.
They're all going to go elbow. And he tries to peek from a position, but there's just too many people looking at him. It's a 1v1 there, he might be able to get him. On the flash, they've seen where the harbor is, so Darian just re-peeks it. Wow, that was bad from Bleed.
And Scary forced to save. So these outlaws, man.
You're also like playing up against an eco, and you're playing like these kind of angles. Like really?
Right now, these guns, the way that they're pushing in, being so patient, playing around with Bleed setups.
That's my cue to leave and go to the toilet. Be right back.
I need a timeout pretty soon because Global Esports are reading them and knowing exactly how to come in for the site push.
And what's good about this is, you know, talking about side pushes and everything, is Global Esports isn't leaving Polvi to push by himself to create that outlaw by itself, right? The outlaw's a strong weapon, sure, but it gets its most value when you threaten it coupled with your teammates. And I think Global have been realizing this a lot more. So we're seeing the fruits of that ideology come into full swing as of now. And Polvi hasn't really had the need to upgrade at all. He didn't even buy his next weapon. I'm pretty sure he just picked it up from someone else. But of course he's going to drop it because he has blades and so on and so forth. That's going to be a call on the timeout. Did not expect this to happen, but it makes a lot of sense because Bleed, they're starting to get in trouble.
Yeah, you don't want to give them too much either if you die and drop your weapon. So timeout timeout being called, and it's going to be Bleed to figure things out, just like I mentioned. I mean, we haven't, you know, we're hyping up this pick on Jet for Ye, but we're not seeing too much just yet. You know, in the pistol rounds, he hasn't really been able to come in and do what he does. You know, maybe back then on the chamber, he does a little bit more, but this time, still, the whole team, the whole map, they haven't really been put in a prime enough position, right? You're always playing catch up, you're always defending, being so passive, hiding back sight. And then that just gives Global that much more space to execute.
There's so many, I feel like, reasons as well as why he can't do that. We saw Bleed try to push out on A main, but because of the drone, the walls, he got to be pushed back. Now he doesn't want to pick a fight without his tailwind, so he plays a lot farther back into the side. But because of how close Global can get in without needing to get contact and then explode out as an entire like 4-stack, it makes it so that Ye can't really get that first pick and then back away. So it's been just so many obstacles that Bleed have to try to deal with on this defense that hasn't been, again, addressed by them in these couple of rounds.
Yeah, I guess now that he's got a Marshall, maybe trying to find some kind of a sneaky pick. Then again, Polvi trying to do the same thing with the Blade Storm. But right now, Bleed just trying to make sure that Global doesn't get to execute on A as many times as they've done before. But that's it. I mean, all of these utilities, even with Scary's Toxic Screen, it doesn't block off.
Hey, Josh. Yeah. Thursday.
Now. A couple of body tags. Ye is in trouble. He's
So,
out a couple of those
not including today.
bursts,
2 more days of Pacific, and then we're on
stop
with
the
China.
barrage of bullets being thrown apart here by Global Esports. It gave the weapon to Polvi that he's used up every single blade that he's gotten. The rest of Global now pushing all the way onto B, where no lick.
You've got Egoist though, so he
utilities
might be able to hear what's going on, so he calls the rotations over. But again, without the guns, without the vision, they really can't do all too much in this retake. Global is just controlling things. Yay, again, getting shut down because of Russ and the whole team spraying him down. And now Numbers advantage, they're just sitting pretty. They've got the null command, not really necessary either. Just waiting for Bleed to peek into them.
Polvi's just been put in a pedestal where Polvi do go things. The things that he does, so scary up against Bleed.
Oh.
He might have overextended his welcome a little bit with that peek of his, and this coaxes the push with the reckoning, and somehow Bleed comes in, Egoist with the double kill already, pushing up the huge use on that dart, and
Hello?
in the matter of a split second, it's just all been turned up in their heads. Bankai gets the double spray down, and he almost stops the defuse.
What the fuck am I watching?
Held my breath there.
Oh,
Absolutely
God.
turned over its head. Bleed. What was that miracle play?
I forgot about the 1-star factor. I mean, first of all, yes, you might have
I
Scary
was
getting
literally
killed, but
about
at
to
the same
say,
time,
I'm just going to sit here and eat my cereal because there's no way in hell that Bleed managed to win this.
Global Esports wanting to reposition themselves. Ego is making use of that timing to push up front with the
That is the
blasting.
Pulitzer
And as soon as
Prize
they
of,
pick up
like,
the guns, yes,
Valorant
Bankai
rounds.
try as he might, can't stop the incoming onslaught.
It was because of the Cove too. It absorbed enough of the damage that they were able to defuse it.
Great decision making by Darian. Then.
Not the Pulitzer,
And a huge
the
mishap
Darwin
from
Award,
Bleed.
I think
He
more.
swung out to like 3 people from Bleed checking him out, which was a big
I can't believe it. And it all starts from Polvi just peeking that.
He just got through. Gets the first pick. Crazy guy right on top, but Russ immediately gets the refrag.
I mean, this
Just
game needs
settles.
to
That's gonna
end.
be Scary alone.
I think the game stops after that first that kill.
The clutch meister.
I actually cannot believe that as a round.
But a Pacific League, at least for this particular game, hasn't had the
Can I eat my fucking cereal now, or is Scary just gonna 1v4?
But man, right now, it's 4 targets on a map like Icebox with the spike planted. I don't know how you can clutch this round out. And apart from that, again, it's the same problem. This A site, Global Esports. First of all, you got Russ with the suppressive knife from KO, and it just blocks off or gives him enough information. Ye has not been having a good day whatsoever, and that just softens up the site so much. As soon as Ye falls, the rest of Global Esports just decides that they can rush in. Takes Crazy Guy to be perched up on top of screens to get a couple of frags, but that's about it. So, you know, even Crazy Guy, who we've seen before in the past, he's got these counter recon darts that allow him to spray down as soon as the opponents try to go in for spike plants. He's not able to do it right now because he's the only one left on site. So Bleed Esports, I don't know what the timeout was about from before, but we're not really feeling it just yet.
I think with all of what you mentioned, the one biggest takeaway for me has got to be Russ. He was, I think, very shaky, you know, with that match that they've had against Zeta, but this time, it's all very much different. Crazy Guy, you were talking about how he's got some nasty setups.
At least they
There
killed
it
Crazy
is.
Guy,
Melty
considering
Man
the
is
ultimate
available
hit
here for us to
nobody. It
utilize to
might
make
hit
himself
Darian actually, the
into
second
a
one.
very strong force. Even though he's down to 30 HP, shouldn't matter as much. It's, as long as they can use him to batter the ram into that A site. But it's a cut of noise for now. They did hear the Viper Pit was activated elsewhere, so a strong inkling that it is B, so no need to push there anymore. And Durian, what a risk that he's taking.
That was nice. That was needed.
They're just right underneath each other. Spotted. Does he know about the belt person? He does not. Blaze King comes in. Ye does get the one kill, but it is all for naught here, Quack. As
You have a golden spoon.
that lockdown is
No, it's a silver spoon, unfortunately.
Doesn't get any detains, but it clears out the rest of this site, so we do have a clean 3v2 in this post.
Russ is pretty low. Egoist has the lockdown, might be able to use it to push Global Esports back. But then at that point, it comes down to gunplay.
Have I done it again where I put my thing in the
break up the site well enough to sneak a plant. They've managed to shoot out some nano swarms, but at the same time, Toxic can
Well done on the defense this time.
Ben Kai tosses in
Pigment on the default plant.
Tosses in yet more, and well, at this point,
Hey,
you're running out
Shiki.
of time. The lockdown invested,
And hey,
but
Necron.
no
How are we doing
returns.
today?
Asteroid, this hurts for Bleed.
Yep, very much so. It feels like
Wanted to know your thought on the format, because I don't like it.
Setup, and then there's just that one mishap that changes everything.
Chilling how you got the day off, nice.
One thing, and then it all just
Feels having the teams go to Madrid decided week 1. I mean, it's like visa issues. I guess it was either this or another kind of like lock-in event where it would be the international. So like the format's not great, but I think that's just because of like time, especially with China, like time constraints. But next year it should be better, like actually having like full stages going into the international event.
And it looks like they're the team to eliminate the Ascended team from Ascension.
What a story. I mean, again, you know, everyone's
Aldrin gets onto Scary, he has to hop down to screens, to low ground.
Still,
Right, I'm in full gear now.
not quite feeling it.
You got the Chaos sort of moving up, you KO knife sight, I think he got the Harbor, he might have even got the Viper as well, because the Viper wall goes up as the like knife rescinds.
But even then,
You have a Nano Swarm on the plant. Big Kai and Lightning Fast both pushed mids. Got a kill and got traded. Scary start again. Darion is playing on site, gets traded. Clean from Global.
Before they start exploding into the site, and it feels like this
But even
plan has
Paper X
been
looked bad.
replicated, changed up a little bit, but still the A site is where GE find their home.
Yeah, it's more the Paper X. If they lose the next game, then they're not going to Madrid.
True answers. They will get the one kill. GE gets 2. They'll get 2 kills. GE gets 3. What is the answer?
And it could be
right
against like,
now?
anybody,
These are his
really.
blades, and there's really no reason for him
Depends
not to
on
go
how
for
well
this,
Gen G do.
But with the doubling up of
I mean, like, if
players
Gen G do
from
well,
Bleed
and yeah, Paper X could either be against the RX or maybe T1.
Man is in a tight spot, to say at the least. And yeah, I mean, what could you expect? That was a 3v1. And
Forgot they win. Yeah, they win this game. They're in playoffs. I wonder if we'll actually see any teams have that. Like they, like it, so it would be EDG, Fnatic, Evil Geniuses.
It's just Global Esports in this A hit. It's so darn good with the way that they've got 3 players covering each and every lane.
Forgot they were. Yeah, it's
you know, you mentioned how they switch things up. Sometimes they just hold
tricky
up
one.
around pipes and play around.
Killer Blade is just not taking space. They aren't playing their own game, but letting Global set the pace. Yeah, I mean, it's not been good from Bleed. Outside of that first map against T1, it has not looked good for them.
But then there are so many factors to consider, so that's...
I think it's mostly nerves. I think it's just a very, like, a team that's looking very toothless. Because, like, you got Ye on op, and it's still not making a difference. VLR is on fire. What, with, like, Bleed Esports talk?
Not that there isn't, back towards A.
At this point, any Hail Mary that Bleed can try to do.
I think at this rate, DFM beat Bleed.
They've been so pushed far back that there's not really a lot of options they can use. Look at how all the defenders are here on A.
Like, imagine if Ye goes...
Right? And since
This is the future that I'm calling. Ye is the best player in the world in 2022. He leaves C9 as they want to cut costs, goes to Disguise and plays in Tier 2, doesn't go well, goes to Pacific to play for Bleed, goes and plays in VCT, and Ye loses against a team that has never won a game in VCT.
But you know what?
that he comes all this way to lose against Detonation Focus Me. Imagine if that is the future that we live in.
Let them in. Let's see if we can kill the spike planter. Play around with the timings of the retakes. Make sure that Global Esports can't really.
If Blade loses this map, yeah, we'll have a 10-match loss streak. Oh my god.
They're running down this clock very, very much. Nano Swarms could provide some indication.
I mean, who else would play like the flex role for Bleed is the question.
With the kill here on Polvi. Late lurk from Blaze King. Dart, presence known outside of screens. If you can get a couple of picks, that should be lethal for him. While his teammates on the side are fighting back, and Blaze King somehow manages to pick up Crazy Guy. Durion does get the refrag, but that is time wasted for the favor of Global Esports coming in back.
When he was the guy that started playing the game,
Viper's pit.
you can't win that.
Very difficult for them to push up, but they found lightning fast. That pit's going
Don't
down.
throw again, Global Esports. I'm watching you. Benkai's like 10 HP with a Marshall.
Yeah. And Russ is also doing the same with the fragment. Wow. They're buying as much time as they can.
They know where he
Russ
is.
pushes up, gets denied.
You got time?
Spike. Ooh, I don't know. It's
Just.
close. And
Just,
it's barely just defused there by Bleed. 0.95. They somehow managed to gear or to
Blade can be good, but they need time and match stage experience.
for that defuse as well for the
Yeah,
round
but
win.
like,
Just a second.
if it was either this or lock-in, it would have been the same situation for lock-in. Like, the format's not great, but it's either that or a format that for me is worse. I'd rather have like an international event like Madrid than have had lock-in.
Especially on a map like
But next year, with it starting in January, yeah, you should have more of a long season. Basically, like Masters 1 should be at the same time next year. The only difference is that you have a longer like lead into that event. I have to trust in Leo. Yeah, as much as I do think that some of the stuff that he tweets is just garbage, he doesn't think about what he's saying at all. I do think the way that he worded himself on the patch, I think, was good.
Got the opportunity to do so.
Oh, he gets tagged by the drone too.
Now he might be forced back here.
And then he gets killed.
I don't know, man. That was a big.
There's like 3 more threads. The whole round.
Keep going forward. Global Esports have been doing such
Like,
a
yeah,
great
he should
job.
know better that, like, he's playing from B, there's an owl drone. Nobody's there with you. Crazy Guy's just going to peek into an op with a Guardian and win, because of course.
And Bleed are trying to wrap back in around this, make them feel uncomfortable.
Turn the tide activated here
Like an
from Durion,
unused
forcing them
great
into the embracing
flash
hands of
from
Crazy
Russ.
Guy. He's been good on the Guardian for 2,
Blaze
but
King is still
can't
just
convert it
going.
into the third. Reckoning denies just a lot of this one. Durion is so close to the rest of them, but they haven't planted anything just yet. The miss of the bullets, but Russ is there to back up his teammate, and Egoist is left into a 3
I mean,
versus
Blaze
1.
King is winning the initiative battle against Crazy Guy, that's for
Might be able
sure.
to find Russ in member here,
Ooh,
but
close.
cannot convert. And Global Esports once again find the opening, not this time on A, but on
Leo is
B.
really bad at tweeting, in that he's very good at wording his tweets. No, not at all. And it's also like, these aren't statements being put out for the most part, right? They're like throwaway tweets or responses that just are not well considered. But as somebody that poorly words stuff all the time, I'm like not.
Got some couple of good shots in. But then
I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt on those ones.
King coming back in, always good for the trades, always good to clean things up with the rest of the crew.
I was gonna say I thought there'd be a timeout because it did like go to the. After that last kill came in, whoever died went to press escape to press the timeout button.
Quick to realize whether it's a good play to follow up on or not.
Wow, like the second bleed timeout in his half. They're really worried about it falling apart.
These many mistakes, right?
I think he puts tons of thought and work into stuff on the inside, and works closely with people who are also trying their best and want the absolute best for esports. They also not influence Valorant. I mean, that's not wrong so far. Like, that's been taken like out of context because of all of the production issues in Pacific. But Pacific have a new production team. Like, it's not a freak of doing it anymore. It's like Crazy Banana or something like that.
Challenging that is working for the South Asian team.
I think he's just terrible at talking to you publicly. Yeah. I mean, he
Global
should just stop
Esports, what
tweeting.
a
I
day.
think.
First of all, winning both pistols from the previous match.
If he has
Now
stuff
coming
to
up
say,
against
like an
such a
update,
bastion.
do what some of the devs have
Started
done
off
where they're
this
talking about
first
like
half,
state
maybe
of
losing the
balance of the
pistol,
game.
But as soon as
I
they
suppose
came
the
in
drop
with
in
that
quality,
force fight,
not gonna
right
lie. And
to
also why
right
did
Bleed's economy, they
the
finished
production has
behind
not
his
been too
momentum.
bad outside
They
of
are
like
not looking to slow
the
down. So
bad
far, the
timeouts on
defaults
day one.
towards
There was a
the start.
timeout yesterday,
They
but it was
take
like
it slow and easy,
10
but off the
minutes.
timeout, they want to let it rip. Oh,
Crazy Guy's letting it rip though.
It was long in the
He's
10
letting
minutes,
it
like
rip
half an hour
stone.
maybe. But
It's a beta
outside
switch
of that,
play
it's been
between
okay.
NBA.
It's been really like rough around the
That
edges, like throwing from the desk to casters and throwing to the like stage host. Those moments have been really bad. But I think outside of that, it's been
Reducing the numbers of global esports is
like,
a huge
fine.
benefit here for Bleed.
Why is that? Probably
Or
cost.
excuse me, global now rotating elsewhere on the map.
I don't know. No, I'm talking out my ass with that one. But I imagine a freak is probably more expensive than getting
now
this other
deciding
company
to
to do it.
really kind of reinforce the mid ground, although it's not really been a lane that Global has explored before. I don't know
But
how
at the
much
same
Stinger can do,
time,
though. Spots the shoulder, goes in for the spray, tries
like,
to reload.
Pacific is doing so well. Like
B-side
Valorant's
might be
popularity in
open.
PC bangs has gone up,
Scary can turn things around.
and it seems that in production for like videos and stuff like that, like more money seems to be invested from Pacific. So maybe it's that. Maybe it's the opposite. Maybe they paid more to get this other production company, and it's just not started well.
Quick work of Blaze King. Bleed come back to strike.
I also wonder if this is just a kickoff thing, or if it's just going to be the venue for the year. That's also a good point. It's the first fucking week. Yeah. I mean, I'm assuming the same for EMEA, not going to lie.
First half, Ye still on that operator.
Our timeouts last year in EMEA were bad.
I love the bait and switch, man. Crazy Guy is always that person to make that happen. You know?
We're fucked for EMEA, yeah.
I got two.
It starts today, right?
That he did.
So I don't think I'm going to watch party, but we'll see.
More than that, he's a crazy good Valorant player. All right, let's see what happens here. Null command's been activated already. There's the
EMEA is Panpok.
utilization of the null command.
I mean, at this
escape
rate,
here
it's
for
Tom.
Ye.
Do you see Tom's tweet?
As he only gets the shutdown
Everything
on the
that's ever
one,
gone wrong
like fast and
has
the rest of
involved
global
Tom in some
esports
capacity.
as they just keep getting kill
EMEA is
after kill
tomorrow.
after
Ah,
kill,
okay.
leaves scary
Why do I think it's today?
devices. And
Have I got it in my
fortunately,
calendar as
Lightning
today?
Fast
Or
is
am I
just too quick
stupid?
for him to deal, leaving us with a 4-8 as we end the first half.
Quick pushes again. I mean, same thing.
Yeah,
from
it's tomorrow,
Global
4 p.m.
Esports. Earlier on, it kind of got halted because of Crazy Guy and, you know, maybe a bit of luck, maybe a bit of skill and knowing how to fake them out. But this time,
What is China? The 22nd.
as Global Esports pushing a lot tighter, you know, shoulder to shoulder, back to back.
It is a
Everyone
9 a.m.
chips in,
start for
and then
China
the
on
null command
Thursday.
really just
Pacific
feels
starts
bad
at
for
6
Ye
like it
when
did today,
counters
so I'll
his
probably be
outright
able to catch the
gets
first
the
Pacific
one,
series,
but that is it.
and then I'll dip
Everything
and start
else
doing
falling
China.
through. The rest of the squad from Bleed
Our Bleed losing ain't no
just
way.
really quite in position to gun them down.
Durelm,
They
I
tried
guess
to
it'd
push
be.
for some of these
Day
fights,
Realm.
but then just ultimately lost out.
Bleed are playing
Global
bad.
Esports,
Outside of that first map against T1,
Russ,
Bleed have not been good.
null command on the KO.
It's looked really
Everyone else picking up
disjointed.
on these
They
frags as well. Just
the
next
left
level.
hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing.
I saw Povey, you know, just wink a little bit at the camera. You know, dude's having fun. But yeah, you're
Excited to see the
absolutely right.
China
It just
venue.
feels
From
like
what Alan's tweeted, he seems to
Bleed,
think it's really cool.
They put themselves in a position where it
Yeah,
could work
I mean, it
if
should
they
be.
didn't have such a cold
I don't think there's been any visa
this
issues either.
second
Pikachu
half,
got
right?
there
Their positions
on
were
Valentine's Day.
situations where you saw
Big
that
Stew's there
Ye
now.
could have gotten so much impact, but just
Nate's
fell
there
short
as well.
of. And it's always, it
I
feels
speak
like
to Nate
some of these
quite a lot,
crucial
actually.
rounds,
He's
it's
the
just that
coach
it's
for
just
Wolves.
that one
And he was actually the
falling
One Breath
short
Gaming
of.
coach for quite some time.
Unfortunately for Bleed here, that means that Global picks up a 4-round advantage over them.
I really hope JDG can make it to Masters. I'm not convinced.
This 4-round advantage.
I'm actually kind of worried
Global
about
could
them.
potentially end this 2-0 moving forward.
Not because of like losing Yo Man. It's that now that
Whereas Bleed, dude,
Rare Atom comed in English before. Now with Yo Man leaving and J. Kuro coming in, the team's coming in Chinese.
Well, Povey
Nice shot from
seems to
Polvey.
say,
They've
"I
just
do,"
traded.
with that first pick
You
on
lose Crazy Guy. I think Crazy
Quick
Guy's
trade,
like
though,
got
but
so
Ye
how many
is
first
down to
deaths.
45. Still trapped
How's he
for
looking?
Global
Is it bad?
here
It's pretty
all
bad.
along between Russ and
But I
Lightning
don't think
Fast.
that it's like all his fault.
Only
I think
cut
the way that this team is like playing together, I wouldn't even say it's like the macro play. I wouldn't blame this at the coaches at all.
their position.
I think this is just the players getting nervous and a lot of those fundamentals going out the window.
Check the corner, and it is trigger discipline. Ye has, oh my
Like,
god, lightning fast.
those kind of moments, you know.
Does get the trade-off, down to 4 bullets, and he will get immediately dealt with by the rest of Bleed. Bleed now.
Bleed have been playing worse than DFM.
One playing at the back of things. Benkai
I'm about to puke.
Fortunately,
Oh, the shot that's good. Shot that's great.
does get the quick trade. Does he
And then
know
there's
about the late
the
lurk here from Egoist on mid that Recon Dart will expose? So his suspicions are correct.
Sheriff on the lurk. Shook out for 24.
More, and he will be able to
Right,
get that.
Egoist
Bleed
lurk is
gets
good.
it. And I just heard it very, very loud nice from one of the players.
I think it's more now that your man's not there. Like, there's more Chinese players than... Well, there was more Chinese players than Korean players anyway, but... I think just as a team, they've decided that they want to come in Chinese. But, yeah.
So this round really just
Stu said he knows some Chinese, but he said he's like... Like 7... He talks like a 7-year-old in Chinese. Which is better than what I could do. But,
and then back towards B. Everyone's got each other's back, even if there are some tiny...
like Val Analysis, the coach too. It just makes that whole process a bit more awkward.
Able to have those quick trades if need be. And the quicker the better.
Oh.
Indeed. I mean, there's still an alarm bot on mid, so even if they
For Wolves, they like come in Chinese and English, but they also have a Russian translator for Russian to Chinese if they need it.
Either push out of tube, go
It's probably like a good job that you could get at that rate.
Right, that will be cleared up by Bleed once they start pushing in on B here.
This is such an interesting strat, though. 3 down tube. Then you've got Benkai up around Boiler, making a bit of noise. Now they peek out, and they don't see anything. So
Are they planting like deeper? This is a good plant at least. They're going for backside.
Does get over well.
Don't lose against these classics, please, Bleed.
A fair amount, so they will be able to clear.
Why did they like just backed off? Because Egoist, like, there's no alarm bot there. It's gonna like bring some of that focus away. People like this is a good position I think for Ye to actually be in.
It's us using you as a body shield as they push up into the side as a 4-man. Look at this, they're just gonna waterfall to the side. I love the idea, but of course, Bleed, all they gotta do
1 versus 3 and Russ is 4 HP.
Eliminate.
See the drop.
And boy, will they. Russ down to 4. I mean, if he can
This is good. Like, yeah. If he can keep them like on the spike, and if they're actually able to go down.
for Global, as the rest of Bleed are just running for dear life, who will die.
And Ye's died in this corner.
Still a win here for Global.
Did he just assume that it was? Even if it was default, it would have still got him.
It's so good.
That's a nice way to put it. You know, throw bodies at the solution. It's a pistol round anyway.
Huh?
You're not gonna be able to get away with too much, especially when the Bleed players.
It's not even that he was baited with the plant.
Do what you can, even
Because the plant, like, if the plant was here, he would have 100% died to the spot there. But the plant was here. Did he think that he was safe from there? Did he think that it was some sort of like CT plant, like more up? Because that might be.
now on the operator.
Like, yeah, he's on the sheriff now.
Whatsoever, though, so full on glass cannon. This could either be a really good pickup for Bleed if Polvi dies, or
Is this perhaps a new toilet bowl? That's the vibe that I'm getting.
Make some damage happen on another day.
Durian is sitting on a reckoning, by the way.
I think this we might be looking at it. Maybe there's some sort of like Nova game in China.
Push through this though. I mean, yeah, they can get those stuns working for them, but how well can they trade? Pretty damn well actually here for Bleed. Russ is by himself at the back of the site, holding on, and he will be able to shut down Ye. 2 versus 3 here. Cove gives some entryway here for Durian, who was able to pick up a rifle, picks down Russ, and is making it a very good case right now that Bleed's
2023 Ye hits that.
is pretty damn successful. The swing out, the trade in, Durian's
1 versus 1.
and Benkai in a 1 versus 1. Can the former Paper X player
Oh, and Bleed win it. Wow.
Durian clutches for the 4K, and Bleed
And Polvi buys the op on the bonus. I didn't even notice.
Felt like it was Benkai's kill to have, but Darian,
Like on the anti-bonus even.
in such a dire situation, still able to put himself up on top. I mean, think about how they just approached in. Yeah, you mentioned it. Darian has been giving some bits of good decision-making all
Great
throughout.
trades from
So
Darian.
whether it's the Cove from before or the Reckoning in this round.
Yeah, of course, it's the Harbour player now that's on this.
Good sense as to where Benkai would be.
And you also you know, go back on the point where you have
Care Knife
with
does
that
get the
glass
jet,
cannon,
does get Ye.
expensive rounds.
So they know where he is. And there's 4 pistols on the A site. They've all backed off to take mid. Even Recon mid to just double check.
Other than that, it's all classics all the time.
I mean, some of the clutches that Scary had in the first game definitely puts him as like a top player for Bleed, but he's just been very quiet today. That's better from Ye. There you go. Takes 2 classics to kill him. And Egoist is actually just keeping everybody alive from the looks of it. And Polvi is saving with a classic.
Who is very far from the situation.
I just gotta play his Game Boy. You know?
Is he just rotating around so he could die to the spike?
1v4.
You know, it's the Radiant Entertainment System. It's his.
Oh, okay.
It's his Radiant Boy.
Radiant Boy. There we go.
Yeah.
Totally forgot.
Copyright infringement.
RES. I mean, at the very least, still want to go for that round loss bonus. But on the other hand, now Ye starting.
Could you imagine? See if he could get Ye to die to the spike again. Oh, Ye's already dead. It's not even worth it. Alright. What are we looking at now? Polvi is the operator again. Half armor though. 1 away from Blade Storm. 2 away from No Command. 2 away from Hunter's Fury.
And now we're equalized up. And I do like this for Ye. Again, as I mentioned, he's been on the cold hand for the
It is actually really lucky that Egoist got that kill then. Because Darian would have gone down and that would have been a rifle in the hands of Global. As I'm drawing on the screen trying to do my best Sliggy impression, that's when they call a timeout.
Knowing what he could do. And if he's able to do it, well, you're seeing Bleed reap the benefits of that.
Yeah, starting to feel it a little bit more. But again, 8-8. And now the timeout being called by Global Esports.
I'm going to leave my drawings, my scribbles in.
The defenses on this site, or in this map at the very least, is starting to feel a little bit more static, a little bit more difficult.
Let's check in over with the fan panel by looking at the Reddit thread. Let's see what they have to say. Yay, woke up. I have my copium again. I'ma go to sleep if Bleed don't win this series. I watched VCT since last year. My Japanese friend said only Ye is the best Open and Laz. So I was excited to watch Ye in Pacific. ... Bro just died to the spike. I used to pray for times like this. What is this game, bro? My goodness, Ye. We'll be back with Reddit comments in the next commercial break. Anyway, 2 orbs left here, 3. So there's a Reckoning and a Blade Storm. Maybe there's like a null command and stuff later.
It's always just been Global Esports without Polvi.
Found Goblin God's Reddit account.
And that might actually be a big factor as to how the firepower for Global has maybe significantly gone down. Because again, he's not on the site with them.
My goodness, Ye. I'm definitely starting to censor myself more as I've started streaming.
Again, not wanting to
The
make
amount of,
any mistakes
if I
so
say
far,
good lord or my goodness on the broadcast, what I really mean is holy fucking shit.
Is that going to do enough damage to stop him from planting? It does not. Crazy guy, successful with it. This is going to be a full-blown retake. Lightning fast. Ooh, he's already committed the wall, and Durion's
Right, Reckoning's in. What is with these Sovas just inting into damage? I'm on the duelist. I'm going to push on my face. Reckoning. Fuck it, hold W.
Global Esports, but here comes Lightning fast, and Crazy Guy made the mistake of the jump spot. That's going to be something.
Scary. That's late though. Oh, the nanoswarm is good though.
So unless Scary can really do something other than
There's a snake bite. I don't know what time it's on.
I don't think it's going to be enough. Maybe Egoist can get him. Oh my god, it's actually absolutely phenomenal.
Scary's done enough.
For Scary to clutch it.
Yeah, that's nice from Scary. You can't let Scary live. You can't let him do post-plant lineups.
Efforts of Egoist, man.
How does he have so many lineups? It's awesome in the sense that it wins Bleed the round, but it's always a little bit annoying to watch. Because it's just a snake fight that wins them the round. I mean, sound
This is worse than KC.
Sound strats from Bleed Esports. First of all, like you mentioned, Asarai, that Reckoning, always up and at the ready, it just buys a bit more time away from Bleed.
What made it worse is that the casters thought that they had the defuse. And I thought they did a little bit because they got half, but it was the nanoswarm. Like Egoist's nanoswarm won the round.
Move on into the next. It's gonna be Ye.
Casey was much worse than this. Yeah, but the expectations were higher.
Doesn't see anything. And just instantly going for yet another plant.
Is this just to go on the safe plant? So they break the cove and recon, but the recon doesn't get anything anyway. So now they're just spraying through, shock that. There's no like rhyme or reason to this Sova stuff. This is a problem for me. Like, he's just trying to shock that in for the sake of it. Hunter's Fury is going to be used for the lockdown. Polvi was just like, how did you see me?
Once this wall drops down, all hell will break loose, and who will come out on top? It's actually going to be Global with the defuse through all of the confusion from the rest of the players.
Wait, what?
Lies for the greater cause, and that's going to be Global.
Wait. Time out. Sorry, excuse me?
I didn't even notice that happened. But
so the Hunter's Fury is used. Yeah, gets a kill onto Polvi, because Polvi's just right here.
Polvi trying to buy as much time and attention away from the spike as possible, too, coming off the flank.
They managed to destroy the lockdown, but everybody else backs off.
Global Esports to sneak around back.
Replay, so we can see who actually just defused it. Because I was also just
it was
looking at
Russ.
the fight first in front of us. It got a whole lot chaotic, man. Anyways, not sure if
like, you have two options there. Hunter's Fury the spike to stop them from defusing, and everybody backs out and plays safe. Or you dedicate the Hunter's Fury to breaking the lockdown, in which case everybody needs to push. Why did they Hunter's Fury the lockdown and nobody pushed? This has been the problem with Bleed. It's like one person has one idea on how to approach the situation, everybody else has another. If everybody was going to play that passively in B main, then just the plan. And then because there was people playing lineups and shit like that.
Hunter's Fury, just as you said.
But at what cost, man? Look at the kills that they've gotten already. Sure, they can try to break this.
Like there, the Hunter's Fury was used more to get the kills from Blaze King, and he got one. And the lockdown had no impact because of it. Like they actually just gave up on A instantly because they thought that the Hunter's Fury was going to be broken by the Silver ult. But it wasn't.
And as the Sova stays stuck in that animation,
so that was like good from Blaze King.
This tiny little squad approaches B.
Polvi's coming in. He's using that Sova drone as a drone to give him a little bit of that inside yellow. But it does absolutely
Is this a
nothing. He wanted
save?
that firepower alongside.
This is going to go to a third. I honestly, I do want to watch both these teams on split. Sorry, not sorry. Like, that is just going to be so funny.
Looking for, man. Quick, concise, very sure of the plays that they do. 10 to 9. They break through onto those double digits.
That means the game is not yet over.
All things considered, Sideshow going to bed when he did was the right decision. I wish I could have done the same. It would have been like 9:30 start in the morning, maybe. But that would have summed it up. I wake up at 6, I go to bed at 9:30 in the morning. Why? Because of Bleed versus Global Esports.
And if they do get the spike down, there are those post-plant lineups. Same thing can be said for B site.
Is it just me or is the cast, sorry to say, but atrocious?
Esports, we had the one timeout from Coach Spin before. Now, what are you thinking about next? Like,
I think it's a hard cast. I also think it's the first time. It's the debut cast, I think, for one of them. And like, this is a hard day of games. Because for both of these, Quack casted 3 best of 3s yesterday, and they casted 3 best of 3s today. I don't know the name of the other caster, but he was on the desk for 3 best of 3s yesterday. So like they must be shattered.
But no, the turret can actually spot him if he comes around the corner here. If he pushes the same angle that Polvi did, there's still 2 players of Bleed coming in, and I don't think
I could say a word to initiate hold. Yeah, I mean it's.
And they get that trade for free.
I think Paperfin and Achilles would struggle with this series.
Thank you very much.
I think the only people that wouldn't is like Panpoc and like Sideshow and Brain. And probably like Mitch and Tom too, to be fair. Because it is just silly. Like, you've just got to like turn off your like predisposed notion of how a game should be and go, this is stupid. We're professionally casting video games. People have paid money to come here and see this. Life's a comedy. How much Valorant have you been watching these last couple of days? 3 days straight. Like 11 hours, 8 hours, probably like 8 hours today, so a lot. Sideshow would laugh on my. This was, you know, like that's what made Bren and Sideshow like a very popular duo in Overwatch because they had the toilet bowl.
Work their magic. One in the front, one in the back. That's going to take away the...
You know what I mean? But because this is like, if you put Paper Fin and Achilles on this, they realize that, oh, this is a toilet bowl. This is like a bad series. So we can like have some fun with it. But I think for these two, it'd be the same as well with me and Pavlos. If me and Pavlos were given this series as a cast, I think we'd both fucking struggle. Like, I think we'd have to like say in a break, we need to make this more fun because this is not a good quality. Either I go like I am on these watch parties, like what the hell are they doing, or we just kind of like laugh and not say it outright.
They just sit still, and then just kind of sometimes it happens.
But yeah, Ness, I've been watching a lot. And with China starting on Thursday, I'm about to watch a lot more. And with EMEA tomorrow, I'm probably going to watch a lot more.
Global starts to think, I need to push. If they do, they get punished for it. And now, you know,
I've seen better gameplay in the tier 2 China games. I mean, yeah.
Because if you are to push, you're gonna need a lot more team effort.
Only just.
Some of that execution.
But this is like a mix of nerves.
Might have spotted something out.
It's a mix of like the meta changing quite a lot. Both teams like trying to work out what roles they have.
But I mean, this has been a grueling grind for both teams.
Was it Global Esports' defensive side that was ass against Zeta as well? I think it might have been.
Wolvie does have those blades.
This is going to be an odd round to say the least.
Yeah, they got one round on their defense against Zeta. Like, Global's defense is just apparently trash. They've won 2 rounds out of, what, how many? 7, like 14? Wait, 2 rounds out of 16, I'm pretty sure it is.
Like a second awakening for, excuse me, for Bleed as well, right? So, yeah, how did he deal with the Bleed?
Oh, you got the 1-bit thing?
Possibly could go into map point. Big flash at the back of the site. Yay just backs away. Quick little flash. Crazy guy chasing the kill here on Snowman.
He wanted to the Nanas one anyway. Don't tell me this is one of the rounds of Global Esports win on their defense.
Spike has been denied the plan. Drops right down into the site, doubles up with his teammates.
Everybody's like bouncing off of each other.
Wolvie finds it once again. The Finnish superstar brings it all the way back. Never mind. Yay with the turnaround. 183K. And we go to map point.
I gotta see it from Ye's POV.
But did you see global players there? They were like just bouncing off of each other like in orange.
Whatever it was, he got all those 3 kills. And while Global Esports with their setup, with Wolvie's knives almost turning things around for Global Esports, Ye shuts all of
That's a good, yeah. Actually, I know it was against like an eco and stuff, but that spray transfer to the updraft is pretty good.
Showing us why the
Can you read me?
Here, why
No,
we
Zid,
have
sorry.
committed to this tier 1 superstar from NA. Wolvie's now back on the operator. Once this wall drops down, there's a chance for contact. A couple of players of Bleed already right in front for the picking. Unfortunately, he whiffs.
Crazy. Why is it Crazy Guy that's always like peeking and fighting first? He is the most aggressive solo player I've ever seen.
Yes.
Wolvie's been shown up. He doesn't have his dash. That's just about to get across.
Yeah, nothing doing for the time being.
Can you raid me if you might want to? Yeah.
Presence made, a little bit of space.
Reckoning used on site. A lot of space giving up. So well played from Blaze King to be back here. He's also on a Phantom, so just spraying this is probably good. Yeah, actually, it's great. But why is Crazy Guy? Look at where he is. Even like the jet. Even Ye isn't that far up. Why is this over there?
Bringing up back the pain to the source of, to the point of origin. It's a huge fragment though. Here comes Russ activating the null command already. Ye's gonna have to get a couple of impact kills here, or else it's just gonna be all for naught. Ego is gonna be doing his darndest again. He did it a while ago.
Managed to stick it.
Happened this time, and Global Esports holding on to the nice
I mean, what they used?
For another day. And like you mentioned, man, they are close to pushing this into overtime, and they still have that 1 map advantage.
Yeah, just
oh, it was a null command of the Viper's Pit the Global used.
Very interesting.
I got really confused. I thought it was a lockdown
the
for some
null command
reason.
was expended for that retake as well. So you gotta think, although it is a few more rounds left, and the Reckoning was used,
Come on, Bleed, bring us to a map 3. I need it for my soul.
A couple more bits of utility on the side of Bleed Esports. Global Esports has to...
Money is still good for both sides. I mean, there was 2 massive ultimates used from Global to confirm it. 3 away for a Blaze King ultimate. You have a lockdown on attack from Egoist.
Alone on A main.
Yeah, just to hold the
This is fine. I haven't been paying any attention if there's been any A aggression. My brain has been mush.
Then we'll have
I just feel like it's got the like Monty Python circus music in my head.
Lightning Fast or Rust can really fend them off.
They're making a lot of noise.
Okay, there's 0 point.
Anything to break it? Have you got a fragment lineup?
They're still holding the angle here on Maze. The lockdown does clear up
Does break
most of the
it,
site
okay.
itself, and I think Bleak was able to spot that nobody tucked themselves into the corner of the back, but they haven't really pushed up the site itself. Are they going to do it
Still
now
going.
or go in the opposite direction?
Still going.
Seems like
Let's see Crazy Guy peek first.
Very hairy here
Look.
for Bleed. Global Esports, they've tucked themselves into corners.
Actually-
Scary's got the first pick, but Polvy's right here, holding on. Cannot for Blaze King. And it is
Look at the
top
Jet is the
journey
furthest player
on
back at
either
this point.
side. Lightning fast. Anchoring, hoping, praying that he can maybe
All right,
get
yay.
something before, or rather as he waits for Benkai to come in for the play, and Benkai
Never mind, yay.
1 versus 1.
Scary's like ready to play the post plan, but the spike's not gone down. Benkai's 10 HP. Benkai is 10 HP. You can't lose this, Scary. You've won every clutch in the universe. You can't lose this.
Hair, a whiff, and that might be it. No doubt.
Okay.
And Scary gets it.
You can't beat Scary in those
Is
situations.
denied, and Bleed push us into map number 3.
Then we will be truly in for a bit of a surprise. I mean, both teams kind of leaving this next map open. It's going to be split. We showed us a little bit of it against T1, but at the very least, still.
Before we go for a commercial break, we're jumping in with the Reddit comments to say what the fans are saying. GE will regret this. I never doubted. I called it washed half a map ago and bottom fragged in low ELO EU comp and saw the light. How to win? Ninja Defuse. We are so fucking back. I'm sorry I ever doubted you, King. El Diablo is back. Every time I tab off my stream, yay frags like it's 2022. Raylan Day. I never doubted. I doubted 5 minutes ago.
Still dire straits here.
He hasn't quite gotten out of bed yet.
Everybody's like, yay is officially back.
The alarm has rung.
Oh
He hit snooze
no.
a couple times.
Yes, he did.
But now he's committed to waking up. It's just a matter of when he gets out of the bed. I go through this every single morning, so I understand. But yes, we finally started seeing.
Yeah, it's a Zero Eyes first
solid
cast
impact.
today.
He comes back onto the Jet, but for the longest time there, that first half especially, it was not looking good.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned it because even through the first half, I mean,
Like, you know what I mean? I know what you mean,
not just
but
the
like,
scoreline, it wasn't 8-4,
I just be
but
repeating
just the
myself
way
of
they
what I
were
said
getting
before.
defeated
Like, it's a
allowed
shame, but
GE to just creep up and then get ready for the execute for free because that's exactly what GE wants. Bleed's just hoping that they're going to hold angles and they're going to get the picks. Funnily enough, when they're on the attack, it works in reverse, right? It's icebox. At some point, you have to push out to make sure you secure a part of the area. GE starts creeping up, Bleed gets a pick, and then they're able to kind of push the attack just a bit.
good turnaround from Yedo. Like, that looks bad from Bleed. But I mean, the other thing that was worse was Global Esports' defense. Global Esports got 2 rounds. Wait, how many? 1, 2. So, yeah, it's full 24 rounder, isn't it? There's 24 rounds then. The Zeta Division, they had 8. So, 20 rounds. Out of 20 rounds,
Moments like that. That's really a testament
Global Esports have won
to,
3
the brains behind Global
on
Esports,
defense.
right? All of these little calls that they're making in between all of this chaos to either ninja defuse the spike or to just push through.
Like, they have a, what, 15% win rate on defense? That is atrocious. It's probably why Blade picked it. Why the colors blue and white? I mean, that's just the Pacific colors.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't convincing, right? Let's just put it that way. It wasn't convincing. They had to kind of crawl out of it and claw their way to a victory. Now, the question is of course, is
Please
that
don't break
enough
on
to
me.
keep their
Run it
spirits
back.
up?
I need
So,
to see
you know,
what's
we saw
going
in
on
the
in the
replays,
series.
Crazy Guy trying to keep the spirits up, trying to
Alright,
keep
so it's
energy
even in like
going.
first
Even if
kills and
some funny
stuff.
things happening, like Ye died to the spike, Crazy Guy's like, let's laugh.
Wow, look at the
Let's move on.
5v4s lost for Bleed.
Saw the vibe.
You have
So,
13
I
and
think
you lose
that's the
7 of
important
them.
takeaway here. The way they played this icebox, there's a lot of work still to be
4v4,
done,
just
but
going
okay,
to
they're
Global
waking up in terms of
Esports.
their mechanics, their duels, their fights.
3v3,
They
where's
seem to have
3v3?
found that
3 and
confidence
6,
a bit more
2v2,
towards the end of the map.
2
Now
and
can they
3.
carry that into the third map?
But again,
So not
what
too
is
much
gonna
to
be
gain from
playing
there.
On that third map, it is split, And we've seen, you know, across all of the all-season tournaments and everything, a lot of different iterations.
What is it like on this map? Crazy guy, 4-3 on first deaths. I thought that'd be a lot more, to be honest. 4v4 and 4, Lenny Fastest died once, Benkai's died twice. Yay, 3-4. What was his defense like? He was 3-10 on the defense, and then goes and gets 14-7.
Yeah,
like,
very
wow.
shooting as well, but really crafty plays. I mean, we saw
what is
that
it like all
Fragment
time
lined
so
up
far?
to bounce twice to take out that lockdown towards
Ye's
as well.
bottom
But
of
also just good
ACS.
calls, right? He's kind
Only
of
Lightning
making sure that
Fast
he
is
can
worse.
set up his teammates, especially
4 and
Povey to go in
5.
first. As
Povey's
soon as
10
Povey
and
gets
10.
contact, Russ is there to
Darian
trade.
3 and
Usually,
6. Gary
he's
6 and
trading for
5.
2 or 3 people in a couple of these rounds. So that's great to see fragging IGL kind of taking the reins here. For
I mean, these stats are
I like
just
that you brought that up, you know, the setup that
wild, aren't they?
Because on the other
Blaze
side,
King
yes,
is
I know
like
that
beating
Bleed
everybody
didn't
in
win this map, but I
duels.
didn't see
Is
that
Yay
much setup
positive?
for
He's
Yay.
positive against
Usually he
Lightning
was just
Fast,
off on
Polvy,
himself,
equal with
but we wouldn't
Russ.
see that
Blaze
much
King has his
support,
fucking
I
number,
guess,
and
from
Benkai's
Lotus
reading him
on their
too.
Yeah, a lot of the times he is kind of off on his own, and we were seeing him getting punished more often than not. The time where Yay really actually started coming alive was when they were providing that covering fire for him on the attack. We saw him dashing in, getting up on top of box within that A site.
Yeah, I think it is like confirmed that the reason why this year started so late is because of China.
They have that, you know, just make sure that they're watching the crossfires, they can keep him in that, and then from there he was able to go ahead and pick up a
Because it makes sense why, with everybody saying like the off-season was too long last time and their locking wasn't great, why it still happened this year, and why it won't happen next year.
As well, including Darion, while his numbers weren't that high, he had 1 or 2 very important rounds that helped flip things in the second half. So once again, I think this was more a story of the individuals of Bleed waking up to the potential and experience that we're used to.
I'm closing.
Now can they put it together?
I'm closing chat.
I also feel like there was several missed opportunities on the side of Bleed to really just break
This
out
is just a really
how they were playing
unhinged
Ascension, right?
Yes.
You know,
day.
you really just stop going into that rhythm. And
I
take it
saw
to the
that,
next
yeah.
step, because that's
I
what
mean, I'm not
they're
gonna
here for.
repeat it
That's
back
why
because it's
they're
such a
here
horrible
in
comment,
Pacific,
but
to be
like,
able to take that next step.
any mods in
Unfortunately,
there?
we're not seeing it yet. Yes, we are seeing a little bit of improvement, but we need that next level.
And you see this a lot with teams that are kind of used to being the top dog in their own area, and then they face off against tougher competition. Whether it's, you know, part of the regional VCTs and then going
Okay,
to
so
massive
somebody was asking
champions,
before.
whether it's coming up from challengers, you see them being used to, well, we can always play
Yeah,
contact because we'll
Jing's
win.
military
But once you're winning
service
those duels, it
starts
gets
this
a little-
year, but it's not started
Sure,
yet,
I mean,
so he has to
yeah,
stay in
like I said,
Singapore.
we've seen teams have that happen all the time. Thinking about DRX.
Yeah,
and,
I was thinking the same thing.
but the gears are churning right now for both of these squads because we're seeing improvements compared to.
I did not see that thing
in
I'm glad I didn't. It was just somebody saying like,
into this series. Yes, there are plenty of mistakes that are still
basically
occurring
calling
in
one of the
lobby.
players
There's
creepy
plenty of
looking.
sloppy plays, some whippy aims, some slow reactions, but they're battling it out. This is such an important matchup for these guys, so you have to imagine the nerves are going to be through the roof right now.
Honestly, I live for these like Reddit threads. The comments are just a car crash. I never imagined we'd guess what Agent Ye is going to play on Split.
Especially when it's such a high pressure matchup. It is the first
Next up is Split. Can't wait to see Ye on Omen or Sage.
It is do or die for Bleed and for Global. And for Global, it is a very important
I reckon he's going to be
matchup
on
for
something
them as well.
stupid
This
like
is
Sky.
This is basically a validation for all this roster that they are building right here.
Yeah, I mean, again, it all comes down to this third map, and of course, we'll be going into that shortly, but it's going to be a big question for both Global Esports.
I think that's what it's likely to be, Ishiki. 3 international events, probably no more last chance qualifier. 2 Masters, 1 Champions. I think 3 Masters, 1 Champions like it was in 2021. Too much. But also one of those Masters events was just international. Not international, like regional. Just replace Kickoff with a normal split into playoffs and qualify for Masters, be happy. Yeah, but that is what is going to happen.
Interesting compositions, interesting ideas here. I think can be optimistic going into.
Don't give me a 6-month off season. I think it's going to be September, October, November, December this year is the off season.
I feel like they probably can be easily read, especially since again you have Blaze King with a lot of experience against the players on their side here, and it doesn't seem like Bleed are really picking up the pace. I'm not sure if they'll be able to pick it up right in map number 3 here.
Yeah, I mean, going into this one, I forget which side they're actually starting on. I don't know.
I'll have to, we'll have to look back on that.
We'll see it here in a moment, but depending on what side they're starting on, especially, like, they will need to have that hot start. Kind of
Sideshow's video on the format explains it quite well. The current format scales good with most teams. All the ideas would only work this season. The current format was chosen to be consistent.
Yeah, and
yeah, it is.
The question also is in terms of the compositions for Bleed, I mean, Crazy Guy.
Yeah, I think the consistency is the important aspect. Like, don't get me wrong, I was very against like the format and the fact that some teams like only have like minimum value of games is like 13, I think it is. Like, that's a shame. Because I think as much as there's like a focus on the like international events, you add value to the international events by having strong international leagues that go into the Masters events. Because clearly that's right, Timeout. It's like people tune in for our Masters and Champion events and they're not necessarily too keen on following multiple regions, whether it's America, Pacific, EMEA, China. So we're going to have less of those and more focus on the international events. But my problem is that you want the regions to feel strong enough that when the international events come in, it feels a lot more exciting. Otherwise, you get stuff like Fnatic and EMEA, where everybody's like, this is a good team. Maybe Na'Vi and FUT are good, but everybody else is just ass. It's not worth watching. So then people stop watching the franchise leagues, and like then they stop caring. Like, you need to see the worst teams in the leagues perform more so they can get better, so more stories can be built, and there can actually be, like, more interest. Like, I love toilet bowls like this, don't get me wrong. But if we get Bleed versus Global in, like, the group next year, like, next stage even, people might be like, I don't want to watch that, you know? Anywho. Blaze King's on Gecko. What is Ye on? Ye's on Viper. Why is he on Viper?
I mean, Ye back on the Viper. He's got to redeem himself after that first map.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't look like again that he was comfortable on that role, right? We're gonna see again, as you mentioned.
Why?
Chance for Ye here, especially now that he's woken up and hit that stop button on his alarm. So we'll pass it on over to your casters, Azurai and Quack.
I think I might actually cry.
There is no other way. This is it. Quack.
There is no other. Sounded like. Why was that such a fucking threat from the casters? There's no other way. You have to watch this.
Elimination game here in Kickoff. So we'll get started in just a bit.
I mean, the desk was talking about Ye having woken up. Has he truly woken up and hit that snooze button?
I like Global Esports' comp, to be honest.
Players trying to keep the spirits up.
The last time that we saw Bleed try to play what was old meta with Sky on Lotus, it backfired massively. I have like Global like winning this from the comps. Polvi is just way too far ahead from everybody else, but that's kind of part of the plan because it's a fake towards mid. There's a camera here for Egoist. And then they're going to go back. Don't go into vents. You got one. You know that the race was there too. You know the...
Oh my god, where did that come from Russ? He just Goomba stomped ahead of Durian there. Global Esports opening Pandora.
And Egoist is still able to get to.
Has been such a crucial factor right now. The trades and Blaze King using.
I was literally clicking my pen so much the top broke off of it. That's how like frustrated I am like getting.
If the Wingman could have planted it, Lightning Fast was still coming in from mid, so there was layers upon layers that Scary had to try to deal.
Yeah,
Did you see the health? No, because my pen just broke.
Just go right in, starting things off with Polvi.
He was 5 HP, wasn't he? Oh, he was 22 HP.
It really is the same thing of playing in terms of rhythm. Bleed, oftentimes just trying to take things slow, trying to be methodical about it, but then not.
Need a fidget toy. I've got one now. I don't want to break this though.
For example.
Global Esports is that team that I feel like.
So just fast they execute. Just all into A main. You got the Gecko flash going over the top. Paranoia is a little bit high, I think, but it should be okay. And yeah, they clear the player elbow. Good execute.
Demands authority, commands authority here on that A site, leaving the rest of Bleed to just scratch their heads.
I think if I was coaching the team, this would be probably the comp that I would want to run and split.
Maybe get themselves a condensed angle here. That could be something, but Global Esports, they got themselves a pretty sick amount of crossfires too, but not even that could really, you know, stop Blaze King. And he's
nice for Blaze King. He's one away from having Thrash as well, so maybe you just go get the orb on here. Thrash sight. I think Thrash for a bonus is a great ultimate to have. Because you're likely to get it often if you're planting. And if you're like on top of your orbs, getting a couple of kills or even dying a couple of times, you should almost always have Thrash by this round.
But then now, today, just back onto the third map, he shows up again. I thought that maybe he would have at least dropped like a right click or two.
Because he's 5-0. He gets 3 there.
Instead, and he gets the sprays.
So he should have his ult, right? Did he miss a plant somewhere? Plant on 2 rounds and 5 kills. Yeah, he should have his ult. So one of the rounds he just didn't plant. Oh, he might have died actually from all of the shit that happened on A. And the bonus did nothing.
Lightning fast alone. Spike dropped at A main, so 2 avenues.
Is this camera like behind the bot? Is it just on top of here?
Either way.
Choose your ladder. Yeah.
Either way, it's not something that's gonna.
All right, bleed respond.
And I guess it really just comes down to the timing of it. You know,
so
that choke point, that's the nature of split, right?
Bleed. Global have side pick. They chose to attack first.
Darian kind of does the same thing, getting those sprays out.
Global Esports should have closed that icebox. Yeah, they should have got more than 2 rounds on
really just
defense.
The entire push.
Looking real buff today, Ryan. Thank you, Inflict. It's just this black shirt is too tight. Like what you don't see is my belly like poking out at the bottom. I need to stand up because my shoulders are just killing me. Black shirt looks nice though. Thank you. Thrash into mid. It doesn't really feel like Bleed are thinking about this happening. Like, Ye has to be more aware than this. Like, the wingman's come up to push you.
Does him a solid. I got you, Ye. You're perfectly fine with me.
Pings out the Thrasher orb as
I guess it's like confident.
The rest of the squad is
Maybe it's because like I would never want to be in that position. I just run away. But
Bleed Egoist only able to pick up 1.
Where did that TP come from?
at the same time, I feel like Global Esports should have been a lot cleaner with this. Because the set play was nice with like the thrash and then the stun, but somehow it's not really worked out. And also like Wingman being left in awkward places for Blaze King to pick up, and then also the thrash.
Actually go around the corner. That's going to be a big one too if you think about it. As Durian not really given any form of contact here for now. There it is. 1-2, dashing right in, but Durian
All right,
is quick.
good response from Global.
Enough to deal with the 2 players still available here from Global that shuts him down.
If you put your hands on your back, you look like a good real candidate for an RL Brimstone.
Exactly,
Molly.
Have the wingman just to soften things up, get a confirmation, then Thrasher. Everyone else slowly starts to follow through. You had the Dizzy to start things off.
Where did Egos get a kill? Oh, he was just like under.
Quite hold it back, and they managed to get the side off of it. Egoist fell as well.
And here's the problem too, right? The only defense that they had on B Heaven was pure contact.
The 3-in-1. Darian is the operator.
Any kind of B main could contact, but it all got bypassed because of the shot at step from Lightning Fast. So every kind of trap that they placed was very well.
Benkai's IGL in Global? No, actually.
Straight up.
This is.
We get hit control, we get some more options. Ye trying to deny it with a recon phantom trying to spray.
Did Russ IGL for Le Petit Bouffon, or was that Link?
Crazy guy though.
I think it was Russ, right?
He probably did. But like, who gets who first? That's the question on that rope contact, if ever there was any rope contact. Holvey
B-split, Spike is in heaven. I like sort of taking the Spike heaven because it gives you just like more freedom to plant. And he just peeks out!
Thank you very much. That
I know exactly.
Yeah, okay. Neural theft to combat that. 1-for-1 trade though. Crazy guy does find another.
It's also just the dying in awkward spots, like knowing that if you die there, they have neural theft, they could use your corpse.
As they realize where they are, that's Global Esports.
For me, like this series just feels like Ye isn't like aware, like it's like his game sense is just gone. Like, oh, if I get spotted here, I'm getting a drink.
That's why he got picked up, man. He gets those moments, and when you thought the big connection of ability is there to shut you down, he just raw talent, raw firepower. You know, he's the one with the showstopper. That's going to deny some pushes for a good chunk of seconds, which allows the rest of Global Esports to go the other way. They're going to try to clear heaven. If they're not in heaven, they're just going to drop down, help out Polvi here.
So there's always that extra assistance. All Polvi's got to do is to get that information for the team.
Scary. Russ knows. He's got his aftershock too.
Hold, wait, and play. Spots out Scary.
I don't like the observer switching away there either. Like,
Global Esports have total control of their attacking side.
It's always such a
secondary, like observing, like switching to aerial shots and stuff
if you have that
has been great.
aim, your hand, your arm becomes, your mouse becomes an
I feel like for
extension of your
Ye
arm.
because he's been a big team player. I mean, I think it's a good move for him to make, but I don't know if there's just too much going on for him.
Although
The-
Darren was trying to get the momentum off of the blast,
I don't know. I really don't know.
and then everyone else knowing exactly how to play off the spike plant now.
Because it's just a whole, if you're playing up against a breach, right? There's somebody like, if you're playing up in heaven and you're up against the breach, always in the back of your head is that they're going to probably stun this line. And if they do put pressure, like on this area, that's meant to be male, by the way. Because you might have the Viper orb here, and then they try to put male, you need to like fight this or give it up.
Absolutely right. That 1 to 4 is
Because you want to be here if they stun across, so you're holding close. But they gave up this, and then they tried to like retake this.
Sure, I mean you could look at Icebox and see that they can slowly grind up their way to something.
But also, if you feel like you're being pushed away in mid, do your like Viper orb here.
I mean, we've seen Bleed for the past 2 maps.
I think this is also like good. Like you have this sort of Viper wall here commonly. They're still going to put the Viper orb. But then they can actually give up actively on this space. It is an eco too, so they're missing like trips and stuff. But like, you can back off and get information here to work with, instead of doing it with your face.
Ascended from Ascension, and Crazy Guy says in the interview, like, we belong in Pacific. We want to prove that. Now in the elimination match, Global Esports says different.
I don't think it's a how can Ye be this bad. It's more how come Ye is making these kind of mistakes. Like it has to be a mental thing at this point. Like it's been a horrible series. You know that people are just shit talking you online at any given moment. You're on a team that like just doesn't really like lacks a lot of confidence, I think.
Yeah, talking about the lead, but Polvi has been impressive. Now back into it again.
And like, is it because you're playing up against like another like nifty comp?
It's that eco, so I don't know how much it can really do. But playing around the toxic screens, they got some of these.
Because the other thing about it is like Ye like lurking on attack with Chamber was always stellar.
But then also like.
But that also might be a lot of like finesse calling and getting him to do those kind of things.
Ramps, I don't know if they'll go through screens.
Oh, I think they realize it too. I mean, even if they don't realize it,
The trip
they have
mid.
options to go elsewhere. And since they did leave Blazekick here on mid, they can always have an
Even a
opportunity
dizzy
to
intervents,
coming
which is
into that
good.
mid side,
And then you break
now
the
they're
trip.
like, something's up.
Precisely.
I mean, that's not a great dizzy for. I guess I understand why.
What a read.
And like time is low.
How can Bleed do damage on the retake?
Now Russ is his ultimate. That's good from like global. It's not just the Gecko is always going to get the ult plant because of the wingman. Russ was one away, so they gave him the plant so he could get his rolling thunder for next round.
Bleed can just wait on the very last second, try to get some exit frags and die to the spike. So I'm assuming they're gonna go for the latter.
Oh man, then it's like both sides saving fully because Global Esports can run out mid.
Brand new team, you're learning how to best play together, and despite of experience he is, I'm sure the pressure is getting to him a bit. Yeah. It's not just being like whether he's washed, it's also like, is he like a good team player, right? Like with all of this stuff with Steam and some like clips being leaked.
Exactly. Russ sitting on the rolling thunder too.
Like EA's now, I guess, second guessing. Like, am I the asshole, right?
What's our dying sound? Voice actor Aster Echo.
I don't want to do that.
Wilhelm scream.
Question mark? Wait for that.
Actually,
I mean, just dying to spike is better as you don't give them ult orbs.
Yes.
Because, I mean, 3 out of the 5 ultimates that they have, maybe even from the shadows. All of the ultimates, I think, with this comp have, like, big impact.
Durian, he's got himself the operator. It's been pretty solid in that Sunset map, but is it going to solid enough here on
Camera's
Split
broken
where
instantly.
he doesn't really have that
It's
much
just a
line of
joke
sight?
from Sliggy
Wolvie,
Chat. Oh, I
the
see.
double satchel catches Crazy Guy. This makes it significantly harder for Durian to really get that contact, but it doesn't matter. he still shuts down Polvi.
Polvi's been really hot and cold today too.
Can't really cross back now, and the intentions were kind of sussed out as well. Why else would Polvi be trying to run back down ramp? So that's why the rotations are coming.
So walking to the oven, I don't think he expected that Darion would be there or they'd even have an operator. But they had an operator in the previous round, so...
Much on the A site, Bleed should be able to pick up this round. Of course, it's still really early on, though. Scary backs off, Darren back in his place.
I genuinely think that Bleed without Ye would have looked better. Not because I think that like Ye is a worse player than whoever they replace, like if they get the coaching. It's more that just if Bleed was losing this and they didn't have a player like Ye on their roster, people would just be like, meh, you know? Like RRQ was like, oh, whatever. Global has a lot of pressure on them because of just the Indian audience is like mental. But like, it's so much pressure on the rest of the team. Like, you've got the best player in the world of 2022 on your team, and you're losing.
It does do enough to push Darion away, but Scary from the top of heaven comes back in.
That nade is very far off from Russ. Darion might not even know that Lightning Fast is around the corner. Okay, as the dust settles, it's 3 versus 2. Darion is only aware of the positioning of Russ here, not Lightning Fast, who is inside this smoke. It's going to be the double contact. There it is. It's all going to be up and down to how quickly he can actually...
Go on, Russ. Do it for EMEA. He knows that the paranoia sort of came from heaven. Here's a stun. Oh, that's clean. All right, Russ against Scary in these clutches has been running out. At the very least, Russ is shooting up. I hope he's not. I mean, with this series, it would be fucking surprising. But I'm glad that he's shutting up. Like, a lot of the doubters that he had.
But it's such a one-on-one, a little bit off-put, a little bit off-timed, feels uncomfortable.
Scary wins that 99 out of 100 times. You say that, but Russ has beat him twice. So 98 out of 100 times, maybe. But they were the two.
What is happening?
It's the calls, man. It's the smart use of utility too, because
I think this is just so much more drilled from Global. Like, honestly, with how they played on Bind, that could just be more nerves. And also like the quality of the teams that they're playing for sure. Like Zeta, I think, beat both of these teams.
Timing of things, right? In previous rounds, we had Polvi just diving right straight on A ramps. This time around, they're going along with a team, and Bleed kind of playing along with that, trying to get a feel for this dance, and this time getting a better grasp of it. Benkai still, though, however, lurking all around. The rest of that global squad.
Leader on the Nico.
Looking to make something happen towards B. They got the utility for it.
I hope Zeta play better today. I think they'll rise to the occasion with a team like T1. I don't think they played that badly, but it was definitely like a sloppy series all around.
It's just too clean for Global.
Moonman's got the plant. 4 all orbs for Blaze King, so might have another fresh by the end of this half. Benkai's holding mids. Scary's just running out. I guess you don't expect there to be a Cypher lurk up against the Nico. And Ye is 1 HP just from being dinked.
No.
El Diablo is down to El Uno.
No way you like clutch this at 1 HP.
No,
imagine if Ye went to China.
That's crazy, guy.
He ends up on fucking Titan Esports Club with RB.
Stab, 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 stab.
Hell, who knows?
Yeah, it was looking.
Oh, that's so mean.
Secure the round win, why not?
Yeah.
But, you know, you gotta definitely think about it. This is happening so often. Good
He's
call
0
from
and
Russ.
6. I didn't even notice.
The execution with Lightning Fast being used as a bit of a
So it's El Diablo with a 0 and a 6 at the end.
Shrouded step, but at the same time,
The DO is a
the
0.
support that comes in along with it. Russ can frag. Benkai. This is classic split plays. You got that lurk. You cut people off in the rotations. You control the whole map. Global Esports are having a great time.
And I don't know what the retaliation would be for Bleed here. They're creating plays, sure enough.
He's still playing in mid, but this is just... He's playing here on his own now. Blaze King's just pushing him.
Who's been so good at these
And Crazy gets just a...
And there it is once again.
Hello! Bleed! Please! Wake up!
Neural theft. slows it down a little bit further. Blaze King now calling the rotation. Hold on.
I've never seen a team just get mid so easily.
Pick it up. The spike.
How is one player able to lurk up here and one player is able to lurk up here and they're both able to get kills?
Anyways, hold heaven. They must. Planet for heaven, planet for open, and it's a 3 versus 3 on this retake.
Still do have Egoist up around.
I think Ye lost because he was taking the fight here and then, well, no, he backed up to take the fight here and then somebody else lurked upon him.
Darian out through. Ooh, punches him.
This is still winnable by Bleed, which says a lot. Nobody's on site. Nobody's on site. You got a trip that's gone off. Paranoia is good, but it gets scary.
Scary and Egoist is not in a good spot, but he doesn't need to be. Excuse me, Egoist with the ego peaks, the ego kills, and he saves it once again for Bleed.
He kind of made use of the pressure.
Was that a 3 versus 5 or 2 versus 5?
He just has that aim just enough to really fend them off. I mean, what a round, both sides, just trying to play around things. Darian and Scary doing a bit of work, but at the same time, Global having the sense of trying to rotate over with lightning fast.
I don't even want to look at the YouTube chat.
Down to it, the heroics of Egoist. 2-7 lead. I mean, again, you know, they start things out slow, but
Actually ended up being kind of close.
That easy.
Like,
Bro painted a picture on that A window, man. It was a great picture. It was a picture of them winning.
does Ye get a kill predict? That's so mean.
Oh yeah. Durian so close.
Oh, I don't want to be like the haven for Ye haters.
That's gonna be him down and dusted. Ye,
That's not me.
The angle here, pushes out with the snake bite, but gets caught in the collateral.
Mate, if Ye goes this half without getting a kill,
Seeker's been activated here by the defenders, but it's so early
that's
that
TMV's chat. I'm glad that I am very glad at least that it sounds like Sliggy and Thinking Man's Valorant chats are worse. Imagine if Sideshow was still awake, what his chat would be like.
He's been put in a position where he has to do so much, and he might not be able to do anything at all.
GE is fighting. They're fighting a coughing baby gorilla. It's not really fighting.
Only good for one, though.
Still good reactions nonetheless, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Global Esports having the numbers now. They get to push in. They got the site. It's just a near impossible retake. The rest of the Bleed members aren't even really moving. So, seems like it's going to be a save.
Yeah.
That'd be a banger tweet. Instead of the atomic bomb versus coughing baby, it's coughing baby versus coughing baby with Ye.
How they take down this mid, it's worked out so
Which
great.
adds on to, like, it's so toxic, it's effectively saying the Ye makes the coughing baby weaker than just a normal coughing baby.
How slow Ye has been to assist his teammates, right? Because whenever he's on a non-duelist, it just feels like he's just a step behind. Like, I was wondering why Durian was holding for such a long time onto Mail, and you see a few seconds later that Ye's there. So it's at some point you're thinking, was Durian supposed to get any form of support utility or support spray down from Ye as to why he held
Is Ye,
Mail
what's
for
he
such a
on?
long
He's 0 and 8.
even through the triple push of Global, and you start to wonder.
Definitely wondering. I honestly am not.
Somehow, I think
certain,
that Ye hasn't even been the worst player on his team today.
That much we know. So, timeout again.
If Ye doesn't get a kill, I swear, like, Thinking Man's Valorant, Sovereign Guides, fucking Teats, all of those, like, YouTube content creators are salivating at the mouth, making a video on how Ye got no kills in one half.
Here, up against Global Esports, you know, a roster that everyone was kind of questioning. We got all.
If Ye doesn't get a kill, will you shave your head?
Players from all over the place, but
If Ye doesn't get a kill, I'll chop it off.
It just feels so
Not my hair, my head.
Matchup. A welcome one for sure.
Bleed's already used all of their talking right now.
Look at the coaches. The coaches for Bleed are just... The mood must be awful. I bet that that's just a timeout where nobody is talking. They called it to just have a minute.
His team here.
We have a 60-second timeout. Please pray to whatever god that you might believe in.
Miracles do happen. Switch of sites can definitely change the winds of impact here.
Yeah, for an execute heavy map like Split, you know, past a bit more defender sided. Now, if you know, as long as you crack the code, you got the right executes. Definitely could come up.
2 players have a bye, 2 are on eco. There's a showstopper for Darian.
You know, when your coach is just not even like happy with you. Oh yeah. So
Imagine he did to be able to full coach after the first map where he's so defeated. It's exhausting.
Darren showstopper definitely a possible turnaround.
Yeah, Scary's on that first.
Whenever Ryan reads chat, it feels like I'm directly staring into your soul. I'm not reading chat, I just read into your minds.
Of anyone try to get this B main control. He might even use the showstopper, but it's not even needed as he gets that double spray down beautifully executed.
Nice shots from Paul B. That's brave. Paranoia hits. Scary knows that there's one more there. Yay is like, just give me a kill. I got a judge. I'm down bad. I'm gonna sit by the spike with a judge. Just give me one. Just give me one kill, please. I'm 0 and 8.
Helping out Scary.
Just give me one.
This judge too in hand. Wow, oh, that was a risk. That was a risk. He didn't even second guess if he should.
Oh my god, he's going. He is so done.
Would be good enough in that close quarters, and this might all be just all for naught. The tag as well, and Crazy Guy, he disabled for a couple of seconds, and they've allowed Global to plant the spike in a very safe manner.
This is scripted.
No, we're not even the just yes. Oh, sorry.
This is scripted, and Riot is mean.
And what just happened, Quack?
Just Global Esports feeling that confidence today. I mean, of course, Egoist with nothing but a classic. We're expecting him to clutch back up.
Go on, Ben Kai.
Knows exactly where Ben is.
Oh,
all right.
4 bullets. A classic to start things in a 2 versus 1. Gets the kill. Has to use the North F, sure. But Bleed.
I watched your Overwatch YouTube videos back in the day. Hey, Kel, thank you. I might go back to Overwatch after this series.
His name has truly been the star player here, the clutch player of Bleed when they need him to do it the most.
Just the thing that amazes me the most is that
I don't think we ever come back from this.
Low enough, but Blaze King somehow couldn't quite land the shots against him because didn't quite know the positioning either. So Egoist definitely.
This series is imprinted on all of us like a smell. When people be like, "Oh, you watched Bleed versus Global Esports? You wasted your morning."
But they were just so confident how they pushed out. You can feel that confidence again.
Wow. Okay, Scary's just out of there. I do not want to deal with this.
Come on. Yeah, he's ulted on the other side of the map.
Up to my pay grade, at least for now. Oh my goodness. Okay, I am overreacting way too much, I know, but Polvi.
Did Egoist win all 3 rounds for Bleed? He's doing really well. Oh no, he's like, he's gonna rotate through mid.
You know, the round just started. He just got right in, and the spike's already playing.
Surely Ye gets a kill. Surely he doesn't end the whole half with 1 kill. Benkai's right behind him.
Does allow Durian to get the trade quickly against Lightning Fast.
He gets 1! He did it! I mean, he got traded instantly, but he did it. He gets 1 kill.
An ultimate for himself. One around the corner is going to be Blaze King.
We're so fucking back. It's unreal.
Is Benkai. Defuse on the spike. The Crazy Guy holds his teammate's hand. And
Oh,
somehow
we've done it, chat. We've completed Valorant.
Before we end a half.
There we have it. It's
Mods the payout.
Instead of a 9-3. And it comes down to, I do feel like, again, at least on this map, it's Egoist. On the previous ones, you know, we might have had different performances from like Darian, for example. But this time, although we had such a strong and consistent lead coming
I think that's the worst part, is like, it's like Ye's definitely had some like questionable moments, but he just can't catch a break. Like, everything that could go wrong, whoever's praying for Ye's downfall is succeeding right now. Like, whoever's come up with like the blood witch hex,
is it gonna be enough though for the second?
Like, it's delivered.
On our minds right now.
I was about to say that. I was about to say the polar opposite of that is these little things can actually lead up to it being enough. So completely 2 different.
USA.
Oh, sentiment, right? Anyways, you're absolutely right. Egoist, such a hero at this point. For
8 is all I get.
some of these rounds wouldn't even be possible.
Honestly, what is Global Esports? Global Esports is on the defense. It genuinely might be possible.
A percentage.
Because Global's like defense on Icebox was not good. I don't know how good it was on. It was okay on Bind, and then on Sunset,
Like 2 out of 4.
I mean,
it's their attack side that's better, and they chose to play on attack first. So honestly, it might actually work out for Bleed. That could be the worst thing. After all of this, we got to. I think I'd take the 4.5-hour timeout over watching this series. To be honest, I think I would take that again.
Esports wants to do, and at the same time, bear in mind you got Polvi, you got Russ. These guys, they got calls to push out on the defense. Bleed, they have to be ready. Look at mid.
what a stack here, as you mentioned, on mid too. Any push-outs on Rafters, Paranoia will be soon to follow, but did Durian get get hit at all? Excuse me, for the loss of words, the reposition so that
Lightning Frost has gone down early. There's 3 players in vents. That nade is just going to demolish everybody.
Separation of utility here for Bleed. You see Global trying to push through.
Why is Crazy Cat going there on his own? Nobody's with him. Oh, for fuck's sake!
But trades come in aplenty.
Yeah, he's still alive. There's a chance.
On the spike here for Bleed, but Global have heaven and screen control. But Durian is putting the effort, is putting this game into his own hands. He's already gotten 3K. If he can do more,
His name is Crazy Guy. He's living up to it. Why are they putting him on silver if he's that inclined?
Says everything.
He has another nade.
Garrison, prime.
Yeah, he's just on the spike. It's like, I either get a kill or we lose.
Just sees one, right?
Like, there's no pressure from the community onto Ye. It's all pressure onto himself. I am the last bastion.
A very long time to get close.
Ye just like, I'm getting a kill. I'm sorry.
Egoist, but it's only as good as that. Bleed get their
All right.
first round.
Ye's on 2.
Man, Global was going for a hard.
Which is only one less than Crazy Guy.
We'll see where it takes us.
Trying to early set up for the retakes. I think that's why Ben was.
That's the worst part. It's like Ye is having an absolute mare, but somehow Crazy Guy is tilting me more.
See in the replay, Darian was not blinded by the paranoia.
Because you know that there's multiple players in Vent, multiple. Everybody else goes, we got a kill, let's go to site. And Blaze King goes, I'm going to push the 3 players in Vent.
Needed to sometimes, or the timing of it as your opponents move out. It's a little bit unfortunate.
Ye's dead instantly.
Get the trade on Ye.
He was back here. How has that happened? There's like 4 players in front of Ye, and somehow he's the one that dies to the nade.
Has a stun, so maybe that's going to be something to utilize right now, which it actually is.
Don't lose this. Don't lose to an eco.
They've got the numbers advantage already. They're already looking right behind him because they are aware that Blaze King can pick up a weapon, which he already has.
Blaze King's flank, and he's picked up.
Bleed are so lost. The Thrifty is so solid for the South Asian team. But now it's all left again in the hands of Egoist. And he doesn't even have the spike in his inventory. Womp womp.
Still, though, want to be careful about it. You got 2
I think that says enough about the series where one of the casters goes, womp womp.
Oh my gosh, he even get the 180, but Benkai's just too quick.
Crouched at the end, too. A little bit unfortunate for Egoist. I mean, both these teams.
I'm actually losing my mind.
That we often forget
I'm so glad I'm stood up.
Does have experience with Bleed Esports, having been on PaperX, having come from that MOSG scene. He knows Egoist. He knows his tendencies. He knows Darren as well.
No, like flank control, no mid pressure.
Great timings with this breach too.
It's like on an anti-eco, like going all B main is also kind of interesting, I suppose.
I love the laid-back nature of the global players. Blaze King chillin', you know. Where's that nade coming from?
It's very true.
I think it goes over the top. Because it goes quite deep.
Garage control, picks up the orb. Polvi denying.
Boom probably would have put a better fight.
You want to like go back around.
I mean, you've got like RRQ players and stuff. Like Lemimore and yeah, Lemimore and whatever to Bottle's new name is.
Pop shots directly where the spike or the orb
Xterra?
is, right?
Xterra?
Global Esports is hard reading this. Smoke placed right in front of them.
And right, like good enough damage from like both Blaze King from the last round that now economy is a bit of an issue for Bleed. So The executes have to be very, very
Everybody's
careful,
still alive,
but
though,
at
at
the same
least.
time, because Global Esports are recognizing this, they're being careful themselves. They want to secure this round.
They might just try to go straight for that B site. The wall's been dropped down already. Lightning Fast has put up his smoke 3 times on B main. And Bleeds is counting, maybe this is a blessing for them.
Right through now. Oh.
I mean, it's not a wall, dude.
Great timing on the spam.
He can shoot through the smoke. He has a teammate
The
right beside him that can help him out.
it's on an eco, so it's going to be challenging anyway. But I don't know why. Like, this is better. This is what I wanted to see initially. Like, Bleed actually fight multiple like worse weapons together, but instead you have like one player push up here, one player push out, 2 players push new box.
Go in and plant it. And he can.
I can't.
Yay, first death again. I can't. Yeah.
Boy, were we wrong about Global Esports. I mean, look at this. And now having
Oh, my fidget toy broke as well now.
not just reaching double digits, you're very likely going into 11 and 5. You see that call from Russ. You see that the reaction.
It's over GG the Rico. Did they force up?
No, the hope from South
Oh, they
Asia,
did. I didn't even notice.
As soon as the dark cover comes out, as soon as he sees, a bit of a snake bite being tossed through, he knows, all right, I gotta spam.
Darian is an ult. This is around the Bleed win. I'm calling it now.
And Bleed have already used up all of their timeouts, so there's no more breathing space.
I don't know why you would ever. Would you? Is it realistically good to force after losing an anti-cut straight after the pistol? No more timeouts, right? Nope.
Of course, they are attacking, so it's not the easiest feat. Darren does have a showstopper, but this
They'd win this round.
not the one that
Calling
you
it.
really want to commit unless you pick up more. Egoist.
Global Esports just no mid control again.
Being careful.
Both these teams are just like, mid's optional. Gentleman's agreement, not play it. Showstopper.
Durion is just quickly charging in, finds Benkai, uses the nade to delay things a bit further.
Ye's planting.
Pick up the weapon, that's the
I don't know why I said that with such like gusto. Like, holy shit. Ye's planting the spike.
Gets out without being traded too, which is perfect. Like you mentioned, passes it on over. That was a huge pickup right now for Bleed.
There's some good lineups. Like, Polvi has some really good nade lineups.
Paranoia has been thrown out. Here's the bombardment.
Yay.
From the rest of Global. Lightning Fast gets one.
Yay.
He comes into the corner here. There's too much for him to handle, but he
Oh, don't tell me he has to clutch. Alright. Yay doubles his kill count with a sheriff on a round when they were on full eco.
Still far from a favorable
Get me out of this game.
A great thrifty round at the very least for Bleed to pick up. I mean, yes, Ye got the final one, but you got to remember, it starts off with Egoist just walking up ramp. This shot with the sheriff. Russ wasn't expecting that, because who just walks up? And then, of course, Tyrion to commit along with that showstopper. Gives them a little bit more breathing room, a little more space, picks up the Vandal. A great way to bring Bleed back into the game.
That's my
Not
king.
over yet.
He's going to end up top fragging or something stupid, isn't he? This is like a story from the history books.
That world is now. That world is here. We're living in that
I actually, I don't want to be wrong in my prediction. I don't want to guess that Bleed and Ye didn't beat Global Esports.
But a quick flick and a quick shot
Lightning fast.
does get that one-for-one trade.
Lightning last.
Racing now just frantically shooting through B main here, as Bleed have gotten themselves that numbers advantage. Don't really need to overpush right now, Quack. They still have Egoist holding.
Probably gives me the vibe of somebody you'd meet in an Irish pub in the 80s. He gives me Top Gun vibes.
Actually, no, there is a.
He's just got Highway to the Danger Zone, like just blasting in his headphones throughout. Have I ever told you the story about Ye?
Precisely the rotation.
The story about Ye. 1 kill in the first half against Global Esports. 40 bombs. Something stupid. I don't even think that's like mathematically possible to get 39 kills in 12 rounds.
So as soon as they confirm that
Oh, it's fair to say very, very unlikely. You'd have to like average 3 OT. There is OT.
But unfortunately does not go his way. 2-on-4 now. Nah.
Yeah.
I think you gotta save.
Just looking at the creds for Global Esports.
What was the score at the half? It's like 8-4.
Back into that next round, so Bleed Esports live to fight for another day.
That'd be a legendary story, though. This game can't go OT. It can and it will.
Is 2 things. Egoist staying alive to threaten the lurk, and Durian.
I have to open my door because I'm getting so warm, but I am literally probably going to get a noise complaint. Hello, somebody I think has been murdered. Somebody has been murdered in their apartment. They just keep shouting, "Yay, yay!"
So what it seems to be Bleed's answer is, Durian, go kill, and if it works, we can work off of that.
Yeah, kid could. It's just funny how that is phrased. But
This is what I think the story goes like. Yay, defeated, goes into halftime.
And then, of course, you know,
And the team talk about it briefly, talk about their pistol. And Ye says to his team, "I'm sorry guys, I only got 1 kill, I should be doing better." And let's say Scary just says, "All good." And like a sleeper agent, Ye remembers his time like on Optic with Finesse. And suddenly El Diablo is back. He's like the winter fucking soldier, just saying all good, and he's suddenly like, "All right, I'm on Chamber." It's like, "No, bro, you're on Viper," but then he starts killing everybody.
Once again, and Legia's face completely different from that last timeout that they've got. He's listening in intently as well, nodding in agreement. I mean, obviously we can't hear what they're saying, but
It's like the club's friends screaming, "No, Josh, please don't kill my one." I have no context to that at all. But that actually makes it funny.
That Vietnamese mind of his.
Definitely is a really incredible player. I mean, some of these
My favorite pastime is actually just refreshing and looking at the Reddit thread comments
finding the trades for
when
his
we have these
team.
breaks.
A lovely welcome addition to Pacific for sure, but then again, 3 rounds for Bleed to equalize.
My Diablo going for body shots with the Sheriff. He's learning to shoot again.
Look at where he's positioned, all the way downtown on screens. There's a setup thrash here from Blaze King, and if Bleed overreach, Polvi is
Actually, it's nades on the other side. Durian. Oh my god, Blaze King.
pushes right up, but Durian gets 2.
Yeah, he's dead. He died to an aftershock.
And even though this is a weaker buy for Global Esports, the trades are even, and Bleed still are very
There's gun upgrades on the ground, at least for Lightning Fast and Polvi, but like Polvi's in an awkward spot. He also has Showstopper.
It's got to be Polvi though, right? Yeah.
Crazy guy. Like, you've got Scary and Egoist that have actually been winning a lot of like clutch moments, but you also have Crazy Guy, so it's about even.
The rest of Global a little bit more time and space to pick up some of these rifles, and then we'll have a different round. Oh, this is.
Ooh, that smoke telegraphs something though. It's a beehive that covers a lot of things.
Oh.
I wonder what the call for Bleed is. Honestly, pushing all the way through spawn stairs wouldn't be too bad right about now, because if they can find where Benkai is hunkered at, they wouldn't have to deal with all these pesky tripwires that is set up everywhere.
Oh, Ben.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, but they probably won't. Crazy Guy's one off from his Seekers as well here. Benkai's holding on.
Stay alive. Get the showstopper in.
Yeah, they got a good upgrade, so that's good.
Now we can play in
Crazy
round.
Guy is
No
1
armor,
orb
but
away
sure
from having
enough,
Seekers.
It's a better.
He's playing in B main, where there's a camera and a trip. This trip shouldn't really be a factor, but you never know. Showstopper's going to be used in. The camera actually, like, that was left here. It kills Benkai!
Polvi's by himself at this point. Plant, Spike actually out in the open. This works in their favor. Now Polvi's been spotted. If you can just jiggle a little bit more for Crazy Guy to get that bit of information. It's not even diffused at all, yeah. So he has to back away. Gets the quick little punish. And Bleed Esports. They use Scary as the bait man, and it works in their favor.
That would be really
Scary, yeah, Scary literally like homed in on his teammate.
Yeah, I mean,
I cannot believe it.
But somewhat tradable they were playing with each other, right? Because you saw Scary on Hell.
Imagine being Benkai in that situation.
The spike is Crazy Guy.
Imagine if he did get the kill though. Imagine if he somehow missed Scary.
Global Esports. I mean, they've got the
It's like the opposite of the fucking Nookie play.
able to keep themselves in the lead. Polvi.
Good peek. Attempt it off.
Game
That's not good. That's not good at all.
If we're looking at how he just re-peeked that.
Like, was he just expecting Lightning Fast to smoke it and he just didn't?
And this gives a chance right here for Bleed to rotate and at least not be afraid anymore of you know, the operator that is available here for Polvi. I do hear the thrash.
They cleared heaven with the thrash.
So that's probably
They really didn't go that far. Yay is just 1v3 on this site. Never mind.
So Benkai,
You still got the Cypher trip. You got I think you got 2 trips there, maybe. Oh no, the camera's on top.
Trying to make use of his one way.
You seen the legs.
Oh,
And then he just gets sprayed.
have a second chance to actually use it.
I was thinking about it. But what a great
He
spray.
Polvi cooked and then turned up the stove.
On the other side.
Of course. Here we go.
This is without doubt the worst game of Tier 1 Valorant I have ever seen.
Look at how far back.
But it is also the best Valorant game I have ever seen. And I know that China starts on Thursday, so I'm going to add so far. KC versus BBL, though, I think that this, as a series, this is worse.
So interesting. Yay, the lurker now.
The worst game of Tier 1 Valorant we've seen so far, that's true.
I will become what you want me to be.
For like individual map, yeah, KC BBL. Yay, somehow still manages to die. I can't believe it. I can't believe that like Polvi does that. Like, what is going on? Like, why is he saturating out to here? Did he just think that this would be smoked?
That they want, but he's the hero that Bleed deserves.
No wonder that like there's another timeout.
Well,
hey man, he's doing his job.
Any effort is welcome, right? And it just gives Bleed the wins that they're looking for as they slowly claw their way back up the game. I mean, we started out this half, you know, it was 4-8 in favor of...
I would live if every game was like this, though.
We've climbed all the way back. It's deja vu all over again, Quack. Ooh.
It's like global esports haven't been that
What feels like the change of pace
like
here?
bad, like on an individual sense.
I mean,
Like Polvi's not been as bad as like Crazy Guy or like Ye has been in some of these halves.
But is it Polvi just overheating? He's got the first picks every single time.
But it's more like
Again, I'll probably just check the stats later
the
on.
individual mistakes that global are making are few and far between, but they're howlers. They're awful mistakes to be making. Like there is, I every time I try to think about what Polvi is thinking, I just have like the toy, like monkey with the cymbals clapping in my head. Like I can't compartmentalize what's going on.
Bleed are also doing a great job at adapting to this. As soon as he gets the first pick, they know that there is another opportunity for them to come back in for that trade. And
This Breachstone is going to get everybody. Is there actually any follow-up though?
on a map like Split, without the numbers, it's that much easier for Bleed to break through.
Just
so
misses it.
now,
Well, it hits a couple of them.
line connects, but doesn't really do all too much. It's a bit of information at best.
Darion's one ult charge away from getting his ultimate. Rustless, you want to challenge this? Does he want to punish this? He will. And
Running for the stall.
no picks will be garnered. Darion's just charging it in. That's gonna get punished. Lightning Fast comes back into cover, and Bleed somehow should be at least bombarded.
Why is the spike there? Who dropped it? Was it Crazy Guy again?
3K though, the man himself is creating opportunities, is creating moments for Global Esports. And
I cannot believe what I'm watching.
and Global strike back.
Why would you ever path in that direction? Why? No. This is not.
I guess that's what the timeout was for, you know, Bleed trying to
This is some AI game that Riot have given us. This is what's to do fucking Sora. Somebody's gone, make the most unfortunate game of Valorant that you can make, and this is what they came up with. Why is he going here? Why is the spike going that way when you've just Viper's pitted? Why are you trying to trade that? Why is Russ there in the first place? There's so many questions.
I just love how that's the reaction for Global here, right? One mistake, one slip up is all it takes for you to really get punished by it. Crazy Guy is nursing an operator right now on attack.
They cleared a corner. I was going to say, I just felt like he was going to miss for a second. Russ peeks through.
Any form of contact, any form of trade gets denied, and himself.
They've given Ye the spike because I think Crazy Guy's on an operator, because of course he is.
In that last round, leaving Polvi in a 1 versus 4 with an operator in hand. You know it's not going to happen, so he just backs away smartly. Take the 10-11 already. Global still has a lot more plays to do.
Shit isn't ended. This is what we are given.
Yeah, why not? But
When Leo was saying, like, we're happy with the amount of games that we get, he was, you know, he had all of the data to show that there would be some full best-of-3 Papega Fest that would take up a quarter of a day.
Could be an elimination match for either of these teams. Bleed showing that they definitely still have what it takes. Darren with the showstopper.
I can imagine both T1 and Zeta just sat watching this game going, guys, I might go and be a doctor, you know?
They know how important
I might go and open like a car shop or something.
Masters Madrid, and I mean, anyone who wins Kickoff gets what, +3 points, champion points? That's a huge, huge thing.
Leo knew that we'd have 6 hours for one map. That too.
If we're talking about Bleed at least, that just came from Ascension Pacific not even a year ago. Last year, but not even close to a year ago, just a couple of months ago, which is crazy to think.
Actually, Deluxe, could one of the mods do a poll to work out if people would prefer to watch a 4.5-hour tech timeout or this?
They force Coach Spin to call some timeouts back. So Crazy Guy's actually
anyway,
doing so much right now.
Crazy Guy is on the operator.
Back into it. Darian and Egoist. You can feel their impact in the server as they pick up more frags. Off to the next round, though, without the ultimates, can't go in just as fast. Taking a bit of a breather. Yeah, I think they're just trying to find some kind of a path, some kind of a route.
We've barely seen teams play mid.
The route could be A.
Yeah, he tried, but he got battered.
Play on that A main. But I mean, there's still so many pathings, right? As long as you can get that mid, you can obviously transition to B main, mail into A heaven.
I want to hit show we go full by 3 more times.
They're using up a couple
Is it much more enjoyable? It's definitely enjoyable.
Yeah, check
from
B.
From Global Esports.
If there's something around this area of heaven, yeah, then they might be able to play around. So both lurks actually very important that they stay alive, whether it's Egoist or
This
Ye.
is peak Valorant. This is
That
esports.
needs to stay alive from Bleed here has got to be scary. Because first things first, they've dropped the spike, and they need to pick it up somewhat. Okay, they're still B-main control right now. Durion's coming into the corner here. Blaze King is right in front of him. Trigger Discipline could provide some dividends, which it does. And Blaze King is holding on. This is going really, really bad for Bleed.
And everybody's like rushing over, but now they're going to A. There's a trip here. No trips are going to actually stop them getting in on the side, but probably with an operator. Gets Ye.
But everybody's taking corners, checking angles, and it's all down once again to Egoist. This time,
I'm into plant safe. 1 versus 4.
Right in front of him is Polvi, and Polvi jettisons Global into series, into map point, into eliminating Bleed.
This Crazy Guy literally is the most relevant name. Yeah, I know.
High stakes, and all it took was Blaze King to hide around a corner. Oh, that feels like justice.
30 seconds
oh, that feels like he's winning this match.
Justice? It feels like justice?
Back to back in such a fashion. Polvi picking the next one up. And it's just Bleed starting to feel like that pressure is mounting up on their shoulders again. They had so much, but then towards the end, just one guy.
Come on, OT.
Just that one.
The nade didn't break the trip. So this trip is still in A main. I think it's going to catch somebody. But now you've got Benka that's actually hopped down to plant pot. They're using the wingman to clear ramp.
Is he just going to push this?
Oh, the flash is perfect. Oh!
Losing their
Okay.
lives, but he somehow manages to find Benkai.
Blaze King manages to get Ye. Scary gets Blaze King.
And Bleed strikes back. It's not yet over. It's a 4 versus 3.
Clearing the site. Any ultimates? No. 4 versus 3. 4 versus 3. Polvi is 2 orbs away from having his showstopper.
For them to even have a chance.
They've taken out Blaze King. Up next is going to be Polvi. Looking to dive straight onto site, perhaps from heaven, but denied by Darian.
Nicely done.
That's going to be Russ. IGL. Captain, my captain. Can you lead me into the
Egoist is pushed up to screens.
Let's drop down on Hell.
I actually like this push from Egoist.
Know where he is. The reposition, but he's good for the first. Could be good for the second. Crazy Guy, if he overheats,
Nice. Good bait actually from Crazy Guy to allow Egoist a good angle.
But of course,
All right, 11. Is this it?
Wins heated moments. 11 to 12.
Everybody breathe for a second.
This is where it goes down. Quack. One more round, overtime or done time. I don't know.
Now, obviously, one of the casters is called Quack. But if you didn't know that, it just sounds like one of the casters is just randomly going, Quack.
Timing some of these flashes, right? First Paranoia, then Crazy Guy's Guiding Light. Just kind of throws Benkai off, and it gives them so much more space on the site. Can they do the same thing again? This time, not really smoking things off. It's just Ben.
Probably dodges the
Cyber Cage up. Blaze King trying to go back in.
Paranoia. Good trip. Is there any like kill? Is there any follow up? Well, probably Shunty's on site. Good trade off, Crazy Guy. Benkai's now on site. He's an elbow. He's an elbow.
He converts, and Benkai is the hero.
Scary. Oh my god, he has to win this. He doesn't have his ultimate. He doesn't have anything really.
Going horribly wrong for Bleed. And Scary. He's done miraculous things during Ascension Pacific. Can he do it now?
Oh my god.
Global Esports close
I'm so
to eliminating
stressed.
their opponent. Scary's giving away his location here. He's got a shot at step.
He's got to guess at this one heaven.
For the smoke too.
Paranoia.
Paranoia. There's the swing out and Benkai.
Oh my god.
Play to keep Global Esports alive, eliminating Bleed from Kickoff.
Every single one of us thought
I want to make this evidently clear. There's no winners from this. No, but because we have to watch Global either play T1 or Zeta again.
Esports, a full roster, a complete overhaul.
Don't stress too much around your hair, might fall out.
Seeing its effects in full. Such great calling from Russ. The frags coming out from
Like,
Benkai.
my god.
Off to a new team, and he's
Benkai actually, yeah, just saved the day. I think both Russ and Benkai definitely shut up the haters.
Everything you said, absolutely true. They've restructured, they reformatted, and it really goes to show.
How long have we been live today? Oh yeah, I was like only 2 hours, but yeah, because we had to stop the stream.
A lot of high hopes. You can never really count it out. It's a whole different landscape. You're playing against whole different animals, and it goes to show as well here.
I don't even want to look at Reddit, you know. This was... People are like, Genji versus Zeta is like some of the worst Valorant that they've ever seen. And then this was like, bet.
Apart from that, Global Esports, also wanting to take a bit more time. Now coming into this, at least for this match, just surprising everyone. Definitely upsetting everyone's expectations. It's just lovely to see nonetheless, right? We talked about Benkai, we talked about Polvi. I think Blaze King deserves some time in the spotlight.
Everybody actually has, right? There was rounds where Russ got himself some amazing clutches. Blaze King with the trigger discipline.
Yeah, like some of the comments are just like, it didn't seem like he fundamentally understood how to play Viper on this map. Which I actually would somewhat agree with. I don't think... There's some rounds where he just didn't know what the fuck he was doing from the looks. I think everybody in Global Esports today had good moments, yeah. Funnily enough, I don't think that Ye was the worst player on Bleed's roster.
G survives for the elimination match for Kickoff. Congratulations, and with Polvi here. G2가 이제 Kickoff의 첫 승리를 가져가게 됐습니다.
Yay, 4 and 8 on first kills. How did it end like this? 6 and 19, 7 and 15, 0 and 4, 0 and 3.
Very strong, even though we drew the map 2, like whatever. We went into map 3, like high energy, high vibes, and we just didn't give up.
Yeah, it was really nice. 네, 맵 2에서는 조금 어려운 모습.
This is a real test for the translator. To go from a very strong Finnish accent to English to Korean.
I mean, I hope now some people have some faith in us, because we've been having a lot of faith after losing to Zeta. I hope some people will respect our names now.
Yes. 우리를 응원해주는 팬분들 그리고 믿어준 팬분들께 더 감사하는 마음을 전할 뿐이라고 말했어요.
Why does Polvi look like the law? When he has the mustache.
되게 자랑스러울 것 같은데
Where is he?
질문으로 또 이어가 볼게요. 또 펄비 선수가 VCT 퍼시픽에서 이제
Somebody like cursed pictures of him.
지금까지 두 경기를 치렀는데 어떤 마음으로 이어왔는지 물어보겠습니다. You newly joined the VCT Pacific.
There he is. That's just Polvi.
So how do you feel about it? I mean, you went through 2 matches so far, but how was it?
I mean, obviously it was our first win, but it's like our first one. And
That is just Polvi.
We're super excited to go rematch either Zeta or we go against T1, and we're ready.
Oh yeah, that question I'm gonna ask you again. 네, 아직까지 첫 승리이긴 하지만 아직 많은 걸음이 남았다고 보고요. 또 다음 경기 T1도 만날 수도 있기 때문에 이 부분에 대해서도 긴장을 하고 있습니다. I mean, you brought up T1. Next match you'll meet T1 or Zeta, whoever wins. But you're preferring T1 better than Zeta?
I mean, honestly, I want to go T1, but I don't mind a rematch against Zeta. It would be nice to get our revenge already.
Oh my god, this whole...
T1을 만나고 싶은 마음도 있지만 제타를 만나게 되면 이제 복수를 할 수 있는 기회가 있기 때문에
I don't know what to say.
없는 것 같습니다. Okay, Paulby, thank you for the interview.
It was literally equal on first kills and pistol rounds won.
Also, we have a little present for the fans. Do you know what it is? It's a doll. You have to write your signature. And it's a lucky doll because you
Not the video games high school deep cut. I mean, this would be a fucking storyline for sure for a video game high school.
where to throw it. But you have to go front to the audience, to the front.
Man, yes.
And then
Didn't win a clutch. 50% cast. Like, cast is a bit of a meme stat, but even his cast is bad.
who's the lucky one? Yay! Someone's really happy.
I'm gonna do something really, like, mean.
Thank you, Paulby. Okay, so congratulations, GE. And for the next match, we have T1 and Zeta coming up.
Look
But
at those
with that, everyone,
stats.
and next, let's go to the desk. Bye bye.
Oh my gosh. I feel like
Does he have the worst cast as well? No, Device somehow has it.
I mean, listen, but it's exactly as Povey said. They demanded some respect to their name. And
Worst ADR.
he's right.
Not the worst kills per round. Chip Boys managed to get it, but that's because everybody else was getting kills.
Once again, they were firing back. All of them kind of taking turns.
The least first kills per round.
Someone else rose up to kind of counteract that, especially going into map 3 as well, trying to bounce back after that map 2 loss.
Yeah, and we already said, if we have our expectations subverted, that's good. We're happy to have that happen.
We had our expectations subverted. I think we had our expectations pissed on.
Even if we didn't expect it to happen. I thought you were going to say, well, if we have our expectations low, we can only be...
What about without the filter? There'll probably be somebody worse, right?
Did I necessarily not mean that? I don't know.
Who is the worst at ACS in this tournament so far? NDG. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be like lots of Team Secret players. Most is still below him.
There was some moments in there, but there's plenty to work on, but that's something that Global now has a little
This was
time to do as they get ready
categorically jail Valorant.
to face off against T1.
It definitely got more and more.
No, like, I don't know if we kind of in our own little echo chamber here.
But then you started to actually see the sense behind all
It's
of it.
no, it wasn't the last game. We've got Zeta versus T1 after this.
Each member here, they had their own moment, right? Earlier, we did see Blaze King give a stellar performance on the first map, and then we saw a little bit of Polvi coming in.
No,
We
we're
saw
not
Rust
done.
as well.
We have
And then
more.
Here on Split, we saw Benkai, and this was actually like
Oh
the
my
battle
God.
of the ciphers that we had on this map, Will.
Yeah, both ciphers trying to just keep some of those rounds alive. And, you know, there were times back in the day when Benkai was performing.
The whole
on this
thing
map,
just
and
makes me
of course,
sad,
on
you
that
know.
Cypher as well, he's
Surely
one
it
of those
cannot get
players that used to
worse.
really
I mean,
like
I'm
that
feeling
Cypher
comfortable that it
said
wouldn't.
back on Paper Rex since the old days. So it's great to see him back in form. And like you mentioned, all of these players, they've been trying to say, no, we have the firepower. We don't know why people keep doubting us. We are here individually. Obviously, we've had ups and downs. Some of us have had to IGL in the past, but we can frag out. And they took turns proving that. But as Achilles said, now the question is, can you all perform at that level consistently?
You reckon the Aeon Jet was good enough? It was mid lane. It was okay. Like, I don't know. The problem with Ye as a player generally is it feels very like square peg and round hole. And everybody's like, he needs to be on the up. He needs to be on the duelist. But, like, if he's... It's almost like people assuming that if he's on those agents, he would be back to, like, 2022 form. Like, he's not that player anymore. Like, that player doesn't exist. But if he wants to reinvent himself as a flex player that can play a lot of different roles, that's fine. Like, Ye didn't just play duelist to begin with. But it was a long while ago when he was on Ambox.
Global Esports kills spread out a little bit more evenly as well, and I think we're seeing that mental come into play as well.
But I also think it's on Ye. Like, if he wants to still play Duelist, like, his raise should be up to par. Bro, it's 2024. Yeah, I mean, you can't rely on that anymore. It's like CNED, but worse. At least CNED tried. Like, he tried to fit into the system that Na'Vi built for him. And I think that benefited him as a player, even though it didn't look like he was in the same kind of form that he was in previously. That's why he looked so good on FUT, because he was allowed to, like, flex a little bit more onto different agents with Na'Vi, and now he could take those agents to FUT. And he could be, like, supported a bit more. Unbox was 2021, maybe start 20... Yeah, it was, like, early 2021, late 2020.
I mean, maybe it's trite and overused, but it...
Alright, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to get something to eat as well. And when we come back, we will have actual Valorant, I hope. Great Fred, I don't know if I want to see it. But yeah, I'll be right back.
Have a really strong performance there. They can rack those points up, so there still is obviously a very decent chance that if they can come in well practiced and get everybody on the same page, make sure that they're not making some of these more fundamental mistakes, they could still make it to international competition because you have Shanghai, you've got champs on that horizon.
That's right. You know, again, Kickoff. This is a starting point for a lot of these teams, and Bleed Esports is one of them. Again, you know, this was a team that was, you know, a part of VCT Ascension before, so I would say this is a very interesting debut, and they managed to go up against some of the very best. But of course, we are going to have one more series left. Global Esports will continue their journey, but for now, we are going to see who else in Group A rounds off everything as we head into our third series, T1 versus Zeta Division. That is coming right up after this very, very quick break.
gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
We're a streamer. I was taking a break. I'm still taking a break. I just wanted to come back. I just wanted to check with you guys if you felt that this tweet was acceptable. Or whether it's a bit much. I don't know if that's too mean. I liked it. Did you actually?
You look different. Yeah, just a little.
God forbid. Good tweet, 4 likes. Onto a banger. I feel like saying that the whole series was tragic, whilst I agree with it, is like kind of mean. If I say like it's just a couple of rounds, like I don't think anybody from Global or Bleed could sit there and go, yeah, no, there were some awful rounds for either side. One shows why. Like, I have a private account, so just, I don't know. I don't really care too much, you know?
I think for me, we have some freshmen that is like bringing new energy, and I'm bringing like some new knowledge from
Lord, what a series.
to the team. So we are getting like so much good stuffs. We can be.
I don't know what Reddit's saying. Actually, like, shut these up. Yay, Mysterio. Oh man. Shot his image to an Opticon to instantly kill. Long ago, the 4 shooting elements were mastered and hammered in, and everything changed when Jack Etienne attacked. Only El Diablo, master of all 4 elements, could stop him, but when Bleed needed him the most, he vanished.
He can do everything. Whatever we're gonna do.
Bang again when you don't care about Yay.
I'm here for it.
Wow. Whoa. Why would you ever say something like that? To Midas touch. Every team does to gold free. Yeah, the other focus on Yay, I mean, I guess it's good that Yay sort of takes the main brunt of it, because I know that he can take it. But at the same time, it's not all his fault. Alright, Yay now died to the spike. Oh, that's so good. Oh, fucking impractical Jokers memes. That's way too funny.
We're gonna need time because it's gonna be their first year in the franchise, but
Oh my god.
working a lot.
G won't even win one match in Kickoff. I mean, they shouldn't have, not with the team that Bleed have.
There's gonna be a new Zeta. That's it. The new Zeta.
I mean, we know why. We know exactly why they would have picked him up instead of getting a flex. Wait, did they have that in the timeout? confused. I think I'm missing the point. That's heartbreaking. All right, we have Tier 1 versus Zeta coming up. Let me get my assets ready. This one. Get my assets ready, yeah. This is gonna be another long stream, right? It's already like 1 o'clock, right? Yeah. Being live 2.5 hours here. How long was the other stream? I mean, it's connected here. 7 hours total that we've been live.
VCT Pacific Kickoff Day 3. We have one match to go on. VCT Pacific Kickoff 오늘 세 번째 경기, 마지막 경기를 앞두고 있는데요. 정말
It's definitely been a day of Valorant.
더 뜨거워지고 있습니다. It is getting hotter and
Oh,
hotter.
one was 11. It was 7 so far today. It was like 7.5 yesterday. At least tomorrow's gonna be shorter.
Who really wants to talk about their team? 또이 수많은 감정 속에서 이 팀에 대해서
Right, I'm gonna go get some food real quick. So be right back. I'm sort of here, but I'm just off screen. I don't like people watching me eat. Yeah, BRB, I guess.
Hello, my name is 주성진.
Running ads is probably the smart thing to do. I don't know how long until we get into game realistically, so I'd rather let it save much. Why is there such a little crowd? They're in a different spot. They're in a different building, which is probably cheaper than the last one. Yeah, be right back.
It took 4 to 5 hours to come here, but I don't feel tired at all because I'm here for T1. 그러면 T1을 응원하러 오셨다.
Wait. It took him 4 hours to get here, and he had to sit through that, and he sat through 4 hours to travel in that series to come and watch T1. If T1 lose, this guy needs looking after. We need to like make sure that this guy gets home okay, because I don't think he's mentally gonna make it.
Oh, you're nodding your head? I asked him if he's sure that Carpe will show up today. 몇 퍼센트 정도 확신하시나요?
1000%로 하겠습니다.
Hey, Haggis, McSwaggis.
I asked him how many percent out of 100, and he said 1,000.
He's driving the van to T1 headquarters. Oh man. It is quite quiet, but it is like a Monday. Oh, he gets a little wingman. Oh, there, he's worked out.
Okay, thank you for the interview. 네, 인터뷰 감사드리고요. 저희는 이제 또 데스크로 넘어가 보도록 하겠습니다. Let's go back to the desk.
She knows she had to hug him up. For she's like, oh my god, I'm so sorry.
We are finally at our final series of the day. The question is who
All right,
is going to join
here
us
back
for
again. Sorry, it was just that. I can't believe that guy. Poor guy.
Is it going to be a Zeta division? That's what we're here to find out. Just to reintroduce ourselves, my name is Mika Fabs, and I am with Achilles and William here on the desk. Now, gentlemen, final series of the day. It's been a long one indeed because our previous maps all went to 3. We had 2-1 scores all around and very long maps too.
Screw it, 9-mapper. Let's go the distance this evening.
Why not?
I mean, let's be honest. When we first looked at the bracket, this wasn't the day that we thought this could potentially happen. But now that we're looking at it, I mean, there's a possibility.
We're already here.
Oh, well, yes,
we might as well.
Yeah, we are 2/3 of the way there for sure. So, I mean, T1 versus Zeta. Obviously, we'll get through the details, and people have had some strong predictions about this type of matchup. But Zeta is one of those teams that when they pull it together, they've always been strong, even in the previous roster. So, there's a lot of questions to be had here.
Yeah, there really is. What is the map draft going to look like? What are these compositions going to look like? But the biggest question of them all is, do we get to see Xcurate versus Laz on Chamber? That's the #1 thing. We already know that we're being treated to an awesome matchup because we have depth there. We've got Saya player. That's a known quantity. That's old news. We saw that last year.
No, we need
now
to
we've got Xcurate versus Laz.
I mean, we have debates
so
about
excited.
this. Like, you and I have debates about this. I've had it with Wyatt as well. So it's a very big question all around the world.
Well, if you look at our previous matchups, right, we do see that T1 does have the upper hand here, but again, as we always say, in a kickoff, this was a previous roster, and now it's a whole new T1, it's a whole new Zeta as well, and that is thanks to the rookies too. They made such incredible performances, such great impact, as we saw in their previous matches. We had Izu, for example, for T1, and of course we had Euron and Heroron on the side of Zeta.
Yeah, I mean, all of the T1 players have been looking absolutely incredible. Zeta, their first series, a pretty rough one. They were going up against Global Esports. Both teams were really trying to figure their stuff out throughout that series, so it was maybe a little bit bleak for Zeta fans, but overall, the things that you could look to that were impressive was that Depp, still very good at the video game. Laz as well, very good on lurking when he was playing that Cypher, playing that Killjoy, but Hero and Euron were very much the brightest spots for Zeta on that day, and my big question is, do they continue doing that here now when they're in a much more important and much more tense matchup versus T1?
Yeah, and when's the last time we could say that about Zeta Division, right? When's the last time we could say it wasn't Depp or Laz that was really at the top leading the charge in terms of the scoreboard and the kills and the frags and things like that? So obviously a good sign, but as you can see in the highlights as well, you mentioned it, Mika, T1 clearly proving that their roster shuffle, their upgrades are definite upgrades for the new Korean squad as well.
Especially since Izu, as we saw, the Yoru did work for them on Breeze previously. I think they heard, like, they're buying into the rumors that the age of Yoru is nigh, right? So, and I think that, like, as we mentioned earlier, we do also have an impending, I think, matchup between Excurrent and Laz. It's same as, like, earlier when we had a Ye versus Polby on the Jet thing. Then I think that, you know, for now, it's going to be the Chamber duel for Laz and for Excurrent.
Yeah, and it'd be a big one for Excurrent because Laz is one of those players that has always been praised and contending for some of those top spots as a Chamber player all around the world.
I mean, you say Chamber and most people think Laz. A lot of people say, like, Laz is Chamber. They are just one and the same as far as just being fully assimilated with one another because he's so clean on it. So if Excurrent could come in here, and if they are going to be playing that Chamber matchup and he dips him, what a statement that would be for Excurrent.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see it. Hopefully we do get it today. I mean, if we are here and we've been waiting for so long, why not give it to us in the same way that we had that previous matchup, right? Looking at these two rosters right now, again, my eyes are on the rookies because they've been doing so much. But I do think that, like, you know, T1 here, they're a bit more experimental right now than Zeta is, right? They're more likely to come up with creative agent compositions. They're more likely to think outside of the box. Zeta here, I'm not sure how far they're willing to push it, but is that an advantage for them or a disadvantage, Will?
Well, I would say the way we can look at it is T1 clearly made a decision on what their color was going to be coming into 2024, right? They started their experimentation in the offseason, and they're carrying that through. It's still based around the utility to draw out the fights, the firefights, and then set up for those trades. Meanwhile, Zeta, we don't quite know, I mean, what the colors, other than they are willing to push up the tempo a bit more than 2023, but in terms of the cleanliness, in terms of the compositions, I think there's still a lot more room to be at. Is that an advantage? I mean, I wouldn't quite say so, but it does make them perhaps a bit harder to read.
Yeah, just looking, you know, kind of across the extended roster, we're talking about Depp, we're talking about side player, all these ones that have more of the flashy plays, but Hiroto, you know, this young rookie coming into the roster who has already looked pretty damn good. I'm excited to also see how he's going to be faring against Carpe, who in his own right, you know, stepping into Valorant for the first time just last year, now becoming the IGL, also had some very glowing moments in their opening series versus Bleed. So I think watching that initiator battle as well is going to be great.
Yeah, and look at this. I mean, it's as close as you can get to a perfect Pentagon here in terms of how much... I mean, honestly, this probably doesn't take into account the whole vibe factor. So if you add that for Rossi, it probably is a perfect Pentagon.
Is Rossi the problem? Look at these stats. He's dragging the team down.
But it's rare that we see this, right? And again, I mean, this is a culmination of all the different stats throughout their game so far. And to see that even though you have star players like Saya Player or Excurrent, you still have everyone else picking up the slack when it's needed or going for those trades, leading it basically to those conversion to round wins instead of just frags.
Yeah, and for anybody being confused as to what this graph means, just the closer it is to an actual pentagon in the middle, the better it is.
Yes, yeah, it's basically just how much has each player contributed to their wins on their round wins, and of course it takes into account all the different stats in the game.
It's basically who's sharing the pie, right?
Yes.
And as we're seeing here, T1 are sharing it quite evenly. On the side of Zeta, though, we can see that Euron here has quite a big slice.
Well, and then Heroron as well. Obviously, Deb holding a big portion of it. But
Wait a
it's very
second.
impressive to see, and this has to be a huge confidence
Win
boost.
contribution rate.
Heroron at least had some time
So,
to challenge Japan
is this effectively
but he
cast?
still played against some of the other players and teams that have
Like cast measured against each other?
been sitting at the Zeta Academy roster, going through scrims time and time time again, he gets upgraded and he says, I'm here to help carry the team.
Yeah, it was such an impressive debut.
Good to see, yeah, the tears.
Just a couple days ago, and you know, if he's going to continue on that trend, then he is very quickly going to be one of the most valuable players, not just on Zeta, but
Casper and cool.
Period. Because he was just so
I mean, these stats things are pretty good. Like, these are actually like better head-to-head things. It's funny because me and Geekcast were talking about like spider diagrams like this too.
Such a stellar matchup. Two guys who are just absolutely
It was never used for this before. So like the fact that they've just started doing this as we were talking about it is like pretty funny.
You know what's coming, and I can't wait for this matchup to also begin here because I feel like Saya player right now.
Because I said, yeah, they heard it and did it themselves.
Right? You know, he's definitely online right now, and as for Depp as well, he's someone who could definitely deliver. So now,
Is there anybody here still that was from the raid from Sideshow that isn't usually here? Because I have a question for you after that series. Why?
Duelists in VCT Pacific after just the one opening match from all of the teams. But the thing is both these players throughout their careers have always been so consistent at that level.
The data future predictor. I came here by myself. Of my own volition, I came here.
For top 3 duelists in whatever league they're put into.
Yeah, I mean, at least playing out here regionally, especially, like, you can always rely on them to have a pop-up performance. Very rarely do you ever see a dip from either of these guys. They're always nailing their shots. Their decision-making is typically just
I came with the egg, but I'm him normally. Yeah, you usually are.
Be a spicy one. In the end, if everybody else is pretty evenly matched, it very
Are you modding for Sliggy at the same time though?
Determine who's going to be walking away into that playoffs and who has to go ahead.
Bilingually too. Christ, good luck.
At this point, right? We know what Zeta is capable of. We know how much they're able
I had a lot of fun in the previous series. Good, Alex.
Just as they are known
I'm glad.
For, right? But T1 as well.
I was trying to channel some of my inner egg. But the things that, like, I think for Ye, that was just clowning on him. But, like, for some of the shit the crazy guy was doing genuinely was frustrating me. But that's because, like, I'm more of an initiator player anyway, so...
Hello, welcome, coaches. Are you ready for the match?
Yeah,
yes?
for sure.
Okay, I hear loud yesterday. I'll first ask Coach Autumn. I mean, for you, it's been really a glad thing to win Bleed right away and come up to the winners bracket. So how did this feel to be in the winners match? 이제 블리드를 상대로 바로 꺾고 승리조에 이제 들었잖아요. 바로 올라간 기분이 또 얼마나 좋으실까요?
You are egg outside too? That's true. But my inner unhinged sideshow egg is what I was channeling. If you shaved the beard and took the glasses off, I couldn't distinguish you two.
Looking at the matchup list, I was like,
That's just sideshow to me. I went paper finish on. No word of a lie, I did get a couple of DMs from French fans, KC fans, with some very choice words. So, thanks, Sideshow.
Sorry, you got a little confused. I want to ask you about Zeta's performance. You look through their players, you see the new Zeta, so how do you feel about their team?
일단 제타 디비전이 이번에 리빌딩을 했는데 솔직히 원래 기존에 있던 선수들이
I don't know how they made that mistake. I don't know how they got it so wrong.
옆에 있는 감독을 제가 많이 리스펙트하거든요. 그래서
Did they really say it multiple times on broadcast?
아마 되게 잘할 것 같아요. 근데 아마 제타 디비전은 지금보다 이제 시간이 갈수록 더 잘해질 것
They
같아요.
did. I need to find a series. This actually won't take too long. What was the last map that I did?
Meeting the new coach and the new Zeta, they become more powerful, and I see they're really like bringing up the energy. So I think they're gonna improve really much at the remaining matches. And for Coach Carlos,
Istanbul.
I mean, I have watching in the backstage and saw
Am I blind?
first ace and all the fans.
That's just Reykjavik.
But for the rookies, it
That's
was
just
their
Copenhagen.
first national match. So
It was just
were
Istanbul.
you really nervous for the first match?
I don't think they were really
I don't know what the-
because I think they are well prepared for those type of matches. So the kids are working so much and improving a lot that they are prepared for those type of situations.
오히려 루키 선수들은
Group
전혀
day.
긴장하지 않고 더
Bracket
준비를 많이
day.
했기 때문에 더 수월하게 경기에 임할 수 있다고 답했습니다. And also I want to ask you the same question I asked the coach.
Was my last game really Crew versus FPX?
우승팀으로 이제 올라가게 됐을 때 승리조에
Or did I get 2-1? I think 2-1 versus Fnatic was the first one. Yeah, group day.
So we made a lot of mistakes, but as a general, we were a good team yesterday. So
No, it wasn't this
it was
game
a good
either.
win for us, and I hope we make
Have you 10 versus
better
Loud?
match
No, it was
today.
bracket day.
어제 정말
I don't think it's in the right order.
이겼지만 오늘도 그 승리를 이끌어내는데 집중할 거라는
I did the interview for this, I remember.
also for the last question,
No, I didn't.
last words for the players or for the fans. 이제 팬분들 그리고
I did Crew versus somebody though. It was an interview.
Just thank you so much, all those Zeta fans that are supporting us. It's amazing. I'm so glad that we have all this like.
I think I did the
passion
interview for
and love
this.
the fans,
Yeah, here I
and
am.
I hope we can match that expectation.
We fixed things.
My beard was so long here.
Max played a little bit.
I just remember my outro.
To see who's going to be going home first out of Group D. So don't go anywhere. We're going for a quick break. Go make a brew. Go for a P or a Q, and we'll see you in a few.
Pew? I didn't even realize that Pew.
We will win this match.
What was the last game of groups? What was the last game that I worked? You look more homeless there. I think I ironically wasn't homeless, but I'm now.
데스크로 넘겨드릴게요. Back to you, Des.
Champions. Oh, it's gonna come.
Massive respect from T1 saying that Zeta Division
It's
has gotten
2022, right?
and even better. And I think it's interesting as well
Indians.
because,
What was the last day?
different region, bringing a different flavor here
That's
into Zeta
playoffs.
Division, right?
So
We
it's the
saw a
8th.
glimpse of that in the earlier match. But what are you thinking, Achilles? Is this indeed a better and stronger Zeta Division?
I think it will be in time. I think it's still a little bit early days. I think
Oh, it was Fun Plus Phoenix versus Exet, I think it was.
happen here with this roster, but I think that there is an immense amount of promise, way more than we were seeing from them in the past.
Yeah, and it's funny that Autumn said that in some way as well, that he thinks
Where's
it's
the
better that they
fix?
met Zeta now because he thinks they'll continue to grow. Because I agree, I think there's so much potential here, but Kickoff is so early, and you've got two rookies who might still have me a little shaky here and there. Get used to the comms, get used to the pacing.
I'm gonna
So
cut you
we'll
some
see how
slack
far they
because
grow.
it is your birthday,
Sure, but
and because
despite
it's your
saying that,
birthday,
of course,
I am gonna
Crystal
cut
says
you
we're
some
here to
slack.
win.
You know?
Come on,
It is Ryan's birthday, everybody. It was the worst birthday present to get him for EMEA to be in tatters, but I just want to say, for he is a jolly good fan.
And it had to be fucking Mitch as
For
well.
he is a jolly good.
Just making sure we don't have the same embarrassment we did from match 2. At least somebody will see
It's a cake.
It's a cake. I know it's a cake.
This man has a birthday every day
All
of the
I
year
will
and he doesn't
say-
know what a cake
Yeah.
is.
Oh,
We got sparkle.
we
Oh,
have
this is getting
sparklers?
dangerous. This is getting very dangerous. Wow.
There is a moment where I just give Mitch the fucking most evil death stare of my life.
Stop. Okay,
Wow.
this Mitch with a lighter in his hands seems like a workplace health and safety.
Yeah, he's definitely never used that before, let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, we
Mitch,
could be here
sometimes
forever.
today.
For those who want context,
Talk us through
it's
it.
not
All right,
actually
all
Ryan's
I,
birthday.
okay, all I'm gonna say, Ryan, before you get upset, is this was from production. They knew it was your last day today. They wanted to send you off with a nice present.
It could have been anything else.
We also have a present for you, by the way. So
This was also
hope you
great.
Enjoy this.
Christ.
Oh God.
The only thing I see when I see life is back to life, back to reality.
Make it stop.
Back to life, back to reality. Back to life. When I see life, back to reality.
Make it stop.
Which is fucking great because now all I do is watch life. Good old FPX now.
remedy that with this new chemistry, bringing up a lot more excitement, a lot more, vocal players as
And then
well
the
onto
initial
roster,
one
like
was-
Rossi and Xcured. I mean, you watch the player camps, Xcured's talking non-stop to the
And
rest
get a
of his team.
reminder
This was the
of where
original.
Everybody stands here in this
Done it in the
group
wrong
stage.
order.
One team already through to the quarter. 7 other.
So to provide context, at this point, Mitch would jokingly say it was my birthday every single broadcast. They did it on like day 3 of doing Champions, and because it's the first time that I worked with this production, because this production is like mostly North American and not
Qualifiers
Europe,
to figure out, and that'll happen over
they
the preceding
actually thought it was
days.
my
Really
birthday.
Interesting, winner side matchups as well.
Sure, like we've got the
Definitely one of the more
It's more instantly coming out of the break. You could see the fucking light from the cake here, and me just being, is something like on fire?
interesting side of things, but
So, Ryan, I want to apologize because we're coming.
It's literally the same fucking look, I swear, on both of these. I need to like, oh, it's back here, this one.
We also have a present for
It's just the same, like, cursed look. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
For that. It's not our fault that the teams couldn't end this before midnight.
At this point, Dash genuinely thought it was my birthday.
So, Ryan, I want to apologize because we're coming in about 34 minutes late on this one, as it was your birthday. But you can blame the teams for that. It's not our fault that the teams couldn't end this before midnight.
I don't know if this is. I don't know if this is just a really good joke or somebody really misunderstood.
I had to stop myself from saying like, somebody really fucked up.
What she got for her birthday? I think I win out.
So, Ryan, what date exactly is your birthday? Just for
about 2.5 weeks.
2.5 weeks.
Yeah. This is why people need to double check stuff with me.
There's a story behind this.
I cannot tell.
Would you like to make a wish? And would you like to enjoy the cheesecake?
I wish this didn't happen.
So basically in EMEA, this has been a meme for a very long time, which I think both me and Mitch have done, where basically just every day we say that it's Ryan's birthday.
It's Ryan's birthday.
And it came up today. You've got a cake. I can tell you now, even though Mitch isn't here, he's dying. Yeah.
Mitch at this point, he didn't have COVID, but he had some like throat infection. So he that's why I casted with like Tom. Like I casted like the crew Ascend rematch and stuff like that because Mitch wasn't very well. And Mitch literally sent me like a WhatsApp voice message being like, it was so funny. This gun's still loving. His voice was like completely gone.
For the rest of the event.
He's never gonna forget this.
I think it's because like all of the other orgs got baited in, like Team Liquid, Gambit. They always this is Cameron's fault from EMEA.
You know what I love so much about this? We came away with the cheesecake out of this.
Do you know what? This is my birthday. This is the best day of my life.
To the next hotel tomorrow as well.
Yeah, we went from one hotel because the internet was like awful, and then we went to another, and then we had to go again. Like we traveled to like 3 different hotels.
Even give me like a knife.
Other stuff, any good.
Isn't it actually like Vanity's birthday? Can't you like give that over?
Some cheesecake. You for some. Oh my god.
I don't know if I did. Did I do that with this one as well? I hope I did.
I don't know. Another.
Cake, Ryan. He's having a nice time, so I'm just gonna enjoy this.
At least it was a chocolate cake.
Hope you enjoy your being a player. VCT long weekend. We'll be on to
Pretty much the same fucking thing.
a couple of days. Yeah.
There you go, perfect.
Stay healthy, stay safe, be good to each other, everybody. Good night.
It's the same fucking shirt almost as well. Oh, did they do this on purpose?
That's why also these teams are really pushing.
I'm running ads, so we don't get them in game.
Now it's real. Okay, now we've dusted off everything, and now we really get to play and show who we are.
And the other thing is of course the winner of this match on the bracket, they are slated to play against the team that comes up from play-ins, which means you're gonna have such an advantage, so much more tape to study to make sure that you come out on top, get your
I can't even check it.
and compete for the potential 3.
I'm going to assume that it's good because of Strog put it.
So this is a very high 16s. It's either wait for playoffs.
Oh yeah. I got a bigger one than
grind your way back up.
Geo got a big one as well.
The round robin in the phase 2 of play-ins.
Yeah, I mean it's why we always praise
It's the fear. It was the genuine like fight or flight that kicked in. Like my amygdala was ready to riot, I swear. It was either I reacted that way and made fun of it, or I literally just sprinted across the back. The worst part is, it was like during like heavy like COVID times, nobody else was allowed to have a piece of the cake. Because they didn't want, like, if I had like COVID and like gave it to somebody else. But my favorite part, like, Sue was doing the interview, and I remember, like, I said to, like, production, like, does anybody want, like, a slice? And they were like, we're not allowed, we can't. And then Yinsu comes in with a fucking spoon, just grabs a bit, puts it in her mouth. I think she takes a slice and then fucks off.
Perhaps in, like, in a future
All right, yep, fair enough.
Right, which does happen altogether. So I feel like right now it's going to be a really,
And there was like a fridge. It was like a Red Bull fridge that was in the green room at that event. And so I put the cake in there. And I messaged Vanity like, hey, if you didn't get a birthday cake, do you want this one? And I sent a picture, and he just like replied like, no. What the fuck am I meant to do with it? This one? I left in my fucking hotel room. I was literally having to get a flight the next day. So I was just like, fucking...
They couldn't deliver in 2023. They always fell just
like, I'm not packing it with me. It's just a waste of a perfectly good cake.
Japanese Valorant to the world map. That would mean a ton to not just the team, but all the fans.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, granted, yeah, I think there's still certainly issues to work through there for Global, but they're proving that they can improve very rapidly.
It's a hilarious moment, though. I did actually find, like, the first time that it had happened. I don't know if it's gone now, because it's quite far back.
You give them another couple days. If you
I'm just going to have to, like, hold this.
knows what Global's going to look like then. So being able to just avoid that matchup, completely and get seated.
Yeah, I remember, like, the first time with the cake, like, Sue coming over, just taking a slice and being like, thank you, bye.
Kind of like a bird's eye view of how they want to play out this entire year, right? Because of the new
Flashbang
format,
IRL,
because of the
yeah.
new scheduling, and for example, like T1.
It's going to be like
continue the success
2021,
they
though, that's
had
the
last
thing.
year, making it into Champions.
So I don't know if
right?
it's going to go that far back.
Get very, very far in Champions LA, but of course they want to change that. You know, I do remember, you know,
Oh, sorry. I did want to... The Sean Garris clip is genuinely one of the funniest clips I've ever seen. This is so good.
Fucked, dude. They're fucked. They have no time.
They can't win.
What? No. Oh. Bro.
He literally breaks his fucking microphone with how he reacts. Oh yeah, there was also this. This is so I love my lineups. Like I literally like follow Japanese lineup channels. They get like I live for this shit. This is one of my lineups.
Standing ahead.
I don't even know how that happened. How did I even manage that? Oh my god, what is this? Wait, it doesn't want to play it.
Hit scan central for a bit. Dude, if we did like there was a show a long time ago in the UK called Wife Swap, which was
I forgot about this.
Unbelievable idea for a show anyway.
Yep.
But if we did, if we did that just one for one, just Ryan comes onto Plant Chat and I come onto, I swear I would fucking destroy his YouTube channel before he could touch Plat Chat.
It's all right. I did it myself. Oh, that was like around then. Look at it now. So I'm like literally a year away. What in the bald on bald crime is this? I mean, that Sideshow is the one that hosted us. Oh yeah, all of the fucking identity theft stuff I had last year. Not last year, the year before. Did I lose it? I hope I didn't. No. Alright, never mind.
Match. Who will punch their ticket through to the playoff stage? They've defeated the Devils.
It's got to be somewhere.
It's mechanics and teamwork at the highest level.
Like if I advance search it, I'll probably be able to find it, but I'll try and get it for the next stream. Elon cannot buy more storage. The thing is, I use Opera GX as like my main browser, but I have Twitter blocked on it because I just, you just open up a tab and just open Twitter. I was doing that too much. I was like, right, I'm blocking Twitter on this. If I need to use Twitter for like work or whatever, I'll just open it on here. defeated the devil, yay. They love their like energy.
Reformed and rejuvenated with their IGL lads back for fight. It's time to defeat T1. Let's welcome to the stage Atarashi Zeta Division!
This isn't as hype as... Like, the EMEA walkouts were always hype. NA, I mean, even Pacific last year. Because it's more like, Zeta Division, and they just stood like, oh. And then they start walking along. I hope we get good EMEA World Cups again. It'll be the same as the LEC, right? So I'm sure we will. Oh, you mean like with Talent doing it? Who would be good at doing it though? Like Mitch, really? Maybe Pavlos. Mitch, Tom, Pavlos, Yinsu, perhaps. Do we have Stevie again? That's a great question. I don't know because I'm not working the event. Kind of vetoes real quick because I spent too long making these graphics, so I want to use them. So T1 banned the Icebox, they picked Lotus, they second banned Bind. The Zeta Division, they banned Breeze, they picked Icebox, and they said banned Split.
At the end of this all, here's what they do want to take away. I mean, from T1, we saw that it was...
So Zeta ban and Breeze is the same.
Breeze, but they still want to take
T1 ban Icebox. Actually,
16 victory that T1 did get.
Zeta picking Ascent.
Icebox, and that means that Ascent is open, and Zeta will take it.
All right, they want to go with the steady known factor. Now, I mean, we've seen some teams that have tried to rely on Ascent, and it didn't work out so far. But
Lotus is good.
I would have faith in Zeta's Ascent. They've always clawed back in.
Lotus.
The possibility is
there. The chamber matchup, it can happen. It's very realistic. I can see it. I'm going to be so disappointed. I'm going to be flattened if it doesn't.
I mean, yeah,
so what was the other map the Zeta played? It was Icebox, wasn't it?
So I see
they played Icebox and they played
Bind. I mean, sure, different rosters, but they, they were able to showcase a good Bind last year, and then it got read by some other teams right
Sunset
away. So
third
that
map.
leaves Sunset for the last one.
Yeah, they're floating this once again.
Thank you, Deluxe, for doing
this
the...
one open wasn't one of their bans when they went up against Global. So still feeling confident enough to be able to play that map. Should it go the distance? Should it go to 3?
Neither of these teams have played
But,
Ascent,
I mean,
right?
obviously, it's that map too. That is the really big one that we have our eyes on because that's where the chamber could come into play. But for now, we can very much focus on that heads up between Dep and Saya players. We get ready to go to Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, all 3 of these maps really could go either way, and all 3 of them could very well be these nail biters all the way to the end. Because Ascent, again, it's the battle between Dep and Saya player. Also, you have these cores on both teams that are able to kind of carry out the old ideas.
All right, I think this will be a pretty good series.
So it's much more about that communication and the mentality. Then there's Lotus, the potential chamber battle. Then there's Sunset. T1 shows some good ideas, but Zeta has been floating it.
Yeah.
Just want to jump in here. I love that we're seeing a lot of Zeta fans here.
Oh, they are everywhere.
Yes.
Even here, like, in home court, I guess, of T1, right? But again, we are going into Ascent, we're going to Lotus, and we're going to Sunset. I like that we're already pointing out very interesting head-to-heads right off the bat.
I hate Zeta's Ascent more than anything on this planet.
Lotus potentially the
Why? When was the last time they played Ascent?
Sunset potentially. Well, we'll get to that when we cross that bridge. But for
Did they play it at Riot 1?
I think they're going to be very exciting. And as we mentioned,
Must have been.
They could go any which way. But I think Icilios, we are
They played the
favoring
Red
T1
Bull.
here. Who do you think?
I'm the only gambler. I mean, it's a quite extreme.
That
Like,
moment, I guess, or are we getting like those?
we don't have Sliggy or Sideshow numbers here.
Yeah, the X Factor.
So like, and people are just watching,
The X
I would say that for Lotus. I would say that for Lotus, though.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember this map.
that it's Ascent, you always kind of think of the Jet players on this map. She's so prevalent.
It's not good enough to be their map pick.
Rarely see teams start to stray away from that. You know, Paper X is one of them, kind of bringing out the Reyna from time to time. Every now and then we would see, you know,
I mean, their main pick was banned out before. Because they picked Icebox, but that was banned by T1.
That battle between Depp and Saya players, seeing who is going to be able to get these opening
Casters, please strat
Now, there
game.
is a world where Depp is the one who goes back to play the Sova, though, on Ascent as well, right? And Sovas have also been very crucial on Ascent in the past. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly.
Can't remember
where
who
that
else
is.
it was.
does
It was
seem
like
they really want to let Euron and
point
Huron,
that in a
especially
lot as
Euron,
well.
kind of go for his comfort picks on each map and then revolve around.
But
that.
I'd agree mostly. I don't know if Gorilla necessarily agrees with my like model of thinking, but I personally think that if you want to be a good team, you can't ban Ascent and you can't pick Ascent.
I feel like also that this could be a potential to break the usual Ascent composition.
Like perma-banning Ascent unless you're like actually great at all of the others. Like EDG ban Ascent, but that's because they just cook on all of the other maps. But like picking Ascent, like if you're not Turkish, you shouldn't do it.
Standard between the teams, we didn't really get anything too surprising, and I kind of feel like it's
Loud or Turkish.
But if somebody does want to kind of reinvent the wheel with this map, then obviously that would be really exciting. The thing that I do want to see, though, more so than a compositional change, is still that continued change in playstyle.
I don't think it's so bad they need to ban it, but it should never be their pick. Yeah, I'd agree. But like I said, if it's literally a case of if their main pick is Icebox and they didn't get it, like picking Ascent in that context, I don't think it's too bad.
Very good test for Zeta because Ascent is also that map.
Because what else would they potentially pick? Like they might have picked Lotus, right?
Whether
Like,
you're on the attack or defense, you have to be very methodical
but
about
if
it.
they feel, you know, like they float it because they're happy to play it, so
And how that pushes the opponents around the map. So I'm curious. Last time we saw them
I don't know. We have too little data, I think, for
was able to carry them through a couple of those
these games. I say that, and we have these. So obviously we have too little data for something like this.
I don't know, just because while Chamber as an individual could still work well on Ascent, it's just that if you're gonna have a Sentinel, Killjoy and even Cypher provide so much value on Ascent.
Yeah, this is kind of similar to Breeze, where this
Is too high production? I'm not used to it. I mean, this.
Ever since the original Rendezvous nerf, moving it now to just a singular pylon, really.
I like the graphic because it's so like a little bit shit, you know. Like this is mostly for like China because we're not gonna have like stats and stuff. The transitions are too much. Yeah, a little bit. Right, Depths on Jet. They're on. This is kind of what they played. Right, Homeland even. Carpe on Fade. And the Viper.
So continuing with that double controller, it's Izu and Rossi on Omen and Viper. It's going to be executed on that Cypher. Meanwhile, Last sticking with the age-old Killjoy, going to have a little bit more flexibility and covering mid with utility so that they can.
It's a lot more production than what I've ever had in another stream. To be fair, I have a degree in like broadcast engineering, so it gives me a chance to use it.
Let's see how well they do up against T1 as we head into our final series of the day. Tossing it over to our casters.
I can't be the only one that thinks that like this comp from T1 is not it.
Happened today, man. Lots of ups, lots of downs, but we are 100% sure that they have all been.
It's a good mix of professional looking graphics, or you can also notice it's homemade. And they say uni is useless. Thanks. Getting some impact out of my Mickey Mouse degree. But at least I didn't do a Mickey Mouse degree in esports.
T1, what an interesting composition. We might have seen a little bit off.
Is this just a jump on onto here?
But up against a more classic one in the form of
The degree was finally worth it. Amen.
How's it going to play out?
We'll see here and now. Izu's been an absolute monster.
I guess no information on A main. Really hard to dodge that one as well, unlike the knife or recon. And there's 3 people here. Paranoia is good. The thing is, for T1, this is like the most common like pistol that you do on attack. Right, so Fragment buys a little bit of space as they pushed up here. 3 versus 2.
Already so quick into sight.
And they're both mostly looking towards it. 2 in hell. I don't like this post plant setup for Zeta, but it's a very like make it up as you go along. The Viper one way goes down, but they're able to get at least one snake bite out, which stops like a trade coming in here. They know that there's like one in hell, but really well played from Sugar Zero, and like they do well on the pistol.
Man is a Diet Coke. You know, all the fun. What?
He's a professional esports. Yeah, I am the esport. I am VCT China.
Come on, keep up the pace, man. I'm nowhere in the third series. Anyways, quick little recap on this replay. Again, Zeta Division with that coach of theirs, man.
Because nothing says Chinese esports like a northern Englishman.
Just going radically into a site. There's always thought behind the push.
Carlisle definitely has, shaped up this team a little bit more. So now they have these protocols and really aggressive takes.
Good flash too from Hero on.
Even in this one,
I wanted to reproduce, but I made a typo.
Depp is that much more confident just to go in.
It's China already started. It starts on Thursday.
Been hitting them flashes from here on out. Here on run. I'm losing my mind a little bit because it is the last series, but going back into things.
I can't believe that they got the casters to cast 3 best of 3s.
As Rossi falls down. All up to Excurant. Little peek on heaven though. Peekaboo, I see you. Marshall in hand. Extra tag or anything? Not gonna happen. Only Euron as a collateral here for Zeta, and 2 quick rounds for Japanese. I still can't get over that
early,
Japanese.
With this speed and with T1, not quite adapting to it just yet. I mean, again, still really early.
Same pair for 3 games. Yep, same desk. Don't think that should be allowed.
You know what?
I don't think it's going to be the only region doing it though.
It's never really actually do. Come on, let's be
We also
honest,
wanted
but
to have the killer cast 3 best of 3s on this
fine.
first day.
But
Yeah,
at the
yeah.
same time, it's just really interesting to see because like everyone else kind of thought the T1 would be the team. They're more, veteran.
Yeah.
They got the star players.
Even like China swaps out their casters. Casters do the casting and the desk. At least they did for Evo. So they do 1 best of 3, 1 best of 3, 1 best of 3.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is Zeta's upgrade that much more powerful?
I think EMEA does switch it out per series to casters do 1, but I think the desk's on it all day potentially. I might be wrong about that though.
And Euron have in store for us.
Absolutely. You can already see that.
Well, I'm gonna sit down.
Right?
Absolutely. Yeah, exactly. I've been watching a couple of the games of Heron, and I mean,
Even if I like stand up after a bit,
blown away, but
you'll be exhausted and you have to do so much prep. I mean, it's just like the quality, right? Like imagine how tilting it must be for one of these casters for people to be like, oh my god, these casters are so bad. And you're like, motherfucker, I've been casting for like 8 hours. Of course I'm gonna make mistakes.
Excurant still holding the angle here, and again, a very vocal player leading the
Alright, fairly
charge
clean
into
bonus.
securing the first gun round here for T1.
I got a little bit excited. I thought it would have been like one of those.
No one on the desk did more than 2 games. No, exactly. You alternated them out. Same as like international events.
Euron with the Guardian getting the shot through the wall bang. That was really lovely. Maybe through that they might have been able to do an open up.
Like I think that's the only thing.
Classics T1. They have the Odin, of course. They had the read off of that spot from Sabrosa, and with that, just information, right? Rossi.
But they have like 5 members of talent. It seems like.
It's pretty rare we're seeing Carpe beyond that fade, right, over the Sova. It's just because you have so much more staying power with the C's over the shop darts. Any case, there's a quick little push in. Nobody willing to go and dash right in as that snake bite, and basically like 3 people of T1 is already
Bit of free damage done.
finding contact on Hiroron.
I think where did Easy peak from?
Here, forcing TP away. Depp's got his blades. He's got to create some contact right now. Spots 1 in front of Rossi.
He's just managing to get 3 from backside. It's pretty good. Laz, 1 versus 3. You still have a minute, so you could rotate away if you wanted.
Very unsightly and unsavory position.
But a good trade from Rossi.
Quick to answer.
Yeah, definitely doesn't feel comfortable. You have to peek out. You're gonna have to try to
So
get, but
Victoria and Mika are the hosts. And then Quack, Valdez, Achilles, Pipfin, William, Asarai. So they have 6.
With a TP back into hell and then playing off around that.
I mean, there's 6 casters, you know?
Around with Depp, just keeping his tension away from the rest of his team as much as possible. This T1 adapting right back into the game.
And again, Carpe is probably one of the the players that came from
This comp is just way too silly for me for T1.
and now he is looking
You have the op here with a camera. And then the retake wall on B with the fade inside front sight.
Idea of the fade. And it definitely works out on defense as well. The C's can.
I think at this point just play the Sova.
But off of an eco now, Zeta still Trying to get an idea for how T1
Very like odd.
really defends.
Maybe they moved over to the fade because the sky got nerfed.
I mean, if Zeta wants
That's the only thing I
anyone
can
to
like
protect,
think
they
of.
have to go into the domain here of T1. Speaking of which, though, Ross and
Walking up, good snake bite.
right then and there, quick, close on
Okay, I know it's gonna get Izu. That's broken. Yeah, Adept's just gone past everybody.
leaves the site and starts to create some tempo here on Heaven. It's going to be very risky, but he has to do this by himself and leave his team to fend off.
Pistols are doing good.
It does work out, and to some extent,
Glass hasn't been broken either, so it's an easy kill for Depp. At least Saya gets him with the operator, but that's so good from like Depp. Like just the awareness to make that kind of play. This combo put Euro in for Jet. Hell, I'd go for that. I think I'd want the Silver with the Euro. But like doing the Fade ult and then having a Euro TP in, yeah, that's like some good ideas there.
oh, barely misses into the reactionary position.
He's buying time.
He is Sugar Zero on switch, swings right out. Carby's very quick on that trade. Laz risking his life to get that contact, has to swing out. Carby's gonna be able to
Didn't get half either.
No, he does not. That should be just
Didn't get half again. Laz just way too smart in those situations.
calm and collected. Captain of Zeta Division.
Is that a thrifty in the end? Yeah, well, it was like a it was a thrifty. Did a Blade Storm like 2 sheriffs? Maybe they had 1 rifle.
But that little duo between Udon and Sugar Zero, buying the attention away, Sugar Zero getting the tap of the sheriff, really allows them to open up the site. I think Izu, had to spin so much back and forth that it allowed for the rest of the team to make their way in.
Yeah, really good.
Right up around
Good round for Zeta.
True. You're T1 in a guessing game, right? Is he staying on the site to protect the site, or did he overpush?
You're in Silver ult more. True.
Information and more map control for Zeta Division. Went for the latter, so he reaps the benefits of that. Only good for the first kill, but yeah.
Saya player doesn't have an op anymore. In fact, they're on kind of a low buy. He's on a hero rifle because he can get the Blade Storm for the next buy net, like in the next round.
Very adamant about that this mid control. Because every time they
So again, Saya player like doing something a little bit ballsy, but I kind of like it honestly from T1. The obvious problem is you're playing up against a KO who has their ultimate. But it's nice that the null command gets used now instead of in a round.
Depp now holding the angle. Fragment activated so that Depp can cross a little bit more peacefully into the site. Excurate. Very
Good shot.
player of T1. Gets a
And then Euron just sprays it through the Odin.
good for the one, but I mean that's Depp, so step in the right direction here as T1 forced to go for this.
Plant is right on the line for the wall. The wall is so good for light retakes though for this reason.
The pinch could be better here for T1.
Such an interesting retake toxic screen.
The alarm bot I don't think is going to be guessed. There it is. He sees it. He's hoping that Laz might just back up into him. Good reaction from Saya. The only problem with the alarm bot there is you don't have much time to react.
Still have enough time though, or can they only just let Zeta Division hold the angle here? Euron popping shots through the smoke.
Alright, nice run from Zeta. Good damage done though, considering it was an eco for T1.
I mean, first of all, you gotta admire Depp. You gotta admire how he gets these entries. Apart from that, just Yunnan. I mean, the decision making not to fully commit to the spray and like swing his mouse wildly back and forth. He actually gets off of it and then repositions, because if you do stay in that spray, your tracers are visible, your opponents can fire right back. So very well played by Zeta. And if I were to add, I mean, just another interesting note. Actually, last year for Masters Tokyo,
drop it for
T1 was that team that knocked Zeta down. T1 was the team that denied Zeta Masters Tokyo. So if Zeta can actually win this, that would.
So I'm not necessarily like I'm not saying this is a slight to the casters here at the moment, but this was something that like when I did like some casting board review with Pavlos that we noticed that I was doing that I needed to fix is like talking about narrative stuff when there's a full buy. Like if this was a full buy versus an eco, talking about like the things that the CRI's mentioned in there is good, but like with a full buy, you just need to be like on the action, especially with the ultimates in play.
It's great. Ooh, Saya player though. He's going in for more. I mean,
Again, that's not like me saying that what the caster's doing wrong. It's just more. I was listening to it and I was like, this is like the mistake that I make. That's a nice shock dart from Euron.
What a shock dart from Euron.
That's something that I do in casting that I don't like that I do.
But apart from that, you know, after a little bit of pressure,
Because it's so easy to like miss the action as it's happening. But like the cast for this round has been good so far.
Last has been spotted already. That is a magical camera there.
Ooh, Izu.
Boy is playing with the hearts here. He cannot get denied.
How many drinks do you have there? I have a cup of tea with a little bit in it. It's cold.
Finishes it off.
I had a can of Pepsi Max, which is empty. Actually, is it?
That spy cam was
No, it is.
everything. He saw so much, did not shoot out any tracers, just called for the team. Hey, they're right up here.
Casting looks a lot more easy if you don't know how things are. Like, I'll be honest, I don't think I'm a very good caster. I think I'm like good on the desk. I think my analysis stuff is good. But yeah, casting is hard. Because it's so like energy consuming. This game is already 100 times better than the last one. Quality-wise, yeah. You gotta stay hydrated, even though some of the drinks that I have are diuretics, so they make me more dehydrated over time.
Maybe closer towards mid. You never quite know where he's going to show up. Depp has to watch out for that. Not just that, but again, we've seen.
I would have never talked about narratives until you mentioned it.
Where you do see the duelist having a lot of.
Also, I don't like talking like timeouts here because you don't. You're just thinking off the top of your head. Like, I don't know if it's like an ADHD thing or just the way that I'm wired, but I'm not very good. If you said like, all right, pick up like, talk about one of your favorite maps from last year, I think I'd have to struggle to like think about my answer to that. But if you showed me like a clip of a round from last year, I'd be like, oh yeah, I remember this. I remember that this player did this and this player did this thing. It like reminds me of like one of my favorite series from this year, blah, 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 blah. Like I need almost something to like bounce off of. Split KC versus Liquid. I had the 13-0, well, 12-0 half. Fucking Nevera forgetting to buy after winning a pistol. I was on the desk that day. ADHD thing, yeah. Like I could probably do a lot of stuff like that. But that game is imprinted in my head, to be fair.
For this round in the books, there's that half buy coming out from Zeta. T1 has to definitely make their buy count. Saya off of the Blaze, if anything. And with the way that they're positioned right now, not seeing anything towards mid, not really giving out too much.
I come back to that Ascent VOD a lot.
Ready with that Odin. Depp is all gonna
I don't remember much of the Ascent. It was Split, wasn't it? Split was the 12-0.
Saya player get a little bit too heated on Heaven there, forced to dash away. But this heavy contact from Zeta Division pays off. They'll be able to pick up all the weapons, get them upgrades, and even use that Killjoy lockdown from the extra sauce. But can they break it though? Doors opened up already here. It will get broken because of the trade, but Sugar Zero does get that pick off. 2 versus 3.
Sting is
Extra getting
close.
close onto the site, gives away his position. Smoke gives him a little bit of cover, but also separates the rest of the team right now as Saya player
You're on out.
whiffs the blades.
Too good.
Gives the chance.
Laz manages to get a gun upgrade. It's the Omen smoking both mids on T side. Oh right, yeah, of course. And like the KO lineup for Scream.
How to respond so well, and with the way that they played around the smokes too, you can see in that replay, they were able to kind of fend off each section of the site. Yeah, Rossi though, man, what a team player! You know, sacking his own life just to deal with that lockdown. But the
It's the Omen smoking both mids on T side.
kept the rest of Zeta Division alive. So now 3 to
The 11-12 Loud versus NRG in locking round.
back on their side. T1 just not quite synchronized.
Or even just
as well. It felt like
NRG and Paper X in Tokyo.
Was in benefit for T1.
Pearl especially.
But it actually works a little bit differently there, just to flush out, certain corners and stuff. Plus, again, if it's your own teammate's Nanoswarm, you take somewhat reduced damage so you can swim in it theoretically. So you can use that as some form of aggressive push strat. Speaking of
Izu only as a sheriff. Why would you not give him a rifle with how many kills he's getting?
inside of the smoke, is he gonna risk it? No, never mind. He backs away. Yeah, Zeta, knowing that there has been a lot of noise, a lot of presence that they made previously towards this mid area,
We started at 2 a.m. my time. I struggle watching one another results.
not wanting to challenge them all too long, not at least until, you know, a piece of utility like the turret gives it up. Now they know, all right, there are some players up towards A short.
SB is not working because he's changed res the day before the game. Oh, for God's sake. So that's why he was so confident in his lineups and they always missed.
Carpe has the Nightfall too. Oh, this is not going to work out too well for Zeta.
Oh yeah, they could be swimming in this with very much reduced HPs.
Hey, Besso.
Saya players already looking.
Get the flank around. Is this a turret watching behind, I think?
Immediately traded in.
There's 12 seconds left. Man, the game, like the omens in this game have been good. The Saya players on the flank, he's slicing the pie, but there's only so quickly that you can slice it.
And Rossi placing the back of the site.
Euron's just tanking it.
To position himself for a better peak, but it doesn't work out. It's a 1 versus 1.
Ooh, Laz.
Once again, one tap.
I don't hate that Euron would better play. It almost backfired horrendously. I think he just waited too long.
Awesome. I mean, Euron tanking that snake bite just to hold it off and make sure that Rossi would not be able to peek out that quickly. That was something.
Nice Zeta.
Steal to do that. But apart from that too, I mean, just with the way that the fight breaks.
Come on, Zeta, destroy everybody's pick'ems.
That Carpe, everyone, the Nightfall, they
How's you, Ryan? Good. It's been a long stream again today. We had a very entertaining series before this one. Entertaining because it was awful. Like, it was definitely very troll. That made it fun. It was like a palate cleanser. If the palate was, you know, a mouthful of shit. But this is good so far. Enjoying. I don't like T1's comp that much, but they have some ideas. They seem well rehearsed and well drilled. I think this is just where this new Zeta seems to rock. Ooh, that was close.
Still works out for Depp.
Depp doesn't panic though.
Two players on the site.
Recon Dart goes onto site. There's the Omen. It's TP'd across 2 on the defense. So there's 3 defenders here. 5 ball allowing all 3 of these guys to be on site. The KO Knife, I think, only gets the Cypher out of them. So look how slow this is now. This is against the Nico, so it's likely the Zeta still clear this, but this can definitely go wrong. The wallbang just in the general area. X-Curate goes down. Izu is on site in the smoke. Gives him something to play around. Likely that this is going to be flawless, which is like really impressive. Like Zeta, if this was the last game, the Eco would have won. But this game, like Zeta, don't lose anybody. If at the other fit they lose, it's like 30 points of health, 40 points of health.
They're very comfortable with this. They know how
Foul language alert, yeah.
Classic agent composition.
Yeah, it's been a good day. It's been a good stream.
Izu, you know, might have been able to, you know, teleport over to assist the team, but with nothing but a sheriff, it's just tough. And you got it, like you mentioned, Esther, right? It's
And
awesome
alright,
how
Euron.
Zeus, disciplined enough to tap the brakes. Let's, you know, take a breather for a second. We might have gotten into
I think one thing that I would like to do is...
overly commit. Let's not
Oh, that didn't work. What is that? Is that like a thumbs up on it?
And actually wait for a second. You know, if someone
That's
peeks
like a
out,
point.
we'll be
I
able to
see.
shoot them down. At the same time, we've got
Yeah,
this
that's weird. Why
opponent,
didn't that
so
work?
let's make some noise.
What was I gonna say?
Feeling uncomfortable, and then come in to destroy.
Time up for T1. I'd like to do like a tier list, I think, of like the newbie players that come into Pacific. People like Euron and Heroron, X-Curate.
It's a fusion, Asra. It's a fusion.
Like a tier list of the debut VCT players. Not debut for like other like Rossi would be on that list again as guess.
That would not be too bad. But then again, timeout's being spent.
It worked. Congrats. What
These
worked?
contact plays that we've seen from T1, right? They've been relying a
Jedi
lot
Walk
on
2.
Saya player, and again, as I mentioned, the the kind of bounce back between him and Carpe in creating these openings.
Oh yeah.
That only happened for a couple of rounds now, but in the
Picked
rounds
up
that
the
Zeta
spike.
Division have
Full
won
buy.
as
Side plays the operator. Half armor on a couple of them. Full armor here. Null command. Hunter's Fury 2 away. No ultimates really for T1 to work with, even for the rest of this half. So this could be 7 rounds on attack is unbelievably good from Zeta.
Looking for that contact, but
Emo change your Besso made. Oh.
both of them looking to inch out towards B main, but look at how Zeta is reading this as well.
Oh, I don't see it. Yeah, I've got it on the telestrator thing, so I still think it's showing the old version. Maybe if you do it again, or maybe I have to like refresh it. I don't know. The Breads is pushed up. They break the turret, so this means that Laz needs to go careful here. The KO is like backing up to see if it's checked. The Omen TP in here though is like a bit of a disconnect. Rossi does well to clear Sugar Zero at the same time. I think that that's a really good adjustment from T1 that Zeta just didn't expect. TP in here as Omen though is crazy. Like that's just, you're asking for trouble.
But I mean, it's granted because they do have the numbers advantage. Laz now caught in a 2 versus
I see the little hand. There you go. Oh yeah, yeah.
out of nothing, and that's not gonna happen. It's not possible.
I'm gonna be right back quickly in like, the halftime break, but I shouldn't miss anything. Excurate. 10 and 8.
Called by Coach Autumn.
We've already seen one of the brothers win today. By the way, for those who don't know, Excurate, his brother, Forsaken, from Paper X.
We understand that, you know, if they're not really pushing out B main, Excure and Rossi just stay prepared. Izu, stay prepared. And all the utilities come at the
So we've seen one of the brothers qualify for the playoffs for Pacific. Let's see if we see the other one.
The clapback is just beautiful here from T1. Quick null command pinch.
Aldra, null command, like going for the B split. Excure is still able to get them both? Oh my god. How on earth have T1 been able to win that? Like, is this just like Zeta poorly clearing B main? Because he Aldroned it. And they got a ping. And then Execute just goes for 2? Like, that's crazy good.
To make such plays, but also knowing to position themselves.
I personally drive from Italy to Seoul to leave a Scania truck filled with manure in front of the T1 headquarters. Oh man.
But then he got blocked off that way.
And Heron is just very far.
Oh, the knife just catching the jet as they were coming in with the Blade Storm.
The paranoia is just so damn annoying.
There's 3 people there. Alright, so that should be the defuse. 5-7. Good half, I think, for Zeta still. Like, T1 at least brought it back from getting embarrassing the last couple. But, yeah, you better hope that T1's attacking side is good, because if not, this could be a rough first half. Go back.
The snake fi, and then the shot from Saya at the end. 7-5. That's a pretty good half for T1. Let's see how they can carry that over onto the next half. Again, this composition, very interesting. On the defense, you've seen how useful it can be with a Poison Cloud, a bit of a one-way. Izu still, you know, being such a menace. However, onto the next half, how do you make use of that Viper on the attack? How does this all pan out?
I'm already just imagining there's a bunch of lineup plays.
So we've seen Loud try this before.
Please do refresh my memory with this.
Like the Viper Harbor stuff, and it kind of feels a little bit weird whenever they try to push into B. You know, it's like smokes and walls, but then other teams are just like, we can just spray them down, kind of. I mean, I'm not entirely sure, and I can't be entirely correct, but it is this double controller that I'm very curious to see how they're going to apply it, especially now that they've gotten a little bit of experience with this roster from the AVL.
Okay. I'm looking at that from a perspective where side pushes, right? But I'm also going to say that it allows you for so much segmentation on the map, right? Because you have 2 of the controllers, you have twice the capability right now to, we want to push deeper onto mid. Sure, Omen, smoke enough for us, and then we'll have like a Viper wall outside of market so that no one from the side can actually look onto market and maybe trade up. So those kind of scenarios, much more accessible to T1, obviously, because of the double controller, compared to Zeta, that only has Sugar Zero on that Omen.
Yeah. I'm just like still feeling you know, you're attacking. The only flash you have is Izu. So it really comes down to how they apply this. It's
7
not
rounds
that
on
it's not
attack, Iron
playable,
Fuck. It's been clean.
Let us see.
T1 started bright. I think did Zeta won the pistol too.
Also
Oh, that worked out well.
his drone very early on, only spotting out Execute. So if T1's plan is to rile up a bit of utility here from Zeta, mission is successful already, and you can already see Zeta very much.
There needs to be like a name, like a term for what I'm about to describe. But Zeta's defensive pistol is basically a counter to their own attack pistol. Because like I said, this is the most common pistol play that people do in A-split, with the majority of people going for a tree. And so Zeta tried to preemptively shut it down, they missed, and now T1 are about to go.
Euron's not even aware of this, he's just looking towards mid.
And
has found his access all
Extra has been able to lurk all the way around. Arm being broken, Orb's an annoying one to deal with, Hero Ron's been hit by the paranoia. I think that was a teammate's paranoia from, or maybe Easy did it from A main. Flank on flank, Sire plays 50 HP on top of Rafters on Heaven. Oh wow, they're clearing like a mid lurk. Because they're so paranoid with like how and where Execute was.
Like that with the toxic screen that Zeta thought was kind of just left alone. Now with the retakes, how do you follow through?
They're just brute forcing their way. Let's see how well their brute force is going to
Mechanics are good. Holy Sugar Zero's just demolishing people with these pistols.
Again, Sugar Zero can put himself on. Half on the defuse. He's got to have to hold this for his teammate, and he does.
He's just got it. Just wow, these pistols for Zeta are very, very clean. There's no fear with just how they're taking fights. Like Sugar Zero is like trying to peek onto 3 different people and manages to connect onto 2 of them.
But they got the frags. Sugar Zero started things off, and then with the
Like look at Sugar Zero here. Like he's looking at Jen, he's looking at A main, he's looking back at Heaven. I'm alive. I'm dead again.
You know, the
Kind of
core
shit.
members being that familiar, knowing exactly how to play off of each other so as to ensure that Izu would not be able to deny any spike defuses.
That was such a big round too. I mean, imagine losing that T1.
They have the Horn to sort of go towards A main, but also clear wine. I guess that's kind of good.
Back a deficit in that 5-7.
And they've actually forced up T1.
Forced by actually here. Side player with a big dash in, right on top of Generator here. And
Nicely done. Stinger's winning out. Cape actually gets a second. Where was the third player that died? Was it in the smoke?
Zeta did not expect it whatsoever. They suddenly blinked and 3 members dropped dead.
You know what was really clean? Bleed versus GE earlier. I don't know if that's true, Alex.
To a save for me.
Yeah. I mean, both your
My 10 bet on Zeta will multiply. Managed to win out.
Do not want to give that up. There's even a late lurk coming in here from Execute.
That's the scariest thing so far for me. Also. I mean, yeah, Execute, you see this toxic screen, it's always placed up towards B. That's the power of the double controller. Zeta's always going to have to be wondering, is someone going to make use of this? Are they actually going to push through to B now? Or you know, how do we position ourselves?
Last player standing.
X. You know what? I'll double up on that.
And Depp is just Depp is just it's like me combining Zeta and Depp together. Saving the Phantom because they lose against the Force.
Visual confirmation is down to a 0 as long as that wall's up. And there's a chance, there's a world where T1 just like 4 stacks it.
Oh, that's where the second kill came in from Cape.
You know, sheer numbers, but again, one of those things. Just saying.
I gotta read a book on value betting. Incremental amounts, I guess.
So much. So I mean, it's a very good composition, and you can see what it's used for. Of course, it takes a team like T1.
What time is it now? It's 2 o'clock, so we've been live like 8 hours. 8 and a bit hours.
We can't do this in our premier games at home.
Are you saying the Banana Boys can't make it happen?
Banana Boys.
Actually, I can't remember the name of our team now. I'm so sorry to every teammate that hears this from our team, our premier team. Anyways, back into the nitty-gritty. They're really important.
Yeah, Yeah, we lost the Guardian. Only Deb has the hero Phantom right now.
Yeah. This is not looking too hot here for Zeta Division. T1
This is like slow default evalent. I might fall asleep.
Any nooks and crannies that there's any
Definitely gonna have a nap after this series, I think, because it'll be it might even finish like 4 or 5 o'clock. Def might be finishing work by the time I get done here.
It's gonna be much to handle, especially when Dep, the only, as you mentioned,
Man, 3 best of 3 days should be illegal.
never mind, they actually are slowly going up onto short. He's alone by himself though, but he's got the weapon.
Stream alive, I know. I don't know how I know how XQC does it, but I don't want to do the same.
Rossi trades right back. Now A site is open. The rest of them might be able to sneak back in to maybe retrieve the weapon, but
Just a whole lot of fucking Dr. Pepper.
Well, I mean,
Best
if
use
they
of
push
time,
up on
man.
the
Yeah,
short,
yeah.
They're gonna pick up at least 2.
You can
They
nap
wanna open that
together.
door. They want to punish whatever they're trying to break.
Problem is,
through here.
it's not too bad for me, at least tomorrow, because it's an 8 AM start.
Huron as well as Laz now picking it up. Nightfall activated for safety.
Nightfall is used onto Sugar Zero. This is against the eco too. Like T1 just looking to keep control of it.
At a 2-round deficit, so
Don't want to get thrifty.
the more that they can try to secure something in terms of rounds, the better it will be for them. Izu into the corner here. Beautiful stuff coming in from this Omen player of T1, and it's turning into a full.
No, the last is on Gen on the plant.
Sugar Zero's just stuck on Gen.
Still like pretty good damage done from T1. The player's gonna die to the spike, doesn't sound like it.
Things in the first map.
slowly going through over it. I mean, of course, Zeta, that was just a pistol, but kind of interesting with how that fragment was tossed through, but you can always see just the movement from Izu with the way that he plays around some of these corners sometimes, in and out of smokes. Very, very tricky.
I think he even headshot the player on Heaven there with his stinger.
Like
Like he transferred between them so perfectly.
Yeah. T1 with
Alright,
we're talking about that
pushing on, you got the camera mid, so great amount of like free information here.
So there's so many things that they can
Stuck it for like that initial info, and then he's gonna probably put it more towards B. Like lurk up off the back of this Viper wall. And it means that the turret's now in a different spot, like back here watching. Then the nanoswarm on his choke.
And at least that recon, excuse me, that Sova drone does give away
Attack up too, sorry I didn't even notice that from side player. I've actually put the camera up here, like in mid.
Some safety with that tailwind, but like Elsa.
They're going for a B split now. 3 players here, 2 going through main. No ultimates on either side.
Alarm bot activated here, so here comes the rest of T1.
40 seconds. Like they don't need to dedicate to this as an execute just yet.
Hold on. I haven't seen the rotation here from Zeta yet. They've actually brought in Dep at the back of the site. If this is a full commitment here from T1, they might not know
You have
what
to
they
be
can
very
cover
careful here.
at this entire B site.
Because you don't have the jet as well to be your entry.
This is going to go for a full blast fight. And Dep hasn't been spotted just yet. Now they know. There's so much to happen here.
Wow, Dep. Holy shit. Man is cooking. Oh, and Cyplayer just spots him right at the end.
By Saya players late lurk on mid, and T1, they managed to make it happen.
Great round from Zayt, from T1 even.
But that said, T1 with the number still just able to play off.
Just the sort of pressure they're putting here, the pressure across here, it just forces 3 defenders to play back here with no information. Like even with T1 going into where the stack is, good fights, like Carpe gets a good trade. Oh wow, literally just in the smoke, taking shots.
I heard like a black from. Is that like
The game is so much better than the last one, I can't stress enough. No, agreed.
from Jet?
Zayt using their second and last timeout of the map.
Okay, while we have this timeout, I just want to call.
Unless they go to OT, of course.
Right?
I'm gonna fill up my water.
On Ascent for any team here that Zeta's using up against.
Because I'm definitely flagging now, I feel. I think all of the adrenaline that came from the Global Esports Bleed series is like worn off, and now I'm like crashing. But I'm enjoying this still. It's just taking a lot more like focus. They're supposed to keep focused. So be right back.
Especially that turret, it takes a very long time for it to very long time, right, when you break it. Anyways, if that happens, the more Zeta is forced to use their own players to guard certain locations.
Face checks.
Exactly. And because because of that, T1 with the Rossi up and down smokes and segregation of the smokes from both of the double controllers is making it easier for them. Zeta is playing into their hands. The longer they lose their, the more they lose their utility, and the more that they get pushed into the side to hold it.
Yeah, that's a great point, Asterai. T1, you know, that's the thing about the composition that Zeta are playing. On the defense, it gets a little bit tricky. It kind of turns into that battle of resources.
Yeah.
And, well, players are a resource as well, and right now, apart from players, economy is also
Say to Eco, T1 looking to take the lead.
So we're waiting for that reset, and in the
Only
meantime,
one round on this
get as much
defense.
information as to how T1 approaches as much as possible. I think that's why we're seeing this a bit of that B main presence. Toxic screen, you know, nobody's really working their way around.
We got the
it,
KO over
so
here now.
maybe
So this was the adjustment for Zeta, maybe, but it is on an Eco, so it might be like from next round that whatever timeout that they just took, the changes that they want to make will happen then.
Just guarding A heaven.
But having the Killjoy over towards A and swapping the KO, I don't think it's a bad shout. Must be the kind of adjustment that you want to make, because it's sometimes you see the Killjoy move over towards A when they have lockdown. But this also could be like a 50 setup, specifically.
They both try to push in, but Execrate's timing, his reads.
Execute's lurks are good. They're very like CS lurks. They're not like super ratty. They're just like, I am confident enough to take 1v1 duels.
Sure, he gets shut down by Laz,
But you have given Laz a gun.
2 kills already. Loss of
And Laz is going to play in from stairs. Breaking the Fade Haunt is everything. Oh, that's still another important kill. Sire players play like a late flank with the operator.
Really do something massive.
Oh, let's see if Depp can visualize something. Oh.
Oh god, he's just...
Yeah, a little bit like overheating. Rossi did well to not like panic with his position.
So unless he could get the kill on Izu quick enough and then transition into Rossi,
I also need to do the washing up and get a shower today, but I'm just maybe like a nap and then I get my stuff done.
Down as well, makes him an easier target. But apart from it too, again, just keep in mind, it's a round where Zeta Division didn't have all too much, but with the way that they didn't show off any executes, it's just execute. Sneaks up, maybe drops to last, but those 2 kills were big enough. Now Execute is offing too. Oh, there, he's back.
No, he wants to showcase, you know, why he was the one to be feared before, and the other Bang Bang.
Hit by the
here right now for T1.
tags, yeah, from the Eldron.
3-man stack on B. Euron's waiting for any contact as he's preparing the dart already for the push, but T1, they're no fools, man. They will
Free backside again for
let
Zeta.
him cook a little bit. They already got control of that B
This
side.
is just great play from T1. Like being able to just take your time, wait for some important utility to come back online. Sugar Zero's holding on for dear life in Boathouse. And the Viper's Pit from Boathouse is tough. Alright, T1 are awake now. It looked like it was going to be a really promising half for Zeta, considering they were 7-5 up. But they literally win the pistol, and they lose against the Force, and it's been a loss ever since.
Second round Force buy. They haven't dropped a single bit, and Zeta, you're starting to think this.
Their money is still kind of tragic, though. Some of these rounds, like considering you've won 5 in a row, like 2K, 4.2, like 4.6 is okay.
Because again, now showing off some of these executes, right?
I said the Ascent wasn't great.
They sit pretty.
I know, I'm just surprised that the defensive side is struggling as much as this. But I honestly don't think it's like Zeta playing it badly. I think T1's attack side is just really good.
Yeah. So it's more of them just hoping
Is Cappy still the IGL? I think so. Supposedly. But it's almost like the community don't believe it.
For these multiple rounds already that it really hasn't.
Considering Cappy's 7-16, I'm assuming he is IGL, and yeah, that's an IGL kind of performance.
Of their IGL to alleviate this. Oh, damn. Yikes. He's down to half.
still alive, still kicking. Not quite sure how to adjust around the defense though. T1 with the way that they're playing around this depth, kind of being beckoned over again.
He readdresses, puts himself right at the start, right at a corner here. And that's not the call, that's not the play that we were looking for, but it's the kill on Saya player. And
Really fundamentally strong Valorantness.
Euron,
oh my god.
I don't know how safe he can really be at this point. He does deal some damage.
Almost. Izu was like vulnerable, so that could have gone really like messy.
There was 2 more deal. And this is just
But otherwise, pretty good anti-eco.
Zeta's first half.
In the way that T1 pressure mid is like key. Like this. Well, I feel like it's like all of this. Like forcing the defenders to just be stuck here or like here. It's like if you're trying to go against them as they're executing, you're just kind of like a traffic cone against a freight train.
They can throw you in for one heck of a loop. And it just keeps happening again.
And now this time you can go execute at lurking up with Sire players off. And you've got a player like playing in logs to start with.
Kind of holding default. Saya looking for an opening pick. The drone ignored.
And now Depsaw peeks out. Nicely done from Dep.
It actually still works out in the end.
So Execute knows that there's 2 on site.
Should get spotted as well here. As he uses
And now with this wall in the cage.
Get him out of harm's way.
That should like keep these players like very focused. 1 on each side. Still know that he's in there, I think. I would have assumed from just the camera going down.
If ever we see any of that, it's always just been Dep just swinging out, but that's not gonna be
Pings on where these 2 defenders are. You got the KO watching top mid. Killjoy stuff on A.
T1 is playing that default, and that's what they're doing this round.
So this was like Zeta's adjustment from the timeout, is just moving a Killjoy over here. You do also have the lockdown this time, so it's kind of like 2 birds, 1 stone. Haunt is really good to get that information and a good trade. So 2 versus 4. You know that the Sova and the Jet are over towards B. And Dep, love to see it from his POV because that could be a nice transfer.
Give myself some highlight reels. Stack up. Start this 2024 right. He does get that one.
Man, I gotta to the playbook. Think about how that B main was played out. Dep picking up the first kill, maybe around the toxic screen, or maybe not even. They didn't see all too much. So once that owl drone was sent through, we instantly knew, all right, I could do something against the Saya player. And as soon as that pressure is alleviated, you know, they don't have to worry too much anymore. The rest of them finding some frags, Hiroran getting the information for the team. Dep is able, or at least enable.
Tier 1? I keep calling him Tier 1 now. That's how tired I'm getting. T1 timeout. A little bit more of a fight back, at least from Zeta. Video adjustment that Zeta made after their timeout. It took a while to get going, but it started eventually.
You're absolutely right. You know, it was a bait and switch. It was a little bit risky, and it was the first round.
These are the games where, like, because I'm a little bit tired, I sort of forget a lot of what's happening. I have like a little notepad here, so I should be like taking notes and stuff. But
Entire day, man, has been so hard fought for both teams.
Welcome to VCT Pacific, Asurai.
What a first day! My goodness, I am enjoying every bit of it, but I will not, you know, I will be remiss if I didn't say this has been an intense and very much painstakingly long day. My God, these teams will not let up, and I love it.
You know, we've got a lot of talent here in Pacific. Champions being Korea this year, I am expecting for someone to bring that trophy home. But apart from that too,
Con for wine as well.
Exactly, right? Still, this round, Saya still on that off, very scary. Euron back on the Odin. Just gotta post it up.
What a risky spot for Dep too.
Execute still lurking.
I mean, this time though, they've put a lot more bodies into trying to deal with Excurate.
Here.
Now that they don't see anybody on B main, you can see the rotation from Blaz right now. If he can maybe stop Excurate from breaking this alarm bot and shutting him down, that could be something if he pushes on On A main here, Sugar Zero.
Sees hits, but the Omen just TPs out.
Get out.
And Sugar Zero now just playing from heaven.
It's very important that Zeta
Slow play now. Got the Nightfall. That's really, ultimate-wise, that's all you got to work with. Nightfall and maybe the Viper's Pit. But there's a no command, there's a lockdown, there's a Hunter's Fury. Lots of really good ultimates for Zeta to work with.
If Huron can't hold this,
So a good chance for T1 to like take the timeout, so they'll be like, okay, what ultimates do they have? What can we do against it?
is going to be nasty.
Poison Cloud.
Oh, nice try. Spike is lost in a really awkward spot though. Hunter's Fury used as well, so that's 2 ultimates. Huron is holding on.
Blast X geared away. That's a spike drop down on short too. 12 seconds. So unless Saya player can take down 4 players in 2-second intervals each with 8 seconds left.
Almost hit him.
This should be another round for Zeta Division.
I was not able to calculate or catch any of that, but yeah.
I mean, 8 seconds, 4 players, 2 seconds each.
Too many. But yeah, I mean, it really is those 4 players. I think that's the main thing because they were able to stay
Think Sugar Zero did a lot, just keeping that attention. Hero Run playing off of it is good. Like it all really, like the Hero Run ultimate, just dropping this orb, forcing Carpe into that fight here. Like if Carpe wins that fight, I think against Death. That might have been it. Depp is just going. He's going with the blade stop. The recon is really good. The fucking anime battle against Saya player. Heron gets taken out from where? Like Heron just pushes this on his own? Really? Nobody else was there. No FF's just going to show where these defenders are. So this might be like a fast execute. Yeah, you got the Omen actually TPing all the way across. And now I think T1 like cutting noise and just letting Zeta fucking stew in this is a really good idea. Because now it's pulling all of these defenders, 2 on one side, 2 on the other. It's just a gamble.
But Depp kind of saw a glimpse of something towards top mid, so he has an idea.
Did the recon hit anybody? I don't know if it did.
Izu, though, could still be a very deadly force. If he even gets 1 frag, that is quite a bit of damage.
Absolutely, especially with 2 players.
The smoke dropping could be a problem. Okay, the smoke has just dropped. They know that they haven't gone back B main because of the Killjoy alarm bot here. They can't do this. What do you mean?
They have to run for it though. Again, it'll take like 10, 15 seconds.
Where they? You said about like Carpe's calling. Hello.
Lockdown, Laz's turret. Back towards A.
They're just about to touch tips.
Oh.
Touch tips.
Dev's got the first one. Nightfall active.
Hey yo.
Everyone at the back of A. But the Odin reigns supreme.
That's right. Zeta
Yeah, that was a interesting one.
First of all, we had Depp in the anime.
Euron, yeah. That was kind of like a G versus Bleed round right there.
Being stationed and staying frosty.
This was cool though.
Like this kill was so much. And then as the dust settles, yeah, they're from the shadows, playing some
Okay.
But Zeta just stays calm.
It's actually like wild transfer with the Odin. I don't think I'd ever say the spray transfer on the Odin there was great. Didn't think that was the sentence I'd say today. Ooh, almost got him. Held the nerve, ignored the Prowler. Just hold him with the Operator. He gets one, Euron gets another. And T1 managed to turn it out. Laz has got a smoke to play around. But Rossi's in it.
If he makes any big noise, that could give Rossi an opportunity here. As you do see Izu slowly creeping his way onto fast lane. The fragments.
Great fragment.
Rossi for the moment here. Rossi's just
That fragment was seriously good from Hero on. Because there's so much pressure building here that the fragment just gives some space for Laz to work with. And stops if Laz gets the kill with the player on Speedway, he doesn't get instantly traded. He played Connect the Dots, yeah. It's like playing Zarya with just the tracking.
All the remaining cards left in their deck, trying out this different execute, but with the recon, the traps, the cyber cage, it just wasn't quite enough. Zeta had enough of a read to deal with that. And not to mention the last 3 kills. Last was
Zeta's on 12. Hell of a timeout. I think it was... Here was maybe where the timeout was? Maybe even here?
Oh, what is this now?
They're making a lot of noise here. What is happening for Excurate? He's already...
Wow, Zeta got aggressive. Oh, it was sort of like a DRX like push onto B main, and then you had the Odin spray onto tiles. That's nice. That's good. And then T1 can't really go fast A because you have the killjoy stuff over here.
Yeah, man. Mega impact.
Otherwise, it'd be sort of pushing mid, which is kind of scary considering that's where the crunch came in. And obviously, you can't go B because that's where you've been pushed from free players. So the lurk has been shut down on B, so maybe somebody else of this pack needs to do it. It seems like Izu's the one that's splintering away, but trying to be able to do that on A is going to be tricky.
I'm freaking out right there with you, dude.
I'm way too invested for my 10, like, bit bet, I guess it would be. 10 bits.
Off of Zeta's shoulders.
True, but all things can always be turned up.
This is for that overtime or bust, man.
Yes, for sure.
Not to mention, you know, Zeta can still play safe.
That looked like some sort of weird transition. Like we were going to go into another scene then.
With the Prowler combination,
like, we're going to enter the Emerald Dream in World of Warcraft.
For his teammate, but it's a beautiful bait and switch. Now, there's going to be the plant on the spike.
Locked down. Locked down.
We can get some good information.
Going to hold the angle here. No, 2 of them will actually do so. Crossfires abound. Euron's finally shut
Oh, the haunt. Really good read from T1 to stop like this lockdown from going in. Gonna do it from heaven now. Rossi, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What's the play? Oh, timing! Timing! You gotta get this done! He's got one and he's got it. Zeta win ascent. Alright, I mean, consider like 7-5 at half. Really good comeback from T1. Then it's been, I want to say, 6 in a row.
Just the first map, but
I maintain I like that you came in instantly. Like, I stand by my comment. Fuck you all. I am correct.
But then Zeta, off of the, you know, just one adjustment, depth coming in, being alive once more.
Am I wrong now? I mean, I don't know.
T1's timeout, they weren't quite able to answer back.
Carlos is giving everybody from Zeta right now.
Good map from Zeta. It's very easy that they could have just buckled under the pressure. I'm pretty sure, as you said it, like in the middle, Janine. But as you said, yeah, this is what I mean. Like just said, that's when it started winning.
Pass it on to our panel to discuss that first game.
It's like an annoying one, I guess.
Every single game that we've had today has been so close. There's no exception.
So close, but this was also just so damn good between both of these teams. I mean, the run back there from Zeta, I jokingly said the Korean casters as they're making their way to the desk. I was like, this is going to overtime. Might not have been the case, but Zeta still swung it back, and they were able to take it to the end. I mean, this is everything that was lacking from that first series. They were still able to come away with their win, but this was the cleanliness in play that we were looking for. Way more synergized, still seeing pop-off performances from both of the rookies as well as all of the veterans here.
Yeah, and also not just upping the speed.
What was I looking? I wanted to get some comments. I want to see what Reddit said about that game.
And then you saw it in that last round as well. They get their early push, they send the 0 point, then they back off. They don't overheat as a team. I mean, really good balance. But then credit to T1. I mean, they had that huge 6-round streak in the second half. Looked like they were about to just shut the coffin and nail it down to the ground because they were trying to make that comeback happen first for themselves.
I was gonna say, I really like how this new Zeta feels, right? You know how way back when Zeta would be like a lower bracket and maybe backs up against a wall, they need that extra push and they would pull something out of themselves to really be able to take it. But now it seems like they're doing that consistently, which I absolutely love. Like you mentioned, well, they're more aggressive, but more aggressive within reason and not, you know, not taking it on the...
Nothing really too much, nothing spicy.
Yeah, certainly. And I mean, this is still a limited sample.
I do think it's one of their strongest suits, so they give up easily. I mean, I think when you have like a coach like Cao Lao, I'd say that the big thing for Zeta between now and then was Zeta just look a little bit more like fundamentally strong, a little bit more compact. It's not just a individual showing. Like the way that Hero Ron is playing to support his teammates is so nice. Like seeing a very like support focused KO that can also still get kills is really impressive to me. Sugar Zero's always been a fantastic controller, but I think that his game is just a little bit more refined now. Depp and Laz still great at what they do. And then Uran, I guess Uran's the only one that's looked a little bit weak in some instances, but I think that a lot of that utility is still quite, like, legitimate. It seems like it always seems to get the job done. Like, 8 plants on Ascent, and you win 7 of them.
This was a very, very good game of Valorant.
Those were so good.
It was just a very like clean, and it seemed that Zeta was struggling initially because obviously like T1 are running a pretty weird comp, so they weren't really sure how to approach it. And then the time I came in, the focus went from moving the Killjoy utility over towards B, A, sorry, instead of B, and from that play went well.
Depp is just opening up this entire first set on his own.
It's just impeccable. I mean,
But yeah, Depp actually winning the Jet off against Sire Play was not on my bingo card. So Depp is doing great, and then there's only 2 kills separating everybody else.
And not out of desperation, right? Last year, so much of it was out of desperation.
Like that was a team performance from Zeta, is what I'd be saying. If I was on the desk, that's what I'd be saying. And I say this, like, I hated Zeta Division. I hated the whole fucking them getting to like top 4 in Reykjavik. Because obviously they deserve it, but they didn't play, it was just kind of fluky, I guess.
All the rounds that T1 did win, they won it in the fashion that we're starting to continue.
So the fact that like Zeta weren't able to replicate that kind of form, for me was no surprise, because I was not really sold on them as a team anyway. But this Zeta Division, I'm all for.
Look at that first blood percentage that we're seeing right there. I feel like
I'm doing it again, not backing down. Has the prediction come in? Oh, it has. I'm so unaware of what's happening in my own stream. What's the next map? Sorry. Lotus. We've seen T1 on Lotus, haven't we? So there is this.
Goes in for a shot. Looks to re-peek right as the cyber gauge gets popped there by Execute. So he's
So we have like T1's like stats. I don't think we've seen Zeta play it. I'm just double checking. No, it's just on bind as well. So we can ignore that one. So on Lotus, you got Execute that was on the chamber. Carpe that was on the Omen. Easy was on the Omen. Carpe was on the Fade. Was on the Duelist Sire player, I guess it would be. And then Viper was Rossi. I'm learning Rise in that ARAM. Perfect. So that's like the... Oh wait, my camera's not on this. Let me fix that.
I like when you brought that up, because again, this is like
There we go.
still
Fix it.
as unbelievable
It
as
is not.
this
There we
is a
go.
roster that is pretty rough around the edges, right? There are still players that, you know, have old habits and old habits. So we're seeing
So this was T1. They picked Lotus last time, so this is the second time that they've picked it. As for Zeta, no bans or second bans or anything like that. So basically means that this is the map that T1 really likes. However, they have shown it, and Zeta, I think they have played it somewhat recently, like home ground. Surely? Oh no. So they went Jet Rays. What did they lose? The Viper. Yeah, I wonder what they're actually going to commit to here.
that chemistry, you're starting to build a very, very long-term plan for your overall brand.
Exactly. It's the culture of it that you're imparting to these young guns, right? And whereas you have
Yeah, I
one
saw that tweet
side
as
that
well,
has
Goblin God.
bits and pieces from different parts, so it's understandable actually that. You know,
Okay. Actually, let me use this as a chance to look at what the stats were in the first map. Anything interesting? 14 first kills. Data division, a lot of control. What were they like on attack? Why were they winning? They were winning on site. They were losing a lot in the choke, which I think is kind of granted. It happened a lot against like X-Curate and stuff. Mid fighting there, taking heaven, doing a lot of stuff here. And on defense, where were they winning? Holding CT, holding rafters. Just B main has been like a problem area for them on both sides. Side player, frame 4, frame 3, 2 and 5 for Carpe. 9 and 2 on first kills, first deaths.
So keeping up the good spirits, that's good news. And of course, they're now going to their map pick. We do have
Only like 150 ADR though, so it's not wild. But like these stats are great.
So now the Lotus, we gotta bring back the question: the Chambers, are they gonna come out? I have to.
Zeta Division are planning to make Japan a sustainable region, and I'm here for it. I mean, yeah, like there's so much hype around it. Like I said, like this.
We're just keeping our fingers and toes crossed.
Ever since I found this fucking YouTube channel that does all of these like lineups from like pro games, I have been #1 Zeta fan. There's all sorts of stuff. Oh, this was the molly that goes onto the back from Global, I think it was. Oh no, that's on the default, but there is one that goes backside because they used to fresh play. Anywho. Euron is on Viper. Heron is on Phase.
I don't blame the comp.
That's cool.
Obviously, there's a reason it's one of the more picked comps, but man, it would have been so good to see.
Do you know that meme where somebody like forms half a heart and somebody has a thumbs up?
Odd one out, strats noted.
There you go. Yeah.
No, this feels like a middle finger.
I mean, I'm just a Gecko player. I don't know.
I was promised glory, and this is
I do my own stuff, you know?
Because Achilles wants me to pick Chamber. That's the reasoning behind it. But we are going to step into this match regardless. We are heading into Lotus right now, so let's pass it on over to our casters, Quack and Aserai.
I imagine that the casters are low-key hoping that this is the final map.
Battle of the snipers.
It's like you draw the circle, but then your hand's not like.
It would have been nice to have double chamber, but like I don't know. I feel like so many people are just like, oh my god, this is going to be like the chamber meta. We're going to see so much chamber. And I'm like, why? The chamber the chamber buffs aren't even in the game yet. Never mind in tournament play. And also, I don't think that the.
But anyways,
I can hear and feel your excitement, Aserai.
All right, so if this is an actual like tech pause, I want to watch the rest of this video. 8 minutes. 8 minutes of quality content. Tech, it's over, yeah. And what, that just goes onto the... It's not the top of hookah, but it's like the top of garden. Oh no, it is the top of hookah. It's both. That's a good lineup. I'm not really that much of a fan of using Mosh as like a post-plant thing. A lot more like chaos stuff overall too, isn't there? The other thing I don't like about these videos that are done on like a day-to-day basis is that they're a bit like disjointed. I think they're done literally when they see when the play is. The like VTuber is a new thing. They didn't have that before. So I'm still like adjusting. This is the one that's like on the top of garden and TP. Yeah, sometimes you used to have one that went onto the top of here, but you could obviously break it because it's like paper mache. All the KO lineups for us. Ooh, that's a nice flash actually. It's quite high, so that'll hit a lot of people. literally run out of space. Lightning fa. Wait, where does this one go? Oh, the one way. Oh, and it even shows like it from heaven, just how like oppressive it is. Hell yeah, some Icebox lineups. How does one play with the famous Ryan Central Gecko? Is it how I do the style? I fucking wing everything. Link to the channel? How do I run it down with you? I don't know. Probably just ask Sliggy. Wait, actually, I do want to learn this one. Because the only one I've seen that's somewhat good on, like, Icebox is, like, the one on here. So this turret is actually, like, good. Is there a specific science to it? Right. Basically on that big slob of ice. Second across from the boxes. Okay. Sometime. I've done it once. Really good turret, that one. And then you can actually like alarm bot underneath. Because you're going to be playing like from rafters and from here anyway. I know this lineup. I do it wrong all the time. It's basically like on here and then you look up. But I don't know if you look up to here. I don't know if you look up to here. But it is in line with like this little like pixel that comes out here. Never mind. Fuck it. I'm wrong. Mine's the same though, so I don't know. Oh, did they have the shock dart lineup from A that hits like B main choke? Ooh, that's a good one for default plant. I don't know if I like this like post plant lineup. I think that you have to be very, very far away. But there's no chance that they clear you. Do they not have the shock dart? Am I gonna have to find that shit myself? Oh, just in time. Wasn't even listening. We missed 3 seconds of action. Sorry, guys. Pushing B main. Euron clears it. Tries to. Just runs into too much. Wow, opening the door to try and face. Sees them dash away. They smoke it off. They even get the nade out of them, which is nice. And now you got the chamber that's like pushed up to here. Does Molly from door to B default may not work off sound on Breeze?
He's near enough to that rendezvous. Oh wait, no, that's his trademark.
Yeah, he actually recalls the rendezvous. So if he can hold out for like 10 more seconds, he can use it right now and be even more aggressive.
Molly from the door to B default may not work off of sound on Breeze. Yeah, because they're too far away. I see what you mean.
There it is.
What was that channel anyway? It was some fucking Japanese channel that is like all VCT lineups.
3 headshots. Fortunately, not getting that contact.
And you'll be late after throwing that lineup. Yeah, you have to have other people alive that are playing late. If you have one nest or something.
Waterfall and the door maybe. At the very least, they managed to take over the site. T1 corralling around to kind of set up for the retake. You've got definitely players headed up towards. Oh, wait, actually, no. So many of them headed towards Mount.
And this might actually be
So they've pushed up to here. They put a nano swarm in the choke by waterfall. Opening the door is good. I don't think Zeta have caught wind that there's going to be 4 players coming in behind them.
Here comes the push here and now. if Carpe can have his
This is going to be a hard hole for Zeta. They are waiting for it. Look, there's a paranoia. 3-2-1 go. Everybody's hit. Nobody can really get the kills. Sugar Zero's the one that has to do it. Somehow, like, I swear, just that backbone of Hero Ron and Sugar Zero can do anything that they want. But yeah, the channel, I don't know what it's called because it's obviously in like kanji. Iwata VCT. And like it has everything. I was in two minds of whether I even fucking show it because this is just a gold mine for like coaches. Like not only like stuff for like all of the days in like Japan and stuff, but okay, you want to learn some of the QRX lineups on KO, on Lotus? There you go. Here's 8 minutes of them. Crazy. Could you share it in the chat? I can. I've bookmarked it as Kokoda, which is what a lot of the characters say in... it's here in Japanese. So when they're doing the map pings, you'll have like Silver and stuff with Kokoda. 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 Kokoda.
Everything will break loose. All hell will be unleashed. Trades still actually
Eco's good from T1. Somehow.
Single digits at this point. Izu thankfully not spotted by that haunt as they call
Izu's still alive, which means it's scary.
Smoke's about to go down. 40 seconds. And all still up in the air here, Quack, especially now that, again, the chamber is available for contact.
Izu's so good at his timings. The... Like, yeah, just Izu has been so impressive. I think Hero out of the two has been the most, like, surprising. Ooh, it's tricky. How do I even rate the newbies on both these rosters? Oh, he's put him off so much. Just the mental, like, how is he? They're so scared of him that they don't even plan. He is just in their brains rent-free. How has he managed to do that?
Wow. And you just think about how it all starts off, right? You got Zeta playing it safe.
Very well played.
Toxic screen just checking. But then as soon as they go up around, you know, mid
I wish I could be rent-free. It'd be nice, wouldn't it? Just go live with Izu.
blocked off so much, and rightfully so.
A guy that said he wants to be the faker of Valorant.
Very good extension.
So you got newbies of Izu, Excurate, Rossi technically, and then Euron and Hiroron. I think Izu's number one. Probably Excurate still, because I think he has so much more to show. Probably Hiroron at that point. God, this is so bad. It's because I'm left-handed when I write, so writing in right-handed is hard. Then probably Rossi and Euron. How would you, like, who would you rate from best to worst out of Izu, Excurate, and Hiroron? Because that's kind of hard. I had no idea you're a lefty. I'm left-handed on guitar. Haven't you noticed that when I like played your guitar in Amsterdam, I turned it upside down? I was playing it upside down. That's why I didn't play it that much. Because it's like, obviously everything's the opposite. No, I don't remember. I mean, I didn't play it much. Fade nade combo actually worked. Oh, on the full buy too. Do you have a left-handed one? Guitar, yeah. Both of them behind me are left-handed. I've been meaning to try and like learn how to do left-handed mouse. Izu impressed me the most. Yeah, I didn't know much about Hiroron either, so that's why I think I hold him in such high regard. And then I guess for like Excurate, because everybody's telling me that he's really good. From like CS and stuff, like Tom loves Excurate, right? But I don't know if I'm underrating Rossi because I've known Rossi from before. I know Brent's left-handed but plays mouse right hand. Yeah, I play mouse right hand, which is why I think my shoulder's just bad.
He just has to go all the way for this.
Because I put so much pressure on my non-dominant side.
Yeah, he's got some stragglers tailing behind him too.
Oh, yeah, you're right. And he does not have his turret, so just about to hit this lurk, and he's looking to what's in front of him. Yeah.
I mean, to me,
You get him on the flank.
Round, you know, the way it starts off.
If this is the time, I'm gonna go for a wee. I've drunk so much, like water, tea, fucking the Diet Pepsi. Why would you want to relearn mouse? Just for comfort, I think. Because like even doing this isn't as comfortable as me doing it like this way, right? Like, even though I'm like,
just tossed right into the spot, kind of anticipating Zeta's game plan, and then at that point, it's already
actually just a cement mixer. Like I just need to pee all the time. How would it work with abilities in games? I mean, you just have to like, you just switch the buttons on the mouse. As for movement, well, you probably you probably do like WASD still, and then just switch it around. I don't know what you'd necessarily do. I don't think it's like there's a lot of left-handed players that play left-handed. I know Zesh does, but Kellogg's is left-handed. I feel like there's another player too, but I can't remember. But there's quite a few NA ones.
By the way, this is a really strong angle for Rossi here because at his elevation, if you go right in front of him, that angle right there is well bangable, and you will get hit if you're not crouching down. And obviously, you will be walking, standing up straight. So if he's not flush out of his corner there, and he just like follows anybody through the walls, it's a high percentage chance kill for Rossi.
Very crucial for Rossi to stay in that spot, to watch that angle, not expose himself too much. A single hit, Zeta could be able to take him off.
This is like one of the key plays about Chamber on this map. I mean, it's like Euron's on an eco, but it's definitely more so like you'd expect Zeta to know this because Zeta did this. I saw teams copying this from Zeta in Game Changers.
Right, because Rossi's right here with his spam. So this is just gonna be a
Do I keep seeing a TP? For who? Maybe the Chamber.
Just again leading to easier rounds dealt here by T1.
And it takes for
Adept 1 versus 5.
just to take that Odin away. Spike might be planted, that's
And Excurate as well. I'm gonna go for a quick P now. It won't be long.
Precise with that sniper. 4-1 for T1 now.
And he's sitting pretty with his tour de force also available for him. So this is, you know, hurt upon hurt.
Yeah, this is where T1 starts to really find the effective usage of this agent. You die with the operator, you lose a couple more rounds, all good. I can just pull out the sniper whenever I want. The tour de force. So of course, now that Depp has the showstopper, healed on with the Nightfall, maybe looking for a bit of an execute. But it's going to take a lot more just to put T1 at the back foot.
And first things first, they have to flush out Excurate. As long as they don't hear that snap of the fingers, they already know that he's still somewhere right in front of them. Now they do. They can choose to start pushing up. They got a couple of seconds, but the thing is, this is a false sense of security right now, Quack, as two players of T1 have kind of sandwiched themselves together. And the longer they wait, the more chances they allow once again for, you know, Excurate to place himself on off angle, teammate out, and the cycle.
Any deaths? No. Full buy. Just in time. Nightfall, Showstopper. Showstopper's just delaying for time. Even a little bit of a peak from Izu. So the ultimate gets nothing, but it effectively cancels out the Nightfall. Nade is really nice actually there too. Like if you try to go for the door, just nading right in that doorway, so it's gonna get people either side of it.
So it's gonna be like alt for alt.
Nice from Sire player. Omen's TP'd on the other side of the tree. The Haunt too. And then opening the door. So yeah, he's pulled a lot of the rotate. But I think people need to see other utility, but no, it's just pulled him enough away that there's a window now for Zeta to go in. But Excurate is still here. Oh, the C's just grabs him as they try to peek through. T1 is stomping on this map. And yeah, Sugar Zero is way too far away because of that ult. Really sick round for T1. Like, Excurate is just destroying. 9-3. He's max on credits as well. In fact, 3 players are.
I don't know if I can find an answer to this. That's why I'm not a coach. But again, look at how T1 plays this. Although they did bite that fake for a bit, you know, from the shadows from Sugar Zero. As soon as the dark cover,
I don't think they bought it at all. I think like the Hon and then the Omen TP. I think you need something else there before you like execute in.
But Excurate goes in with the team. He finds his frags with the operator.
Like it just really did seem that T1 were like kind of about to go, but there were still 2 players on site, and then the execute came in, and still damage was done from Excurate staying. I don't know all the new characters. No, that's fine. Newest when I played was Reyna. It probably was. Yeah, Reyna or Sky, I think, are on then. Because Reyna came out at launch.
Even if you try to dive at him with the showstopper, he might be able to shoot you out of the air.
Exactly. So there really is no answer to him. And the big problem is Zeta Division, all of the plays that they're trying to do is to
I only played beta with you guys. Yeah, true. I mean, people stop playing shortly after launch too. Right, from a group perspective.
Even if they don't rotate, they still have such a solid hold with all of the pieces spread out across the map.
Just wanting to play away from him, right?
Yeah.
But it's just difficult to always pull that off. So maybe just give us the chamber versus chamber. Laz on chamber, you know, out off Excurate.
The nade doesn't even break the trip for chamber.
I feel like Excurate will just say that'll be a cold day in hell, that he'll be able to do that.
Didn't actually break it at all. That's crazy.
But
I guess it was too deep in.
It is that bit of a half-eye round for Zeta. You got Dep on the Vandal still.
Now they broke the trap.
But
wait, how?
as they kind of
With what?
push their way past
With Nanos? Oh, with the Nanoswarm, right?
I like how his teammate keeps
No, it wasn't a Nanoswarm because they put a Nanoswarm in the show. I'm so confused. They did something.
Yeah. This is awesome.
Go again, Izu. Press it.
Now he has to hold for C-Long now. They know something's up.
Dark cover out.
You got a Poison Cloud to try and peek out around this. They've got the Prowler, which is actually attached onto the Omen, which is acted as really good bait for Excurate. I don't know if that was intentional. I actually think it was. But that was great from T1. Like having the Omen playing close, the Prowler connects onto them, the Omen leaves, and that's when the Chamber peaks. That's really nice.
It's falling apart, man. It is falling apart. T1. Wow. Ripping through round after
I'm actually really glad that we get to see some like Chamber again, because the way that like Excurate's playing it for T1 is like really nice. I like it a lot.
Yo, similar streaks happened in their match against Bleed. It took like 4 or 5 rounds before Bleed actually answered back. This is incredible. Excurate, Izu, controlling the map. And then, you know, maybe some weird whiffs here and there, but as Zeta tries, you know, to go in for such an effort just to, let's just ignore it, run away from Excurate. You got Saya play that you got to deal with.
Yeah.
It's 2 ops now. It's 2.
That's gotta hurt, man. 2 fronts. But of course, overwhelming firepower can also mean that the defense is not gonna look too hot, but I mean, if you can get these kills quickly enough, it shouldn't matter. Saya player holding that teeny tiny point of contact here.
So it's literally the pistol that Zeta won, and then they lost the follow-up? Or was it the bonus that they won? I can't even remember. My short-term memory has gone to pot, seeing as it's been like such a late stream. We've been streaming 9 hours.
Here comes that depth. Oh, what is this? He saw a little bit.
Did he saw a little bit, or was he just thinking, this is a Omen-sized smoke? Or Omen-sized pocket of a smoke?
Possible, yeah.
What time is it there? It is 3 p.m.
Let's see if I shoot this and then someone comes out. Izu does.
I'm probably going to finish. I mean, this is looking like it's going to a third map. So probably finish at like 4:30 when Beth gets back.
Toxic screen gives them a bit more space. Dep is then allowed to get into tree along with the blast packs making their way onto site.
Turret spotted Excurate.
Double op, right? Very difficult to retake with. Yeah. And especially
Double operator. Like honestly, from this talk of like how late it is and what time it is, I have not watched this round. It has happened in front of me, and my focus just hasn't been there.
and you might be able to have a better day.
How close is that explosion going to
But this shit happened with me when I used to work desks as well. Like I'd just be watching the game, it's like I don't actually recall anything that's just happened. I just noticed at the end that they had 2 fucking operators. Yeah, they won the pistol and then lost everything else.
Didn't work out fully in the end. And now T1's like, we're kind of dipping too much into the operators. We need someone to start fighting for us just in case this happens. And then lo and behold, Saya player's back on a rifle.
First 2 time BRB. No worries.
We saw how effective that was on the C site, so we're just gonna stick to it. Yeah. We've got okay, lockdown, showstopper, Viper's Pit.
Hunt on top of rubble. Excurate now instead playing over towards A. Like the disrespect, he's not even playing around his TP, but he manages to get Deb. He's going again. He gets him for the wallbang and headshots here on. Why are you switching away from him? Observers, hello? Why on earth would you ever switch away from this guy when he's playing like this?
Stop to stay in highlight reel mode. Enough.
Enough's enough, man.
Unbelievable. We want to see the pop up. I don't know why they would ever switch away.
Anticipate that they thought it was just a nade, so maybe coming back in to reinvestigate. But then, you got the op. It fires off for 2 more shots. I mean, the second one was.
That's nice. This like flick. Oh my god.
Micro flick so pinpoint accurate. I mean, that's why his name is accurate.
Because, you know, X Factor
Good
accurate.
god.
I don't know if that's, you know, the meaning behind the name, but it's pretty apt if it is.
Now we just call him Kevin.
Kevin! Alright. Trap destroyed. Lockdown used.
They brought the trap on B. Going for the execute. Is there any ultimate to stop this, really? No. Rossi just wall bangs through. Where from? Showstopper's going to be used for Heaven. Sideplay manages to just satchel out and not get caught by it. I don't know where this wallbang kill was, though.
Sure, there's going to be the plant on the spike. Viper Pit as well. But the pinch from T1 can still
4v5. Time is getting a little bit low for T1, though. Surely with a Viper's Pit.
Laz on just a heck of a journey. Ooh.
That was pretty quick here. Redeems himself from the road.
Trying to, like, just run through with shorties and hope that they catch them.
Any form of lineups is going to be huge, and any form of delay is massive, and that it is. They got
Very confusing round there for a minute, but... Say to dedicate to 3 ultimates, actually. He is to log down the showstopper and then the Viper's Pit to get around, which is a hell of an expenditure, but they kind of needed to do that in order to keep themselves in it feels like.
Such a lovely thing. Dep, of course, being able to go in fast enough to create the space for his team. You had him checking out top of heaven with the nades. Boombot to clear out mid link. Just lovely stuff all over. And then Dep, of course, landing the shot to Sheriff that close. Renders those ops useless.
But here we go again.
Oh, no.
And they got the same setup all over. Players can TP.
Okay, good.
He pocketed his teammate Izu around.
So it's the opposite now. Like, they're going for the opposite play. Instead, Excurate's baiting away for Izu. He can't get away because of the TP on the box.
I don't know how he actually took that damage in, but it's going to be that. But of course, T1 not missing a beat, gonna start making some waves here. Laz by himself.
Good control from Laz.
To go into a fight, but of course, this is the
Rossi getting his own and kills just from nowhere, it feels like.
all of the highlights in these past 2 games, but it's still a force to be reckoned with.
Execute's really low, but it is an op though. As long as he stays tucked away, if the rendezvous comes back up too, I mean, actually has it. It could be really, really still deadly.
He's 5 HP and he's still going for this.
For them to sneak through.
Paranoia hits.
They'll have no idea that he's here.
That's true enough.
Turret could kill him.
With this turret.
Oh.
Oh, how did the turret not kill him?
The turret fired though. They know he's there.
What's the angle?
Oh, and he just waits on that angle.
These angles, man. Sugar 0, 2 versus 1.
Actual patience. Time might become a factor.
Not having the support of the turrets anymore. Yeah, Sugar 0 just needs to find some form of solace here, and that smoke gives him a little bit of coverage.
Ooh, close.
Goes in for the no-scope. Spike planted right beside him. Okay. He gets the first one. Smoke giving a little bit more cover. It dissipates.
Oh, and just out in the open. Wow.
Gets the kill. Plenty of time to defuse.
Execute might be bringing Chamber back, baby. Very close.
It's just such incredible stuff.
It's just the patience, I think, for like Execute, like to not over panic.
You were about to say the same thing.
Yeah, because there is no rhyme or reason. You cannot.
And it's also like the difference between the brothers. Like Forsaken is such an aggressive, in-your-face player, on no matter what agent that you're on. Whereas like Execute is much more like careful. He's a bit more like deliberate. Forsaken is fire, and Execute is just like ice in the veins.
Half for Zeta Division. Hopefully they'll have a better time in the second. But now as we close things out, T1.
Odin spray, stopping people from going through.
I mean, Zeta Division. Just let go of this A main, man. There's too much heat at this point. Especially with Carpe so close there. If they commit to this
Nice.
fight, he has a nightfall, and they are going to try to do so. Depth charging in.
They are opposite in everything but blood kind of storyline. I guess so. I don't know if people agree though.
Just stubborn, and now they keep peeking into this.
But like Execute, I was expecting him to be more like Forsaken and like very aggressive, very in your face. But I think he's much more like slow and methodical. Even like the one finally on there. Rossi's just farming up the kills. As soon as I said that I think the hero run might be better than Execute and Rossi as pickups, both of them have just started slapping. Like they've shut me up.
Incredible map performance from T1, and you see it all. First of all, of course, Execute just deadly with this operator. Then you have the potential for Sayo to do the same thing. Rossi on the Odin. I mean, I can't forget about Izu, of course.
Yeah, just name everybody from T1 at this point.
yeah, one more player. Wait, I got his name. It's Carpe. There we go. The IGL. It's been a little bit quiet, but you know, he's making the calls.
I mean, the show is.
And free harvest stuff to come back from. Looks like we might be going for the 9th map of the day.
Win and give me a what? What the phone was gonna say. But yeah, it really just is. I mean, we are, hyping him up a lot, but it really is because he's finding a lot of these impactful frags.
Been streaming over 9 hours.
Yeah, but the way that he positions himself, sometimes even, randomizing it. Sometimes he's on C, sometimes he's back on A.
And it's not just by himself too. It's.
I mean, if I'm in around when this happens, I hate it. Don't forget to hydrate. I mean, yeah, I'm having to. I feel like I'm doing okay though. I'm drinking a lot. But I think I kind of need to. A lot of talking.
That support from Carpe, so on and so forth. He shrouds himself in so many options that, again, it turns into a...
Alright, the pistol, they have 4 defenders over on A for Zeta. And then the Killjoy over on C.
As we flip the sides.
For real.
I don't mean you need to stretch my legs to be honest. Yeah. Me too. For the last map, I might stand up. Just do that one stud. Which could be very, very soon.
Okay, these trades are still somewhat manageable. Never mind. Down
I exclusively mean chat. Gotcha. 3 versus 1. Slice is over here. You've got Excurate watching stairs. Doesn't have his TP for another 10 seconds, so he's literally just ego peeking. Smoke there to buy a bit of time. Now all of the players are sort of moving because the plant is quite open. So playing for like stairs, secret, and all of this is pretty good. Means that there's nothing for Laz to... No way for Laz to realistically win now. In fact, I'm going to stand up from now. I've been going up and down like crazy, but that's probably the best thing to do, right? I think staying up for too long is bad, and obviously sitting for long periods is bad too. I'm still hung up on all the disses today, honestly. Wait, which ones? I'm not mad, I just don't understand the decisions being made. I just don't think Zayt have an answer on this map. I think this is like T1 are just cooking on it. Zayt's a pick to attack first on this map as well. And they only get 3 rounds on probably the stronger side. Only lose Cappy.
Being aggressive, being a lot more forward is going to pay off.
Like, just nothing's going on Zaya. I don't really know what's up. I don't know what I would say to try and like improve this performance really, because it doesn't feel like anything in particular. It's just, I guess like the A lurk, the A pressure on attack wasn't really there. Strongest diss for any millennial out there. Well, you did that. Excurate gets hit by the haunt, so he has to back out. Les is holding this. Good peaks. I mean, Zeta fight for this, and they come out on top mostly. These are 2 versus 4 now. They're planning to just open the door and then head towards B, cut noise, and then re-hit the site. Because you have the Viper wall there still. There's no Killjoy bits anymore. Because that was the 1 kill that you got into Laz.
Could save, but that'll take a really long time.
I don't think that Zeta's going to chase them down.
Leg stretch. Tonkatsu pull pot rep secured. Nice. I don't know what I'm having for tea tonight. I mean, I have to start thinking about it in like 2 hours, which is crazy. Feels like it's 8 AM for me to an extent. Doesn't feel like, honestly, Paper X earlier and Gen G feels like it was on a different day at this point.
Ayo. 30 seconds left. And X-Ray hasn't actually
2 versus 3. What are your thoughts on the GE upset? I mean, Global Esports were the better team. Lead looked bad. I'd say the Global Esports, though, did have a lot of bad rounds. Izu wins these, I believe. Paranoia is so good. Depp has to give it up to an extent. He's going to be able to get half and then take a fight. He's just sticking it. He's just sticking it. You can't do anything. Oh, not quite Izu. Overcooked it, and that experience from Depp wins out.
Works fine, but Excurate.
Yeah, Excurate was deadly, but you gotta respect and admire.
G and Blade upset me. Yeah, it was an upsetting game. Wasn't the best. Well, I say it wasn't the best. It probably was the worst series of Tier 1 Valorant we've seen. Like in the Valorant International League.
His teammate had money for it. I mean, this is just a weapon in his hands. But it's already a weapon. You know what I mean, guys. Come on. Okay, fine. It is a paintbrush, and he's the artist.
Okay, there we go.
Right?
Like, this sort of A pressure is so much scarier.
And shooting down his opponents is the art. I don't know. I'm not poetic at all. But
Does G stand any chance against T1 or Zeta? It depends on the map pool, really. I think the Global Esports have a fundamental issue with how they defend. Like the defense on split was bad. Like Icebox, I think they've won 3 defensive rounds out of 20 from the last 2 games that they've had. Just on defense alone, like something is going wrong there. I think Paul V overheated quite a lot. But Russ looked good today. Blaze King looked good. Benkai had some fantastic moments too. The only map that really left me scratching my head for Global was their bind comp.
But they still get that plant regardless. Well, they will be forcing this retake from Zeta Division with all of them
Me too, man. Me too, yeah.
into the site itself.
But it looked more like nerves than anything. But I am worried about their Icebox. Because Zeta would pick it. Icebox ban it. T1 ban Icebox, so it won't be a problem there.
Dry on the contacts, and T1 is just ripping them apart. There's that
Yeah, now that they're on their full buy, this is pretty easy.
Laz sure can pick up X-Grit here, but that spike
Good nade. Showstopper even to confirm it. Not actually confirm it. No, well, yeah, Deb doesn't have time anymore. Rossi dies, so that means that, like, it's a pretty rough buy for T1. But you've got, like, 8 rounds to work with. And this is probably also a low buy for Zeta. So both teams have to buy up even though they don't really have the money, which kind of makes it funny. Should be a pretty mixed, awkward group of guns.
But apart from that, I mean, you were talking about it, no flashes. You guys just gotta go in for a dry contact. It's clear as day what that means. You know, you're going in for those trades, and while they were able to find some of these frags, got out some numbers.
Timeout from Zeta as well.
So a last-minute timeout called by Zeta. Not sure how much they can do for this map, but at the very least, you know.
Reddit comments, anything good? Someone has released a dangerous levels of CO2 in a caster's booth today. Oh, no, that's mean. Shouldn't have read that one out. They have also been casting for 9 hours, so I can give them some credit. That's crazy.
Aside from T1, everyone else. Because they're seeing the VODs of T1 and how they're playing with this, and they're already formulating, how are we going to deal with X-Curate?
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, Chamber, right? What's going to be the counter to this? Because it is looking unstoppable. And it shows, man. Zeta Division have never had a convincing round in this Lotus map at all. Sure, there's
Yeah, T1 looked good. Bit of a blip on the first map. 20 and 8 is mad. Yeah, in 16 rounds, 20 kills is good. Their percent it on C. They've had 4 players wrap around. They just literally like have it's like a save almost. With just sheriffs. Everybody grouping together because they know that it's like a pretty rough buy for Zeta. So they are playing this kind of like an anti-eco together, safe, making sure that they don't get isolated on their own. To the point where 4 of them are even going to push up to CT. I like this too. You've got the TP here. So you TP to backside, you've got people protecting you from CT. The only, like, this is the only play I think that really works is that lockdown, but it gets broken.
Also think about this. He hits those shots with the tour de force, that slows everybody down. Through the wall.
And now there's just one for Depp. He gets cleared out. So we're going to a third map. Sunset. 3 best of 3s going to all 3 maps. And the casters are being made to cast all of it, which I think is not good. It does Red Bulls. I really don't want to. Like, I think I end up feeling worse with like Red Bulls and stuff like that.
But now think about Sunset. T1, that's a map where they play Yoru on. There's so much to break down, so much to think about, and of course Zeta has their work cut out for them. It's not going to be an easy day. T1 still has the chance.
The fridges are way too full for 9 hours. Oh, you mean the ones behind him? Yeah.
Much desired
The only ones I really like are the sugar-free ones for casters. Yeah, I mean, you just have people sort of being like, the casting isn't great. It's like, yeah, I mean, if you've got Pansy and Hypot to cast for 9 hours straight, I'm sure they'd make mistakes too.
Not just X-Grid, right? He's been back and forthing. Anyways, we're gonna leave it to the panel.
The only like positive here is it makes Bleed look less bad with how they played on Lotus, because T1 just looked crazy good on this map. Also, they beat EDG on this map too, I'm pretty sure.
Here we are going to map 3 after that dominant showing of T1 on Lotus against Zeta.
Yeah, and I think that overall this was expected. Maybe not exactly in the manner in which this happened. 13-4 is a fairly one-sided affair there, but T1, they have consistently looked very strong on this map with this roster. I mean, we saw them, 13-6 versus Bleed just 2 days ago. So this is kind of their bread and butter pick, much like I said is for Zeta.
Yeah, and again, they really play around that chamber as well, right? They're really setting up Xcure to kind of be free to take those aggressive fights because there's utility behind him, there's someone to trade behind him, there's an Odin behind him, always there to pressure the opponents away. Meanwhile, on the side of Zeta, we started to see...
Everybody predicted Bleed for the Bleed GE game.
It's a bit of a more complicated map to operate, and they just didn't have as clear of a direction when they were on either side of the map.
I love that you brought up that combination, right?
The difference of quality, by the way, in this and the last game, yeah, it's crazy. To the point where it's just making me not really like want to comment on the last game anymore, right? Just because it's... Even with like Zeta losing this hard, I don't think that they looked as bad as the last series still.
This map, this is why we were really wanting to see that chamber head-to-head to see whether or not Laz was going to be able to take
Let's pray T1 won't have to play Paper X in the playoffs. Yeah, you're sort of hoping for... I guess you... Wait, what would you be hoping for, really? Like Gen.G to be RRQ, and then Gen.G to beat everybody else in the play-ins.
Whereas Carpe's just throwing a C's over to see if there's somebody pushing Mount. He's just off on an island. They're just trusting that everybody else...
I wonder how the play-ins are going to work if all... Like, so... It's 3 teams, all playing best of 3s that day. And... What happens if Team A beats Team B, beats Team C, Team C beats Team A? I guess it'd be done off like map differential, point differential kind of thing. I'd be crazy if it comes down to round differential. Like, wow, like 360 ACS. Loads of first kills on a non-duelist agent. Actually, why do I have that so far over there? Can I have this here? There we go. Where is it? Ping. Oh, this is working now. Oh, at least it's working better. 6-0, 3-0. Wow. Really one-sided stuff.
Has just such fearless plays. For somebody who, like, you know, should be playing like
just as us in Hero Run was doing good, this 200 ADR.
He's just basically, as I mentioned earlier, he's just gonna walk through a site if he has to, and he's more than enough.
How's he doing on Jules? Where was he? Who is he just destroying the most? 4-4 on Depth, 4-2 on Laz, 4-2 on Sugar Zero, 3-0 on Urine, 7-1 against Hero Run. And that was just because they were farming up that, does it do it on the tech side as well? So when he was on defense, he was 3-0, 4-1 against Lars, just shutting him down as they're executing mostly. And then on attack, he's 4-1 because he's playing towards where the fade is. Just that A main pressure constantly, just pushing up. 14 first kills, 5v4s. I mean, they only had 1 first kill, right? Or like they're winning a 5 versus 4, and they at least win it.
Another one is Rossi, because he was right there alongside him when it came down to first contact. 3-0, first kills, first deaths as a Viper. So just phenomenal play across the board.
Yeah, I mean, 2.9 KDA, 218 damage per round. He really was just leading the charge in all stats here for T1. But again, he's free to do that because his teammates
Do it off a Heatma.
There is just no denying those numbers. That
Attacking side for
interesting to see if they can keep this up. Are they going to go with that?
Yeah, just on the victim and then heat map that. So they were just getting in a lot of kills towards A main. Especially like fighting close. There wasn't that many attacking rounds anyway though. How's this work?
Where I guess the mental was broken, right? You kind of saw where they started hesitating. They started
First kill, so much happening towards A.
break through one single player on the side of T1.
You know, in the choke on the site here. On these like retakes.
Really only have two options. Either eventually win the fight against the chamber, or you just have to go to another part of the map. But
There you go. And then like on the attacking side, what kind of kills did they get?
So Zeta, I mean, quite
Not as many. Right, I'm gonna run some ads. Just so we're clear with them.
Yeah, it really is. And I mean, this is
Do you perchance have experience in A2 level economics? I do not, I'm afraid. Sorry. At least I don't. But
T1 versus Bleed just a couple days ago. So I guess felt like they had a better chance here
yeah,
compared to Ice.
I'll fill this up for one last round. One last go.
So now we have Sunset getting ready to come up, which we haven't seen from Zeta at all.
Yeah, I'm so curious, right? We've seen many different agents kind of, your team's focusing on different agents. I mean, T1 during the offseason, they pulled out the Yoru on Sunset as well for Isu, and then it's alongside Saya's Raze. We've seen the Gecko earlier today. I mean, Fade's coming out as well. Some people still favoring the Sky as a single initiator. There's a lot of different interpretations. And then this is another map where if you really wanted to, the chamber is viable to a certain extent.
Sure. I mean, that would change up things considerably for T1, so we'll have to see what they end up landing on, because we were actually seeing Xgrid playing Astra of all things over at the AVL on this map. So I'm curious if that is going to be the same thing coming through and how improved that Astra has looked now that he's had a couple months to really work on it. But time will tell as we get ready to look back a little bit at the highlights here from Lotus, because I mean, it's just get ready to watch more Xgrid, because that's what the highlights are going to be.
I would say give me more Xgrid, right? Because it was just such a phenomenal performance. And as we can see, of course, we know that T1 is very comfortable in Lotus, but I can kind of understand why Zeta didn't exactly ban this out, because previously when they did face off against T1 in Pacific last year, they did take this map off of T1. So perhaps there was that. They're like, okay, we've done it before, maybe we can do it again, question mark. But I mean, they probably didn't factor in Xgrid there.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty possible that that could be the case. But yeah, after watching Xgrid on this map, I think you either have to fight him fire with the chamber, show that you can outdo him on that role, or just maybe try to stray away from this pick in general, because it's just been so utterly dominant. And I mean, it even started off well. I mean, you have to remember.
Have we seen T1 play on Sunset either? I don't, like, maybe we saw them play it recently. I don't know if it, I'll keep that one just in case. T1 Sunset. Anything? So they played it at AVL, and they played Eurorays against Paper X, and they lost. So I wonder if they're going to keep it the same. Back to the Izu Yoru.
So you maybe just do a mental reset, right? You've got that coach who's have to support you, and a breach interpretation.
Yeah, a lot of changes.
Okay.
Breach interpretation for Zeta Division.
Zeta's going for Fade, Breach, Cypher. Go Carpe on the Sova. Ah, they're going for like my favorite comp. Easy onto Omen instead of Euro. So big change up. If Zeta's been prepping hard for what T1 played at AVL, they're going to be really put off.
They're switching back to something they feel is a little bit more flexible.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how this plays out, especially since this is going to be
Okie dokie, last game of the day. Thankfully, we don't have any more after this.
over to you guys.
Last game, last map.
You can see anything.
Whoever wins this, Quack qualifies already for the playoffs, which is going to be massive. You know, again, when Kickoff has so many of the champion points, we'll see how this goes. Zeta Division versus T1. T1's Xgrid has been
Demand for a product increases as its price rises.
Man is possessed.
So far, yeah.
Okay.
T1 definitely showing us a lot on that.
Sova, the same setup and lineup here.
As the desk mentioned, agent composition changes up.
I guess that's the only good lineup to actually get into this spot. It's like that quick.
Definitely a lot more serious, a lot more effective.
Similar to what I said about Ascent with the A splits, I think these like B market splits are the most common like pistols. Paranoia goes onto site. Saya player, it just misses him. He just holds his ground and gets a pick. Bit of an overextension, but it takes the attention away for Excurrent that gets 4. Like, nice stuff from him.
First round, 4 pistols. I don't know if it's the
What A levels did you have? I did media, ICT, and maths.
utility to combat some of these positions, but Zeta walks straight into a yikes, a trap.
Yeah, you can already see that Zeta's rattled, right? They're starting to lose contact, or not just the contact, but just lose the due diligence to, you know, maybe we have an opponent that travels on that B main position, and we have to check. And you see Euron just throwing his flash to assist his teammates on the side.
Alright, Paranoia allows for some aggression. You got a very interesting Viper Wall here, actually.
So now with the guns, I mean, they can move
Good for market, and also good for this trip, too. Gives you something else to play around. You got the God Trip in the choke, and then the camera on the pineapple. Sounds weird, at least the palm tree even. And then just holding the choke. Spike's been dropped.
Excurrent should have his ultimate almost up. And imagining that coming into the bonus, that's going to be quite...
I'm sure you could do it for accounting and business studies. Definitely like a good thing to be getting involved with.
Still pretty early, but you can already see, I feel like at some point the exhaustion here of Zeta Division.
Rossi having a good time too. Zeta Division at the very least, I mean, this is still pretty early on in the map. But, yeah, I mean, that said, you really got to find...
Was it the only the one kill that they got?
We're expecting a lot from this full buy round now because...
Okie dokie, onto the bonus. Close recon dart, broken. Haunt on the inside of Alley. Next Current's moved over towards A on this round. Very high camera to play off. Really nice camera, actually.
Really nice information here for Excurrent.
Able to break it. They also get Excurrent that tries to peek off of it, too. And there's even some shock darts as well from Cappy. I hate how good Excurrent is. Yeah, it's annoying, isn't it? Like, he just comes into the game and he's instantly stomping. Like, why can't I do that? One way onto the box in short.
Manages their way on A main.
Recon's going to get some information. Where this stun is important. Great clearance with the nade and then the peek, and it means that you have the stun as well for the execute on site. Goes on to save. I don't know if that haunt's any good, at least for like clearing safe, because it's like quite far back, but I am sure it gets like people far back here. But the 3 defenders flanking around, the plant is going to go to default. You've got the Omen in short. There's no Paranoia, but there's a smoke and 2 TPs. And that's really it for like defensive utility. Even smoke off CT, expecting it to be like a sort of spawn flip thing. You got the raise on top of here, so Deb doesn't get like properly cleared. And Izu's last alive with a Vandal. He might just save, I imagine. Yeah, I'm just wait for the exit frags.
Yeah, way too many targets right in front of him, but the way that this round plays out...
I need to fix this pen. Like, the bottom part of it fell.
Going in for that elbow push, T1 not really, despite having the camera for information, not really able to work off against it. So now it's just going to be a Zeta that slowly comes back into the game. Still.
Oh, and Izu actually dies to the spike. I don't know if that's worth it, but...
Zeta to put themselves back on the board.
There you go.
As we go to the next round, though, of course, T1 gets to buy back.
Working as intended.
Maybe a bit of a half buy.
I like this pen because, like, the outside of it, like, the texture of it is like cardboard. So it's just, like, really, like, smooth to hold. Like, it's a nice texture to just kind of, like, fidget with.
Excurrent, on the other hand, playing a more ratty role as, compared to what we saw in Lotus. A little bit more similar to what we saw him do on Ascent.
With him having that
Then you got the stun, it's going to come into short. Close recon again, like, there's no, like, actual, like, lineups or setups. It's just, like, really, like, quick information checks. Deppa's one away from the showstopper now. You've still got 2 people playing in alley. That's a great flash, actually, from Euron. Try to bait away from his corner where the operator is. And Deb still has a nade. It looks like they're going to actually paranoia this angle. Look. Shuzer's like ready to go. Kamehameha in it.
They're waiting for maybe a push out here for T1.
Are they waiting for any utility to come online, like another haunt, the stun? Aldron is going to come in. C's free. I think if they're going to go, they need to go now. They have the haunt now to go. Prowl on this corner. Then there's a paranoia. Then there's a paranoia. Come on, Sugar Zero, you're blue balling me. Bosses out the nade. Nade on either side. The aftershock. I mean, if Side Plate managed to get out of there, that would have been something. But it still bought so much time. Laz, that's a fantastic kill onto short. Debs managed to make their way in. Looking like a really good round from Satan. I think Excrete's just going to save. The 200 savers, 200 credits. Really nice like round for like the execute.
The first one to peak loses, and it was a Saya player that did because of that aftershock.
Yeah, patience and
Slightly lunatic the way like how cardboard feels. Yeah, I think it's just sort of like having a texture to like just run your fingers along that isn't like super smooth. It also means like because it's kind of more of a rough texture, it's easy to hold when you write. It's not as like super slippery or whatever.
Speaks volumes as to how Zeta are reading this game. And that's something that they could definitely need more of as they push through.
Yeah, T1 was just trying to hold the line. Zeta weren't too panicked with how they approached it. And they played that really nicely, actually. Like just the aftershock, the nade. Granted, some bits of the util was like poorly timed, but they still dealt with the operator really well.
Sorry, that's a very, very early timeout call.
From T1, yeah.
We'll see.
I think of that last round, like calling a timeout isn't too bad. Because I think that whilst like T1 were just sort of holding the line, they weren't doing anything anywhere else. They weren't like pushing mid. They weren't like getting information B main. They were just waiting. Oh, we got ran over. Like, especially if you're running like the Viper Cypher, you do need to try and like be a bit more proactive. You can't just kind of like sit and then wait and let a team with double initiator like get their utility online and execute on you. You won't win.
What are some of these tiny gaps that are in our defenses, and Autumn's trying to right that ship. What we've seen so far is always this elbow, and although the attempt was to stick Saya player with an operator down this spot,
I don't even know what I say for your username. NMB?
It is a very, very early timeout. That is the thing. So it's.
Or is it like Nanba with the X?
This is being called as well.
Ooh, mishap there.
It's
from,
a NDB, okay.
Misclick
The random keyboard smash, okay.
On the use with the satchel. That's all you really need to do, right? To mess up around. You kind of want that extra elevation, that extra oomph that the second satchel does bring, especially when he has that showstopper for a
Alright, so you got the trip in B main, the usual setup, the one in market. Different wall, actually. Wall? Why is it showing up there?
Everybody here from T1.
Guess it's a weird one. Really interesting wall, though. You watch football? A little bit. I support football, but I don't watch it that religiously. I know that the trip's there. You have to use the nade to break it. And you actually fuck it up. Luckily, it's fine, though. One of the things get it. Welcome back, Besso. Weird dinner tonight. Girl dinner, I guess. Who do you support? I'm a whole city supporter. Silver's here. You got the Eldron for carpet, but are you going to use it when you're on an eco like this?
Could be fatal. But I don't know, we'll see.
Aftershock into this corner. You could also aftershock the trip as well if you wanted. Paranoia is good onto 2. Carpet gets 1. Gets traded though. A good like crossfire on the back of sight.
Spotted by the hunt though. Stunned as well. TP's away. Repositions.
And Deb gets him. So they only lose 1. So the Zeta looking good.
Shuts him up.
Real quick. I mean, even though that blast back, yeah.
I swear one way cypher trips are so annoying. Yeah, you need to definitely like play around them.
As they push in, I mean, it's
Why, what football team do you support, NDB?
Just to smoke things off, make their way in. Cost some pieces of utility to keep T1 away. And although side players spent the nade as well, I mean, just really not too
Arsenal,
much
okay.
the retake coming through, everyone just
I mean, we beat Arsenal once, and then there was obviously like the FA Cup final.
Moving forward, this next round is the one that we've got to watch.
I think he also beat us 4-1 once too. Oh, there's the market push, and Depp is sending it, and side player was in a good spot to counter it. Excret, I don't know if he had money for trips, so he's just got the camera.
Quick take on the B site because they aren't afraid of how much retake power T1 has. So the more that they can play for this post plant, the better it should be for.
Heron is trying to decide where to use this Nightfall from. Hits one, I think it just hits the Omen. Just as the paranoia comes through too. Carpe gets one, side players, Showstopper, Neuro Theft. T1 using a lot of ultimates. Well, I say a lot. Neuro Theft and Showstopper. Didn't think Cypher would be used in pro play. He wasn't initially, but the buff that they have where like the trips, if you don't break the trip, they stay up. You need to like actually destroy the trip in order for it to go down. Otherwise, it will just keep going off.
They weren't quite able to respond to that
Which I think is a fantastic change in hindsight. And obviously they made the trips a lot longer too.
Adapting to some of these changes, right? We've seen this be executed several times now. Just set up for the retake instead. It's gonna work a treat.
Yeah, and that was kind of annoying too.
But there's a lot of really good like unbreakable trips in like B main and stuff. The trip can also hit multiple enemies at once, right? Yeah, when it stuns, yep. Oh my god, Carpe, you're mad. Showstopper actually doesn't hit. It doesn't do any real damage. Bit of damage that Carpe took was from a fight beforehand. But the Viper's Pit used in alley, and it kind of goes all the way to safe, so it means that it's like you can wallbang this, you stop it from planting safe. This is what I think the timeout was for T1. Like, okay, if we kind of get gridlocked in A main, we need to go and take space on tiles. The problem, however, is if you take those fights and you take them awkwardly, oh, the proactiveness actually there. Like Carpe going to fight them could have got them both. Well, because Laz is 30 HP. Where's Rossi going to go?
Laz, he's got a chance, but he's 30 HP.
Yeah, at the very least, maybe he gets a spike plant, but then you got Rossi who's able to kind of sneak back up around. And Laz always has to wonder where he's going to show up from. For all you know, Rossi might actually pull off such a crazy flank to push through tiles or something. Of course, it's going to be Link that's the easier option, or Ali. Either way, Laz has a lot to consider. Wow, Spycam might
He's going to hit a camera. Even like does a quick check. He does it so quickly, he doesn't see Rossi. But he's going to go to camera now, surely. So he sees him, tags him. I don't know what Rossi expected there. I guess Rossi was like, I don't care, tag me. You're not going to kill me.
But Rossi, even though he was exposed, he had everything working for him. He's cornered his opponent. He has the HP advantage.
When Arsenal loses, I get 30 missed calls by my friends. Christ.
Yeah, trying to go back and forth, but then just Rossi having to land that one shot. It'll be a lot more calm, a lot more.
But yeah, much better from T1.
But also, as you think about how this round
Still very close. I think the money is going to be really tight for T1 still. I think for Zeta, they still like have a buy. Let me just.
Laz, though, able to fight back with those two frags to trade back. But of course, at the end, it's just not enough in terms of numbers.
Yeah.
Right here.
Operator on side player.
So it's take two, right? Both teams using a good chunk of smoke as well as info utility here on A main. Immediately, Zeta Division backs away up onto mid, realizing that last round, we got pushed here on tile, so we re-clear this.
Whole City doing well this season, to be fair. It's very like up and down. I think we were like top 2 at one point. Like top 2, top 3, but it's sort of fallen off. I think our playoff chances are gone, but I haven't been keeping up that closely. We went to the Hull versus Bristol game for my birthday, but Hull ended up losing.
Only 1-for-1 in terms of the trades. There's so many players of T1 neural theft will come quickly right soon after. Saya players just holding an operator here through tiles. These are just massive reads over and over again from T1.
Laz on his own. Trying to go B is rough because you got the camera and the 2 trips there, and also you got Saya play with an operator. But that's looking where Laz is going to go. Jumped over it. I don't know if that jump would have been heard though.
Yeah, there's a lot of pings.
Especially if there was a reaction for Saya play, so I think they both called it.
Only position that was not given up.
And then you got the flank happening behind.
The spike. Does he even check the camera? He will not.
He won't have time.
Accurate, pretty much right on his tail.
When was your birthday again? I thought it was today. Very funny, very funny.
Decisive, controlling, defensive posture. I've used all of my words.
I think this is one of these rounds where, like, T1, you know, they're controlling the map really well, and Zeta might have to call in a timeout just to figure out, you know, a different option right now. You look at how they're really approaching this part of the map, especially up towards A lobby. It's just a clear crossfire site. And as soon as they pick up one, you know, you got
Timeout for Zeta now too. I think actually the early timeout for T1 has like been so impactful for them. Like, just to be able to like keep them going. 23rd of December is your birthday? 20th. The game was on the 23rd, but yeah, my birthday was like 3 days before.
Question is, can they though? Zeta's, as you mentioned, already calling this timeout. They're in pretty big trouble here if they can't deal with that operator. It would work the first time, their counterplay, because they were able to.
Well, how long's the stream been today?
I think the rules of engagement, right? But when T1 is on even footing, it feels like they're always on that advantage. And it's such a
Hasn't quite updated yet.
Against when you're Zeta Division.
We had 11 hours on the first day. This is like past 10, right?
Zeta Division, though,
No, wait, 9. 9 hours.
counter traps whatsoever. They're just going to be brute forcing this A site once again.
Wait, no, it's 10. It's 10. I can count. How's it going, Ryan? It's been a long day. First series was great. Second series was bad, but fun. This series has been great too. The qualifying games have all been solid. The elimination game has been atrocious.
He's not even looking above him, man. That's a lap of judgment right there. That was a big ultimate use too. Laz as well as Sugar Zero. Are they going to force themselves to actually go for a swing right now? They try to give themselves a bit more positioning to play around with the smoke placed at the back of A. But it's a 5 versus 2 Quack. Numbers overwhelming here. They got to dig deep.
Oh, Sugar Zero wanted to go for the play. Good peaks from T1.
As 2 players of Zeta Division buried alive on A site.
Trying to get ahead of things too to peek out, but yeah, it's just way too many numbers. So
let me put this in the bin.
T1 on this round, and even after the timeout from Zeta, I mean, you can really see that like maybe they're not.
It's a good thing about being stood up is just being able to do quick little put stuff in the bin, pick stuff up, yada yada. Like that's nice and easy. Good op spot for Saya player.
Really knows what they're doing. They've practiced this before.
Hey Cairo, how are you doing? What's the icon? It's listening only. Okay.
Lord's work, Izu Carpe coming in back out for those trades towards the end of the round. Very clean stuff. Zeta really needs
where are we at?
the A hit.
Have you been enjoying Pacific? Yeah, for better or for worse. There's been some really good series, and then yeah, like the G Bleed game was just. I wish I didn't have eyes, to be honest, after it.
Okay, 2 for the price of 1 boom bot. Get some big damage on Saya player. Destroy the tripwire on B main itself. That's a
Got the camera sort for that late lurk, and it's kind of tricky for Rossi because he has his Viper wall over towards like B. So he's kind of just having to watch this and keep timings. He does have his poison cloud. So yeah, as soon as that cage goes up, that's where the poison cloud goes up. You have to give up this.
it's rallying them
And these are the kind of moments where like T1 of like this has been the main change that's helped them. The push up, observer plays. I know you've been working all day. Oh my god, damn. It's a nice recon dart too from Carpe. I'm just happy Polvi played well. Polvi had some good moments. Polvi had some absolutely atrocious ones. But it was also funny to see the like post-match interview with Polvi, where he's just like, "I'm glad that we did really well," and the like interviewer's just like, "What the fuck is he saying?" Just in this really strong Finnish accent that she now needs to translate to Korean.
The satchel to boost him quickly into market to reposition, hit the shot, and Saya player, he's celebrating. He's got like 40 seconds to
Polvi's the most hot and cold player in the world, yeah. It wasn't... Some of the moments that he had that were bad were bad.
Again.
Making Asarai happy. Yeah. Dude, 7-3 scoreline. It all happens because...
But I think that, you know, Ye didn't play well naturally, and I mean, Crazy Guy was not good at all. Benkai had a good series. Russ had a really good series, I think. Russ was, like, consistent. I have a lot of concerns about Global Esports' defensive side, because across all of their maps, but definitely Icebox, it looked bad. Told you Bleed was going to lose. I know, but I didn't expect them to fall flat like that.
It just feels like if Zeta pushes like this...
One way, Horn, Paranoia, Izu.
Right? As I mentioned, it's a rough house. They're brute forcing their way here.
I thought there'd be a bit more of like an aggressive response, but not really.
Something good.
Not that there's an operator in market. I'm actually pushing CT because they got like a nice cage here to go across. But everybody on T1 has like read this pretty well. Excurate, oh, almost got both of them. Euron is 4 HP. That flash is really good to actually get through that choke. There's just one alive on A. Hero on 1 versus 3. You got a showstopper against you and an Izu. Did you see House's tweet? Yeah, he hasn't won in a year. Yeah, I saw. He got his first map in like 9 months, I think it was. Bleed most overrated. I don't know if they're overrated. Like, I don't think anybody was like, oh yeah, they're gonna fucking make Madrid. That would be like an overration. But I think people like, Blade are gonna do well.
He has Nightfall.
Prowler too. I don't know if Nightfall in a 1-on-3, right?
That's crazy. I mean, it has been like a 6-month off season. Longer for challenger teams. And he also missed the off-season events that Bleed played in, where they actually won some maps. Hero Run actually wins it. I wasn't even paying attention this round. That was bad of me, but like, how is Hero Run winning 1 versus 3? Sorry.
Maybe a little bit of overconfidence, right? Going straight up for the defuse, and then.
Oh yeah, I was watching this. I can't believe it. That's bad. That's really bad from T1.
Well played.
Yeah.
7-4 now.
It's the smoke separated the sight lines very clearly here, and you mentioned it. You know, Euron took pretty much big advantage of that. One more round.
Got the aggressive play. Recon dart from here. Paranoia, showstopper. Excurate is on his own with Rossi, and it's just fucking the two brothers.
Zeta Division, you know what? They have turned into a team full on contact.
Looks like it's going to be 8-4. 3 versus 2. Granted, I thought the other round was going to be done.
But it is fun as hell to watch. Heroron's not going to be expecting this big flag coming in from Carpe. And Sugar Zero, no TPs to get you out of this one. It's you on an island, 3 versus 1. Can you handle the pressure?
Go on, Sugar Zero.
Shock darts, pop shots, swing outs, everything thrown on the Sugar Zero. And man,
You kind of get a little bit spoiled because you hear like in the background like a noise.
Nobody really can.
Some of these rounds come in.
Just buying the attention from Boba and then 2 teammates swinging from behind. You hear those footsteps. Does not feel comfortable.
Yeah.
But then again, I mean, as we move over into the next, like you mentioned, that contact plays. It's actually not a bad idea. I feel like Depp
Look Ryan Central at least? What do you mean?
At capitalize on the kill onto, was it Excurate? But then, you know, it's just because it's a Guardian, because you're landing off of jumping and accuracy, somehow doesn't quite connect. And then Rossi holding from market as well. It's just T1 having all the pieces in place.
That's quite a nice like
to
stretch
prevent
for
or
us
at
to do
least
that.
to deny such a spike plant from a site capture from happening. So very well played.
Am I lifting weights?
One
No.
side. We move over
I'm just
to the
like
next
literally
half.
flapping my arms around.
And again, it's just that double controller that gives them
My
so
shoulders are
much
just
more to
like
work with.
There is no safe
Get
space
moving.
here for Zeta Division. Everything
I've seen that before from Zeta fans.
shaking. Which one?
Just praying, it looks like.
Praying that Zeta would win.
Really? That's a thing?
Well, I mean, last year when they really wanted to go to Masters Tokyo.
Dang. I mean, I'm all for that, though. Everybody's hyped up for T1 here. I mean, who wouldn't be, right? They look so convincing.
Zeta won. Oh, they lost the pistols. T1
Pretty cutthroat between the two. And again, whoever wins this
average
series,
Valorant TikToker.
to the series before this, it's the flip. You get into a qualified spot already.
Ooh, where's this shook that for? Is it for market?
I think it was Achilles that mentioned that, you know, the more
Must
chances
be.
for you to get higher, the more you just sit back, watch the ball.
Could be like for the.
That's the bigger part. You know,
Yeah, it goes into market, so it's there to break that trip. Doesn't matter though, because Depp has just pushed past and gone to Izu. And Laz has just walked up.
Laz dragging Carpe's HP to the floor, down to 10. Dead Division's had enough, man.
3v4.
We've seen too much aggression from T1. They want to dish it back out themselves.
Races over here. Don't know when Heroron is going to get his haunt back online. Market doors closed. Three attackers are staying mid, but leaning towards A from the looks. They've even pinged like there's danger here. So they might be able to like push this as a selective. They're pinging this now too. Like you do see Heroron rotating around to check it. He does have a haunt. But he's seen like the barrel of Carpe. He was low anyway, so it should be an easy pickup there. The stun going right across here is great. Actually, no, it was even harder to hit, actually, for Euron.
T1's so tricky that you never know what's going to happen. So I'm just...
Oh, and the paranoia is beautiful. Some of the utility there from Zeta was really nice. Like the stun and the flash especially were great.
I gotta complete the name. It sounds weird just calling him Sugar.
No Ryan Central, he's God.
I mean, the way
I have like
they're deciding to
got some TikToks made, like YouTube shorts kind of stuff. Speaking of which, I wonder how the last YouTube short did. I don't know if it did amazing.
And it gives them, you know, that extension in the second half, picking up the pistol. It starts off
No, not really.
You know, as always, we kind of expect and
TikTok might have done better though.
from him.
I mean, dude's doing a lot, right? He's been put
Yeah,
on
2K views. I'll take that.
a task where there may be no point of return. Depp should go kill, double satchel. We may or might not be there with you to help you out. So he's been pretty cool and calm under that kind of pressure, man.
Yeah, Les was there to help him on the previous round. Now as we go on to the next one,
No force up. Depp has just pushed up and caught two that weren't really looking.
no choice but to push forward.
Oh yeah. But the smoke's the only thing
Zeta keeping this clean. It's not going too wrong.
looks like it could be a clean round here for Zeta Division. Two swift ones. And
Seeing this Overwatch throwback come into Valorant. What is
Them in
it?
the game, they carry all these weapons forward. I think it's been a while since we actually saw a flawless, you know, second round.
Big Boss Pine.
And with that, you know, they might actually be able
Okay.
to pick up on a bonus depending on how they play it.
Interesting. I mean, I'm curious to see what I do like as a coach in Valorant.
But after the next,
But yeah, interesting moves for sure. Recon just going on the top. And Izu. Like, just a lot of early fights. But Depp has been punished for going for this play again. His 5 minutes on Ilios still. It was just iconic, yeah.
control on mid, but just fumbles in front of him. X-Crit slowly creeping up onto B main here. calling in the rest of his team.
I should do a rewatch of that at some point because it's been a while.
Some kind of peek here from
I missed the first ever Overwatch League game because we were flying in that day at the time. Which is sad.
Full control. Wow. Sugar Zero, what a mad lad actually making that happen.
I also remember like the little mini tournament they did like in around like December, just to show off some of the teams. It's pretty cool.
Slowly creeping up. Rossi down. Carpe.
I didn't know you still kept up with Overwatch stuff. Loosely.
He knows he's coming in for a market here.
I think if I got the opportunity to like do some Overwatch stuff, casting, I'd probably take it at this point. COVID cancelled the London homestand. Yeah, I was meant to go to that as well.
Just enough of a tag that Hedoron cannot have enough movement to hide behind the pillar.
But also, that weekend was the first like playtest for Valorant, so COVID cancelling that might have actually helped me get into Valorant in the first place. Anyway, the bonus, or anti-bonus, was one for Zeta. Oh, they went for the stun play from Tiles and they just missed.
Such plays coming out from T1, knowing how to play around this B main push. The trades coming through, just bringing those numbers back in.
Sad moment. It would have been a nice event. I'd feel sorry for Stylos though. He would have just been hounded by people the whole time.
Carpe's too sharp for those. Speaking of which, he's still away from the Huntress Fury. Like you mentioned, Zeta Division play themselves.
Zaya player's going, walking on his own. He is just like, fuck my team, I'm going to do it all. And nobody's even realized. Timing! Oh, kind of feel that Zaya player was taking the piss a little bit there. A little bit. Got really unlucky on the timing though.
Starting off with these crazy minuscule timings. Now it's going to be
No effect is going to be used to show where these guys are. Are they going to expect that X-Curate is that far up? Smoke used on defense to stop anybody from pushing over, and then they just trip this.
I think that's why X was thinking about going through market.
And they have like a nice little like crossfire here.
What's lurking around mid.
And the Omen's just backed off further. Nicely done. Nicely done from T1. X-Curate, is he going to get an ace? Be the third ace today. How long did it take for you to make your China VCT video? I'd say probably about like a week, start to finish. Maybe just a little bit more. It took longer than I thought it would. But I was also like not keen on rushing it.
As T1 is just swimming in it. There could be the half year for Laz.
I'd say it probably took me like 2 days to script. Now, like an hour or two each day. The hard part was just trying to remember, like, or get the information I didn't know. But a lot of stuff of like who owns like the esports orgs, how many followers they have on Weibo. I'd done all of that previously because I was like, I got a list of all of the potential orgs for partnership, like their following, what they were known for, if they're involved in the LPL. So I'd already done that kind of research before. So it's quite easy to bring that over. Like with like Nova being popular in like PUBG Mobile, and stuff like that.
Pushes deeper into Boba along with his teammate. So sharp, getting all of those frags. Gets ahead of Zeta Division right before they even start the retake. So 10-6 now. Zeta calling in the timeout. Their last one in the legs.
And these nooks and crannies on the Zeta defense.
PUBG Mobile is a throwback. The game was massive in India, like massive. I mean, I think that like Valorant Mobile is going to be crazy big. What happened with Valorant, with PUBG Mobile? It kind of like cucked itself, right?
The off timings, given to you, presented by Saya player and.
It got banned in October. I wonder why it got banned though. Like, was it just like really, really predatory with its like monetization?
Get a good read, good idea.
Or is it kind of like wartimey game? I remember it though. Like, just the game got nuked in the country. Because Tencent owned it in India-China relations. Oh. But would they be the... Great recon. That's a Ryan Central recon right there from Carpe. Would they be the same for like Valorant Mobile?
Slight whiff on the recon dart. camera from Laz just to check up on mid. No tiles, no lower mid here.
I guess not if it's Riot. Like, is Wild Rift popular in India?
So they want to at least not lose anybody before the push happens, as they want to, again, you know, strengthen the numbers, all that good stuff.
Riot is still the main dev, yeah.
T1's well aware of this, though, so again.
I wonder how Valorant Mobile would work. Like trips, recons, clearing all that stuff, I imagine would be like really hard. He's a little bit popular, but nah. Okay. Call of Duty Mobile, I imagine, would be like the big thing there. I switched to Valo when PUBG got banned. Ah, okay.
Spikes should go down pretty soon as they find Laz.
Oh. Let's kind of get caught sleeping there. Like, he's a little bit confused as to what was happening.
I don't know. Dep. Yeah. That's not going to turn too well for him. Euron took a while to take down Izu, so he couldn't really transfer out the Saya player in time. And T1. These rounds are looking a little bit slower, but a lot surer. And 2 more, and they qualify, Quack.
Good little shot from Euron, though, onto the Y-axis. But that's it. I mean, this round now, you're absolutely right. It's a little bit pivotal for both teams. Got some ultimates to work with. Definitely still a bit of an uphill climb for Zeta Division. And T1 just really...
Clash Royale, Brawl Stars, and PUBG.
So much that they can do right now.
Those other games.
Alright.
Level 6, Full Buys, Nightfall, Neural Theft, Showstopper, Hunter's Fury.
Something like a retakes game.
Best message
But,
me.
I don't know how effective that can really be. You might be able to allow some of these T1 players to burn out their ultimates, but that's the most you can get.
Oh no!
Ooh, falling over my fucking little foot.
He was very afraid of that.
What is it called? The cushion.
Tries to get that value with the peek out, but ultimately it's a
The other one here. It's kind of like a flip at the sides, like with Zeta was suffering with what T1 was struggling with, where they were just like kind of getting stuck fighting in A main.
have to wait for a good chunk of time, or just YOLO push through it.
You gotta go for it. It feels like.
There's a lot of crossfires. Dep does get some damage, but again, with this elevated positioning from Izu, that is very difficult to try to go up against. And Saya player shuts it down. Is Zeta only good for 6? Is T1 gonna get this?
12-6.
They're very close to making it happen here.
Bye's really rough.
Match and series point, 1 more, and they will
Oh,
make
excuse
it
me.
to
Got
playoffs.
hiccups.
And with that,
Like Heron's just stuck there. Nice idea from Sugar Zero to be on top of that box, but I mean because T1 do that play themselves, I guess they were like more aware of it.
just exhausting all their options on this sunset map. Not really knowing what to do, just kind of throwing bodies into it. The ultimates felt...
So we've seen T1's Breeze, Ascent, Sunset, and Lotus. Like 4 out of the 7 maps. They're permaban in Icebox. So they're split, they're bind. Could be interesting. His map pull looks good from them. Like I didn't expect T1 to be bad at all. Like I expected them to be good from what we saw from them. Especially from like the Africa like Valorant League. But being able to like keep going with it is good. I'd be down to try and get better at Val, but I've been kind of busy. It's a time sink. Even like playing ranked is a time sink. That's the other thing I don't like when people are like, oh, you need to be like Radiant or like Immortal to talk about the game. It's like, I keep getting... But it just takes so much time in order to get up there.
Pushing up into A main and not being afraid of their behinds.
So they've lost Hero Run again first.
Well, there is that lurk, the flank from...
And then they're just planning to just like full contact through. The recon that getting onto here is massive. Nice recon. And Dep is just flanked all the way around. I wasn't even paying attention. I thought they were on the same fucking team for a second.
One more alive. That's gonna be Saya player. 10 seconds.
Saya player just gone walking. Economy's good, so they still have a buy.
dominated division somehow manages to live.
And these guys just need to survive because the money is so bad. 0, 0, 0. No credits. Everything bought up as much as they could do.
Although T1 tries at a different strat, just trying to cut noise and then explode onto site. It really was that flank from Depp, and not to mention some of the players on site to really find that some of these trades, soften up the blows, keep T1,
Zeta need to win 5 straight buy rounds. They do. It's tricky. The only good thing that you have going for you is that there's like a window before they get some of these big ultimates online. I mean, I say that. It's really early to show stuff I'm worried about, and they have the Viper's Pit already. Recon Dart for top mid. I don't like that Recon Dart, and I really don't like the Sire players. Just like, what is he doing? Hello?
Not sure what that was about. Anyways, step in the right direction at least here. Spots a couple of shock darts. Laz swings out.
Shrug does literally just to break the trips that would be here. Paranoia gets both of them, but Laz still gets that fight. Oh, and he gets... Oh my god! Excuse me, Carpe? Nightfall is going to have to be used. Recon just on the inside. Both Prowlers used. Haunt is really close. Really good. Okay, Rossi's in a clutch. He has no sound. He gets him, though. Oh my god, that was crazy from Carpe. That's my fish. That was like Philadelphia Fusion Carpe. Oh, what map was it? Lijiang Tower? Was it Carpe that was the player that like went so hard in Overwatch he cried after winning? Or was that a Boston? Was that Striker that was crying? I can't remember. I'm mixing like the two cracked Korean players. Carpe Diem. Wait, is in yes that was Striker or yes that was Carpe? Oh man, look how fucking defeated they look. Like there's still a chance. You have the rematch against Global. The Widowmaker, yeah. I'm gonna have to find it now. Because he was just holding the... I even looked into this last time, I think. Like this. Why is this 30 FPS? It was against Boston Uprising, so maybe that's why I remember Striker.
That's a terrifying thing to think about. That payload nearly there. Gesture on the payload.
How does he even see him there?
Carpe again. So many finishing blows for this guy right now.
Wow.
With the big numbers advantage. So the follow-up is big. Sato down. Poco popped out of his mech. Philly with no tanks left as Boombox falls. Carpe striking back. Carpe deep back because he's about to get dead eye. Could be looking for that flank again. Working his way into the pack.
It's gonna be casting Carpe again. Yeah, maybe.
Worried. Saya player gonna get deleted by EQO, and there it is. The flank from Carpe. Carpe forced back at the point.
It's always control maps.
Double headshot. Carpe, man, he is wrecking him right now. And that Junkrat trap did wonders as it negated the Dragon Blade.
Oh my god, Temple of Anubis. Oh my word. I have a lot of feelings. Oh, I remember this. Remember like having the whole setup on the high ground as like a flex support. The scatter too. Widow just taking it right in the head. Oh man.
Very important for us because this is our because I'm also a first time playing competitive Valorant, and then with my new team, with the new roster, we managed to go to the Pacific playoff. So it's really a good motivation for us to going for the next round.
Yeah, sure is. 이번 경기가 정말 중요했다고 답을 했는데요. 특히나 이제 플레이오프로 바로 넘어가고 이번 이제 2승으로 인해서 모든 팀한테 동기부여가 됐기 때문에 정말 중요하게 이겨서 정말 기쁘다는 말을 전했습니다. 다음 질문을 이어서 해보겠습니다. 이제 맵 2에서 완전 분위기를 전환시키면서 맵 3에서도 아주 멋진 무브들을 많이 보여줬는데
Will people actually get any points from that one?
이야기를 나눴는지 물어보겠습니다.
I don't imagine they would.
Starting from map 2, dominant moves on map 3. So I'm curious, like, what did your teammates talk about after map 2, winning map 2?
Honestly,
Cabby's play versus Foot last year too. A lot of them.
first map,
Yeah, I
we
mean,
have a good comeback before.
Cabby was pretty average, I think, for T1 up until. Like, he has some rounds that are just god tier, but everything else is pretty like quiet. Well, we have DFM versus Team Secret as the first thing tomorrow. 8 AM start, so it's 2 hours later than we did today. And then DRX versus Talon. So that's the other like qualifying game. I actually think that this is going to be amazing. I think the Talon are going to cook some shit up. And then you got Genji versus RRQ. Whoever wins this versus whoever loses this. And then Zeta Division versus Global later on. So we'll have all of these games too. And yeah, it should be a really good couple of days. Once we get to Thursday, that's when China starts. So we're going to miss like the play-ins and the playoffs. But we can catch the VODs. Like there's a break like in the middle of next week. So maybe we like watch the rest of Pacific on those days.
For the last question, you know, Coach Autumn like totally believed for today's win for T1. So how happy would he be? 또 코치 안참이 오늘 T1의 승리를 100% 예감했거든요. 이거에 대해서 얼마나 행복해하실지 물어보겠습니다.
I need you to watch the global esports matches, please. Oh, like the well, it depends. If they get out of playing, if they get into play-ons, then obviously, yeah. But we'll have all of the global esports games if they don't go out of groups.
So I promise to my coach that we're gonna win this specific kickoff.
Oh, that's amazing. Okay. 팀 우리 코치뿐만 아니라 팀 전체에게 굉장히 의미 있는 순간이고 제가 꼭 이기겠다는 약속을 전했기 때문에 오늘 정말 의미 있는 경기였다고 말을 이어갔습니다. So thank you for the interview. Now you know what you have to do, right?
I don't know.
You have to sign a signature song and give to the fans.
He looks so panicked then.
Yes, it's the cute little penguin. Full of luck. So anywhere you wanna throw, you have to go in front of the fans. Yeah,
Is it over? Can we rest? We can.
and then toss it to them.
I mean, these guys have stayed like all day.
Winning for T1! Yay! Someone caught it. Okay.
They're fighting over it in the corner. They're they're like. You're a little late, bro. Yeah, we are literally about to finish.
And now I toss it back to the desk. See you again tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, gotta love hearing those fans cheer for T1.
Good day, good games.
Not, especially for Xrn after that win. They take
Yeah, I will raid. Woohoo.
It was just destiny at this point. You know, I gotta say, look, what I wanted was to start strong, end strong, and I think we overall kind of did. It wasn't the
Wedding bouquet, like it was a little bit. Yep, back tomorrow, 2 hours later than it was today, so 8 AM my time in the UK. And still banger games. Another team qualifies for playoffs, and another team gets sent home. So we'll see who. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks again for the host as well, Sideshow. And the gifts from Geekess and Illumi for the 3-month free sub. So bye, everybody. See you tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye.
Hungry to improve, and I mean, it looks like Coach Autumn has said it in the pregame interview.